card with Ported. Less $700 trade-in/promo credit applied over 36 months. 0% APR. Trade-in conditions and additional terms apply.
Hey, it's Boomer Esiason, and we all know the game isn't over till it's over. So next time you need parts for your car, don't call it quits. Go to eBay Motors. They have 122 million parts to take your car into overtime. Get the right parts at the right prices. ebaymotors.com. Let's ride.
Motion man Smith. Pitch it. McCaffrey cuts it inside. McCaffrey for the touchdown.
Now, back to the morning roast with Bonte and Shasky.
That was Iron Eagle a couple weeks ago, and hang tight on YouTube. We had to restart the stream.
We have a whole new stream.
Yeah, we got a whole new stream right now, so go ahead and subscribe to that bad boy. All 600 of you. Get back in there. We're talking McCaffrey here on the Morning Roast. 95.7 The Game. Get back in there.
McCaffrey's a Niner.
Back to 95.7 The Game on YouTube. Man. YouTube at 95.7 The Game live stream. Get back in there. We'll wait for everybody in there to get back in here.
Let's get it back up to 600.
Xfinity Mobile text line. I see you as well. And I also see you on Twitch rocking and rolling as well. 415 Xfinity Mobile text line. I'm so excited that I lost my dog for a second on our walk. That is certified G. I don't blame you. I ran the hot water for 25 minutes thinking, what the hell am I doing? McCaffrey, the text messages through the do not disturb. I'm like, oh gosh, you know what? I'm going to just flip the phone over. I got to just chill. And all the texts were the same. It was LFG.
Yeah.
Exclamation point.
You know why? Because when the 49ers do big things, it breaks the internet. Because the Niner fan base, look, as big as the Warriors are, I'm not dismissing. Right. They're humongous.
They're both insane.
The Giants are humongous. The Niners were everybody's first love. I mean, that's just what it is. That was the team that set the gold standard in terms of championships in the Bay Area. And when they do anything of this magnitude, look, just everyone take a step back. We've got one of the best players in the NFL. One of the most exciting players in the NFL.
Where did he go in all your fantasy drafts?
In first round.
Top 5, right?
Yes.
Top 5, all day long.
You have now 2 first-round fantasy players in Deebo Samuel and Christian McCaffrey on one team. Like, let's take a step back. Right, just take a step back. If you're another team in the NFC, damn, they got Kittle, they got Deebo, they got Christian McCaffrey.
And Ayuk.
I know, but I'm just saying, like, the recognition of those other guys.
Yep.
I mean, this is what we've been waiting for.
Dude,
I mean, Niner fans have been waiting for something like this.
So you want to talk about the haters?
This is an OG move.
I'm going to laugh at the haters all day long. All day long. Greg Bedard, BostonSports.com. The 49ers, who always have injury issues, traded for Christian McCaffrey. Yeah. And then our boy, Dr. Narad Pandya. What up, Doc? When you look at McCaffrey's injury history, there is nothing that jumps out as concerning, suggestive of long-term degeneration. With the switch to grass combined with the less load, the soft tissue injuries should lessen as well. Doc knows what's up. Dr. Rob Pandya knows what's up. It's a big boy move. And we're going to talk about it all day long. Let's go to Gordon and Pleasanton.
Hey, B.
Gordon, let's get Gordon real quick.
No risk it, no biscuit.
Yeah, exactly. Bruce Arians. Shout out to Bruce Arians. What's up, Gordon?
What up, Gordon?
Hey, guys. Good morning. Gordon from Pleasanton here. Couldn't agree with you more. This guy is a transformational player, well worth the draft picks that you guys discussed earlier. Hey, quick question for you. Notwithstanding CMC is a Swiss Army knife, is there any indication relative to the offensive line that he's coming from and what he's going to that would give us any sense of what he might look like just as a straight running back?
Yeah. So, okay, last week he played the Rams. The Rams that you're going to be facing not this weekend, but next weekend. The team that is the Super Bowl champions. Whatever you believe that they are currently, they are the Super Bowl champs. He had 158 yards from scrimmage. He was used as a receiver. He was used as a runner. Baldy has a video right now. Brian Baldinger, one of our NFL experts here at 95.7 The Game. He's going to join Guru and Steiny later today. I'll find out exactly what time. He put out a video where there's 8 and 9 men in the box. Now, what team knows more about trying to run against 8 and 9 men in the box than the 49ers? Because they've been kind of battling that the last couple of years. And Carolina does not have the weaponry that the Niners have. Can we all agree?
Not even close.
Okay. He was busting in between the tackles. Not only does he have the vision and the wiggle and the juice, he's got the toughness. I think his toughness is the most underrated aspect of his game. I watched this kid at Stanford, and everyone thought he was a gimmick.
No, he wasn't a gimmick.
He was as legit a running back as I've ever seen come out.
I probably saw, he played 3 years at Stanford. Saw a lot of Stanford home games during that stretch. A lot. and I watched him. And I would go to the pressers after the game and see him. And after having 30 carries in a game, because David Shaw, he once ran Tyler Gaffney. Remember Tyler Gaffney at running back? He once ran him 45 times in a game.
I mean, he did Wildcats with him.
He ran 45 times against the number one team in the country, Oregon, when Marcus Mariota was at Oregon. Gaffney ran 45 times that game.
He reminded me of Justin Fargas, by the way.
Yeah, he did.
He ran up real
bear.
Keep going. He
kind of looked like him too. He kind of looked like him too. But McCaffrey, the thing, like we played the highlight coming into the break or coming into the show. The 90-yard run against Cal Bears was right up the gut. Right up the zero hole, right behind the center. And he just went right up the middle for 90 yards.
Remember the game in 2019 when the Niners played Carolina? They were wearing the all-whites, and Bosa made that ridiculous interception. You and I did the postgame that day, and I remember distinctively saying to you, and you agreed with me, Christian McCaffrey's the only player on the Carolina Panthers who belonged on the field with the Niners. He was the only guy who was fast and strong enough to run with that defense.
This guy runs, if you think about Marshall Faulk, I want you to go back and watch Marshall Faulk. And Marshall Faulk, I remember this Falcons game, and Matt and Summerall were doing the game, and Marshall Faulk lined up in the slot and ran a quick slant better than Jerry Rice. Now, just on that particular play. It was right up there, right? Yeah. Jerry Rice is best.
By the way, how do you think Jerry Rice is feeling?
Oh, Jerry Rice is feeling great.
Yeah.
How many goat fuels has he chugged this morning?
You think Jerry Rice ain't in on this move?
He wants to be on the team now.
Yeah, exactly.
You know what I'm saying? This is a big boy move. This is what big boy teams do. Because the NFC, we keep talking about it. It's wide open. Wide open. And all you need to do is get to Glendale or Arizona. And you worry about who comes out the AFC then. But you know what? They're going to see a team that may be in that game in the Super Bowl. And that's this Sunday. And we get a glimpse at the Kansas City Chiefs. But here's the thing. This is why I love the move. Because you beat the Chiefs to it. Because you beat the Rams to it. You beat the Cowboys to it. You cannot let one of those teams get a weapon like Christian McCaffrey.
Well,
you don't think they were sniffing around?
Let's go back to 2018. Part of why they paid Jerick McKinnon all that money was they wanted to use a chess piece on the board that Shanahan could use in a variety of ways. Okay?
Yep.
Now, McKinnon got hurt and it didn't work out. We all take a step back. We all agree. McKinnon and McCaffrey, there's a Grand Canyon gulf in talent.
Not even close.
And I like McKinnon, nice guy. Like, what a Grand Canyon gulf in talent. McCaffrey is one of the top players in the league. And if you look at what he does, what's his weakness? If you needed to line him up at slot receiver,
he could play the slot.
Exactly. This dude is Roger Craig on steroids. This guy is Hugh McElhaney going back in the day. Marshall Faulk, Deebo Samuel. Here's the other reason why I love this. When Jimmy Garoppolo was on a $25 million deal, okay, it's tough. It's tough to pay other people when the quarterback's making that much. Lance, who you presume will be the quarterback next year, now we don't know, we'll see. But when he's making as little as he's making, and when Jimmy restructures his deal and is making as little as he's making, what's the beauty of having a quarterback on a rookie scale? So you can pay all these other guys.
Dude.
That's the model in the NFL. That's what the Seahawks did. That's what Buffalo did before they kicked in with the Josh Allen deal. That's what the Chiefs did before it kicked in with the Mahomes deal. The
Baltimore Ravens
exactly.
Doing it.
The beauty of having a quarterback on the suppressed salary is that you could pay other people around him. Why not add one of the best playmakers in the game?
So over the course of his career, right now, McCaffrey's only 26 years old. So he's still in his prime. This guy's still in his prime, folks. 26 years old.
We haven't even seen the best of Christian McCaffrey because he's been on some dog teams.
But when he has balled out, his second year in the league, 1,000-yard rusher. He had over 867 yards receiving. All right, 13 total touchdowns. Then his third season in the league, 2019, 23 years old, ran for 1,387 yards. He received for another 1,000. He went 1,000 like Roger Craig did back in 1988. Went 1,000 like Marshall Faulk did with the greatest show on turf. This guy is a bona fide stud. And I'll tell you, Shasky, I was just riffing about how many games I went to when he was at Stanford because I was working in the promo intern. The Pac-12 championship, probably the most legit Pac-12 championship at Levi Stadium because they actually played the game on a Saturday night instead of a Friday night. Yeah, and over 55,000 there.
Wow.
Stanford USC was rocking. You know, that game usually draws about 30,000.
Yeah.
McCaffrey was a game changer. He threw a touchdown pass. The Philly special before it was a Philly special.
Yeah.
He ran for another one. Yeah. And he had the play when USC came roaring back from a 13-0 deficit. It's 16-13, third quarter. It's a third down. Crowd's humming. The Trojans playing their fight song. Dun, 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 dun. And one of those classic Texas angle routes. Hogan hits him over the middle, and he gets inside the 5-yard line. That day in the Pac-12 championship game, Because I was like, man, this guy's going to be a stud. And we talked about it all. 2017 NFL draft. Should the Niners take him number 3 overall? He was that good.
My boy Rocco, to this day, that's the guy he wanted us to take.
I'm not mad at him.
And I told him at the time, and I remember going, that's a luxury. Like, he's a luxury pick. We're not good enough to take a guy like that. Dude, how are we going to use him?
That game, he had 5 returns for 120 yards.
Come on, Doc.
5 returns for 120 yards. He had 4 catches for 105 yards. And he ran the ball 32 times for 207. Folks, that's 432 total yards. This is what we're talking about here. We're not just talking, and this is why all year long, you and I have been saying, go get us a bell cow.
Yes.
Go get us a running back who can catch the ball out of the backfield. I'm tired of throwing a use check. Give me somebody with some juice.
We love
use check.
As a 5th option.
Right. Give me a running back like McCaffrey who could take a 1-yard swing route and get you a first down.
I'm not trying to rip Juszczyk. We all like Juszczyk. The season was on the line last year, and they were so depleted with running backs because, again, I tell people, it's about stacking your roster because guys are going to go down. This whole thing about injuries, every team's worn down. That's what happens when you get to the playoffs. 3rd and 1 in the opponent's territory. Who got the ball on the most crucial carry of the season?
Kyle Juszczyk.
Why? Because everybody else was banged up. Okay?
Or didn't have enough juice.
Exactly. All right? So don't tell me that you don't need more playmakers, because you do. You know what Tom Brady's saying? I need more weapons.
Right.
Antonio Brown, I know he's a horrible person, but can we bring him in here?
He brought in AB and Gronk just to have. They already had Mike Evans and Godwin.
That's what I'm saying.
And Cameron Brate and O.J. Howard. It's never enough to have playmakers in this league. Let's go to Adam in the city.
They're going to sell so many jerseys.
Dude.
Oh, my God.
Oh, this fan base just turned up a notch.
Dude,
Adam in the city.
Just so fired
Adam
up.
in the city. What's happening? You're on the roast.
Morning, guys. It's Friday, right? Yeah, happy Friday.
Yep.
How fast are these McCaffrey jerseys going to sell out at Levi if they have them on Sunday? I mean,
like hotcakes.
Exciting, right?
Like hotcakes.
So here's the thing, though, too, or one thing I wanted to make. So now we got McCaffrey, right? The Warriors are rolling. Yankees are down 2-0. They're about to lose to the Astros, and Aaron Judge is coming here next. The Bay Area is going to be on fire this next coming years.
You're damn right it is.
Also, I think the best thing about it, we got McCaffrey for 3 years. This isn't like that.
Exactly.
Thank you.
Exactly.
Here and we lose them.
Exactly. This is not some rental.
This is not a rental.
This isn't Carlos Beltran.
This
and by the way,
Chris
it took
Bryant.
12 years for Zach Miller to finally do something.
I will still do that deal in a heartbeat.
Exactly.
Willer for Carlos Beltran.
Did you see the reaction from Jake Jackson last night? This is what the locker room is feeling when they wake up or when they see the news yesterday. This is what the jolt that the team needs. Drake Jackson on his girlfriend's Instagram last night.
I can't believe it. Christian McCaffrey. Oh, goddamn. We got a white boy.
Yeah, you do.
We got sunshine,
yeah, you
baby.
do.
We got sunshine in the backfield.
I'll tell you this right now. So many people are so happy. Look, B, he's one of the best players in the league.
Hold on. I don't want to derail the show. The Carlos Beltran deal was a great deal. Wheeler panned out in 2019. 8 years later after the deal.
Exactly.
8 years later.
Dude, Posey's ankle was flapping like some piece of paper after he got blown through. I mean, like, come on, man. I do that deal all day. You know why? Because it kept them relevant till the end of the year. They were trying to get into the playoffs. Look, it's all about being bold and swinging big. Is there risk? Of course there's risk. But B, you know what? We have been so cautious for so long. Again, this weekend, we are celebrating a Harbaugh team and a core that I thought was good enough, but was always one player away. Think about the 2011 team, okay? They were one player away. They were throwing to Brett Swain with the season on the line.
Shasky,
last year, you're handing to Juszczyk with the season on the line. We love you, Juszczyk. You're like the 7th best option on offense when it comes to being dynamic with the game on the line. We love the guy, but come on. Come on, Niner fans.
It goes deeper than that, though.
Don't you play the game to win?
Listen. It's deeper than that. It's not just 2011. I go back to the Mariucci days. Steve Mariucci and company. J.J. Stokes, God bless his soul, just didn't pan out for the 49ers. When Tio and Garcia was humming, Ty Streets was the second receiver. And Ty Streets had a nice little career.
I like Ty Streets.
I like Ty.
But as a 3.
As a 3, not a 2.
Yes.
Those teams, under Steve Mariucci, we said the same damn thing. We're a playmaker away.
100%.
A playmaker. You had Hurst. You had a young Kevin Barlow behind Garrison Hurst. You had who was it? Greg Clark at the time at tight end?
Yes.
Or was it Eric Johnson? I always get those two mixed up.
No, Eric Johnson was 03, 04, 05.
So this was Greg Clark
before he married Jessica Simpson.
So this was Greg Clark.
Yes.
They were always a playmaker away. So it's not just 2011, 2012. So this goes back to the Mooch days.
You know who has the most catches ever in a single season for a tight end for 49ers in history? Eric Johnson. 82, I believe.
82.
Yeah. Look that up. Shout out Niners Wire.
Shout out Harvard. Shout out Harvard,
yes.
Right? Went to Harvard.
And he married up.
Yeah, he did marry up. Let's go to Joel in San Jose. Joel, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Yo, it's lit this morning. My phone was lit last night. My phone is lit this morning. Everyone's fired up. It feels like when KD came to play. We're about to run the ball down people's throats. We're about to swing it out to Debo. We're about to swing it out to CMC, swing it out to Kittle. How are you going to guard all those people? It is lit.
I'm so fired up.
It is so lit. It is so lit right now.
They breathe life into a sleeping dragon. This fan base, let's be real. We were like, all Niner fans, we were excited, but we're like, all of a sudden, you just breathe life into the whole fan base. The dragon is woken.
And you know what, though? The dragon has woken. But also on the flip side, there's no more excuses anymore for Kyle Shanahan and Jimmy Garoppolo.
But today's not the day for that. But I'm with you.
It's not the day.
Today we're celebrating.
We are celebrating.
I'm with you.
But it's okay to say Shanahan and Garoppolo have no more excuses. This offense should be a top 5 offense from here on forward.
I know there's a lot of people
moving forward.
They don't play video games. The guy is at 95 in Madden.
So with that said, again, I'm expecting this team to not score 16 second-half points through 5 games on the road. Or whatever, 6 games. 16 second-half points outside the Carolina game.
If he wins you one game that gets you into the playoffs to host a game, it's worth it. If he wins you one playoff game, it's worth it. Like,
no.
This, I know, but I'm just saying. Like, B,
Shasky?
you do this. Charles Omenihu. They traded for Charles Omenihu.
Yep.
Okay, in the middle of the season. It's worked out. They traded for Jordan Willis. You know what Jordan Willis did a couple years later? He had the one play. It was the block in Green Bay. Worth it. It was worth the whole thing. All I need is a couple of plays to get me in the play. It's worth it.
You know what, though?
They're going to do more than that.
This is a move because we've tasted this Super Bowl. We tasted the Super Bowl a couple years ago.
It's as if I got a little tiny taste and I got one chew of the filet and then you came and took the meat out of my mouth.
We'll take some calls in just a second. You are listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app. Download the Odyssey app and favorite 95.7 The Game for the best and most up-to-date sports coverage. And don't forget that you can also watch us every day on our YouTube and Twitch streams. Just log on and search 95.7 The Game. Look, we walked out of SoFi Stadium when Jimmy Garoppolo threw that pick to end that game. And I remember I looked at Rocco. We dapped up. We shook hands with the Rams fans.
Yeah.
The Niner fans that were behind us, they were full-out hugs, like sympathy hugs, all throughout it. Rocco and I had to pick up Charles Haley. Charles Haley was in the dumps after that game. And when I walked out that stadium, I said, man, this may be the last chance for the Shanahan era to get back to this point. There's going to be no more Jimmy. There's going to be no more George Kittle. You know, George Kittle, who knows how long he has.
Yeah.
Trent Williams is on the bum ankle. I have no idea. Now, this entire fan base has been rejuvenated, and we want more. And the fact is, you know, everybody talks about the Warriors being the last dance, right?
Yeah.
We keep hearing, you know, this could be the last dance. Steph's not going anywhere. Clay's not going anywhere. The Warriors could be further from the truth that this is going to be the last dance for the Golden State Warriors. They're going to be in contention for a while. But for the 49ers, when I look around this roster, I have no idea how long George Kittle's going to be here. I have no idea how long Trent Williams is going to be here. I have no idea how long Eric Armstead is going to be here. Javon Kinlaw, his future's in the air. Everybody puts him in a mock trade. You know what I'm saying? He's going to be traded a million times before November 1st.
You turn your roster over 60%, it seems like every single year in the NFL.
But what I'm saying is, this has a last dance type of feel to it because of the quarterback.
I know.
We know Jimmy Garoppolo is probably going to be gone.
You know what, though? But for Jimmy, let me just support him in this sense. Like, whether they would have made this move with Trey or not is irrelevant. Right now, for Jimmy, it's the best infrastructure he's ever had. Like, let's call it what it is. Ayuk emerging. Debo already established. Kittle established. Juszczyk clearly there. Now you have Elijah coming back at some point, and Christian McCaffrey, and Jeff Wilson Jr., and you've got an emerging 2 guards that are under rookie deals right now. You've got Trent Williams coming back, who's the best left tackle in the game. Come on. Here's the other thing on money. Just real quick. Whether you think McGlinchey is good or just average or whatever, do you know how much money he's making this year? Make it $10 million to play right tackle, okay? Christian McCaffrey's going to make $12 million next year. Look, we like McGlinchey. I'm not trying to hate on him. Ask the NFL, who would you rather give $12 million to? McCaffrey or the right tackle? The average right tackle.
The entire league is buzzing.
I will fix their salary cap with 3 or 4 moves. Don't worry about the cap in the offseason.
And don't worry about the draft picks. Don't worry about the draft picks. They've missed on a ton of draft picks. Now, they've hit on some. But here's the thing about the draft picks. Moody Ward is locked up.
Yes.
Hufanga's not going anywhere.
Exactly.
Drake Greenlaw, Fred Woodard Jr., linebackers, not going anywhere. Bosa, not going anywhere. You got Drake Jackson, and you got guys inside Ridgeway, Givens.
And Drake Jackson was a second-round pick who's playing like a first-rounder.
Playing like a first-rounder. If it wasn't for Clay Helton, Hufanga and Drake Jackson would have been drafted higher.
And Hufanga, fifth-rounder, playing like a first-rounder.
So you got those guys locked up. Then I look at the offensive line. Aaron Banks is getting better.
Yes.
Second-round pick. He's not going anywhere.
Yeah,
Jake Brindle, we'll see. But Burford, rookie.
Fourth-round pick.
Not going anywhere.
No, and Jalen Moore, shockingly, him and McKivitz not looking too bad.
So the line is here. You have stability. Trey Lance is waiting in the wings. Trey Lance will be back, and I still got high hopes for Trey Lance. Debo just got locked up. Ayuk's on a rookie deal. George Kittle's under contract. So the hell with these picks.
See, and the other part is this. We watch the Rams. People ring chase in the NFL. It is more like the NBA now than ever. Why do you think Von Miller went to Buffalo? Yes, there was money. He wants to play with that guy and that team. Okay? When you got McCaffrey here, let's say OBJ is thinking or considering about the 49ers. Well, now you might be all in because you know what OBJ wants? To win.
He wants to win.
These guys want to win.
Can you imagine OBJ? I don't even.
By the way,
I want to get greedy.
But McCaffrey wore number 2 in college.
No, he wore 5.
No, he also wore 2 his 1 year. Yes,
freshman year.
I don't know. At some point, he wore number 2 as well.
Did he really?
Yes,
because I remember him number 5.
I do too. No, he was exclusively 5 in his sophomore and junior year. If he wears number 2,
oh my gosh, who's number 2 right now?
Well, they had Blaine Gabbert number 2.
No, but who's number?
I don't think there is a number 2. I don't think there is a number 2.
Jimmy Ward's 1.
Yes.
Mooney Ward's 7.
Mosley's 4. 3 was your boy CJ Beathard. And Tart wore 3 as well.
Is it Robbie Gold, a single digit?
He's 9. He's 9. 8 is the only guy I think in hit team history who wore 8 was Steve Young.
Yeah, you can't wear that.
7 is
no
Mooney
number
Ward
2.
And, yeah,
give him number 2
on the roster.
Oh, give him number 2. There you go, number 2.
The Dion practice number.
Number 5 is also available.
Number 2.
No, Trey Lance is 5.
Yeah, he's not giving that up. Or left Trey Lance would have given sell 5.
What are you
saying? He wants to sell 5.
Give it to me, Madsen.
So 23 is available, which fine.
Yeah, but that's LaMichael James. Get that out of here.
No, that's what I said too.
McCaffrey's got to be single digits.
How would you guys feel?
And Delta O'Neal.
Niners opening drive, get down to the red zone. They're at the 5. Here comes Christian McCaffrey in number 21.
Oh, well. Wow.
Well, you can't wear that. That's Frank Gore.
Right, that would hurt. No,
That's
I know.
Frank Gore.
I know.
20
That's
available.
the point.
Yeah,
Aubrey, give me your number 20.
No. I want McCaffrey in number 2.
Yeah.
When I played Pop Warner football, and still to this day, number 2, number 5 was the numbers alongside 21.
People are saying Verrett was number 2 last year.
Well, he could sell that number. So one of these guys going to have to come up out that number.
Yeah.
Robbie Gold come off the pup list first.
Yeah, exactly. Give that number up. Verrett, you can go somewhere. I love you, Jason. Number 2's got to be McCaffrey. This is what you're getting in Christian McCaffrey.
I'm so excited.
This is what you're getting with him.
How many jerseys?
Done all right for himself. McCaffrey picks up the first down, has some room, makes a man miss. Christian McCaffrey in the open field, inside the 30, inside the 20. McCaffrey touchdown.
That was 76 yards against the Cardinals earlier this season. How about this one? First play of the game in a Rose Bowl against Iowa.
The game plan for Stanford is to use multiple tight ends. In practice, they use them all week long here in preparation. Hogan to the middle, and it's complete. McCaffrey! Will he score on the first play from scrimmage? Yes! A lightning bolt.
You want more? You want more? How about the Philly special? Before the Philly special was a thing in the Pac-12 championship.
There he gets the pitch. It's an end around to McCaffrey and a throw to Hogan. Touchdown, Stanford. We said he can do everything. That's his second touchdown pass of the year as well. McCaffrey to Hogan, an 11-yard scoring toss.
The guy should have been the Heisman Trophy winner. How about this breakaway play?
Wide outs, play clock down to 2 seconds. Hogan fires over the middle. It's McCaffrey in the open field. Christian McCaffrey still winding his way down inside the 10.
He is as good as advertised.
And last but not least, Roxy Bernstein on the call. What up, Roxy?
Please explain.
How about C-Mac? C-Mac sticking it to the Cow Bears.
The Ogre formation with Nick Wilson as an extra offensive lineman. Christian McCaffrey. He's gone. There he goes. Christian McCaffrey through the line. He'll take it to the house, 90 yards. Touchdown, Stanford.
This is the guy you're getting. He's a home run hitter. Debo's already a home run hitter. We haven't seen much from George Kittle in that department. That's okay. That's okay. Maybe it opens up for him because you got Christian McCaffrey who could go 90 on your ass. He'd go 90 on you. This is a big-time move. And I've been waiting. Shasky, how long have I been yelling for a running back to catch the ball out of the backfield?
He's the most complete back that they've had since Ricky Waters. I love Frank Gore.
Wow.
I have so much respect for Garrison Hurst. I love those guys. In terms of complete package, I can't think of a guy better in a Niner uniform. And I love Frank. Frank's skill set was very different, B.
Yep, it was.
Very different.
It was.
Like this, to me, has got the old 80s, early 90s feel to it. Craig and Ricky Waters, where every time they touch the ball, they're going to make someone miss and can run by you.
This is unbelievable. This is a big-time move. Christian McCaffrey is a 49er. George, consultant, David, Dre, Antonio. We're getting to you all here. We're talking about it all.
Niners.
Now all of a sudden, the screen game. The Niners can run a screen now. I haven't seen them run a good screen in years. The wide receiver screens are good, but a halfback screen? Give it to me.
Terry
Injected
Kirby,
all of my veins.
Terry Kirby on line one.
Injected in my veins.
Don't
More
disrespect
coming up.
Kendall Hunter.
Oh, I will not disrespect the number 32 Kendall Hunter out of Oklahoma State. He was very good
He was
that
like
year.
5'6".
Dude, he was so good. By the way, injected all into my veins. More coming up. Brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises.
Did you know that most people wait 6 or 7 years before they buy a new TV? That's a lot of time in front of one TV. So why not get one of the best sets for the next 7 years? Like one of the top-rated Samsung, LG, or Sony models. Too expensive? What if you could get up to $1,000 trade-in for your old set? Who would do a stupid deal like this? Right now, at Video Only, you can get big bucks for your old set as a trade-in and a hot price on the new models. Don't be sorry. Check out Video Only.
Kirby, it's your driveway mechanic. And like Christian McCaffrey, they bring the shop to you. And our friends over at Kirby just won the Motor Top 20 Award for innovation. Like Kyle Shanahan's play calling, brakes and tire replacements, oil changes, and more. And they've just added Kirby's eco-friendly wash. Barely uses any water and makes your car look brand spanking new, like McCaffrey in a Niner uniform. They use all biodegradable products that provide the ultimate shine and protection to both the exterior and interior of your car, all in the ease of your driveway. The ultimate convenience. Easy booking, transparent pricing, on-time arrival, service in your driveway, no waiting rooms, no coordinating rides, and direct access to your mechanic. Friendly and reliable service, no middlemen, and here's the best part, no upsells. Get $50 off your first oil change with the code OIL50. That's OIL50. Or use my code JOEWASH to get a free sealant treatment with the purchase of Kirby's eco-friendly wash. Check out Kirby.com. That's CURBEE.com or call 1-866-KIRBY-1.
Everything, our farm, our stand, our pop-up shop, it really all started when we discovered the benefits of local, raw honey for our family.
And then we decided to turn it into a business.
We were looking for something to help us get up and running.
So we got the Chase Business Complete Banking Account.
It's more than a bank account. It comes with Quick Accept, which lets us take card payments anytime, anywhere in the U.S. using the Chase mobile app. Plus, we get same-day deposits at no extra cost. For us, it's more than honey. It's about sharing a little sweetness with the world.
Get the Chase Business Complete Banking Account with the essentials you need to help get your business going. Learn more at chase.com/business-complete-banking. Chase for business. Make more of what's yours. Quick Accept is not available in U.S. territories. Enrollment required. Usage subject to approval. Same-day deposits available for payments before 8 p.m. Eastern Time, Sunday to Friday. Fees and rates apply for checking and processing. Limitations and restrictions apply. Participants compensated. Merchant services provided by Payment Tech LLC and WePay Inc. Subsidiaries of J.P. Morgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC.
Navien tankless water heaters, the proven leader in condensing technology. Request a Navien because you deserve the best in endless hot water delivery. Learn about Navien's condensing tankless water heaters and find a Navien contractor at tanklessmadesimple.com.
Count on Navien. Are you interested in new career opportunities in the Bay Area and want to make a difference in your community? The San Francisco Sheriff's Office is looking for people considering a job in law enforcement right now. If you're at least 20 years or older with a high school diploma or equivalent, the San Francisco Sheriff's Office wants to hear from you. Enjoy full benefits, flexible schedules, and opportunities for growth and promotion. For employment announcements and more information, visit sfsheriff.com. That's sfsheriff.com to apply today.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-200-1966. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies size as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-200-1966. That's 800-200-1966 for $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-200-1966. 800-200-1966.
He's the best interview in the Bay Area.
Splish Splash, Coach, are you taking a bath?
Did you hear a little water in the background?
Yeah!
He's a 9-time NBA champion.
Not 5, not 6, not 7.
And he's on with Damon and Ratto every single week during the NBA season.
Wow.
It's Warriors head coach Steve Kerr on 95.7 The Game. Presented by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi. Unbeatable internet only from Xfinity.
When people have a craving to explore new and traditional Asian cuisines, they head to P.F. Chang's, where scratch-made dishes come from the 2,000-year-old tradition of wok cooking. P.F. Chang's wanted to explore new possibilities for their website. They turned to AmericanEagle.com. AmericanEagle.com re-architected P.F. Chang's website, integrating multiple third-party systems to create a unified digital experience. The results? Improved page speed and performance, personalized content based on users' location, intuitive online ordering, an increase in organic search visibility, and a 40% increase in new users. For scratch-made Asian cuisine, visit your local P.F. Chang's or go to pfchangs.com for website design, development, digital marketing, and hosting that produce efficiency, revenue, and results. Visit AmericanEagle.com. P.F. Chang's and AmericanEagle.com. Another example of the best businesses in the world, turning to the best in the business for websites. Go to AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW1. That's 877-WEB-NOW1.
The annual Harmony Walk to End Hunger and Homelessness in Richmond is October 22nd. Register at gripcares.org. Hear local music, take your kids to the bounce house, and make a difference together. Register now at gripcares.org.
Juked by McCaffrey, and now first and goal from the 5. Give to McCaffrey. Trying to get around the right side. He does. McCaffrey leaps. End zone. Oh, touchdown. Up and in.
Now, back to the morning roast with Bonte and Shasky.
Oh, man, Christian McCaffrey.
Out here they call him Big Pun?
Yeah, they do call him Big Pun. Christian McCaffrey is a 49er. He's a Niner now. And he was traded last night from the Carolina Panthers. The Niners trade away a second-round pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, a third-round pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, a fourth-round pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, as well as a fifth-round pick in the 2024 NFL Draft. They traded away 4 picks, 3 in next year's draft, for Christian McCaffrey, who's making $690,000 this year, $11.8 next year, $11.8 the year after, and then $12 million. This is a long-term play by the 49ers. This is not a rental. They will have Christian McCaffrey for the next 3 years.
Clearly, he's got to stay healthy, and we all agree. Okay, we all agree. He's got to stay healthy. In terms of talent, Bonte, does he have Hall of Fame-worthy talent?
Absolutely.
Okay. What did it cost for the Niners to move up and go get Jerry Rice in the draft?
Don't remember.
Okay.
They moved up to 16, though.
What did it cost for them to go acquire Steve Young?
Do not remember.
Exactly. What about Fred Dean in 1981, which really tilted the scales and changed their defense?
Do not remember and do not care.
Exactly. I can go right down the list and go to all the years that they made shrewd trades. How many fans know what they traded for Trent Williams?
No idea.
No.
What was it, a third-round pick?
Yeah, and you know who else had injury concerns before he came to the Niners?
Trent Williams.
Yeah, he missed an entire year because of a brain injury and a skull fracture, right? Yes, I get it. There's risk. You know how I live my life, B? Is that it's calculated risks. And this is a calculated risk. I am willing to part with basically a second-round pick and a bunch of nothing. I'm willing to do that for a guy this talented. And if he bowls out, no one will ever reference the compensation ever. You know why? Because he's so damn spectacular that you guarantee yourself opportunities to make others better, as well as him being a dynamic player for you.
And these windows in the NFL don't stay open for long.
Thank you.
They don't stay open for long. You never know when a guy may get hurt. You never know when things just don't go your way. And right now, this core, I have no idea how long they're going to be together. Shanahan, Kittle, Armstead, Trent Williams. He's getting up there. He's getting long in the tooth. Jimmy Garoppolo, hell, this is his last ride. This is his last ride. I would love, and I'll say this right now. I know a lot of people think I hate Jimmy Garoppolo. I would love for him to be in Glendale, Arizona, hoisting that Lombardi, saying thank you. Because you know what? Jimmy will be eating for free here forever, and he'd be like, you know what? Jimmy was a damn good Niner, and I'm finally glad he gets his respect. I will be happy for Shanahan and all of a sudden say, you know what? I've been waiting on a running back like this. This is what I wanted in Jerick McKinnon.
100%.
And this is why I never get the argument that like, oh, you don't need running backs. You don't need to overpay running backs. You could just have running backs run this and that. You need explode. Like, now defenses, when they look at Jeff Wilson Jr., you saw the Falcons, they're like, not really worried about Jeff Wilson Jr.
No.
He may get his. We're not really worried about him blowing his game up.
Now you got a little thunder and lightning.
Now you got thunder and lightning. And Christian McCaffrey's a guy who can flip a game into play.
Yeah, exactly. On a team that needs that. Right now, what's the biggest knock on the Niners?
No team speed.
And no dynamic playmaking. Like, we have like one guy who has to break 50 tackles because why? Everywhere he goes on the field right now, he's dwarfed by players. He's got 6-7 guys surrounding him at all times in Deebo Samuel. You take the pressure off of this guy. Now teams are going to have to figure out who are we going to hyper-focus on.
You go 8 in the box against Christian McCaffrey, now Deebo, and now you're going to be like, ooh. Kittle's going to be like, ooh, one-on-ones all day long? Good luck guarding Ayuk one-on-one. Good luck guarding Kittle one-on-one. And now you get Christian McCaffrey where you have to pay attention to him. Whether it's in a flat and Jimmy Garoppolo dumps it off to him, he's the type of guy. How many teams do we see and these plays stack up? It don't mean much. Like, a lot of people don't pay attention to him, but how many plays stack up where running back gets the ball, he gets you 8-9 yards. All of a sudden, you set up 2nd and 1. All of a sudden, the running back gets 7-6 yards. All of a sudden, it's 3rd and 1. That's what you want to do, the down and distance for the 49ers. How many times do we see him in 2nd and 9, 3rd and 11, 3rd and 8, 3rd and 9? You get a guy like McCaffrey, he eats up yards.
And you could split him out wide and use him in the slot left and right. You can use him out of the backfield. Like we all know. Let me ask you this. Just running backs in the NFC. You got Saquon. You got McCaffrey. Who else? Aaron Jones? Aaron Jones, look at the numbers. I got him in fantasy. He's not touching the ball.
Aaron Rodgers.
Appropriately.
Right.
He's not touching it appropriately, and I like him.
Leonard Fournette's having a big year for Tampa.
Would Leonard Fournette right now, if the Bucs said we could flip out those dudes, they're taking McCaffrey.
They're taking McCaffrey.
No doubt. And I like Leonard Floyd.
Fournette, excuse me. Fournette's balling though.
No,
Production is there.
I like him. Production there. But like that's what I'm saying. Like, let's look at the NFC right now. Now let's look at their weaponry as a whole. Who has better weapons across the board than the 49ers right now? I'm asking.
Eagles have an argument. I don't want to sleep on them.
I'll take McCaffrey over Miles Sanders.
Yeah, no doubt. But they have A.J. Brown and they have Devontae Smith.
He's a stud. And
they have Dallas Goedert.
I was just going to say that.
So I'm not going to scoff at them.
No.
I'm not. They have weapons too.
So that's one team. That's one team.
But you're in a conversation with the best team in the NFC, and that's what it's about. The Dallas Cowboys, CeeDee Lamb, special. Darren Schultz has been hurt at tight end. Ezekiel Elliott, Tony Pollard's good.
I like Zeke though, but yes, you're appropriately correct. And they're a playmaker away. They feel a playmaker away as well.
And you know they're going to be in on Odell Beckham Jr. Let's go back out to the lines, man. Let's go to the consultant in Walnut Creek. Consultant, he only calls when it's big shows, man.
I can't wait for it.
Consultant, what's happening?
Oh man, I am so fired.
Let's go.
Look, two things that came to my mind when I heard this. Well, actually 100 things did, but here's 2 things that I don't think anyone's touched on today. Actually, Joe, I think you may have touched on it, but I was just thinking about how everything works out, right? And Trey Lance may not play another snap. I hope he does for us, of course. I think he's going to be balling. But it's because we traded for Trey Lance that we got C-Mac, because we would have never had the salary cap room.
Yes.
With a $25 million.
Thank you.
A $25 million quarterback under roster, right? That trade sets this thing up. When you go bold,
thank you.
When you go big, good things happen, and it sets you up in ways you never even imagined things happening because you set yourself up right. That was one thought. I'm like, thank you.
Consultant, I'll let you finish. One second. I'll let you finish. For people that are out there, Jimmy was on a $25 million deal. When they traded for Trey Lance, that force, and obviously he had the surgery, that allowed them to restructure their deal, and they got both of the quarterbacks underneath whatever the original number was for Jimmy Garoppolo, thus creating more room for Christian McCaffrey. You're 100% correct. Keep going.
And, man, one of my favorite non-Niner players of all time, Terrell Davis. And I was thinking back, I'm like, you know who else won a Super Bowl with a pretty good quarterback, an average quarterback at that time.
Yes.
At that time, we all know John Elway was a bowler, but at that time, who won with a superstar quarterback and went all the way twice in a row? Mr. Mike Shanahan, right? It's got to be this guy's dad. I'm sure he's been thinking about this forever. He's been thinking about, wow, look at what my dad did with a superstar running back. He came from a running back tree of coaches. I can't imagine what this guy's going to do with CMAC, man. This guy is going to be grinning ear for ear. Let's go. It's going to be Niners. Why one Super Bowl? Let's get quest for 6, 7, and 8. Let's do this.
Good call, consultant. And this is why all season long I'm saying, can I get my Derrick Henry?
I know.
Can I get my Saquon Barkley? For years.
I know.
For years. And, I don't like the devaluation of running backs. I don't like it at all.
Well, I don't believe in it.
I don't believe in it at all.
Especially when you get into December and January and February.
You need to run the ball.
Exactly.
And I need toughness, and I need dynamic guys who can run the ball.
Take Mixon off Joe Burrow's team and ask me how good they are.
Exactly. Josh Jacobs and the Raiders.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying? You look at the Rams. They ran hard with Cam Akers and Darrell Henderson Jr. last year. Ran hard.
Tannehill's success as a quarterback is directly linked to Derrick Henry.
Exactly.
Come on.
Exactly.
Even Green Bay, what's their rejuvenation under LaFleur? It's them running the ball more.
A.J. Dillon and Aaron Jones. Why do you think the Buffalo Bills went out and drafted James Cook? Because they're not quite happy with Singletary.
Exactly.
They're not quite happy with Zach
and
Moss.
they were in on this.
Right. You know what I'm saying?
You want to give Josh Allen another weapon?
So they're hoping James Cook could become their McCaffrey.
Yes.
Maybe at least in the passing game. Having a dynamic running back, I don't get why people score. And the thing is with the Niners, if you watch them over the last few years, they got Juszczyk coming out of the backfield. Mostert ran. He caught the ball a little bit. What is Mostert's signature plays? Signature plays came on the first game of the season in 2020 when he ran the Texas route against Isaiah Simmons for 90 yards.
Yeah.
And by the way, Isaiah Simmons had a pick 6 yesterday. He's looking good in Arizona. But give me a running back who can catch the ball and do multiple things. He could be diverse.
If you were one of those people that was reluctant about starting Trey Lance because you had a win now roster, how are you not excited today? How are you not excited? If you have a win now roster, this is the kind of player that helps you win now more. I mean, this is a no-brainer for me. And B, I think we have someone on the line who's very excited.
Yeah, I can guess who this is before we get back out to the lines. It's Pop Pachowski. What up, Pops?
Hey, good morning, fellas. How you guys doing this morning? This is a beautiful Friday morning in the San Francisco Bay Area.
How excited are you for Christian McCaffrey? Come on, I know you love this guy.
Oh my God, are you kidding me? When I was on a group test and I go, oh, it's something about the Grateful Dead, Dark Orchestra, and I go, oh my God, I don't want to get in it. And then I look about an hour later and it's about McCaffrey, and I go, oh my God, I waited an hour to get on here. I go, I can't believe it. And then, so I'm thinking about the trade, and Joe, you mentioned it just a couple minutes ago. The 49ers haven't made a trade midseason since they picked up Fred Dean. And what a turnaround that was that year to pick him up. And a couple things I want to mention. If we can get Trent back and Nicky back this week, are you kidding me? And then I think that McCaffrey, the way he puts hits on a defensive back, reminds Debo, those two guys are going to be going at it.
Yeah, they are.
Teammating on each other. Are you kidding me? Well, and to have the weapons that we're going to have now, it's going to free up everybody. And then just think about next year we get Trey, and then he's going to have that dump down to McCaffrey. Are you kidding me? This is the best time for the 49ers. And this weekend, I can't wait to go, Joe.
I know.
Well, here's the thing.
My brother.
Here's the thing, too. The narrative about Lynch and company not being bold. In 2019, they recognized they were a wide receiver away.
Jimmy.
A wide receiver away in 2019. They go trade for Emmanuel Sanders.
Yes.
And everybody kind of laughed at it, but Emmanuel Sanders taught Debo a lot, taught Kendrick Bourne a lot.
He was good.
And it worked out, and you're a couple plays away from winning Super Bowl 54. They made the trade for D Ford. They made the trade for Jimmy Garoppolo. We know about the trade up for Trey Lance. They made the trade for Jordan Willis. They made the trade for Amenahu. This regime has been bold, Pops. They have made money moves. Now let's hope this one pans out.
Hey, so going back, how many guys' fathers played in the NFL, and they were actually almost as good, if not better, than their fathers? Yeah. You can't count too many guys on that
That's
table.
a good point. Yeah, and Ed McCaffrey, going back real quick, Ed McCaffrey, one of the all-time, everybody loved that guy as a player. Everybody loved that guy. I'm just so excited. I'm so excited. What? The speed, Pops. The speed of McCaffrey on the outside.
The funny thing was this year we had 4 guys in running back, and then now we're down to 2 maybe, and then we pick up this guy. Are you talking about? This is a game changer for the 49ers this year. Total game changer.
I love it.
Total game changer.
Have a good one. I'll talk to you later.
All right, guys.
All right, Pops.
He's so excited.
Hey, Loveman, I want you to play something. The week of the Carolina game, we were just kicking around, and I was damn near convincing myself.
Playing a little futsal?
Yeah, basically.
Indoor soccer?
I was sitting here, and I was just thinking to myself, or Loveman and I were talking the night before, and I brought it to you. I was like, man, I'm so down on Jimmy. I'm ready to take a flyer on Sam Darnold from the Carolina Panthers. Almost went there. It's how disgusting Niners offense looked. But then we started getting into this conversation, and this was a couple weeks ago. Loveman, I want you to play it. What I'm getting to with Christian McCaffrey. What are they going to do with Christian McCaffrey? Scott Federer, the GM of the Carolina Panthers. Niners are their running back. How much would it cost for McCaffrey? What's his contract? I'm going to look up his contract now because it may not make sense.
This is the team that I think that should be all over him. Tom Brady's Tampa Bay Bucks.
Oh, well, that would be steal.
That's a match made in heaven.
Don't even speak that into existence.
Check down heaven, no?
Don't speak that into existence, please.
You don't think that's check down heaven?
Well, I know it's check down heaven. I know what Christian McCaffrey would do with Tom Brady.
He'd be amazing.
You want those problems?
He'd be amazing.
They're going to have to see Tampa Bay soon. I don't want Christian McCaffrey in a Bucs uniform. No. Plus, the Panthers probably won't trade with the Bucs, considering their division rivals.
I'm just saying that he's like a perfect Brady player.
So he's got a lot of money on the table. He has a potential out in 2023. He can opt out. Now, if opts in, he would have another 3 years left on the contract, 11.8 next season, 11.8 in 2024, and $12 million in 2025. I don't know. The way I look at it is like this. When we cite those numbers offensively, with the defense playing so well for the 49ers, and I see 3 points in the second half against Chicago, I see 7 against Seattle, 3 against the Rams, and then 3 against the Broncos, they need playmakers.
Well, I look at it this way.
They need playmakers.
How many days ago was that, you and me talking?
That was right after the Rams game.
That was on October 5th.
Oh, and it's
16 days ago.
October 21st.
Now, how about this one? How about this one before we get to the lines? I don't even know what that laugh was. Yeah, it was like a Dr. Evil laugh. How about this take from us 10 days ago?
Oh.
Listen, I do it all day. Because this is a year. This is a year, and I told you this, Shasky. This is the year of the NFC. The Rams got their Super Bowl.
Yes.
They got their Lombardi. The Niners have been so close to getting that Lombardi. I feel like this is the season. If we're going to go all in at the deadline, with all the injuries that's piling up, this is the season to go all in. I love the team now. I think they can play deep into January with the team as is, with Jimmy trending up and Jimmy looking good. But if you could just add another weapon or two, oh my gosh, this thing is attainable, man.
Well, that's one of the things you want to see Debo play a little more wide receiver.
Right.
If you get somebody like CMC out there, think of the formation diversity you can do.
That's what I'm saying. I mean, you imagine a 3-by-1 formation with Debo, Christian McCaffrey, George Kittle, and then Ayuk on the other side.
I'm sitting there watching him, and you know what I'm thinking to myself? The NFL needs him out of there. He would be one of the most marketable stars in the NFL if he played on a premier team.
We gonna pop that stuff today, Shasky. We gonna flex all damn show. Because a lot of people, and I got receipts. I commented to a lot of you guys on IG, Twitter. I know my boss man, he can say, yeah, you don't need to do all that. But we got told we're loudmouth. It's never gonna happen. Blah, 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 blah. This isn't a video game. You know what? This is our Mike and the Mad Dog moment. They went out there in New York City when Piazza was on the table. And they had fans calling the New York Mets office saying, get us Mike Piazza. Get us Mike Piazza. And they felt like they talked it into existence, and the Mets ended up getting Mike Piazza, and he walked into the Hall of Fame. Now, did they win a championship? No, but they had some damn good years in New York City. I felt like that's our Mike and the Mad Dog moment. So Christian McCaffrey.
You're the Black Mike Francesa.
I'm the Black Mike Francesa.
And I'll be Mad Dog.
You're the crazy one.
Oh, I am. I'm the wild card. Nothing works without the wild card.
Nothing works without the wild card.
And here's the best part about this whole move right now. Like,
I love it.
On the real, like,
flex, Shasky.
Everybody needs to take it.
Flex.
This is one of the best players in the NFL.
One of the best.
Okay? Like, I know. Oh, he's been injured. He's missed a bunch of games. Dude, they shut him down on a team looking to tank. All right? He's had dog poop at quarterback for the last 4 years. Name some of the quarterbacks. Baker Mayfield. Okay? PJ Walker, nice guy, great story. Come on. Sam Darnold,
Hey.
I wouldn't let Sam Darnold mow my lawn, let alone be my starting
How many
quarterback.
people want to Sam Darnold on the Niners?
Well,
Oh, my
they're
God,
idiots.
drove me crazy.
Those guys are idiots,
Drove
too.
me crazy.
All right?
Watch him in the Pac-12 championship game. One throws a pick six, one throws a touchdown. You never know.
He had the carcass of what once was a good quarterback in Cam Newton at the end. But, let's be honest, he's been facing 9-man boxes and 8-man boxes his entire career, and he's still a top 10 fantasy guy year after year.
You know what?
Imagine what he can do when he actually is surrounded by some talent.
You know what?
This guy is so suppressed in terms of his value and how he's viewed league-wide. I guarantee what's going to happen is we're going to immediately pivot and go, holy crap, the Niners made an unbelievable trade.
Unbelievable
This
move.
is a match made in X's and O's heaven.
Think about how many people who are against this trade who are now happy, realizing, oh, wait, Christian McCaffrey he's not just any player. He's a top 5 playmaker.
Exactly.
Top 5 playmaker.
And we talk so much about fit. This guy fits what they're trying to do.
Perfectly.
Literally.
Perfectly.
If I were to design a guy in a lab to fit the Kyle Shanahan offense, you can be a great in-between the tackles running back who has unbelievable speed, just raw speed and toughness. Boom. You want a guy who can run every route on the tree like he's a wide receiver and who can catch with anyone. Literally, Baldy said he's got the greatest hands in the league.
Greatest hands.
I'm talking Cooper Kupp.
Dude.
He goes, yes.
Listen.
Come on, dog.
It may not be true, but I like to thank Kyle Shanahan. I like to thank John Lynch. I like to thank Jed York.
Hey, Jed deserves credit today. Jed deserves credit.
I like
I'm proud
to thank
of Jed
York.
I'm proud of him.
I like to thank Parag Marathe. I like to thank the entire 49ers organization for being roasters. Thank you very much. It means a lot.
Well, you know what, B? You know what I'm tired of?
I'm kidding.
No,
folks.
but you know what?
I'm
Honestly,
kidding.
I watched the Warriors and they're having this unbelievable parade, and it was so surreal just to see them.
Special.
It was so surreal, and we're celebrating. I cannot explain this enough. And me and my buddy Della have had this conversation. Rocco, you and me. I am so tired of watching so many great Niners suit up for this team and give their body, like Navarro Bowman, to the sport and to the team and to the fan base. Literally his body. Gave his body up, and he got nothing to show for it. And people scoff at their careers because they didn't win the big one.
Right.
Justin Smith, who was a gladiator for this team, didn't win the big one. Frank Gore, all-time leading rusher, didn't win the big one. And this is why you make a move like this, so that this core of guys can look back 10 years from now
and hang banners
or
and be
at
back.
minimum say, I knew that this front office went all the hell in. We might still fall short.
This is a great text.
We might still fall short, but they went all the way in.
They went all in. And that's all I want for my teams. Go all in. When people complain about Joe Lacob and a luxury tax and I got no complaints about Joe Lacob. Joey Lightyear's is spending money, and he's doing everything he can to win. And as a fan, that's what I care about. I don't get caught up in, what the cap is going to look like 3 years from now, or what the cap is going to look like 4 years from now.
This is a move for the next 3 years.
Listen, but I don't care about that stuff, Shasky. I don't give a damn about what the picks look like next year, what the cap looks like 2 years from now. I don't care. As a fan, I want to win. And this team, I was a damn virgin the last time the Niners won a Super Bowl. I had no facial hair, nothing. I barely remember it.
I was 12, 13, 14 years old. We were on Mission Street, and I remember going down watching Lowriders.
Right.
This was in the 90s.
90s.
I've been dying for this team to go back to their rightful place at the top of the NFL landscape for my entire adult life. And you know what's happened? Every time they've lost, 2011, 12, 13, 2019, 2021. You know what I walk out saying? God damn it, we were one player short. God damn it, we were 1 or 2 plays away from we should have won. And then what do I watch? I watch teams like the Seahawks make bold trades. I watch teams like the Rams make bold trades. I watch New England find
bold trades.
Bold trades. I watch all of these teams, the Chiefs, bold trades, and I go, look at how these teams have the gumption and the balls to go all in. They're not worried about picks down the line and restructuring contracts and all that. They are all about, how can I win this year's Super Bowl? That's all I care about. Like, honest, if you're a Niner fan and you're spending your hard-earned money like I am to go support this team, buy jerseys, buy your family the gear, go to the games, tailgate, all that stuff. How can you not be ready to run through a brick wall for John Lynch and Jed York and Kyle Shanahan? Because they just got one of the best weapons in the NFL.
Money time! Money time! George in the jungle, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Yeah, gentlemen, Jed York and Joe Lacob are walking down the street singing, "My money don't jingle jangle, it folds." This is a move. This is a move. And the beauty of it what have we done with draft picks in reality?
Thank you.
And when you have a team that lines up for chips, that's going to go, and you know they're in the mix, that's when you see free agents lining up.
Thank you.
And saying,
thank you.
Can we come play here? Come on.
Dude, and you know what? Thanks for the call, George. And you know what? Somebody just texted in the 510, said, this is the Warriors. Wait, here it is. McCaffrey fit like Wiggins on the Warriors.
Ooh.
Perfectly.
But he's more talented.
And he's more talented, but Wiggins was the number 1 overall pick. We never questioned the talent. We always questioned the motor with Andrew Wiggins. Always questioned the motor. And Wiggins got traded here, and I was sitting there. I did the video with Willie St. John saying, don't judge the trade now. Wait until Clay and Steph gets back. This is going to be a good move. A good move. And everybody and their mama tried to trade Andrew Wiggins during the pandemic. Everybody tried to trade Wiggins. Let's go get Siakam. Go trade him for Miles Turner. And I'm like, no. Don't trade him. He fits perfectly. That was a money move the Warriors made. And you know what they did? They pivoted quickly, understanding D'Angelo Russell's not going to work.
No.
Not going to work.
The last time our team, we love this team. The two of us love this team. That's why we're so crazy and it makes us so chaotic. Tupac and Biggie were alive. Okay? The last time this team won a Super Bowl, Tupac and Biggie were alive. Sam Lubman, you are a diehard Niner fan. How old are you, my friend?
I don't think he's a Niner fan.
I'm 29 years old.
Were you alive when the Niners won their last Super Bowl?
I think I was. Well, that was starting 95.
January 95.
So, yeah, so I was just fresh off my second birthday.
You were 2 years old. Kyle Madsen, how old were you when they won their last Super Bowl?
I was 4. Also, Ready to Die had just come out.
Gaga goo goo.
Damn, I was in high school.
Think.
Oh no, the last time they won, I was in middle school.
You were a teenager.
I was in middle school.
You were a teenager like me. Think of how long it's been. Like, guys, it's been so long for this team to win the Super Bowl. I'm tired of being the bridesmaid. I'm tired of going all the way to the altar and having the ring get dropped in between the gutter or having the groom get cold feet. I'm tired of being the bridesmaid. I want to be the bride.
So, as you go crazy. And I understand.
Because we got Christian McCaffrey.
I know, I understand.
We got one of my favorite players
I understand. Hold on.
This dude is a stud.
Hold on. There is a risk here.
Of course there is.
There is a risk. Gave up a lot of draft capital, which I don't give a damn about. All right? He's making some good money for the next 3 years. But you know what? They signed Jerick McKinnon for this exact reason. They used Jerick McKinnon like Christian McCaffrey. But now you got Christian McCaffrey. Is there injury concerns? What was going on in Carolina with the injuries? Did they just shut him down because they sucked? Or did he have legit injuries? What was going on with that? So far this year, he's balling, and he looks fresh. And you know what? When Elijah Mitchell gets back, and still have Jeff Wilson Jr. as a third-string running back, he will be able to take plays off. He doesn't have to carry the offense like he had to do. Carolina was Cam Newton and Christian McCaffrey. Come
on, man.
And you had an out-of-shape Kelvin Benjamin, and who the hell else? Greg Olsen was there, who was old and long in the tooth.
He was already thinking about broadcasting.
Exactly. So he had to carry the offense. He had to carry it. Here in San Francisco, with Deebo Samuel getting all the attention that he gets, you got Brandon Ayuk ascending.
Yeah, he is ascending. He is ascending.
In a big-time way. I told you, Brandon Ayuk, I thought could have a big leap like Jordan Poole did last year when he averaged 18.4. Jimmy G's getting a little better.
He's playing good ball.
And he's taking shots down the field. Now let me see a little Danny Gray with that speed. Let me see Danny Gray on the field. No more Ray Ray. No more Willie Snead, okay? No more Ray Ray. No more Willie Snead.
Listen to what we're talking about.
Give me Danny Gray.
Ray.
I need Kittle, Ayuk, Debo, CMC, and Danny Gray on the field at once. Because now I got speed.
Yes.
I've got toughness. I got guys who can break tackles. I got guys who can make it plays. And I got guys who can make it pop, who can make it rain at Levi Stadium. Jimmy has the best personnel around him that he's ever had since he's been in San Francisco. Shanahan has a number of toys now, and there's no more excuses for Shanahan and Lynch. And Shanahan and Jimmy. I'm keeping it positive here. Shanahan now has a plethora of weapons. Let's see him dial it up, baby. Now it's time to be that guru. Now it's time to be that offensive guru because McVay took his shine last year. McVay took his shine. McVay took his chain like Akeem Talib took Crabtree's chain. That's what he did at SoFi. Now it's time to take that chain back. And it's time to go win a damn Super Bowl. I'm tired of finishing short.
No, I'm with you.
I'm tired of it.
But you know what? This is why I love John Lynch and I love Kyle Shanahan.
Last thing, the mindset now has changed again.
What?
The mindset for 49er fans, it's back to its rightful place.
Yeah,
you know
it's
what that is?
up.
It's Super Bowl or bust.
Exactly.
And that's how it should be around here.
Exactly. Absolutely. I'm 100% with you. And here's the thing that I would say about the risk, right? Because, look, you risk opening the door and getting hit by a bus when you walk out. Now, I understand there's different types of risks, and you want to do risk mitigation and all that. So, I understand all that. I live my life this way, and I know people don't like Jerry Jones, but Jerry Jones said something that to me sticks out. I never regretted paying premium for a premium product.
Nope.
Okay? There is a reason, like when people play basketball, they go, well, why are the shoes $150? There's a reason. They're better than Payless shoes. Well, you know it, okay? You know it. It keeps your foot safer. Why did Lonzo hurt his foot? Because he was wearing some terrible shoes that cost like $5 to make, all right? Whenever you spend on premium, you never regret it, all right? That's the cost of doing business.
I can't wait to see the trick plays. Tebow can throw touchdown passes. CMC can throw touchdown passes. It's going to be great. It all starts Sunday. Because you know what? Before the trade, I thought the Niners are going to beat the Chiefs on Sunday. I started to feel like that. Started watching more Kansas City. I was like, you know what? Niners going to beat them. With this jolt, with Harbaugh back in the building, with the 2012 team back in the building, and you know who another guy we didn't bring up who I wanted to come back?
Who?
I want Boobie Dixon here.
Oh,
Anthony
Boobie?
Dixon.
He got the best hair in the game.
Tony Montana. They were showing
Number
that clip
24.
of Tony Montana before the Saints game. He
was my goal line back.
Dude, he was sick, and he was on that kickoff team when they were playing Tony Montana.
Yeah.
And Anthony Dixon is
Boobie
looking at the
Dixon.
Saints, waving his head. Let's go.
Former Buffalo Bill.
And he will wave that flag.
Yeah,
Bill's Mafia loved Boobie Dixon.
I did too.
They love him. We all love him.
Who didn't love Boobie
I want
Dixon?
him back in Levi's.
I forgot about
I want him back in Levi's
Look at
waving
you.
that towel, waving that flag.
B, I'm just so excited to see this guy on this team. Like, this is a match made in heaven. I think he fits perfectly what they want to do, and he's in his prime. How many people truly, just take a step back, how many people truly, watching the NFL, have even really studied Christian McCaffrey? Yeah, we know who he is in fantasy. The Panthers aren't on prime time.
I tell you what.
The Panthers are barely on the red zone.
Niner fans know who he is.
Yeah, no duh.
No, Niner fans.
Because
And
he's
that's
the
all.
only guy who
you know
stuck
what?
out who looked like he belonged on the field against the Niners.
But you know what? We know him from Stanford. We know Christian McCaffrey. And that's not, I don't care about what the other 31 teams think. I don't care what the other markets think. I don't care what the other national sports talk radio hosts think. I don't give a damn about them. I care about what's going on here because we're the sports capital of the world. They react to us. We set the tone.
The Niners,
with the Warriors, with the Niners.
Dude,
and don't let the Giants get there and judge.
That tailgate is going to be so freaking live against the Chiefs.
Wait till Sunday Night Football when he's playing the Chargers.
Oh, my God.
Time.
Oh, my God.
Let's go to...
How pissed are the Rams this morning, by the way?
Oh, they're ticked off.
How pissed are the Rams?
I'm almost ready to stick a fork in them. Almost ready.
Don't do it.
I'm telling you. The team I got my eyes on.
Don't do it.
The team that I'm watching is the Arizona Cardinals. Because I said, damn, they're getting Hopkins. And Hopkins was balling yesterday. And Kyler and them, they're desperate. Kyler Murray and company you talk about a desperate organization. It reeked of desperation yesterday.
I'm now envisioning in my head that picture of Kyle Shanahan when he's driving to the stadium and he's looking all stressed out.
Bids.
He's probably halfway to Carolina this morning, driving to go pick up Christian McCaffrey and get him back to the Bay Area.
Jason Dumas, Cron 4. Jason Dumas. I guarantee you Dumas will be at the airport when that plane arrives.
No, he won't.
You know what? I live right by the airport. What time is Christian? Somebody text me, send me a text, YouTube. I will be at the airport to go pick up Christian McCaffrey.
My name's Bonte Hill. I'm Warrior pre- and post-game live.
It's not even that. No. I'm not even going to drop that one.
Chris Mullen's good friend.
You want me to FaceTime him right now?
No, it's hey, CMC, get your ass in the Batmobile. We're going down to Santa Clara, driving 90 miles an hour. But make sure you get there safe. Let's go.
You know what I need right now?
And I will give them all the history of the 49ers.
The only thing I need right now, I need some Huey Lewis to get all the 1980s vibes back into my veins. Play me some Power of Love or something Huey Lewis related. I need him to sing the national anthem.
We'll do that coming
Huey
back.
Lewis, Sunday, to Levi's. Make that happen.
David and Brentwood. David, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Hey, man. Good morning, guys. Just 3 points. I'm going to make him quick. Kyle Lynch, he is no Farhad, okay? He doesn't talk about it. He goes ahead and gets it done. None of these Soto coming into the Giants, Aaron Judge, don't even count on it, okay? All he does is just kick tires. Whereas Kyle Lynch, he goes in, how much is it? Okay, here's money, cash on hand. He buys it, okay? That's one. Second point, Christian McCaffrey, he is our version of the Marshawn Lynch trade, okay? You're bringing in a playmaker, not for 1 year, not for 6 months, but for 3 years.
Thank you.
We got him locked up. And last but not least, on behalf of the Billions,
Let's go.
Let's go to Let's go to our main man, Dre and Lamar.
Dre!
Oh, boy. Dre's fired up. I already know he's worked up. What's up, Dre? Dre! Oh, he's so worked up. He's silent. Let's go to Rolando
He's
and
probably
Napa.
deadlifting 700 pounds right now.
Dude, he's got pipes.
Yeah.
He's got pipes.
Think?
Yeah, you don't want to mess with Dre. He wears a tank top in 30-degree weather. That's the type of dude he is. Rolando, what's happening?
Hey, big fan, guys. Well, not to brag, but if you guys remember me, I'm the one that called like the day after Matt Rule's fired, and I called and predicted that John Lynch should get on the phone and call Christian McCaffrey. So I want to brag on that, but we're going all in, and like you said, guys, there's one more move that they need to make, man. And I've been saying for years they need a number 2 tight end. And if I was John Lynch, I'll make a call to Gronk. I would make a call to Gronk right now. Like, hey, you want to come join this party? Let's go.
I love that idea.
You know what?
I love that idea.
I'm all about getting greedy. You want to go get greedy? Go get OBJ. You want to go get greedy? Go get me a second tight end. You want to go get greedy? Go get another pass rusher. I don't care.
You know,
call Carolina back for Brian Burns.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
Care.
Yeah, at this point, we're all in. Here's the other thing. We referenced Marshawn Lynch. I do believe, even though Marshawn was a couple of years younger, it's like 1.5 years younger than McCaffrey, that is the trade no one talks about. As great as the Legion of Boom and all their draft picks were, and Russell Wilson and all that, if they don't have Marshawn Lynch, none of that stuff works.
Flipped everything.
Okay? Let me tell you, before he gets to Seattle, he really got hurt and had some legal trouble and stuff. You look at his stats, he missed some games. There was a lot going on. By the time he gets to Seattle, he goes for 1,200, 1,500, 1,200, 1,300. During the greatest run of Seattle sports.
And possibly one of the best goal line backs in NFL history.
Oh,
one of the best goal line backs in NFL history.
He's one of my favorite running backs of all time.
That trade, when he got from Buffalo and got out of there.
And he fit what they were trying to do.
They did.
Perfectly.
And
no one ever talks about that trade. And that's where I look at it. You don't trade for running backs. You take Marshawn Lynch off the Legion of Boom. Do they even win the one Super Bowl?
No, they don't. They don't.
There's no way.
They don't. Let's go to Rich in Fremont. What's happening, Rich? You're on the roast.
What's up, fellas? Thanks for taking my call. Hey, man, you know what? Credit goes to John Lynch.
Yep.
No doubt.
I mean, come on. I'm sitting up there. And by the way, 95.7 The Game, y'all give props because you guys were talking about this just yesterday. Okay? Because I listened. And I'm like, okay, that sounds like a good move. But I'm at my dinner table. I'm having dinner. And then all of a sudden, Yahoo Sports reports the Niners picked up Christian McCaffrey as running back. I'm like, are you kidding me right now? God, I'm like, dude, 95.7 The Game, you guys are scary, man. This was just like, and I'm just thinking, okay, you know what? My whole view of John Lynch just changed dramatically. Oh my God, this is huge.
This is a big time move.
It is huge.
Big time move. And I want to play something, Rich, for you. Thanks for the call. Michael Irvin, the playmaker, joined Damon Ratto earlier this week.
Yeah.
Damon asked him, what would Christian McCaffrey look like in a 49ers
playmaker
uniform?
Wait.
If there's a fire sale. If there is a fire sale in Carolina.
I love
Wait.
I had to stop it for a second. Michael Irvin.
That's the Michael Irvin laugh.
David threw the name McCaffrey. Irvin's like, whoa.
I love
They
him.
almost melted down.
Yeah. This is all of Niner fans.
God. Wait.
If there's a fire sale. If there is a fire sale in Carolina.
Hey, I'm like, did I miss something when I was flying? Because I just flew in from New York, Texas.
Oh no, we're completely pipe dreaming over here. This is a pipe dream. But what do you think that guy would look like in a Niner uniform?
Oh my God, that would be something phenomenal to watch. It really would be something phenomenal to watch because I'm telling you, that mastermind you guys have, man. If he got a player like Christian McCaffrey, that would be. What do you have to give up to get that? But boy, if you can get him, that'd be great.
Wouldn't that be something?
Boy, that'd be that ain't gonna happen, man. Oh my God!
Did you hear him? Whoa! It took him 20 seconds to get his thoughts out.
He sounded like a villain in an Inspector Gadget TV show.
Oh, wait.
If there's a fire sale. If there is a fire sale in Carolina.
Just that part. Isolate just that part. Just give me just that part. By the way, the boss is challenging us right now. We have almost 900 people watching on YouTube.
Yeah,
if we can get over 1,000 people watching on YouTube, he's buying everybody burritos.
Whoa.
He's that happy.
Whoa.
He owes us lunch.
Whoa. What about the roasters on YouTube? They're going to say, "Where's my burritos?"
I'll eat it, and you can watch me through the phone, or what is it? Kiss me through the phone.
Kiss me through the phone, Drake. Alec, Verducci, Alex, Enrique. We're gonna get to you all. We're gonna get.
When is Madden gonna set this up so I can play with the Niners?
I will be playing. Well, I got work tonight.
Baby Chaz, you're gonna have to sit there in that little bouncy thing, and Daddy's got some roster construction to do.
I gotta make some moves. Enrique's a Panther fan. I'm gonna get to him first on the other side. Then we'll get to Verducci because Verducci tagged me something. I think he's already up to scheme. He's up to the scheme. All right, YouTube, what's happening? Get up to 1,000. We get free food. Now it's time for the injury report.
It's time for the injury report. It really hurts. Brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
Hufanga took another step forward, baby. Talanoa Hufanga. In his return from concussion protocol yesterday, suited up for warm-ups before practice. However, the 49ers safety did not actually participate in practice, as he is yet to pass the contact test that will clear him to play. Hufanga has been in concussion protocol since Monday when he reported symptoms the day after sustaining a head injury in Sunday's loss to the Falcons. Look, Hufanga doesn't play. It's a big loss. They need Hufanga.
Of course.
It's a big game.
Of course.
Big game. It's still Operation 4-4 for me, but you know what, Shasky? It's like the Golden State Warriors. Do I care what seed the Warriors get in the Western Conference playoffs? Do I care if they're a 5 seed, 4 seed? It does not matter. They're going to come to your town and roll you, and they're going to blow you out with devastating third-quarter runs. It does not matter if we have home court advantage or not. And with the 49ers, when January comes around and it gets a little cold, it gets a little chilly, and you need to bring the big boy pads out with this defense and C-Mac and Debo, I don't care where they play. Go to Green Bay, we're going to smoke you. You go to Jerry's World, we're going to smoke you. You want to go to the 205 in Philadelphia, we're going to smoke you. It does not matter. I don't care if they play on Mars. The Niners have a roster built to win in the playoffs, and Christian McCaffrey's now a Niner. Talk to me, roasters. Talk to me. We get to the calls on the other side. And that'll be brought to you by Fremont Bank, full service banking. No compromises.
It's a huge Friday.
Oh, my God.
On 95.7 The Game. Christian McCaffrey is coming to the Bay Area. And the Dubs take on the Nuggets tonight at 7.
Curry off a screen, takes a 3, foul by Beverly. It's up and good. A chance for a 4-point play.
On the home of the champs, 95.7 The Game.
Are you curious about who offers the best deals on top-rated Samsung, LG, and Sony TVs? The answer is surprising. It's not online, and it's not the warehouse clubs. The best deals on top-rated TVs are at Video Only. Don't believe it? Then check out the trade-in deals at Video Only. How about $500 for your old TV? Try doing that online. Before you buy that new TV, drop into Video Only. If you don't, you'll be sorry.
Here's Will of the People World Tour. Friday, April 14th, Oakland Arena. Muse. With special guest, Evanescence. Will of the People, the new album, available now. Tickets on sale Friday, 10 a.m. at muse.mu. Muse, produced by AEG Presents.
Attention men, if you have ED, PE, or low libido, or if you're always tired, weak, and gaining weight, you could be suffering from low testosterone, a common condition in men over 40. Balanced Medical Solutions has helped thousands of men regain their vigor, stamina, and strength. Restore your performance in the gym and in the bedroom now. Receive a medical evaluation with blood tests and free follow-ups for only $99. Getting old is not a choice, but feeling old is. Call now, 510-679-3300, or visit balancedmedicalsolutions.com.
There's a reason Comcast Business powers more businesses than any other provider. Actually, there's a few. Comcast Business offers the fastest, reliable network, the peace of mind that comes with Security Edge, helping to protect all your connected devices, and the most reliable 5G mobile network. Want me to keep going? I can. Whether your small business is starting or growing, you need Comcast Business. Technology solutions that put you ahead and give you serious savings. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Get started with fast speeds and advanced security. Together for just $69.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Or find out how to get up to a $650 prepaid card with a qualifying bundle. Limited time offer, restrictions apply. New 50 megabits per second internet and Security Edge customers only. Requires enrollment in EcoBill and AutoPay. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra and subject to change. Comcast Business Mobile utilizes the network with the most RootMetrics 5G data reliability wins in 1H 2022. Results may vary, not an endorsement.
Elise and Carl's Bakery needed a small business loan fast, but instead of going to On Deck, Carl called
Lone Falcon!
Really? Carl?
There's a better way to get a fast small business loan. Go to OnDeck.com. And if approved, get your loan as soon as the same day. Your loan is on deck. Depending on certain loan attributes, your business loan may be issued by OnDeck or Celtic Bank, a Utah Chartered Industrial Bank member FDIC. Limited eligibility for same-day funding. OnDeck does not lend in every state. All loans subject to lender approval.
Big O Tires proudly sells its own brand of affordable tires, and each set comes standard with the nation's greatest warranty. Now through October 30th, save $100 instantly on select Big O brand tires with installation purchase. Visit your locally owned Big O Tire store for offer details.
Bay Area. Join us at our newest location, Afici, part of the Alexander Steakhouse Group. Afici features contemporary American cuisine in a fine dining setting. The multiple course menu showcases Italian and French style cuisine while highlighting locally sourced seasonal ingredients alongside some of the best products from around the globe. Whether you choose Afici for a special occasion, holiday events, or a culinary adventure, Afici provides unparalleled service. Head over to 680 Folsom Street, San Francisco for a fine dining experience. Reserve your seats now on AficiSF.com.
Football season is here. The new Odyssey app lets you stay connected to your NFL team, your station, your shows. Follow your favorite stations and come back again and again. Get real-time updates on everything you care about. Miss your show? Jump back to their awesome Rewind feature. The Odyssey app is NFL football. Live and on demand. Wherever you are, whenever you want. And did we mention it's all free? Download the Odyssey app today.
Whether you're working in an office or remote, Staples has your tech.
New AirPods so I can turn up the music and tune out distractions.
Staples has your tech.
Oh, a spare monitor for my spare bedroom/home office.
A webcam for all my video chats.
Staples has you covered with tech solutions and accessories, from the latest laptops to networking solutions. And now Apple AirPods Pro are just $199. You save $50. The latest tech solutions are at Staples, the working and learning store, in-store and online. Ends 10/22, limit 2 while supplies last.
Anywhere fans go to cheer on their team, there are behind-the-scenes MVPs, ensuring everything is game day ready. We see you, Joe, fixing seats so every fan can enjoy every game. And Allie, who keeps her stadium running smoothly from the moment the first game starts to the last play of the season. At Grainger, you're our MVPs, and we're always here for you, with supplies and solutions for every industry and 24/7 customer support. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
When you can't stop, there's Vicks VapoRub. Vicks VapoRub sends powerful medicated Vicks vapors right to the source of your... so you can experience cough relief and breathe easier. Generations of families have trusted Vicks VapoRub to help relieve the worst cold symptoms. So next time you have a cough, reach for the Vicks VapoRub. Vicks VapoRub. Cough relieving is believing.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMC FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's time to wake up with a nice cup of morning roast. Featuring
Fillmore's finest, Monte Hill. The pride of the Excelsior, Joe Butcher Boy Shasky. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, the morning roast.
He's in Missouri. He lands in San Jose.
At 10:46 a.m.
And this is the music I want when he's coming out off the airport. I got goosebumps.
Tripped by McCaffrey, and now first and goal from the 5. Give to McCaffrey. Trying to get around the right side. He does. McCaffrey leaps. End zone. Oh! Touchdown! Up and in!
The ogre formation with Nick Wilson as an extra offensive lineman. Christian McCaffrey. He's gone. There he goes. Christian McCaffrey through the line. He'll take it to the house, 90 yards. Touchdown, Stanford.
The game plan for Stanford is to use multiple tight ends. In practice, they use them all week long here in preparation. Hogan to the middle, and it's complete. McCaffrey! Will he score on the first play from scrimmage? Yes! A lightning bolt.
Just a little more.
Money time! Money time!
McCaffrey, would you come and swoop me?
Money time! Money time!
I'm so fired up.
John Lynch, Kyle Shanahan, Parag,
Jed
York. I want you to walk into Levi Stadium on Sunday strutting your best. Strut like you're Raj Mathai.
Like you're Vince McMahon.
Strut, because you deserve it. This is a big boy move.
Strut like you're Raj Mathai. That was for about 4% of the audience.
Yeah, probably. But if anybody knows, our boy Raj Mathai, shout out to Raj.
The greatest
KNTV,
strut in the history of strut.
Bay Area.
I watched him walk across Candlesticks field one day, and I go, damn, no one is feeling himself more than that man.
He's the smoothest guy I've ever seen in television. He's got so much swagger. And that's how I need Lynch, Shanahan. When Shanahan walked on the practice field, when Trey Lance hit the field for the first time, and he walked on that football field with the slick back hair, clean shave.
Yeah.
I need that swagger back. And I think this trade for Christian McCaffrey gave him that swagger back. So 888-957-9570.
Why are we talking so quietly?
Because I'm trying to calm down and ramp it back up. I'm so fired up. I couldn't sleep last night. The shower ran for 25 minutes without me. It was like, oh, wait, I forgot I ran the hot water. I've got to get in the shower, watch this.
Oh, so you're the one wasting water in California.
Yeah, but you know what? It was worth it yesterday.
We're in a drought.
It was worth it yesterday. Do the 49ers need to win a Super Bowl to justify this trade? Do they need to win the Super Bowl to justify this trade?
All I keep envisioning is him wearing these throwback jerseys this weekend. Just give me a couple plays. Kyle, what were you saying? Like a toss near the goal line from McCaffrey? That place will explode.
Oh, it's going to explode. It's going to be like when they show him on the video board for the first time and he's wearing that Niners helmet. That crowd is going to go crazy.
Do you know what the play is going to be? He's going to line up in the backfield. They're going to motion him out. He's going to shotgun next to Garoppolo. They're going to motion him out to the slot. He's going to route up whoever's guarding him, and it's going to be an easy 6.
Big time.
That's 100% what's happening.
That first breakaway, because let's call it, look, one of the elements that the Niners really miss right now is the breakaway speed. Elijah Mitchell, if we're being like geeky and we want to get into the numbers, Elijah Mitchell, the most 20-plus yard runs in the NFL last year. It's kind of lost in the sauce of last year. Elijah was really good for them, and he had burst. No doubt about it. He's coming back from a pretty serious injury, all right? When they lost Raheem Mostert, they lost the home run hitter. And I like Raheem. Raheem is a fraction of the player, and I'm not disrespecting Mostert. I love Mostert. You know I do. But, B, what was the big knock on him? He cannot carry the load for 16 weeks, 20 times a game.
Nope.
He just can't. His body's not good enough.
Yeah, he had to carry 13, 14 times.
Exactly. Now, I don't know if McCaffrey can hold up, but if you give him the 15 touches that he has to get on a football field and you're spreading the wealth around to the other players, him being on the field, even as a decoy, is going to open things up down the field for everyone.
For everybody. Shanahan via 49erswebzone.com. Kyle Shanahan. It's still up in the air whether we're going to be able to get him here for Sunday or not. I know for sure he'll be here the following Sunday, but that's kind of why I'm in a wait-and-see approach right now. So we'll see if he plays. How about that? His last game as a Panther against the Rams. His first game as a 49er could be against the Rams at SoFi Stadium before the bye week.
Use him against the Chiefs.
Oh, my God.
I hate the Chiefs. Like, I know everybody loves the Ravens. I can't look at the Ravens the same. After they beat us, I hate Joe Flacco, and I hate sports hate. I hate the Baltimore Ravens.
Listen, Lovin and I were talking before the McCaffrey
I hate
trade.
the Chiefs.
They're watchable, though.
No, I know, but I hate the Chiefs. B, I will never get over that Super Bowl loss.
Well, we gave it away, so
it's like the Angels. I see the Angels. I hate them. I can never, ever, ever, ever pull for them.
I like watching those dudes. So, to my point, Lovin and I were talking before the McCaffrey trade went down, planning the show or whatnot, and we were going to come in with, the most watchable teams in the NFL. Mm-hmm. Who's watchable? And we had like 8 teams that are watchable.
Well, the Chiefs are like power ranked number 1.
Or 2.
Yeah,
you got the
depending
Buffalo
on the
Bills.
Yeah.
But the Niners are not on that list. And you compare it to the NBA, right? There's a bunch of watchable teams in the NBA now. There's a lot of young talent. But in the NFL, the Niners were not on that watchable list. Hell, we started the conversation with Lucas Alexander after the show. And now the Niners, they're watchable again because of Christian McCaffrey. This offense cannot be bland anymore. Not when you got a player like McCaffrey. Not when you have a player who can take it 75 yards in the blink of an eye and has breakaway speed. You're no longer unwatchable on offense. The defense was watchable, but we all know people love offense. You got the fantasy football geeks. People love 40 to 37 games. Now you have Christian McCaffrey.
You know what's funny? And this, I don't mean this in any disrespect to this player. Christian McCaffrey is what everyone thought Reggie Bush was going to be.
Yeah. And Reggie Bush had a pretty damn good career.
I'm not denying that.
Yeah.
But in terms of running between the tackles and all that stuff, I think we thought Reggie could do some of those things, but he wasn't as physical. Christian McCaffrey is everything you thought Reggie Bush was going to be.
Well, you know what's funny is when McCaffrey was at Stanford, a lot of people compared him to Reggie Bush at USC. He could return punts.
Yeah.
He could return kickoffs.
Yeah.
He could catch the ball out of the backfield. I actually think McCaffrey has better hands than Reggie Bush.
Yeah.
And I trust me,
and
Reggie
his
Bush,
speed's as good.
Reggie Bush was my favorite player.
One of my favorites
He's
as
one
well.
of my favorite college football players of all time.
And I still believe he had a really good career.
Really good career.
Yeah.
But he wasn't the same pass catcher
Agreed.
as Reggie Bush. So 888-957-9570. Do the 49ers need to win a Super Bowl to justify this trade? Let's go back to the lines. Verducci up in El Dorado. El Dorado Hills, Verducci. What's happening?
Oh, my gosh. The 916 is lit up here in the El Dorado Hills. I live in an area full of Niner fans. I'm telling you, I'm just going to go to every household, drop off bagels, orange juice, whatever we got to do, because I was on the couch last night, and my El Dorado Hills softball team was like, hey, CMC's coming. I'm like, what the heck are they talking about? And then I see it right there on the channels, on the waves, over the internet. I'm like, oh, my gosh. I call up my boy Mike, Matt, we're going nuts. And then, of course, I sent you guys a message last night. I was playing it on Madden 23. I couldn't believe what I felt like Shanahan. I felt like the Guru drawing up these plays. Get lit on Madden, just going through people online. I played until I was like 2 a.m. But now there's no excuse for Shanahan. There is none. That man be held accountable right now.
No doubt.
No more cookie cutter.
No doubt.
You know what, guys, Verducci.
And it's not being negative, Shasky.
I know, but today's not the day.
No. It's valid. It's valid. That conversation's going to come up in every barbershop, in every coffee shop, in every meeting with 49er fans. We're all going to say at the end of the day, okay, now Shanahan has his running back. He has the guy he wanted Jerick McKinnon to be. It's Christian McCaffrey. There are no more excuses for Shanahan and Garoppolo. They are loaded.
I'm not making excuses. I'm saying I want to celebrate right now.
Celebrate.
That's all.
We are going to celebrate. But it's okay to say, Verducci.
Down the line, we will be. We'll be evaluating this.
No. It's now. There are no more excuses. It is Super Bowl or bust. It is Super Bowl or bust. Verducci's still on the line. Go ahead, finish the call. No, he's gone? Okay.
Chasky, I get that. I get that, Chasky. We are here. We are ready. We are fired up. But again, someone needs to be held accountable.
No doubt.
I am
no doubt
for this.
Yeah, we can't.
And
you're right.
Guess what, baby? I'm going to be fired up. It's sprinkle me, Shasky. Let's end it on this. Look, guess what, baby? I'm seeing Black Adam tonight, so this goes out to The Rock. Do you smell what the Niners are cooking?
I do, and it smells like bacon.
So, Christian McCaffrey so far this year, 6 games, 85 carries, 393 yards, averaging 4.6 yards a carry.
Ooh-wee.
And that's with Baker Mayfield at quarterback and P.J. Walker. We've got nobody. Matt Rule.
Baker's tough.
I mean, now you look at the receiving end. 33 catches, 277 yards, 8.4 a catch. All right? His longest catch of the year, 49 yards. That could get longer with the 49ers. This guy's a stud, a 3-down running back. Run between the tackles, run outside the tackles, catch the ball out of the backfield, line up in the slot, line up out wide. You could do so many things with Christian McCaffrey. We've been waiting on a running. That's why I want a running back who can catch the ball out the backfield.
And he's a great football player because he can play all over the field.
And he can block on third down.
Absolutely.
I'm a football guy.
I think his vision and toughness are completely underrated as a runner. That's my number one thing. I think that people that don't watch the Panthers or don't watch Christian McCaffrey don't realize how physical of a runner he is, and then how great his feet are in terms of vision and finding the hole and just Did you see some of those routes I sent you last night?
I've been watching McCaffrey his whole entire career. I couldn't even sleep last night, and I had to put the phone down and say, you know what? I'm going to be able to watch McCaffrey highlights in a red and gold uniform for a long, long time.
I know I geek out about the old Niners, but there's a guy, Hugh McElhaney, number 39. He's one of the greatest running backs in the history of the game, and we've forgotten about him. And he used to run in this zigzag fashion.
He played in like 19.
Yeah, he played in the old film reel era where you were twisting it like you're rolling down an old window or whatever. And he was one of the most dynamic running backs and pass catchers of that era. He was part of the $1 million backfield with that famous photo where you got Y.A. Tittle in the middle and John Henry Johnson and Joe the Jet Perry and then him. This is who this player is. I mean, he's one of those kind of guys. When he is on the field, he's a Swiss Army knife. It is impossible to stop this guy from getting positive yardage.
So the 49ers trade a second-round pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, a third-round pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, a fourth-round pick in the 2023 NFL Draft. They trade away 3 mid-round picks in next year's draft, as well as a fifth-round pick in the 2024 Draft to go get Christian McCaffrey. Was it worth it? Do the 49ers need to win a Super Bowl to justify this trade? Let's go to Alec in Bend, Oregon. Alec, what's happening? You're on the Morning Roast.
Lord, we just want to come to you this morning and thank you for Jed York. We want to thank you for John Lynch. We want to thank you for Kyle Shanahan. These are the moves that we need. F them picks, put it out on the table. Let's go get this thing. Let's win.
Can I get an amen?
Amen.
Amen, man. Let's go. Good morning. Let's freaking go. It's a great morning to be a 49er.
Hell yeah, it is.
It's a great morning. Austin in Redwood City.
Hell yeah,
Austin,
it is.
what's happening? You're on the roast.
I know, man. What's happening, man? I'm excited, man.
How happy are you?
I can't wait to see I can't wait to see Debo and McCaffrey in the backfield lined up next to each other. That's going to bring out the best in Kittle. I guarantee this all going to lead up to Kittle's breakout season to solidify his top position as a tight end. I can't wait. And the 49ers are not done. Jeff Wilson and Jimmy Ward, put them on a trading block. Let's go get a DB. And let's do this. That's all I got.
Look, can we all agree? Can we all come to at least a unanimous decision? The injuries are the biggest thing that are concerning everyone.
Huge.
It's not the talent. I want to make sure that the talent is undeniable. Right. Can we agree there?
The talent is there. The picks, do you really?
The fit.
Who out there really care about these picks? We could go down to 49ers draft history here and look at their picks. And they've whiffed on a lot. Dante Pettis, anybody? Jalen Hurd, anybody? Joe Williams?
How about Trey Sermon?
How
about the guy TDP who they just took?
Who played fullback last week for a play.
Exactly.
All right. Like, let's forget the picks. Heck, we don't even know about Javon Kinlaw in the first round. We don't. Richie James Jr., 7th round pick, now in New York playing well for the Giants.
The 10th overall pick was Mike McGlinchey. I mean, we all like Mike McGlinchey, but come on. You know? And then, look at Reuben Foster, Solomon Thomas. Do we have to continue to go down this list? Dante Pettis, who you referenced, they have wasted so many picks. Give me the proven commodity. Win now.
All right, we got a special guest on the hotline. A special guest. I have no idea. I'm coming in blind here. Who's on the line?
Hillary from Boxer and Gerson.
What's up, Hillary? Are you excited the Niners got Christian McCaffrey?
Oh, man. Well, as a Raiders fan, I'm not thrilled. But as an employee of Boxer and Gerson, a premier workers' comp firm, we just got a new prospect.
Oh, why is that?
Wow.
You know, we represent a lot of Niners players, so with McCaffrey's history of injuries.
Oh, of course, Hillary coming in with the sauce. I get it.
Boxer and Gerson.
Team's 1-4, and they're playing in another state. I would be salty, too.
Yeah, I'm not thrilled, but, you know.
At least you got the Warriors, Hillary.
At least you guys can stop wasting draft picks on running backs until 2050.
See?
There you go, Hillary. See?
That's what I'm talking about.
There you go.
That's what I'm talking about.
How about those Warriors, too, huh? How about that?
Yeah, Warriors, some crazy stuff going on. That Draymond and Poole stuff, that's also a workers' comp claim for both parties.
Not going to go there.
God.
Not going to go there. Not going to go there. So Christian McCaffrey, I'm guessing you're going to start going to 49er games, right, Hillary?
I don't know if I'm going to put my money there.
Well, you might as well. You're going to be playing a long time this year.
Well, we'll see.
You might even see a playoff game in the Bay Area.
I mean, McCaffrey can't throw the ball to himself, so he's
wow. Hey, Hillary, this might be your best appearance yet.
Yeah, this might
You're
be your best
toes.
bit. What else you got for us, Hillary? How else you going to hate? Come on, continue to haterade. You've been sipping it all morning.
YouTube's throwing tomatoes at you right now, just to let you know.
Earlier, Shasky was talking about how it's worth it to pay premium for good products. When he mentioned, throwing down $150 on basketball shoes is worth it. But just because you wear expensive shoes doesn't make you better at basketball, Shasky.
Oh, yeah, she did come at you about the box score.
That's fine. I really don't care. You know what I mean? Those who can't lace them up are the ones who criticize. The man in the arena doesn't care about the critic in the top row.
Well, we'll wait to see how McCaffrey turns out, guys.
Boxer and Gerson, everybody.
Boxer and Gerson, thanks so much for what
Hillary.
you do. Thank you, Hillary. Hillary, let's go down to Maine and Milpitas. Maine.
Hey, they said Hillary spelt with 2 L's.
I'm not gonna go there. Maine, Milpitas, what's happening?
Man, she had some juice this morning.
Yeah. I mean, she had to make up for her last appearance. Her last appearance was a dud, so she had to come stronger.
She was shy of Bonte. You nobody, my dude. She was real shy of that. Man, you are somebody, Bonte. I see you.
Hey, how happy are you?
Oh, hey, in lieu of Jim Harbaugh this morning, who's got it better than us?
Nobody.
That's all I got, Jim.
Hey, real quick, Maine. Do the Niners need to win the Super Bowl to justify this trade?
I think Shanahan needs to win a Super Bowl to justify everything. But do the Niners need a Super Bowl to justify this trade? No, I think that they're doing their due diligence by us not having a running back by committee anymore. We actually got a fullback from the Bay Area who loves the area and wants to be here. I don't think at all that we need to justify anything. I think this is an awesome trade, and we kind of got him for nothing. Really.
That's what I'm saying. Like, everybody you gave up 4 picks.
Yeah.
Half of them are comp picks. Dude. You don't even know what you're talking about. Yeah. Stop telling me about the picks.
Well, there's not one person I know that's hit my phone that said anything about the picks. You know what they said? We got Christian McCaffrey. They could have gave up 7 picks, and nobody would have gave a damn.
The St. Louis Rams, what did they give up when Indianapolis had Marshall Faulk and they traded him?
Do not remember and do not care.
You think the St. Louis Rams gave 2 you-know-whats about what they gave up for him?
Nope.
You know why? Because I take the proven stud every single time. The Niners made one of the biggest trades ever. Oh, my God. They got 7 picks for Alex Smith.
Not a chance.
Again.
What did that turn into? Corey Lemonnier and a bag of peanuts.
You know what else? You know what else, too? I'm just watching the Padres. They're going to play Game 3 in Philadelphia. You think Padre fans right now give a damn what they gave up for Juan Soto and Josh Bell?
No.
They do not care.
They actually waived one of the guys that they acquired.
They do not care.
I don't even know why they made that move.
They don't care. Nobody cares. We don't care about not one 49er. Not one of my buddies who are Niner fans. Not one of them has said, man, they gave up a lot of picks. Not one.
Hey,
where's the text message at? I got 187 texts that I haven't read yet. Probably half of them are Niner fans. Not one has said anything about the picks. Not one.
Nobody cares. You know what we care about? When will the Eagle land? When will he be in San Jose?
10:46 a.m. He'll be at San Jose Airport, unfortunately, not SFO.
That's okay.
Which makes sense, but 10:46 a.m. Larry Beal, Jason Dumas, Vern Glenn, Marky Banyas, Casey Pratt, Chris Alvarez, Joe Fonzie, Kylan Mills. Yeah. Hey, Marky Banyas, get your ass up out of retirement. Get your ass up out of retirement. Sal Castaneda, get off the mornings, get down to San Jose at 10:46 a.m. and get the cameras rolling. C-Mac is back in the Bay.
I like that. Hey, you busting bars on me.
Birdchest and SF. Birdchest. My guy Birdchest. What's happening? You're on the roast.
Bonte. Shasky, how you doing, my brother?
Dude, I'm so freaking happy. It's Friday, and we got one of the best running backs in the NFL. He's a Niner.
I'm trying to tell you. So let me tell you what's wrong with this trade.
Absolutely nothing! No! That's what I'm talking about! We got a legitimate weapon in the backfield! Here we go! We got somebody that can break it! 60 yards, 70 yards, 80 yards! It don't matter. It's called tutties, baby.
Exactly.
Tutties all day.
Exactly.
Let's go.
Exactly.
Let's go. Let's get one last call in here. Dominic and
I want to
Modesto.
hoard my picks and my money so that 27 years from now, when we're
Nobody
57
cares.
years out of
Hey.
our last Super Bowl, we maybe will have an opportunity, if everything fits perfectly, to win a championship.
Listen, you care about picks? Go root for the Oklahoma City Thunder and tell me how that works out for you.
Josh
Dominic and
Giddy.
Modesto. Dominic, Chet Holmgren, number 2 overall.
man.
He's already hurt.
Great. Hey, what a great morning roast, man. I'm just juiced right now. I called this trade, man, a couple weeks ago when we whooped on him. I said, man, we need to go get Christian McCaffrey.
Hell yeah.
He still got juice in them legs. And so, look, this is what I got. 2 nuggets for you, man. Jeff Wilson Jr. is a 70 Madden rating. Christian McCaffrey's a 95.
Exactly.
Come on, bro.
I mean, come
What
on.
you talking about?
Madden knows.
95. And then fantasy football, who you taking fantasy football preseason? Who you taking, bro?
They got
Christian
two-
McCaffrey
they-
was the top 3 pick.
They got 2 top 10 picks right now, or top 12, depending on how your league sets up. Debo and McCaffrey. Like, this is beauty. And again, if you want to justify the $25 million investment each year into Debo Samuel, then you go get someone like Christian McCaffrey, who makes both of those players better.
You see how Debo was happy? You see his Instagram story? You don't think he's happy? This is a big-time move. It's a money move. It's a Super Bowl move. So do the Niners need to win a Super Bowl to justify this trade? Do they need to be in Glendale, Arizona, taking on the Chiefs, Bills, Jets, whoever the hell is going to represent the AFC? Nobody in the NFC wants to see this team. Nobody. I can guarantee that right now. Sirianni, McCarthy, Jerry Jones. We know Matt LaFleur's shaking in his boots. He can't beat the Niners. The Packers, they're jokes. We know how they shrivel up against the Niners. Everybody's shaking. Oh, my gosh, what did Shanahan and Lynch just do? They just brought in Christian McCaffrey. Oh, don't let him play on Sunday. Don't let him play on Sunday. More coming up. Brought to you by Fremont Picks. Full service picking. No
We got
compromises.
McCaffrey! This is football porn!
The 49ers are all in.
We had 4 guys in running back, and then we pick up this guy. This is a game changer for the 49ers this year. Total game changer.
Christian McCaffrey is coming to the Bay Area.
McCaffrey in the open field, inside the 30, inside the 20. McCaffrey touchdown.
We're reacting with you all day.
Are you effing serious?
Right here on 95.7 The Game.
Are you curious about who offers the best deals on top-rated Samsung, LG, and Sony TVs? The answer is surprising. It's not online, and it's not the warehouse clubs. The best deals on top-rated TVs are at Video Only. Don't believe it? Then check out the trade-in deals at Video Only. How about $500 for your old TV? Try doing that online. Before you buy that new TV, drop into Video Only. If you don't, you'll be sorry.
Everything, our farm, our stand, our pop-up shop, it really all started when we discovered the benefits of local, raw honey for our family.
And then we decided to turn it into a business.
We were looking for something to help us get up and running.
So we got the Chase Business Complete Banking Account.
It's more than a bank account. It comes with Quick Accept, which lets us take card payments anytime, anywhere in the U.S. using the Chase mobile app. Plus, we get same-day deposits at no extra cost. For us, it's more than honey. It's about sharing a little sweetness with the world.
Get the Chase Business Complete Banking Account with the essentials you need to help get your business going. Learn more at chase.com/business-complete-banking. Chase for business. Make more of what's yours. Quick Accept is not available in U.S. territories. Enrollment required. Usage subject to approval. Same-day deposits available for payments before 8 p.m. Eastern Time, Sunday to Friday. Fees and rates apply for checking and processing. Limitations and restrictions apply. Participants compensated. Merchant services provided by Payment Tech LLC and WePay Inc. Subsidiaries of J.P. Morgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC.
This is your time to cash in at Cash Creek Casino Resort. To rock and to roll. Over the hills and bluffs. Go all out or go all in. With 4 stars and rising stars, now we do more than ever, so you can do as much or as little as you want. It's your time to cash in at Cash Creek Casino Resort.
Are you interested in new career opportunities in the Bay Area and want to make a difference in your community? The SF Sheriff's Office is looking for people considering a job in law enforcement right now. If you're at least 20 years or older with a high school diploma or equivalent, the SF Sheriff's Office wants to hear from you. Enjoy full benefits, flexible schedules, and opportunities for growth and promotion. For employment announcements and more information, visit sfsheriff.com. That's sfsheriff.com to apply today.
Alice at 97.3 is celebrating the return of Alice in Winterland. Friday, December 2nd at the SAP Center in San Jose. Starring John Mayer, One Republic.
See you at Alice in Winterland.
Matt Nathanson. Plus more to be added. Tickets on sale now at Ticketmaster. Get everything Alice in Winterland at radioalice.com.
I used to get frequent heartburn at night, so I made Prilosec OTC part of my morning routine.
One pill in the morning, 24 hours, zero heartburn with Prilosec OTC. It's possible while taking Prilosec OTC. Use as directed for 14 days to treat frequent heartburn, not for immediate relief.
Finding the right Medicare plan? Oof, no easy feat. Kind of like those dances my granddaughter loves making me do. But then I found Walgreens FindRx coverage. Lets you compare plans online, over the phone, or in person. Made Medicare shopping so easy. Plus, I found plans with low-cost copays. I can get down with that. Medicare annual enrollment ends December 7th. Find a plan that's right for you at walgreens.com/Medicare.
Kansas City Steak Company, another AmericanEagle.com success story. Started in 1932 as a family-owned butcher shop, today they're a leading distributor of superior all-American steaks delivered right to your door, ready for the grill and your taste buds. When it came to their website, an average site wouldn't do. They chose AmericanEagle.com to take their website to the next level. With a dramatic increase in competition and a softening market demand, they had two challenges: improve their brand presence and message, and produce a positive return. AmericanEagle.com got to work and executed usability studies and detailed audits of site experience, digital assets, and marketing. The result? An integrated digital marketing and customer experience plan, organic traffic increase of 20%, and a long-term roadmap for success. If you love great steaks, go to kansascitysteaks.com for website design, development, and online solutions that bring efficiency and results. Visit AmericanEagle.com. If you need a results-driven website, call the team at AmericanEagle.com at 877-WEBNOW1. That's 877-WEBNOW1. In Fremont, mostly sunny, a little cooler, highs near 73.
Weather brought to you by one thing. Install a low-flow shower head and keep water off when brushing teeth or shaving to save water every day. Join Odyssey, and together each of us doing one thing makes a greener tomorrow.
Score big with Xfinity Internet. It's made to do anything, so you can do anything. Supercharge your home with the game-changing speed of supersonic Wi-Fi. With 3 times more bandwidth, it covers the field and then some, and blocks billions of threats with advanced security that helps keep you protected at home and on the go. If you're keeping score, that's internet that does it all. That's unbeatable internet from Xfinity. Learn more at Xfinity.com. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas.
I want to be the bride!
Now, back to the morning roast with Bonte and Shasky.
B. Can you feel it? Power of love is a curious thing. Make one man weep, make another man sing. We got McCaffrey in the red and gold. Oh, yeah, he's coming home.
In a show that was full of flexes, that may be the flex moment of the show.
Dude, this is a power train right now. Your boy is coming home to the 415, the 408. The Stanford kid who was on the farm and we traded the farm for is coming back to run between the tackles and be one of the most dynamic playmakers in the game. Cue to Huey Lewis. I'm bringing back the 1980s vibes.
Word on the street is he's in Nebraska right now. In the air in Nebraska. Passing up Nebraska. It's going to hit Colorado soon, where he grew up.
That's the power of love.
Remember, he grew up in Colorado, breaking all type of high school records.
Power of love.
And he's coming back to the Bay. The tracker's out. He's landing
what
at
I can't wait for?
10:46.
I can't wait for Jerry Rice running routes in a suit pregame, all right? And McCaffrey and him hugging, because you know it's coming. You know the GOAT. You know Jerry Rice is going to walk over to him and give him the biggest hug and welcome him. And I want to see sauced up Ricky Waters in front row with 40 water. I want to see Ricky Waters, because that's what he reminds me of, Christian McCaffrey.
no doubt.
I want to see him there so bad. The Niners are wearing throwbacks, Bonte. They're wearing throwbacks.
Also want Roger Craig. I want to hear from Roger Craig, the first running back in NFL history to go 1,000. McCaffrey's in that club. That's what we're talking about here, folks. We're talking about a guy who's capable of going 1,000. All right? 1,000. And Damon and Kruger, Ratto was out. But David Bruce was asking the playmaker about Christian McCaffrey. What would it look like in a 49ers uniform? Michael Irvin was so geeked up he couldn't even get a word out.
Wait.
If there's a fire sale, if there is a fire sale in Carolina.
Wait, I'm like, did I miss something while I was flying? Because I just flew in from New York back to Dallas.
Oh, no, we're completely pipe dreaming over here. This is a pipe dream. But what do you think that guy would look like in a Niner uniform?
Oh, my God. That would be something phenomenal to watch. It really would be something phenomenal to watch, because I'm telling you, that mastermind you guys have, man, if he got a player like Christian McCaffrey, that would be. What do you have to give up to get that? But, boy, if you can get him, that would be great.
Wouldn't that be something?
Boy, that would be. Ooh. That ain't going to happen, man.
Hey, Damon, that pipe dream is now a reality. It's no longer a pipe dream.
I love the playmaker.
He's wearing red and gold. And you know what? We got another request.
What's that?
The Huey Lewis.
Yeah,
my guy
I'm sorry.
Cash.
I just think I love Huey Lewis.
My guy Cash said, cue up the return of the Mac. The Mac's coming back to the Bay.
I like that.
You like that?
Return of the Mac. I do love that.
Like that.
Everybody sings that song.
Everybody sings that song. McCaffrey's back. He's here. And the Niners give up 3 mid-round picks, a second, third, and fourth round pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, a fifth-round pick in the 2024 NFL Draft. And you know what? We don't give a damn.
Oh.
We don't care.
Whoa.
We don't care about the picks.
You know what? My favorite part is there's a line drawn in the sand. Either you love sports and they make you happy, or they don't. If you choose to be miserable after the 49ers acquired one of the best players in the NFL, and yes, there's a little risk, and there's no doubt. There's always a risk on every acquisition, every trade, every draft pick. We get that. My God. Sports! It makes me so happy to see the timeline, so happy to see my friends and family so happy, to see you this morning wake up. It feels like we've done something special, because they have.
Actually, driving down to Barcadero, I was playing some nice R&B to kind of relax myself because I was flying. Dude, I had to slow it down.
And then I came flying up alongside you.
Up on you, and I was like, man, who is this rolling up on me? Because there were some crazy drivers this morning. I'm driving like 90. I'm just thinking to myself, all right, just calm down. Calm down. I had to turn off Matson because I said, you know what? I got to just relax a little bit. Because I was ready to jump through the car when Matson was talking about the train. I was like, damn, Matson, get the sense. I'm going to turn him off real quick. Just to relax my vibes. Dude, calm down. McCaffrey's here, and we're going to go back out to the lines. Of course, don't forget to go out
and see the Red and Gold
pregame show. Hold on. The Red Gold pregame show. Oh, yeah. When you rolled down the window, you were yelling at me. We got McCaffrey! We got McCaffrey! And I rolled the window up, and I was like, I'll see you at 6 a.m., Shasky. I'll see you at 6 a.m.
I did that to the Muni driver, too. He rolled up, and I seen him. He had the Niner hat on, and I was like, yo. He rolled his window down. I was like, McCaffrey! He's like, I know! I'm like, let's go!
I was worried about this driver. Somebody stopped in the middle of the intersection on the Barcadero and just sat there. And then he started weaving in the right lane and then weaving back in the left lane. I was like, dear God, I'm not even going to make it to the studio. The day McCaffrey gets traded, I'm going to miss the show. This guy's a lunatic. So I had to hurry up and speed past him. Had to run a red light, but it's all good. It's all good.
That guy was driving like Christian McCaffrey goes through defense.
Look at you. Like Hugh McElhaney.
Four. It's a 4.
I like that.
I'll take another 4. Thank you.
Don't forget, Red and Gold pregame show. Kruger and Lorenzo Neal live from the Hilton at Santa Clara at 11 a.m. on Sunday.
How happy is Larry?
Oh, my God.
How happy is Lorenzo Neal?
Oh, my God.
Somebody who knows what the value of a running back is.
I got a retweet from Lorenzo Neal. I didn't even know he was active on Twitter. I was like, damn, Neal's up. He's up talking about this trade. Oh, they're going to be buzzing at the Hilton Hotel, the pregame show presented by Harris Ranch Beef, legendary quality, and Jim Beam Bourbon Whiskey. Taste the world's #1 bourbon. Let's go to Larry down in La La Land. Larry, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Yeah, thanks, fellas. Listen, I was just thinking about the season, how, as Trey all came along, and it occurred to me, if Trey hadn't gotten hurt and he wasn't on the team right now, I don't think Kyle and John would even thought about going out and getting Christian McCaffrey.
Well,
I mean, there'd be no reason.
Well, I don't know. I mean, I think it's easy to say, like, they wouldn't have done this, they wouldn't have that. Part of how they were able to do this deal is the restructuring of Jimmy G's contract. So let's say they don't even have Lance at all, and it's just Jimmy G. Jimmy G probably is at a $25 million salary. The roster looks slightly different. And, yeah, they probably don't have the wiggle room to be able to absorb Christian McCaffrey's contract.
No doubt, no doubt. Let's go to Joe in Dublin. Joe in Dublin. I want to get through all the calls here because I know everybody's excited. You've heard our opinions. We're jacked up about this deal. The picks, is it too much? I don't think so. What about you, Joe?
Hey, what's up, guys? Generally, we hit on late round picks anyway, so I'm not too concerned about that. As far as salary, hey, it's not my money, it's not your money, it's Jed's money. Let's let Parag figure out the cap anyway.
Exactly.
This is a win now move, and let's go. We just care about it right now.
Win now move. Do the Niners, in your opinion, Shasky, as you get excited and I get you flirt right now. You're beaming.
Yeah.
You are beaming.
Imagine what Christian McCaffrey's feeling.
No doubt.
This guy's like, I played for one of the worst organizations in sports that went through a sale. I've never even played in a real playoff game.
Do they need to win a bowl?
No.
To justify this move?
No, just get into the playoffs. Just get into the playoffs. Look, part of the job that I think people, you got to be a Super Bowl team. Nothing guarantees you anything. But what you can do is bolster your roster as best you can year after year to put your team in a position to win playoff games and then hopefully qualify for the Super Bowl. This is the kind of move that puts you in a position to do so.
Jimmy's back. A lot of people nationally said, you know what? Why? Why are you moving on from Jimmy when he helped you get to the NFC Championship game? Well, guess what? Jimmy's well equipped this year to get back to that NFC Championship.
I'm happy for Jimmy.
To actually win this thing. Now he has another weapon.
Yep.
I'm happy for Shanahan. He has another weapon. Now we can see how creative he is. A lot of talking. Baldy's been on the show. We've been talking about it. It's been a bland offense. It's been unwatchable. All right? We're talking about NFL teams who are watchable. The Chiefs are watchable. The Bills are watchable. The Eagles are watchable. The 49ers, who invented the West Coast offense, Bill Walsh, and had that great coaching tree, had these great offenses. Their offense has not been watchable so far this season. Now you add McCaffrey. Now you add the element of the screen game with McCaffrey, the Texas routes, the running between the tackles, a home run hitter. Now all of a sudden this offense looks like it could be watchable again. And I'm excited about Shanahan to have this toy.
Yeah.
Shasky, I'm excited.
I'm trying to think of it from his perspective. Christian McCaffrey's, right? He's flying across the country right now. And you're probably thinking, thank the Lord.
Oh, yes.
I'm out of Carolina.
No doubt.
So, it's all I keep thinking about. This guy has an opportunity. This could save his career in the sense of, guys play to win. I know we play for the money and we play for a lot of different things.
They want to win.
Exactly. Because they know that if they win, the money comes.
Jordan Poole and Andrew Wiggins. They got the money, and I know the winning is coming.
Exactly.
And they just celebrated their first ever ring night, and they were like, damn, we want more. This is pretty cool.
And this kid's already been paid, all right? And so if you don't think that he wants to reprove himself and come here and win, you're fooling yourself. And he's joining a hungry locker room that also wants to win.
Hungry. Let's go to Bob in San Jose.
He's got to be elated.
Bob, what's happening?
Hey, guys. I'm going to use a little analogy from the San Jose Sharks as a big fan of theirs to show why there should be no hesitation about McCaffrey. Sharks traded when they were in their prime for Erik Karlsson, who is one of the greatest defensemen of his generation. Now, it didn't work out. They never won the Cup. I don't have to tell you guys that.
Mm-hmm.
But it's, from my perspective, I'd way rather know that we went for it than look back and know we had a chance to trade for him and have to wonder what would have happened if we did. Right?
Look at the 2011 team or 2012 team we're going to celebrate this weekend. Bonte and I, during real time, were like, they are a playmaker on the outside away. And they waited until after they lost the Super Bowl to acquire Bolden. All right? They needed one more playmaker on the outside. And we're celebrating the core of guys that felt one player away for 3 straight years. How much do we regret it? How much?
I still go back to the Mooch days. The Steve Mariucci days. They were a playmaker away. Feels like we've been talking about the 49ers being a playmaker away for over 20 years. The 49ers. who had Jerry Rice and John Taylor and Brent Jones and Ricky Waters and had Steve Young. They've been a playmaker away for over 20 years. And to see John Lynch and to see Shanahan get bold once again, because here's another thing about them. I'll give them credit here. A lot of credit. They have been bold.
Yes, they
have.
have.
They were bold to get Jimmy Garoppolo.
Yes.
They were bold to move up in the draft to get Trey Lance.
Yes.
They were bold to get D Ford.
Yeah.
They were bold to go out and pay Weston Richburg.
Yeah.
They were bold to pay Quan Alexander.
Trent Williams
to go trade for
Lured him out of retirement.
You know what I'm saying?
How about Emmanuel Sanders midseason?
It was huge.
Absolutely.
Huge when they needed a receiver.
How about to go sign Richard Sherman coming off an Achilles? How about to bring in Mooney Ward and make him the highest paid defensive back at the time?
They have been bold.
Yes.
They have been bold, and they get credit for that. Well, Jed York gets credit for saying, you know what? Go out there and do that.
And not all their moves have worked. The Buckner trade was a bold trade, and it probably hasn't worked as well as they would like it to. But you know what? Part of that is that they can pivot off of things. Not only do I like this move for right now, I love it for the future as well.
No doubt.
Because obviously him and Trey Lance, you can already kind of envision how the creativity is going to look.
And then Brandon Ayuk.
But B, let's take a step back. Is this the most loaded 49er offense going back to that Super Bowl year?
It is. I think so.
As we wear the throwbacks.
No. Niners 98 was really good.
Yeah, because you had Garrison Hurst for 1,000 yards.
Garrison Hurst.
I think you had 2,000-yard receivers.
Yep, and
Rice,
J.J. Stokes was just right on the cusp of going for 1,000.
And Steve Young obviously was clearly in his prime.
So Niners 98 was loaded. That was one hell of an offense.
Had minimal D.
One hell of an offense, though.
Ken Norton was old.
And heck, when Garrison Hurst tore his knee up on the first play that gave me that land, they were done. Yeah. But I thought that team was going to go play the Denver Broncos in the Super Bowl.
But think about that. 98. It's 2022, B.
I know.
That's 25 years ago.
I know.
It's 2022.
2022.
And this feels like the best offense in terms of personnel that they've had in 25 years. And I don't say that lightly because I respect the hell out of Crabtree, Vernon, Frank Gore. I do not say that lightly.
And look.
But they were one playmaker away.
And look, I know we're all happy and we're going to celebrate this trade, but let's be real. In a few weeks, we're going to be looking at Shanahan. The pressure is going to ratchet up. Because it's like, what is the excuse now?
Yeah, but
you've got all your toys. Today's not the day.
Yeah, but you know what? You know what? He should embrace that because that's why you play. You coach so that you could be criticized on winning the big ones. You don't want to be, let's worry about a 6-11 season.
No doubt. No. The pressure's now ratcheted up on Jimmy and Kyle.
Yes.
They have to go out there and produce. No more second halves where you score 3 points or 7 points.
No.
There's no more excuses. Go out there and be dynamic. Go out there and put up points. Go out there and be like the Falcons when they went to the Super Bowl and averaged 35 points per game. That's what we want to see now.
Forget the touchdowns. You got 4 guys who could flip the field in one play. Ayuk, Kittle, Debo, McCaffrey.
One play.
Field flippers.
One play.
I mean, we've talked so much. The Richie James play against Tampa Bay. The Richie James play against Arizona. McCaffrey walks into those every other week.
So Scott Fitterer, the GM of the Panthers, said it was the right decision and value for the future to trade Christian McCaffrey. But Fitterer noted it was hard given McCaffrey's special legacy in Carolina. Fitterer said he got 3 hard offers for McCaffrey. Went back and forth with the final 2 teams. 49ers won. That's from Cameron.
It had to be the Rams. It had. That's the other thing. You took a player that one of the NFC conference contenders was going to take. It's not just about bolstering yourself, which is very important.
It's about making sure the Rams are going to be a struggling Rams team.
Exactly. You don't want to give them any kind of life.
And you already know Les Snead, Les Snead, who's the GM of the Rams, was talking to Fitterer when they were in L.A. at SoFi Stadium. He probably watched that game at SoFi saying, oh, maybe we could just get him to stay in L.A.
Did you see Rapp get blown up by McCaffrey? He's probably thinking, we need this guy on our team because Cam Akers is out of here.
Out of here. That's a big-time move. Big-time move. Let's get back out to the lines. Let's get to everybody. Let's get to Ray and Vallejo.
What up, Ray?
Ray may have a different opinion.
VALLEJO.
Ray's on the roast.
Guys, just a quick question, man. Not to sound like a Debbie Downer, but we've seen this blueprint with the Rams last season, right, where they went all in, they got the Super Bowl. And this season, they got egg all over their face. So my question is, if they wouldn't have went all in last year, if they were able to have some draft picks, maybe get a plug-and-play offensive lineman, they wouldn't be in the situation that they're in now. So what draft picks do we have?
Well, no, time out. You're missing out on a 1st and 2nd next year. That's it. You have all the other ones. Like, they have plenty of...
Right.
Guys, they had 11 draft picks for next year.
Listen,
11 players were not making this team.
And, Ray, listen, the Niners still have 2 compensatory picks in the 3rd round, 1 in the 5th round. They're going to have 2 3rds, 2 5s, 1 7th, actually 2 7th. And this is from Niners Wire. Kyle Matson wrote it up. They're going to be fine in the draft. And who cares? They got their core locked up.
And
the core's locked up.
You think the Rams regret anything when you hang a Super Bowl banner?
Nobody cares.
No. And
Go ahead, let Ray finish.
They're also the same record as the Niners.
I was going to let him finish. It's okay. You can have another opinion. I want to hear other opinions.
Yeah.
There's a lot of people on the text line, the Xfinity Mobile text line, who don't agree with the trade. They don't like it. They think he's injury prone. They think Kyle's not going to be able to use him. Well, that's the great thing about sports, and that's the great thing about football. We're going to see it. We're going to see it sooner rather than later. Sean and San Bruno. Sean, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Yo, what's up, guys? Man, thanks for picking up the call, man. I'm telling you, this is going to be awesome because you know how we talk about the Warriors and the spacing on the floor. Now you think I'll translate that to the football field.
Thank you.
You got Kittle, Ayuk. You got Mitchell coming back. You got Debo. Now you got McCaffrey in the mix. You can't cover them all at the same time. And then when you put that motion, that Kyle Shanahan motion and timing on that, the defense is going to not have a clue where the ball is going. And by the time they do, the guy's going to be 15, 20 yards down the field.
Shanahan's offense is the most about spacing and misdirection. And, hey, everybody move to one side. We're going to throw over here where the open pocket is. It's all about space. Oh, here's the window to throw the ball in between the zone. That's what that little slant that everybody loves, the Jimmy G crossers, whatever you want to call it.
No doubt.
It's all about space. You add a chess piece like this, it creates space, not just for him, but for everyone else.
This is the same take we had 10 days ago, Shasky.
Listen, I do it all day. I do it all day
because this is a year. This is a year, and I told you this, Shasky. This is a year in the NFC. The Rams got their Super Bowl.
Yes.
They got their Lombardi. The Niners have been so close to getting that Lombardi. I feel like this is the season. If we're going to go all in at the deadline, with all the injuries that's piling up, this is the season to go all in. I love the team now. I think they could play deep into January with the team as is, with Jimmy trending up and Jimmy looking good. But if you could just add another weapon or two, oh my gosh, this thing is attainable, man.
Well, that's one of the things you want to see Debo play a little more wide receiver.
Right.
If you get somebody like CMC out there, think of the formation diversity you can do.
That's what I'm saying. I mean, you imagine a 3-by-1 formation with Debo, Christian McCaffrey, George Kittle, and then Ayuk on the other side.
I'm sitting there watching him, and you know what I'm thinking to myself? The NFL needs him out of there. He would be one of the most marketable stars in the NFL if he played on a premier team.
You don't think Roger Goodell's happy?
Oh, one of the big brands, top 5 brands in the NFL. Okay? And we've got a lot of primetime games.
A lot of primetime games
everyone in the league is going to be watching him.
Sunday night against the Chargers.
Oh, I can't wait.
Tampa Bay game may get flexed into a primetime game. Who knows?
Oh, I would love that.
Who knows?
Don't we have another Monday nighter and a Thursday nighter?
Monday nighter against the Arizona Cardinals down in Mexico City.
Oh, I can't wait for that.
So the country of Mexico against CMC. You got another Thursday night game against Seattle, up in Seattle, which is going to be a huge game. And I'm watching the Cardinals last night, and I'm saying, damn, they just got some pop.
Yes.
They got Robbie Anderson and DeAndre Hopkins.
I know, and it was like getting a trade because he come back from that suspension.
And they're feeling good. And they were yelling at each other on the sideline. And Arizona's desperate. They want to win, though. And they play the Niners tough.
They got the Chiefs this weekend. They get Mahomes. Please, God, if you're out there, I need 5 plays from McCaffrey. Please.
970 people on YouTube. Thanks so much for joining us today on the road.
Yeah, without you guys, we don't have a station.
No doubt.
We don't have a show without our fans. But this is why we love sports. Days like today, when you literally feel like a kid at Christmas last night and you can't go to bed.
Cannot believe it.
You can't wait to see Christian McCaffrey in a Niner jersey.
I was just winding down, too. I was going to sleep through it all. And then, the shower's running for 25 minutes.
My program director, Matt Hegan, he texts me, I can't go to bed. And I'm thinking, I can't either. My wife was yelling at me, put the phone down, put the phone down. I couldn't put the phone down.
I saw the boss man. He texted us into Spaces, and I looked at it, I said, I can't give up all my bullets right now. I'm going to just wait. And then I go back into Spaces, and you're rattling off everything, and I'm just listening. And I'm like, you know what? I'm going to just be cool. I'm going to sit back in the cut and just relax a little bit.
We live for this. As a sports fan, whatever it is, when your team does something like this, all right, this is what you live for. You live for championships. You don't live for storing draft picks and worrying about, let's see what so-and-so Miller on Bleacher Report's draft combos look like.
Honestly, I thought the tweet was fake for Schefter.
Oh, we all
It had a
did.
graphic and everything.
We all did.
I said, "No, this is
You
not
thought you got
real."
ball sacked.
I did not retweeted it anyway, and I was like, "Oh
Which
my
is a
gosh.
fake site out
Yes,
there. It's
no
like
doubt,
the Onion.
No doubt.
But no, and then like for this to actually happen, this is a huge day for Niner fans.
No doubt. Hey, let's rat-a-tat these calls.
God, I'm
London.
so happy that
Before-
Jed and Parag
No doubt.
and
Hold
Lynch
on.
and Shanny did this.
Let's rat-a-tat these calls. 30 seconds or less. I want to get to the calls before we get to the flex. Let's start with Bobby in Sunnyvale. 30 seconds or less, Bobby. How you feeling this morning? You're on the roast.
I'm feeling amazing, man. I've been saying for years that we needed a premier back, and we finally got him. I know these guys, Shanahan and Lynch, have been getting these guys who are undrafted or third-round picks. I feel like they've been running them to the ground. Maybe some of those guys are undrafted, or maybe some of those guys are getting injured because, maybe they are undrafted because they are maybe a little more fragile.
Mm-hmm.
So my hope is that with CMC that we can get Shanahan to be creative to hopefully, keep him fresh, keep those legs fresh so that when we go to that postseason, man, we can go all the way. We can finally hoist that sixth Lombardi.
No doubt. Thanks for the call, Bobby. Look at all these running backs they've had. Joe Williams, Matt Breida, Raheem Mostert, Jerick McKinnon, Alfred Morris, Jeff Wilson Jr., Tevin Coleman, JaMychal Hasty, Trey Sermon, Elijah Mitchell, who's hurt, TDP, who can't get on the field, and Jordan Mason, who hasn't sniffed the field, and we're rolling back Tevin Coleman again. This is why you make the move.
They've had a different rusher be their leading rusher in all 5 years, and they haven't had a 1,000-yard rusher in the Shanahan era.
Yeah, I don't.
Not one guy who could get 1,000 yards.
That's not a badge of honor saying anybody could carry the ball. No, we need studs back there.
Yeah, exactly.
And this guy's a stud.
I'm with
Frank, 30 seconds or less. He's in the mission. Frank, what's happening? You're on the roast.
What's going on, guys? I just recently started following you guys. I'm 24 years old. Sacred Heart alum.
Go Irish.
Man,
Go Irish.
I'm excited. I want to celebrate these Niners like I celebrate the Warriors a couple months ago in the mission. I'm hyped. I didn't see the Niners win Super Bowl. The only thing we got was when Cap went to the Super Bowl against the Ravens.
Mm-hmm.
And that was hard. And then against Jimmy G against the Chiefs.
No doubt.
I'm ready. I'm freaking ready, man.
Thanks, Frank, for the call. Doug in Wichita, Kansas. We love Doug. Shout out to the Fighting Irish. Won to Bruce Mahoney last week. 10-0. Coach Evans. Antoine doing a great job. Doug in Wichita, Kansas. What's happening, Doug? 30 seconds or less. Doug, going once? Going twice? Dave in Frisco, you'll be the last call of the show before we flex. What's up, Dave?
Hey, I'm Juice. I'm happy. You said it's a Super Bowl bust. I will never fault a team for going for it, whether they win or not. When you show that you did it, you got my respect. And I'm just going to say this real quick. They kind of owed it this one because in the Shanahan-Lynch era, we always been in the mix for these trades of Von Millers to OBJs to Jalen Ramsey. They finally pulled one off. And I respect them for that.
You know what? I want to go back to those late 90s. Remember the rumor? Barry Sanders is going to come out of retirement and come to the Niners.
Yeah.
This feels like Barry Sanders coming to the Niners.
This is a huge move.
this is monster.
Huge move. Let's flex, Lubin.
Has anyone in the 40 years since Fred Dean came to the Niners said, "Oh, but the draft picks. Oh, but the money." That's loser talk. I want to win a Super Bowl now. I've been waiting since 1995 to celebrate my team. We got grown-ass men like Kyle Madsen back here who's been watching this team his whole life and has watched every other team in this league go all in and put their chips in the middle. We've been saving and we've been prudent and we've been paying our own superstars forever. Guess what? Daddy needs a new kitchen, and this guy is the best damn oven because he's cooking in the NFC.
The Flex of the Show, presented by Xfinity Flex, the 4K streaming TV box with voice remote and Peacock Premium, free with Xfinity Internet.
What a show.
I'm ready to do 24 more hours.
That flew by.
What a show. You guys were incredible.
Oh, I got a request.
What's that?
Can I get you to just yell Sports one more time? No, you got to yell it. You got to yell it. You got to yell it. Yeah.
I need you guys to bring more energy. I thought you guys mailed it in today.
I did. About 9 o'clock, I started
whispering. You guys
whispering.
were pure fire. I had the volume off in my car, and I could still hear you. Maybe I was hearing you all the way across the Bay Bridge, back up at the toll plaza, by the way, and the metering lights are on. But, I mean, you guys were incredible. The heat was on. Glenn Fry.
There you go.
That's a guru. Shout out Guru.
I was going to go D-Wade. You know what I mean? I didn't know what we're doing.
Guru's back today, right? Guru's back, right?
Yeah. I pulled up on this guy. It was like, 5 in the morning, and it's pitch black dark, and I'm weaving in and out of traffic, and I knew it was his the Batmobile in front of me, and I rolled the window down. I'm honking at him. He's in the zone, listening to Al Green or whatever the hell he's listening to.
Nice.
And
It was
I'm
slow
like,
jams this morning.
McCaffrey!
It was slow jams.
And he just rolled his window back up on me.
So you're in favor of the move? Is that what you're saying?
Dude, this is so much fun.
I thought they
Of
gave up
course
too
there's
much
risk.
draft capital. You know?
Of course there's risk. Like, I get it. Of course there's risk. But my God, like, don't we want our teams to go all in like this?
Right.
Isn't this what we live for? That's what I meant by sports. Like, isn't this what we live for as sports fans?
Come on, no.
Totally.
This is like a drug.
Exactly.
It is like a drug, and
Thank you, Huey Lewis.
And you know, drugs sometimes they get you on the back end, and this might too. But you're all right. Like it doesn't matter right now. Like the sort of the bottom line that we get to is your team just got a great player.
Yes.
And your team is better. The 49ers are better today than they were yesterday. But I'll also add this. They did not really give up what you all think they gave up, because a lot of those picks are going to get automatically replenished. Now, you could argue, well, wait a minute, those are going to get replenished anyway, so if you kept them plus the replenishment.
But 11 guys aren't making this team next
you
year.
don't want 100 draft
Exactly.
picks. And so if you don't know what we're talking about there, they're going to get all these comp picks. D'Amico Ryans is probably going to lead to 2 comp picks. Jimmy Garoppolo is going to lead to a comp pick, even though that's not till 2024. But this idea of, they gave up their thirds and they gave up their fourth. They already have 2 thirds. They're going to get another third. They're going to be fine with those picks in the draft.
And their core is all signed up.
Exactly. So
and if you're a good team, those draft picks mean less because those picks are later picks anyway.
It sort of felt to me like they gave up a 2.
Yeah,
like
that's what I'm saying.
The capital they gave up was a 2.
Not 2 firsts.
And that's very, very worth it. And then I would also ask this, even if you are into draft picks, and look, we all love the draft. That's become a different piece of content. But go back to last year. The 49ers had given up their first-round draft pick for Trey Lance. As a fan, did you miss it?
That
Did you feel
that day
it?
I did, yeah.
You did?
Well, that day because it's fun. Balloon, the pick is in.
Right, but
that
like
day,
We don't even know who the Dolphins took.
Right.
Don't care.
And that's not to say, like, I'm not on the Rams' philosophy of give up your first round every year forever.
Exactly.
And the Rams they possibly already are paying the piper for what they've done the last 5 years. And yeah, the 49ers to a lesser degree might at a certain point too. I'm super interested someday, not today, to know, are they restructuring this deal at some point? How do they sort of
move the
reason with
money
$12 million a year for a running back, which they've never done? But what I felt, this group just told this team what they think of them.
Did you see Drake Jackson's response?
Yes.
That's how we were all feeling. I'm saying, like a baseball trade, you walked into that clubhouse and they were like, let's go.
Like,
reinforcements are here.
The NFC is sitting there.
Exactly.
The NFC is so gettable. It's gettable. And I think that they looked at each other and they said, let's go get it.
Yeah. And
It's
also,
gettable.
my
Good
thing
point.
is, you can't criticize Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch for blowing the draft and then criticize them for trading draft picks. If they're not good at drafting,
right?
And many people think, they get 1 out of every 4 right. Okay,
Keep your
fine.
fifths. Those are the ones you do well anyway.
Thank you. Keep the late rounders. You're not good at drafting, so go ahead and trade the picks, and you bring in a guy who, and I was telling Joe this, Bonte, during the break, he's a mix of Brandon Ayuk and Deebo Samuel. He runs routes like BA, and he can do everything like Deebo Samuel. So now, if you're Kyle Shanahan, you can play 4 running backs on the field at the same time. You can go true eye with Juszczyk and Eli Mitchell. You can have McCaffrey. You got Deebo. I know, that was just one for the gram right there. But you can play so many different packages now in terms of personnel that defenses are going to be totally flummoxed.
I had to close the computer last night because I was getting so giddy watching the Stanford highlights and all the Texas routes he ran at Stanford. The first play of the game in the Rose Bowl against Iowa, against USC at the Pac-12 championship, would flip that game.
Baldy
and I'm
or
just
Bonte?
like,
I love a Texas route.
No, well, we think about
Bonte
Shanahan,
breakdowns?
right?
Yeah.
Oh, dude, I love Bonte
The
breakdowns.
A-gap.
And I just closed the computer. I
Finesse
said,
point.
oh my gosh, Shanahan's going to run a Texas route with this guy. He's going to go 70 yards. And you got Deebo running all the Texas routes. But who do you guard? And this is something we were talking about 2 weeks ago when it was like, you know what? Try to steal McCaffrey from Carolina. Let's see how that situation plays out because of the spacing and the opportunities other players are going to get benefiting from Christian McCaffrey being on the field.
They didn't steal him. They got him.
They got him.
They
They
definitely
acquired
didn't
him.
steal
They
him.
acquired him.
And
They
let's
acquired him.
be honest, and I'll support the 49ers in this, but the Rams definitely did make them blink. And I get it.
100%.
I get it. Like the reports are all out there. The other team that was close was the Los Angeles Rams. And there's PTSD here. They took Matt Stafford from the 49ers, and they went and won a Super Bowl. And the 49ers looked at it this time and said, and I think the Giants may end up doing the same kind of thing if it's the Dodgers and Giants for Aaron Judge, like overpay sometimes, because this would have been a 1-2 punch. You would have not gotten McCaffrey, and you would have played him next week.
Exactly.
That's exactly what would have happened.
No, you're 100% right.
And they said, we're not doing that.
Here's the other thing. If you really want to get sophisticated, because all these people, draft picks, money, like we love to do this. I can go down this roster right now, and in 3 swift moves, open up $25 million. Okay? So McGlinchey's making $10 million at right tackle. You let him walk. Okay?
Eric
You let him walk.
Armstead.
Eric Armstead's making $16 million on the inside.
And Javon Armstead. He's a good player, but in the wins, do you ever say to yourself, boy, they're missing Eric Armstead? The only game you did that was last week, but that was mostly because of both sides.
But Bonte, it's about reallocating where you want to spread your assets. And you can find guys, and they found a propensity, like they did at running back for quite some time. We can find a Givens. We can find a Ridgeway. We can find guys that can offset this. Jimmy Ward's going to come off the books. There's a lot of ways to free up money.
You can just say it right now. Parag Marate.
Exactly.
I mean, just say it.
But Dibs, this was my
He's really good at that.
If at times where I'm trying to win a Super Bowl, I don't need you when I stink. I need you to finesse the cap in times like this.
And you mentioned it earlier. I'm sorry, Bonte. You got quarterbacks making peanuts. You got a rookie, and you got Jimmy G making almost nothing. So you have the chance now to make this sort of a move, and it's exciting because now you're all in on this year. Now go do it, boys.
Go do it. Go do it. And there's going to be a lot of pressure on Shanahan to go do that.
Yes.
There's no more excuses for him not to go do that and put up points. But also the cap's going to explode. The cap's going to go up.
It's going up, yeah, you're right.
Get a little bit more
Amazon's in the game.
Well, and important, if you do want to get to the business side of it, important to note that none of the money after this year for Christian is guaranteed.
Yes.
Therefore, it is a situation where it could be a restructured deal that knocks that number down a little bit. And then that's why I almost think of this as 2 deals. You know, right now we're excited about what the message they just sent their roster, which is we actually think you guys can go win the NFC. But this is a second deal also, which is if there's a restructured contract, is Christian McCaffrey your running back for the next 3 years? And is that a huge piece of ushering Trey Lance into being the starting quarterback? Because there's nothing better than having the security blanket of somebody like that in the backfield with short passes and the running game. Like the read option with Christian McCaffrey and Trey Lance.
Getting some RPOs to be able to throw him the ball and all that. By the way, they're going to keep him. I don't think that this is a rental. He's here for 3 years. And you think about the history of Shanahan's and McCaffrey's. Kyle Shanahan wore 87 in college because of Easy Ed Christian's dad. So the familial connection makes it feel like this is not Emmanuel Sanders, which was, you didn't want that to be a rental. It turned out that it was. He's going to be here for the next 3 years, and even this year, if they don't get the quest for 6 done, if you have him coming back, you're loaded again for next year.
And Mark said something about the Lynch and Shanahan telling the roster, you guys can go do this.
Fires up.
So I believe that too. So you go through the NFC, and I believe they can win in Philly, Dallas, home field. Doesn't matter when you have a defense like that. And then you get to that one special game. And they're going to need some playmakers in that one special games, whether it's Buffalo, Kansas City, or one of these high-flying AFC teams. And you know what? I'll go roll with Debo, Ayuk, Kittle, and Christian McCaffrey. And you can play with those guys as well as having that defense. So this is a Super Bowl type of move. It's a big boy move, a bold move.
One question, though, for both of you. Are you putting a room on hold in Arizona in February?
No. You got, first off, qualify for the playoffs.
I might. I'm seeing my best friend.
We got peeps in the area.
However, Big Dog City, do you still have that apartment in Phoenix? I need to rent it out in Glendale when I get down there. Seriously. It's a big move. I'm not guaranteeing anything, but man, I feel good about this team right now.
No doubt.
I was already tilting myself before the trade. It's like, Niners might beat Kansas City. I think they're going to beat Kansas City on Sunday. Now, Chris is not going to play, but I think that energy, that juice.
Oh, he might play. He absolutely might play. And there's talk of him being a part of the red zone package at the very least. I mean, why can't he play? He lands, you guys mentioned it, he lands in 90 minutes. He goes through a physical, which, by the way, he'll pass. He's been playing. Physically, he's been physically fit, so he's going to be able to play. So why not throw him in some red zone packages?
So who's going to be down there in San Jose Airport, 10:46 a.m.?
All of them.
Chris Alvarez.
The whole
Casey
team.
Pratt.
Better be
Cancel
Chuck
practice.
Sourdough Sam.
Chuck Walter, our very own Chuck Walter.
He's going to be out
Hi,
there.
I'm Chuck Walter, and I'm wearing a money tie because I'm going to give you my best bets.
So,
Dude, I
Chuck
was
been out there doing
thirsty
work.
for Devone takes last night. I was reffing at Carondelet.
Nice.
Shout out
What did
Homecoming.
your phone
Underrated basketball
say?
program
Dude,
for girls.
The gym is packed. I walk out of the gym and I put on the radio and I got hot takes from Devone. And I'm like,
Devone talking
I'm
about
like, you talking about the trade?
8:30 p.m. night. You don't get a lot of breaking news at 9 o'clock at night. That was a big night
Dude,
for them.
seriously.
Did he like the trade?
He ripped everyone. No, I'm just kidding.
That's a shocker.
This is just in.
Is it
my
breaking?
dad wants me to tell Dibs. My dad has already rented the Mustang to go down to Glendale.
Let's go.
There you go.
Put me in the middle seat in the back.
So he's
Pop.
gonna try-
I'm a little guy.
So
I
you
can
guys going to
fit.
make that 13-hour drive?
I've done that drive.
Have you seen my dad? Have you
I
seen
did
my
that
dad
drive in one
drive?
day.
He was doing 130 on I-5.
It's
130.
brutal. It's brutal.
Yeah.
All right, let me ask
Call
this.
Dale
Look at
Earnhardt Jr.
Shasky
for a
in part
reason.
2.
Yeah.
Let me ask this just so that it's not a full Christian McCaffrey party across the board. I do have one question to see how. No, just
What
I wonder.
number is he wearing?
Captain
no,
Buzzkill.
it's not that. Because you guys, I mean, in fact, I even heard you guys talking about Kyle Shanahan and accountability less than an hour ago. So here's one thing that did bounce around in my head. And actually, before I say it, you guys did an unbelievable job getting this YouTube feed to where it is. It has been sitting here tantalizingly
unreal.
close to 1,000.
I know.
All like for the last hour.
And we had to reset the feed.
Yeah, I know.
They're not coming back.
Listen, the energy in the room is great, and if you want to see the show, in addition to listening to the show, go to the YouTube feed right now. The chat is on fire. People are having a ton of fun. We're getting in there as well. So come to the YouTube feed. All you got to do is search 95.7 The Game and just click on the live stream. It's that simple. You don't need to sign up for anything. Just click on it. Boom. You're ready to go.
It's so popular. Grant Cohn's in the comments section just going at it with
Potentially,
people.
unless it's
That's
a
a
fake
troll.
Grant Cohn.
Yeah,
Yeah,
who
it could be
knows?
another
Who knows?
fake. Who knows? If it's actually
I have a
Grant.
troll
time
on
on
there.
this.
I have a fake troll
All
account
right.
on there.
All right, so what about this,
Rips my
though?
neck every day.
The one thing that we love, maybe not the one thing, there's 1,000 things, but one thing that really stands out about the Golden State Warriors and the light years idea is that it always feels like they're 2 steps ahead of everybody. It feels like they have a plan. Now, when I watch Kyle Shanahan and this group handle the running back position, it feels like you changed your mind every 4 days. Is what it feels
But
like.
if I go back to 2018, Jerick McKinnon, the vision was going back to that year.
Right.
8,000 articles on we have this satellite chess piece we can move all across the board.
I know, but
He's
if
a
you
poor man's McCaffrey.
Yes.
but if you're using a 3rd-round draft pick 2 years in a row on a running back, followed by giving up big-time capital the following year for another running back, to go from Trey Sermon to TDP to, oh, by the way, we also have an established guy who's had success in Eli Mitchell. Listen, I'm just being devil's advocate.
No, it's
I
fair.
get that this is an opportunistic situation that you would not have known was coming, and they jumped, and that's fair. But it also feels like the 49ers at the running back position have changed their mind a bunch of times.
Don't you want them to evolve their thinking over time?
I'm not against it.
Right?
Like
our thoughts on combo guards 10 years ago are not our thoughts on combo guards today in the NBA, for example.
Yeah.
And I think the league is constantly evolving. I look at someone like Tyreek Hill who was out there, and Mike McDaniel straight up said, oh, that particular player is available. He's so unique and will help what I'm doing and help other players. I have to get him at all costs. That's what he said in a Miami article. McCaffrey's so unique. I think you throw a lot of the old thoughts out the window.
And just also, we've been going back and forth about running backs.
I know what you think. Yeah, I want to know what you think.
We've been going back and forth on running backs all season long. We've been going back and forth.
I believe in them.
I just want a running back who can catch the ball at the backfield. They haven't had that. And now, when you get these first downs and second downs, you have a running back who could turn a 2-yard pass into 7 yards, 8 yards. And now you start setting up 2nd and 2, 3rd and 1, 3rd and 2, 2nd and 3. Instead of being in 2nd and long.
Be ahead of the sticks,
ahead of the sticks.
Yeah.
And this guy can make those plays. It's just having a big boy at running back. I get stars don't help you win Super Bowls, but damn, it certainly helps having a star.
Oh, it certainly
New
helped the
York
Rams
Giants.
last year.
Yeah.
They got OBJ and they got Jalen Ramsey, and they brought stars in, and they won the dang thing.
Saquon Barkley's healthy. The Giants are
They look
5-1.
great.
You can't name a wide receiver on the
and
New York
Derrick Henry
Giants.
has helped
You know what I'm saying?
Tannehill cash in so much money. Hasn't their opinion, forget running back, on quarterback, we thought he loves a Kirk Cousins. Okay? And then in the draft, he did something a little different that I think was an evolution of his thought process.
He straight debunked that. Like, we've overdone the Kirk Cousins thing because, again, he wanted Kirk Cousins.
He drafted him in Washington.
And then we decided he only wants people like Kirk Cousins.
Well, maybe he wanted someone like McCaffrey, and those guys just aren't available.
I think he thought Kirk was going to be available. That's someone I can win with, and that was his plan. And we took that to mean Kyle Shanahan only likes a Kirk Cousins type quarterback, and he debunked that. Like, before he drafted Trey Lance, he's like, you know who I like? I like Patrick Mahomes and Josh Allen.
Course.
Like, who doesn't like that? Yeah. So, sure.
And then in my head, I'm hearing Bunted. And why didn't you take him at 2017?
Yeah, by the way, the 2017 draft is sneaky one of the best drafts we've seen in a generation. Myles Garrett, number 1 overall. He, by the way, probably still goes number 1 overall.
He's the all-time leading sack getter for the Browns.
TJ Watt was a late first rounder, and he's got 73 sacks, and he went number 30. Yeah. I was just going through it in the green room.
I love that draft because we're at the Fox Theater. That was,
yeah.
I was 6 months into my tenure here at 95.7 The Game.
The Peacock
First time
Express.
Working with Joe Fortenbaugh and Papa. And Papa left us for about an hour and a half. And it was Fortenbaugh and I on the stream.
That was an O Canada production,
in
right?
Oakland. Yep. Spadoni was there. Oh, it was unbelievable. And with Christian McCaffrey, the Chiefs had traded up, right? And Papa's looking at Fortenbaugh and goes, Fat Andy. He's got to go get Christian McCaffrey. He's got to go get Christian McCaffrey. And just the names that were popping off the board during that draft. It's like, man, this is an all-time draft. You're right, Dibs. 2017 was really good.
Leonard Fournette goes 4. Deshaun. Jamal Adams goes 6. McCaffrey goes 8. Forget what the Niners did because they made not one but 2 mistakes in the first round because now they've made it right. Yeah. This is his make good in the 2017 draft.
Tre'Davious White was in that draft. He went 27th overall to Buffalo.
Yeah.
Unbelievable draft. That was a fun show.
Here's what I would say. I do think that this guy on this team, like, if you want to squeeze the money out of Debo, like, it feels like Debo hasn't had the same pop as last year, and we could argue why that is. But if you want to justify giving him the $25 million in guarantees, other guys got to help open up the field for this guy. And I think that McCaffrey does it on so many levels. This is such a win-win. Yes, it has risk. All these moves have risk. Every contract has risk. I mean, I'm not denying that.
One thing
I just love this move.
He gets to play on grass now,
do too. Yeah, like one thing I will sort of flatly reject, and you can already just go ahead and predict this.
What's that?
Look, the guy is not going to play every game between now and 2026.
Yeah.
And when that happens, there will be a line of 49er fans there to scream about how idiotic Kyle Shanahan was to think that we could acquire somebody who's gotten hurt before. Look, Doc Pandy's even talked a lot on social media on our show about drafting players with an injury history. Is this like that? I saw what he was, the interaction he's had with you guys this morning. The injury rate in the NFL each season is 100%.
Exactly.
Like that
seems high.
That's
outside
fact.
of a couple quarterbacks.
My point is even if they played all the games, doesn't mean they didn't get hurt.
100%.
Sometimes you're able to play through it. Sometimes 100%. You're not. All of that. But the idea that they have just acquired damaged goods, I flatly reject. Because couldn't I make the case then that they are nothing but a roster of damaged goods?
Exactly.
They all get hurt. There are going to be risks. Christian will get hurt, and he will miss a game or 2 or 3, and you hope that's it. But he's also completed seasons in this league. This is somebody who has done that. And that's unfair, in my opinion, unless it's just a complete washout for 3 years. But it's unfair to say this is risky because he gets hurt. That's the NFL. That's football. They're all injury prone because they're playing football.
And his injuries are not Verrettian, where it's ACLs and Achilles. It's soft tissue stuff, and hopefully he can work his way through that. But you mentioned it. First 3 years, didn't miss a game. Yep. He's had injury issues over the last couple. You hope, fingers crossed, that he's able to stay healthy.
Dibs, how do we know Carolina just didn't shut him down to get better draft positioning and say, you know what, this is our long-term asset? He may be able to play through some things. Let's just shut it down.
They might have,
awful. They may have done that.
Well, yeah, we don't know that. And in fact, like if you think back to the injuries of the last 2 years, one of the years was that. Yes. Where it's like he's going to be back next week. No, he's going to be back next week. No, he's going to be back next week.
Yeah,
it never came back. It was very Mike Trout-esque.
Exactly.
It's like he's about to come back.
Killed my fantasy team.
Here's
He
what
never did.
My team sucks.
Here's my question to Niner fans about the injury thing.
By the way, speaking of the fans, thank you very much. Up to 1050 on the YouTube chat.
Huge,
So thank you.
yes.
Thank you very much. Go ahead.
Like I think most astute Niner fans would say, hey, they gave up a high second rounder. It was basically a first rounder, a late first rounder for D Ford. And he only played like 350 snaps in 2019. He was hurt. But when he was out there, damn, he was good.
Really
and
good.
it really helped that defense, and they got to where they needed to go. Now, they didn't win the big one, but I think almost every fan would say, as bad as it was and as injury-filled as it was, I'd probably do that trade again. You're giving up probably a lesser draft pick in the valuation chart.
Yeah.
Second rounder from McCaffrey. We think he's going to have more of an impact
Better
than even
player,
a situational D Ford. To me, you do these kinds of trades.
Well, I'm just happy that, and Mark and I have talked about this, and I've been critical of Kyle Shanahan because I've said to Mark one time in my Niner fandom career, I want to say to Kyle, man, that was too risky. You really took a chance.
Right.
And this is that time. And I know it's a John Lynch production, but Kyle's in on it. And so you look at this move, and I'm happy to say, whoa, this is aggressive, guys. It's an aggressive move.
If you look at acquisitions, they actually have been very aggressive year in and year
They
out,
have.
right? From Emmanuel
Sneaky.
Sanders.
Very sneaky.
And even if it's a Menahu, like it's a smaller
Lance,
pick, right? They've been
Jordan Willis.
very aggressive when it comes to acquisitions. I think you're talking more about like it's 4th and 2
Right.
at the other team's 40-yard line, and you'd like to see him go for that a little bit
Absolutely.
more.
We're not getting the
I
ball to
get that.
Juszczyk. Give the ball to McCaffrey.
Yeah, well.
Well, now you have,
First down.
now you close your eyes and you think about this offense. Maybe not this Sunday because he won't play a ton, but next week against the Rams, and you think about the weaponry. When they put up that opening graphic, the 49ers starters, it's like you may need 3 pages with all these players.
Well, let's talk about plays like 4th and 1. That's part of what we're talking about here. So if you made it through that insanely boring game last night, flashback to the first half, Arizona Cardinals are facing a 3rd and 8, I think, at the Saints, whatever it was, 11-yard line. They get 7 yards. It's 4th and 1. And I immediately you flash back, if you've been watching the NFL for years, where people would have to call a timeout and they would sit there and look at each other and, okay, what do you want to do? It's like, I go, watch this. They're not even going to blink. There's no timeout. They're going for it. It's 4th and 1, and they will go for it. And the reason they're going to go for it is Kyler Murray's their quarterback.
Exactly.
And you should, in theory, always be able to get a yard. And I think the 49er offense now starts to become one of those offenses. If I've got Kyle Shanahan calling plays, and I've got Christian McCaffrey and Deebo Samuel, how am I not going to get a yard?
I know.
And so maybe one aggressive move, Dibs, moves to another aggressive move, which is aggressive in acquisition leads to aggressiveness on the field. That's my hope.
That's in baby world right now. We have an expression: sleep begets sleep.
Oh.
Meaning, if the
Yeah, it
baby
does.
sleeps,
Yeah, it
it's gonna lead to more sleep.
That's a fact.
Shout out Mila the last 2 nights; she's been fantastic. But hopefully, you're right, Mark, that aggressive moves begat aggressive moves on the field, because now you're in a spot where you got Christian McCaffrey, you got Debo, you got Ayuk, you got Kittle, you got the various Mitchells and Wilson Juniors if you need him. Go for it now, Kyle, especially against Kansas City this weekend, where you're not going to be able to win this game 11-10.
No, and Andy Reid will go for it on 4th and 1.
Shout out 11-10.
Yeah, he will. Yeah, he will.
Andy
Too
Reid
soon.
will go for it.
That was such a good call. by
And
you,
Kingsbury
11.
last
Thank
night,
you.
you talk about that game.
So good.
They were very aggressive, Arizona.
Shocking.
They were just going for
Yeah,
it.
exactly.
Kingsbury, they were playing
Aggressive?
desperate, but you know
No.
what? I
Kyler was
watching that
aggressive
game,
toward his coach's
but I'm not
face.
going to lie to you.
And they won a game
Yeah.
the day that Modern Warfare got released.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the shocking thing.
Yeah.
Call of
ahead.
Duty came out, and Kyler still had a good game.
Yeah,
Still
okay.
focused.
Y'all keep making these jokes
That's
about
solid.
Kyler, man. Kyler's a problem.
Come on, it's
They
funny.
dropped
The
42.
video
No,
game
it is.
joke is
It is.
funny.
It is
They
funny.
dropped 42.
I don't like
They
how
got,
you do that,
they,
though.
they got 2 pick sixes.
They did get 2
they
pick
got
sixes,
2
but you
pick
know what,
sixes.
though? You know what, though? They get credit for that. We don't complain when the Niners
No,
do that.
no.
And you know what? Arizona got some pop yesterday with DeAndre Hopkins. And
sure.
I'm watching the game thinking, damn, they got Hopkins.
No, they got some juice.
They're back into it. They do have some big-time juice.
I guess you guys weren't paying attention.
Oh, yeah, no, we got the juice.
double entendre.
Yeah.
He has a BG jump.
You're
You know what?
running
He
hot
looked
right
right
now.
now. He's running hot. So
They're all
it is
right.
what it is. It is
They're all
what
right.
it is. So the Niners got their juice now.
I mean, it does. And here's the other reason I really love this. I love it when I watch people put pressure on themselves.
Yes.
And there's no question that this is a risk, and that Kyle Shanahan and the whole regime have now put pressure on themselves, because whether it's even actually true or not, this brings massive expectation.
100%.
Would you not be wildly disappointed if they don't win the division?
Yes.
They
were already
don't
the best.
Care about that?
Yeah, but what do you mean you don't care about that?
Because they can go anywhere, anytime.
Yeah, but
I realize that.
No, it does guarantee you a home game.
I'm not talking.
To me, it's not the end all be all. That's all I'm saying.
I hear
Get to
you.
the playoffs with this roster and being healthy. It's just like with the Golden State Warriors. Do we care if the Warriors are the number 1 seed in the West?
No.
This is different.
Yeah, it's not about a home playoff game. It's about, dude, you're sitting here right now. We're at week 7.
Easiest path of resistance.
You are clearly the best team of these 4. And that's not even that much of a compliment to the 49ers as much as it is. The other 3 teams just have big warts right now.
Exactly.
And you can see them. And you can make the case, I guess, that the 49ers have shown some warts too. But they are, on paper and off paper, they're the best of these 4. They already are 2-0 in the division.
Yes.
They should win the West.
They should win the division. But if you get into the playoffs, the team is proven. They can beat anybody. Anywhere.
I'm still
and the
holding
NFC's
out hope
not
on
strong.
the NFC though.
Like you imagine,
I'm not saying like we all like the
imagine
Eagles.
if they go to
look great
Green
today.
Bay?
They could lose a couple of games and boom, you're right in position to get that bye. That bye is huge now. I don't know. Maybe
3
I'm
games
just
behind
tripping.
the Eagles. 3 games behind the Eagles.
you never
That's gonna
know.
be tough.
You never know.
It's going to be tough.
You never know.
It's going to be tough.
The Arizona was 6-0, 7-0, best team in the league. Did they even make the playoffs?
Yes, they did.
They lost to Houston.
The Eagles are very good, but I would not watch their games and say they're just dominating.
Yeah, they're
people.
unbeatable.
They're very good. They're very good, but I also think if you look at their schedule, it gets harder. It gets harder in the second half than it does. Obviously. Then it does.
You always every
know what
time.
I mean?
Right when he did the
Well, we as an organization.
Let's go through the schedule. Does it get harder? Pittsburgh at home.
Don't sleep on
stinks.
Mitchie Trubisky.
Come on, Pittsburgh stinks.
Here's
at Houston, Washington,
right.
at Indianapolis, at home against Green Bay,
right
at
there,
home against
right
Tennessee.
there. I want you to look at
Giants,
things.
at Chicago, at Dallas,
So,
New
Bonte,
Orleans stinks. The Giants.
I want you to
they're
look at
getting home field
no. I want you to look at that. Start on Thanksgiving weekend where they are on Sunday Night Football. I know the Packers don't look right, but that's not an easy game. So you go Green Bay, Tennessee, the Giants, and the Cowboys are 4 games in a 5-week stretch. That's hard. That's hard. Those are real games.
I will take
those
my
are
chances.
real games.
I will take my chances against Daniel Jones.
I'm not saying they're favored to get the 1 seed. They're 6-0.
But let's not act like it's a daunting schedule.
No, but the 49ers schedule when you get after the bye gets easier than it is right now.
You get the Chargers in there.
Well, the travel schedule.
The travel schedule's
They
nice.
don't leave.
They already went
don't
for it
leave.
on 4th down.
Well, you've got Arizona, a team that you have trouble beating. You've got them twice, so it's
That's what I'm
not,
saying.
you know.
We're laughing
I'm
at
worried about Arizona.
No, we can make all the jokes in the world about Kyler Murray not doing his homework and playing Call of Duty. They got Hopkins back. And Rondale Moore looks good. And they made a sneaky trade for Robbie Anderson.
Exactly,
who's not
Robbie
a bum,
Anderson, yeah.
Who's not a bum. So they're going to be there. And they played the Niners tough. We saw Colt McCoy light them up last year.
Just win the division and get a home game. To me, that's where the bar is. You know?
So Arizona's going to be sneaky. But at the end of the day, if they don't win the division, in my mind, it's not the end of the world.
Not the end of the
Because I know
world.
this team can go anywhere at any time to beat somebody with that defense.
Be great though
Running game
to have 2 home games and then only have to travel to Philly if need be for an NFC Championship
They
game.
make it there.
No, but how sweet would that be
And
against a 14-3 Philly?
Exactly.
Philly feels like a home away from home, too. I would love to go to the 2-1 and stick it to them.
Little Philly cheesesteak?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Steve's, Jim's.
Go ring the bell?
Not even Pat and Gino. That's the tour. That's like going
Run
to
up and down like we're rocking.
You know?
Creed
Could be a fun
3?
show.
Creed 4 featuring Bonte.
There you go. I'm looking forward to Creed 3.
I am
Creed
too.
was
Yeah,
fun.
nice.
That's fun.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
Anyway, what are you guys talking
Good
about?
stuff.
Well, I'll tell you what we're going to say.
Did you see this report from Larry Kruger?
No, we're talking about the CP,
I
the
did.
CP Cup in South
I
Carolina.
did, and I spoke to him last night, and I can add a little something to that.
I'm excited.
But I also, first thing out the gate, because I know you guys got to run, we're going to read for you. I want to read what Kyle Shanahan said this morning about Christian McCaffrey's medical report.
Reading Rainbow.
I thought you were going to read something about Jokic.
No.
Chasing them tonight.
No.
Lakers Warriors.
Yeah.
Come on, Loban's going to be in the building.
Come on.
Warriors Nuggets.
Of course.
Big game.
Big game.
Big
Warriors
game.
Nuggets. Rematch in the first
Someone's
round.
going to be 2-0. Someone's going to be.
No defense will be played on Denver.
Russell Westbrook?
You did?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, my God.
All right. Someone's going to be 0-2.
Now.
Yeah.
All right.
Wow. Man. All right.
Have a good one.
Night.
All right, boys.
It's a huge Friday.
Oh, my God.
On 95.7 The Game. Christian McCaffrey is coming to the Bay Area. And the The Dubs take on the Nuggets tonight at 7.
Curry off a screen, takes a three, foul by Beverly. It's up and good. A chance for a 4-point play.
For the home of the champs, 95-7 the game.
Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate your car today at carsforkids.org. Your car, running or not, can be picked up as soon as the next day. No title, no problem. Call 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS or go online at carsforkids.org to donate today.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Kirby is your driveway mechanic. They bring the shop to you with brake replacements, oil changes, washes, and so much more. Get $50 off your first oil change with code OIL50 at Kirby.com. That's CURBEE.com and use code OIL50.
Are you interested in new career opportunities in the Bay Area and want to make a difference in your community? The San Francisco Sheriff's Office is looking for people considering a job in law enforcement right now. If you're at least 20 years or older with a high school diploma or equivalent, the San Francisco Sheriff's Office wants to hear from you. Enjoy full benefits, flexible schedules, and opportunities for growth and promotion. For employment announcements and more information, visit sfsheriff.com. That's sfsheriff.com to apply today.
Without the ones like you, who work tirelessly to keep things running, everything would suddenly stop. Hospitals, factories, schools, and power plants, they all depend on you. No matter the weather, emergency, or time of day, you're the ones who get it done. At Grainger, we're here for you 24/7, with supplies and solutions for every industry, and access to product specialists ready to help. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live, 90 minutes before tip-off of every Warriors game. Brought to you by Xfinity Sports Zone, the ultimate hub for everything sports. With live games, shows, news, and highlights, all in one place. Only with Xfinity X1.
Alice at 97.3 is celebrating the return of Alice in Winterland. Friday, December 2nd at the SAP Center in San Jose. Starring Sean Mayer. One Republic.
See you at Alice in Winterland.
Matt Nathanson. Plus more to be added. Tickets on sale now at Ticketmaster. Get everything Alice in Winterland at radioalice.com.
It's the bottom of the ninth, the game's on the line, and your small business needs a loan fast. What's your move? Go to OnDeck.com, America's largest online small business lender. With OnDeck, you can apply in minutes, and if approved, get your funds as soon as the same day. Go to OnDeck.com. Your loan is on deck. Depending on certain loan attributes, your business loan may be issued by OnDeck or Celtic Bank, a Utah Chartered Industrial Bank member FDIC. Limited eligibility for same-day funding. OnDeck does not lend in every state. All loans subject to lender approval.
Big O Tires proudly sells its own brand of affordable tires, and each set comes standard with the nation's greatest warranty. Now through October 30th, save $100 instantly on select Big O brand tires with installation purchase. Visit your locally owned Big O Tire store for offer details.
Get what you want and pay over time when you use your Lowe's Advantage Card. Now through October 26, 2022. Ask for 0% APR with 36 fixed monthly payments on a product installation or appliance purchase of $1,000 or more. Shop for the appliances you want in-store or online. Or go to the store nearest you for installation. Now at Lowe's. Offer subject to credit approval. Minimum monthly payments required. See store at Lowe's.com for details. U.S. only.
Hey everybody, it's Boomer Esiason here. When a part of your offense isn't firing on all cylinders, it shows. And sometimes the only solution is to replace that part with something new. It's true on a championship team, and it's also true with cars. That's why I love eBay Motors. They have all the right parts at the right prices. 122 million of them, by the way. And that way you can get the parts that you need to make your car a winner. ebaymotors.com. Let's ride.
Whether you're working in an office or remote, Staples has your tech.
New AirPods so I can turn up the music and tune out distractions.
Staples has your tech.
Oh, a spare monitor for my spare bedroom/home office.
A webcam for all my video chats.
Staples has you covered with tech solutions and accessories, from the latest laptops to networking solutions. And now Apple AirPods Pro are just $199. You save $50. The latest tech solutions are at Staples, the working and learning store, in-store and online. Ends 10/22, limit 2 while supplies last.
Charging a cell phone can be like getting a booster shot. A booster is given to enhance or restore protection after a primary series vaccination, which wanes over time. Schedule an appointment when you are eligible. Sponsored by Pfizer and BioNTech.
They're longtime friends.
Let me tell you something real quick about Dibs that I'm sure not everybody knows.
And first-time partners.
Hang in there, big guy. There'll be brighter days ahead.
Now these two homegrown Bay Area boys finally come together to take over sports talk.
Get the hell off of my doorstep.
Major League Baseball, you stink.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
It's pretty exciting.
It's damn exciting.
Let me read this for you right out of the gate for anybody who has questions or negative thoughts because of Christian McCaffrey's health. And let us also invite you right now all day, okay? 888-957-9570. What's also fun about acquiring a great player is that I think very reasoned people can look at this and go, oh, that was too much, or I don't like what you did there. Warren Sharp, I respect. He hated this deal for the 49ers.
Wow.
So good deal or bad deal, 888-957-9570. We'll get into it.
Deal or no deal.
There you
We're
go.
back to Howie Mandel.
Here he is again. He's had a major presence on this show this week.
And Warren Sharp loves draft picks, and I get it. He's part of the draft pick analysis. He knows what draft picks are worth, etc. But for me, I look at this team, what this team needs, and in an NFC that is wide open. And I think...
Do not Scott Stapp me. It's just...
The league's wide open.
It just does not feel good.
It never feels good to hear it, but it feels good coming out. So now's the time. Strike while the iron is hot. John Henry. I love the trade, Mark.
Quote from Kyle Shanahan. Dibs. Quote, I know when you look at a player like Christian, medically, coming out of college, we had the highest medical grade on him of any player we ever got since we've been here. He never had injuries. He was the cleanest guy that we could have. And it started that way for 2 years in the NFL. First 3 years, I believe. I know these last 2 years haven't been the same. But watching him this year, he's back to his full health. He looks like the same guy as coming out of college. And I know we've got a tough guy who handles it right, who takes care of his body as good as anyone can. I put him on that Bosa-type level. It's just been kind of the way he was raised, the way he's looked at everything. It's 100% commitment to being the best he can be at what he does, and he's been doing that since he was probably 3 years old. End quote, Kyle Shanahan on Christian McCaffrey.
Yeah, and I love to hear that, and especially in a situation where your team is the most injured team in the National Football League. The last thing you want is another guy to come in and be injury prone. And you look at Christian McCaffrey at Stanford, 731 touches over the course of 3 years. That is a massive workload for a college player over the course of 37 games. So he was durable. And then his first few years in Carolina, very durable, didn't miss a game. And now of late, he's had some stuff. And you're right, maybe Carolina shut him down in order to get a better draft pick, thinking we're out of it already anyway. So I don't think you can necessarily say he's injury prone, and the injuries he has had are all soft tissue, none of the big ones.
Yeah, I mean, I guess confused is the best word by the term injury prone. I get it. There are certain bodies that if it starts early in college, that either can't recover the same way. We get that. Russell Wilson this week said he had Wolverine blood because he recovers really quickly. I don't think anyone wants to hear from Russ right now, but anyway, you get my point. But the term injury prone, I don't know what to do with it. I'm not saying it doesn't exist. I'm not saying it's wrong. I'm saying, gosh, go on a football field. You're injury prone.
True.
But
a guy like Jason Verrett, and I hate to single him out.
Sure,
but
when it gets really bad, yeah.
Right, when you have a pattern of injury, and people have looked at Nick Bosa, hurt in high school, hurt in college, hurt in the pros. I mean, that's a thing. That's a pattern of injury. And I don't want to bog this down to look at Christian McCaffrey's injuries and his body because he's healthy right now. And he comes into a team where you've got an offensive genius, quote unquote. Now go be a genius with your new toy.
Well, I will say this, though. The Christian McCaffrey we've watched throughout our lives is, I hope, not the Christian McCaffrey we get with the San Francisco 49ers. And here's what I mean. When Stanford had Christian McCaffrey, Christian right, Christian left, Christian up the middle. Then he went to the Carolina Panthers. Christian left, Christian right, Christian fight.
Yeah, I love that yesterday. Okay? You put that in our thread.
The San Francisco 49ers don't need to do that. They don't need to look at Christian McCaffrey and go, all right, man, you're the offense. Go do it. That's what Christian has gotten his entire career. And the 49ers not only don't have to do that, they damn well better not. Because that, in my opinion, is what makes someone injury prone, is simply the more hits they take, the more likely it's going to be that there is a problem. If you're on a team that also has Deebo Samuel, and by the way, 3 weeks from now, are we just going to tell Eli Mitchell you no longer play football here? Like, he should still have a role.
Jeff Wilson Jr., Tevin Coleman.
TDP, who knows? George Kittle, Brandon Ayuk. I mean, they're so drunk with talent on the offensive side now that I don't want Christian McCaffrey getting 30 touches a game. Why would you do that?
Right.
So he can still have his big playability. He can get a lot of touches, but he's now on a team for the first time in his life that's not going to get in the huddle and look at him and go, so what do you want to do? Because you're the guy. That's what he's done his whole life. I bet he did it in high school, and he probably did it in the Pee Wee leagues too. Now he's finally on a team where he's not the only guy. And my hope is that leads to even more holes because they can't key on him, and it leads to more health. That's my hope.
Yeah, and that's what Kyle Shanahan will do, should do, and I would expect that that's the way that it goes. Christian McCaffrey, by the way, for his career in the National Football League, 20 touches per game. He's touched it 1,256 times over the course of 64 games. That's 19.63 TPG, touches per game. He led the league in touches in 2019. And by the way, the subsequent years, 2020 and 2021, he was hurt. So to your point, you've got Deebo Samuel. And I was mentioning to the guys earlier, I think McCaffrey is a mix between Brandon Ayuk and his route running in his hands and Deebo Samuel and his Swiss Army knife ability, all wrapped into a package as a running back. So you already have all these weapons. George Kittle's been underused. Before last week, Ayuk has been underused. Deebo's been running the ball a lot more, I think, than he and the Niners want. Now he doesn't have to do that anymore. And oh, by the way, you still have the other running backs you talked about. So Christian McCaffrey is a perfect fit for this offense because he doesn't have to be 20 touches a game.
Like if I had a goal, and I think, game flow, things like this matter, but like if I'm Kyle Shanahan, I'm looking at Christian McCaffrey, like I'm cool with 12 runs a game, four or five catches a game. You know what I mean? Like you can keep it right in there and he can have all the effect on the game that you want, but you're not going to stop running the ball sometimes with Deebo. You're not going to stop the wide receiver screens. You're not going to stop even Eli Mitchell running off tackle with Trent Williams back in the fold this week. So I think all those things still play, and they don't have to rely on McCaffrey the same way all of his other teams have. So very, very exciting day. Christian McCaffrey is a 49er, a Bay Area sports landscape that is loaded with stars, both on the 49ers and the Warriors. Hey, Giants.
You're up.
You're up. Exactly. But you add another one, and that is just really, really good. So we're here for your calls all day. Let's do it. 888-957-9570. Let's go to Dave in Livermore first here on Willard and Dibs. Hey, Dave, what are you doing?
I'm just contemplating whether I like this, I love it, or I don't like it. And I'm in between on everything. On paper, this is amazing. But over the last 2 weeks, one of the biggest topics we have had is the Niners are the most injured team in football on a consistent basis every single year.
It's true.
And now we go out and probably get the most injured running back over the same time period. A little bit of sarcasm there. I just have one ask of the 49ers. We don't know if this is the reason, but don't let your training staff touch this man, period. Please get somebody else to do it.
Dave, it's not the training staff. I mean, I don't even know how that would be it. Do you know what I mean? Like, if Emmanuel Mosley tears an ACL on turf, we go to the trainer. Do you know what I mean? I understand where you're coming from. I'm intrigued to know more about why the 49ers are so injured. And Jaquiski Tartt's statements earlier this week are a potential answer to the quiz. He thinks the 49ers work too hard and hit too much in training camp. Does that leave their bodies more vulnerable once the season starts? Maybe. I mean, it's got to be something. It can't just be dumb luck. I don't think that. But I also forever will fall back on just because a guy has had injuries before does not mean you can't put him out there in your football uniform. Because if that's the way that you asked your 49ers or asked your team to go acquire talent, well, then there's nobody that you can acquire.
Right.
Who do you want in football that's, we need someone who's never had an injury? Well, you better go find someone who's never played football then.
Pretty much.
That's just the way it is.
Yeah, and I think when you look at his injuries and you go back to his time earlier in the year, it was a high ankle sprain, missed 6 games. He had a shoulder, missed 4 games. His thigh tightened up, and this is in 2020 where they shut him down for 4 games with a tight thigh. If it's a playoff push, they probably play Christian McCaffrey. And then 2021, hamstring cost him 5 games, and then his left ankle later that year, and that's when they shut him down. So he has had some injuries, but to me, you don't have the big boys, the ACL, the knee injuries, the Achilles tendon. You don't have the broken collarbone and other massive injuries that could really derail your long-term viability. And like I said, he's been averaging about 19 to 20 touches a game. And I like where you were putting that. Go ahead and run the ball 12 times. Let's get about 6 catches in the pass game. Help Jimmy G out with those nice short intermediate routes. And let's see what you can do in this offense.
I know a lot of people didn't watch last week because why would you watch a Rams-Panthers game, especially when you're in the malaise of a post-49er unfortunate loss in Atlanta? But I dialed into that one hardcore because it won me my survivor pool, so I watched every play. C-Mac just torched the Rams last week, and he's going to be there again next week on the very same field, doing it with a better everything around him. Literally a better everything. This guy went for big numbers with P.J. Walker as the quarterback.
13 carries for 69, 7 grabs for 89.
Yeah, and that's
a $158, Mark.
And that's all that on the 49er team has so much more impact than it does with a Carolina Panther team. They lost that game 24-10. They couldn't move the ball. They wouldn't let P.J. Walker throw the ball more than 2 yards down the field. Yet he was still, if you're a defense and you go, okay, here's Carolina in front of me. P.J. Walker's the quarterback. He won't throw the ball more than 2 yards down the field. Let's guard DJ Moore, but we don't really need to worry about him going over the top. What's your only thing you need to do?
Stop C-Mac.
And they couldn't do it.
No.
So now the 49ers come in with Christian McCaffrey. And you're thinking, yeah, we do need to stop that guy. And Debo. And Kittle. And Ayuk. And, Juszczyk is on a wheel. And there's a quarterback who at least is, experienced and mostly effective, like what we've seen. So dynamic, no, but Jimmy Garoppolo obviously greater than P.J. Walker. This affects even just next week in a wonderfully positive way. The 49ers have matchups that should be able to kill the Rams at SoFi next week. I don't know about this week. We don't know if he's going to play. This is still a really, really hard football game, and we'll get into that more as the day unfolds. But this changes the second half of the season in massive ways. I'd love to see a defensive coordinator sit down and figure out how you're going to cover all these bases.
Yeah, how? I mean, it's almost impossible now in terms of all the weapons you have, especially when you talk about the pass game and what Christian McCaffrey can do. And the one thing Kyle Shanahan does as well as anyone in terms of offensive coordinators, which is what he basically is, it's scheme it up in terms of personnel. We've seen Kyle Juszczyk flare out to the tight end spot. We've seen him in an I formation with 2 running backs. You've seen Debo as a running back. You've seen him in motion, jet sweep motion. And now you have Christian McCaffrey, a guy you can put him single back. You can put him in the I formation behind Juszczyk. You can flare him out in the slot. And like I was telling Joe before, you might have 4 running backs on the field at one time with Juszczyk and Mitchell and Debo, who's a glorified wide back, and Christian McCaffrey. The things that Kyle Shanahan can dream up now with this personnel, it's going to be fun to watch.
No doubt. Willard and Dibs, and we'd love to hear from you again. Good deal, bad deal, your reaction to this all morning, all afternoon, right here on 95.7 The Game. And those of you who did not hear all of the conversations about this over the last 2 weeks, maybe the one that pops the most was one that Damon and Ratto had with Michael Irvin like 2 weeks ago. We'll have that for you in just a little bit. We'll be previewing the Chiefs game. I think this affects the entire landscape of Bay Area sports for some of the other teams. We'll get to that as well. 888-957-9570, Xfinity mobile text line. Good morning, Twitch and YouTube. Keep all of your thoughts there as well. Jonathan in San Francisco next up on Willard and Dibs. Hey, Jonathan, what are you doing?
Oh, just feeling pumped, hearing about the news last night. I'm still pumped till now, man, because, the Christian McCaffrey skill set in the Kyle Shanahan system, that's a match made in heaven, man. They could give up whatever draft pick they could give up, just a proven commodity. And I'm just hoping that the 49ers will use him wisely. And when I say wisely, remember how the greatest show on turf used Marshall Faulk, not just on the running game, but, he was the best check down back ever. It seemed like he was open all the time. 1-on-1 against, linebackers, put him in open spaces, and let's deploy his weapons accordingly. And when I say accordingly, like red napalm, take no prisoners, kill them all.
Wow.
Okay. All
Seems
right.
a little aggressive.
Jonathan is probably one of our best callers in terms of ramping himself up throughout the call.
And he'll also
starts
run
out
material.
super chill, and then ends up usually singing by the end of it.
Or running some material like that, Red Napalm, Kill 'Em All, which, shout out the 70s. Is a little bit of an aggressive take, but certainly Kyle Shanahan and that laminated play sheet now, I would imagine he's going to be grinning every time he holds it over his face to try to decide what he's going to call.
How many offenses have you looked at this year in the NFL? And thanks, Jonathan. Appreciate you. 888-957-9570, our number. Like, how many offenses have you looked at so far in the NFL, and they just don't look multifaceted? And therefore, a defense is like, we kind of know exactly what we need to do in order to stop you because we can focus solely on that. And to a degree, the 49ers have suffered from that in the past. And I don't know that they fully step out of it now because they still have a quarterback who does not typically scare you going over the top. What's fascinating is TJ Houshmandzadeh comes on this show yesterday, and we asked him, why is offense down? What's going on? And he says, well, you got defensive coordinators who are getting really smart, and they're going too deep, and they're keeping everything in front of them, and they're daring quarterbacks to essentially take what the defense is giving him.
13-play drive, I dare you.
Well, that's actually what Jimmy wants to do. Jimmy doesn't want to go out there and be like, watch this, I'm going to do an underhand scoop throw and roll out right. He wants to take just what the defense is giving you underneath. Now, if that's what the 49ers have to offer, well, just keep it underneath. Well, as a defense, okay, keep them underneath. Keep Christian McCaffrey in front of you. Keep Debo Samuel in front of you. They have the best yak team in football. So what they're saying is, okay, defense, you do that, and we'll do exactly what you're telling us to do, and I hope you have a great time trying to stop it. Nobody has more underneath weapons who run better after the catch than the San Francisco 49ers.
Yes.
Nobody.
And this, I believe, will open up the field for things like, hey, diddle, Kittle down the middle, which we haven't seen at all. And we've already seen Ray McCloud get deep last week in a deep route, and he dropped the ball. But the fact that you've now got Christian McCaffrey, another, to your point, Mark, another underneath weapon. Not that McCaffrey can't run deep down the field, but he's going to be better on these short and intermediate routes. Deebo Samuel the same way. So now the defense is going to have so much to pay attention to underneath that George Kittle is going to have a chance to now sneak down the seam, and maybe we can get back to some deep throws to the tight end.
No doubt. It opens it up for everybody. Michael in San Diego is next up on Willard and Dibs. Hey, Michael, what are you doing?
Hello, Michael.
Hey, Willard and Dibs. Hey, thanks for having me. Happy Friday, fellas.
Yeah, Michael.
Really wanted to call in and first off commend 49ers front office. John, thank you so much for the pickup. But at the same time, I think what I will say is, this is going to be Kyle's biggest test. I'm a Kyle Shanahan fan, but now he's got every weapon on both sides of the ball to be a successful Super Bowl level coach. And so if we can't get it done this year, I think there's going to be some big question marks around this guy's head. And again, I'm a big Kyle Shanahan fan, but we've got everything we need to be a Super Bowl champion.
I'm with you, Michael.
Thank you, Michael.
I think it's a very fair point. I sort of said it in the changeover. It's one of the reasons that I love the way the Giants, the San Francisco Giants, have talked going into the offseason, because they put pressure on themselves. They're like, we can spend anything. Oh, really? Then do it.
Yeah.
Okay? San Francisco 49ers, you spend 3 first-round capital
picks,
to go get Trey Lance, right, and move off of a quarterback that got you to a Super Bowl. Now you do this. You feel like you have more weapons than anyone in the NFL, and you're an offensive play caller, and you can't get first downs. Like, we're talking so much about the number of points in games. Do you want to know what the 49er problem is this year? They don't get first downs. That's all you got to do. And Christian McCaffrey is a first down maker. And so this does put pressure on Kyle Shanahan. There's no question. You have everything you need. You got to go win. You got to go win now in this NFC.
Win! As you, borrow from you, you can't win.
No, you can. You can win.
Exactly. And I think now you have everything you need offensively, the play caller, and you already have an elite defense. We know that. When healthy, they might be the best defense in the NFL. So what's holding you back now from going out there and winning the whole thing? If it's injuries, fine. That's the NFL. Injuries are a part of everything. But even if that was to happen, you've got depth now at running back.
Well, and they're trending toward being as healthy as they've been in a while. The Mooney Ward situation, specifically against the Chiefs, is a real bummer. But rest of the team, as healthy as they've been, maybe even all year, which we will get to coming up next. We'll get you some of the insight on that. Plus, keep going with your phone calls at 888-957-9570. Christian McCaffrey is coming home. He is a 49er, and we're talking about it all day here on Willard and Dibs and 95.7 The Game.
The 49ers are all in.
We had 4 guys in running back, and then we pick up this guy. This is a game changer for the 49ers this year. Total game changer.
Christian McCaffrey is coming to the Bay Area.
McCaffrey in the open field, inside the 30, inside the 20. McCaffrey touchdown.
We're reacting with you all day.
Are you effing serious?
Right here on 95.7 The Game.
Everything, our farm, our stand, our pop-up shop, it really all started when we discovered the benefits of local, raw honey for our family.
And then we decided to turn it into a business.
We were looking for something to help us get up and running.
So we got the Chase Business Complete Banking Account.
It's more than a bank account. It comes with Quick Accept, which lets us take card payments anytime, anywhere in the U.S. using the Chase mobile app. Plus, we get same-day deposits at no extra cost. For us, it's more than honey. It's about sharing a little sweetness with the world.
Get the Chase Business Complete Banking Account with the essentials you need to help get your business going. Learn more at chase.com/business-complete-banking. Chase for business. Make more of what's yours. Quick Accept is not available in U.S. territories. Enrollment required. Usage subject to approval. Same-day deposits available for payments before 8 p.m. Eastern Time, Sunday to Friday. Fees and rates apply for checking and processing. Limitations and restrictions apply. Participants compensated. Merchant services provided by Payment Tech LLC and WePay Inc. Subsidiaries of J.P. Morgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC.
Cache Creek Casino Resort is the place for the biggest names and the very best in live entertainment. On November 5th, catch multi-Grammy Award winners Train. Then on November 12th and 13th, experience America's Game in person when Wheel of Fortune Live takes the stage. This is your time to cash in at Cash Creek Casino Resort. Find tickets and see our full lineup at cashcreek.com.
O'Reilly. Protect your vehicle's engine with Syntec and O'Reilly Auto Parts. Syntec Premium Full Synthetic Motor Oil is formulated for today's engines to dissipate heat and reduce friction and wear. Right now, get 5 quarts of Syntec Full Synthetic and a MicroGuard Select Oil Filter for just $33.99. Try Syntec today, exclusively at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts. Here's Will of the People World Tour. Friday, April 14th, Oakland Arena. Muse. With special guest, Evanescence. Will of the People, the new album, available now. Tickets on sale Friday, 10 a.m. at muse.mu. Muse, produced by AEG Presents.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-200-1966. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-200-1966. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-200-1966. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds, too. Call 800-200-1966. 800-200-1966.
Is there something really absurd that skeeves you out?
Getting a paper cut on my eyeball.
A fear you can't shake.
I'm going to leak ocular fluid down my cheeks. It's going to go into my mouth and I will perish.
Whatever scares you, I want to talk about it. Join me, Larry Mullins, on my new podcast, Your Weirdest Fears. Listen and subscribe to Your Weirdest Fears on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts from.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Gorgeous gaming, stunning streams, unbelievable bandwidth. It's another Lifestyles of Gagillionaires. Meet the AT&T Fiber customers winning at life with hyper gig speeds. Meet Gagillionaire Terry. While his love of streaming horror movies has him constantly on the edge of his seat, his internet bill won't give him a scare.
Oh, don't go in there. I'm telling you.
Because since Terry upgraded to AT&T Fiber with hyper gig speeds, he doesn't worry about data caps or equipment fees.
Come on, man. The door's open for a reason.
And best yet, he also doesn't stress about a price increase at 12 months, because with the amazing Gagillionaire lifestyle comes an exquisite sense of tranquility. Most of the time. Live like a Gagillionaire. Get straightforward pricing with AT&T Fiber. Internet that upgrades everything. No data caps, no equipment fees, and no price increase at 12 months.
Limited availability in select areas. Visit att.com/hypergig for details.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMC FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Motion man Smith. Pitch it. McCaffrey cuts it inside. McCaffrey for the touchdown.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Okay, it's all C-Mac all the time, almost.
What?
Here on Willard and Dibs, 95.7 The Game.
You
because
J. Cole?
C-Mac is coming back. He is on the 49ers. He might play this weekend. If he does, it'll be in a very limited role. But expect a big performance from him against the Rams next week. And we're taking your phone calls, good deal or bad. The 49ers did give up a lot throughout the morning here at 888-957-9570. He's thankful that you are with us. We'll also get you ready for 49ers and Chiefs. However, we need to take just a moment to pass along just a little something else.
Breaking news on 95.7 The Game is brought to you by DuckDuckGo. Protect your privacy online for free with DuckDuckGo. DuckDuckGo. Privacy simplified.
The Texas Rangers have just named their new manager going forward, and that is none other than Bruce Bochy.
He's a competitor.
The same Bruce Bochy?
I'm back.
Right.
I'm going to go to Texas. Good barbecue. Texas.
From he's a horse to he's going to ride a horse.
That's right. There's horses there, and I like a horse.
Mad bum.
Yeah. So, hey, I'm back.
There it is.
He's back.
Yeah, Bruce Bochy is the manager of the Texas Rangers.
And why don't you share with the audience your reaction when you heard the breaker during our break? Because if you look up crestfallen in the dictionary, your face dropped.
Well, look, it's one of those things. I'm very, very I'm happy for you. I didn't want a beer. I'm really happy for Boch. If this is what he wants, I got nothing else to say about it. But as a Giants fan, yeah, there's a little like, you just kind of wanted him to ride off in the sunset.
On a horse.
Yeah, on a horse.
Of course.
Mad bum. Right? Like, I wanted to be thinking the next time I saw Boch was at the Hall of Fame speech. But this is, look, all good. All good. Boch.
All good?
All good. Good for you.
Back to McCaffrey in 30 seconds.
Yep.
But part of you has to feel like he could still be manager here. Not that you don't like I know you do like Gabe Kapler, but
that's a very different like. But yeah,
doesn't it feel now like he kind of got run out of town?
Well, he did.
But there was a sentiment of like, if he never would have managed again, though, there was a sense of like,
listen,
he was done anyway.
Do you want to know? Okay,
right?
Yeah,
Are you with me though?
15 more seconds on this, and it's to say this.
And back to McCaffrey.
Want to know what word gets totally twisted in sports every year? The word retire. Okay? They don't retire. You don't retire.
Buster retired.
You don't, well, okay, there are exceptions. You don't leave bajillions on the table, Tom Brady, to go spend more time with your family. Nobody does that. We love our family. But these are gajillion-dollar jobs.
Gajillionaires.
And it's really boring, I'm told, to just sit there and look at life while you sit in a chair. So this idea, we use the word retire to mean something very different. I'll give you another example. While we're moving off of Jimmy Garoppolo because we just can't keep him healthy. Yeah, right. You also can't keep Trey Lance healthy. Christian McCaffrey doesn't stay healthy. Trent Williams doesn't stay healthy. George Kittle doesn't stay, and you're not moving off of any of them. You're moving off of him because you're moving off of him. And we use a different word so that everyone feels good about it. And Bruce Bochy, retiring, was exactly that.
But only because he came back. At 64, you could see maybe he's just actually done.
Maybe.
Because now he's 67.
Right. Bill Belichick is 70. Pete Carroll, 71.
Right.
Chill.
But if one of them leaves their gig and they say, I'm retiring, you can believe it at 70. So,
maybe.
Yeah, I mean, it's two different things here.
Right. But when it's timed right with a complete regime change, yeah, like that was, Boch was not going to do what Kapler does, and that's what this particular group wanted to move on to.
But I don't think any of us saw him going to Texas.
No.
And good luck, Boch.
No.
And I don't like your chances to get your career record above 500 because right now he's 26 games below. The guy's managed 4,032 games, and he's 26 games below 500, and that baby ain't going above 500 in Texas.
And the Rangers will continue to be the team that is a cautionary tale with what I think the Giants are about to go do this offseason, because when you win the offseason and spend the most money, sometimes the only thing you win is the offseason. Hashtag Texas Rangers, Corey Seager, Marcus Simeon, same day.
Alex Rodriguez many years ago.
Won the offseason. Yeah. Good for you. How's that going? Anyway, 888-957-9570. Back to the phones. Christian McCaffrey. Sophomore in Pacifica. Hey, you're on Willard and Dibs. What are you doing?
I'm having a great time. First of all, he went from the National League to the American League, so that's semi-retirement, right?
There you go.
It's so much simpler to manage.
Although the two leagues are pretty much the same now, but anyway, yeah, I get your point.
I know. Love the enthusiasm about McCaffrey. They didn't give up too much for him. Win now. Tomorrow's too late, so great to hear you guys talking about it. There is a basketball game tonight, and the point spread did not change as a result of the McCaffrey move. So I don't know what you mean about the changing the landscape of all the Bay Area sports. It's just football, right?
Well, no, actually, I can explain. I'll explain that real quick and then let you finish, sophomore. Don't you think that the San Francisco Giants, who are an entertainment entity in San Francisco, are looking at stars coming out of the wazoo at Chase Center? Jordan Poole, $100 million. Andrew Wiggins, $100 million. Steph, Clay, boom, boom. Championship, ring night, bang, bang, bang. 49ers, Christian McCaffrey, Deebo Samuel extension. Nick Bosa's back this week, bang, 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 bang. And the Giants are like, we have slates in the 8th inning against a left-hander. It's going to change the landscape of Bay Area sports because the Giants are forced to go spend on stars this offseason. That's what I mean. Go ahead, sophomore.
Not a bad point. Not a bad point. It's still +6 for the Nuggets. So talk about that a bit soon. And somebody's got to do yakety yak, don't talk back for the 49ers with Bay Area words.
Yakety yak, we got C-Mac. How about
and
that?
The spread, by the way, is now 4.5. So
it's down to 4.5.
It has moved, according to the line posted on ESPN. Warriors 7 o'clock. 4.5 is what I'm seeing.
Bet Rivers up to 5. Bet Rivers up to 5.
Yeah, it's offshore. So look, I try to
what you
skew
got against
local.
offshore?
I try to skew local here.
All right,
when it comes to gambling talk. But 4.5. So interesting Warrior game against the Nuggets. But today it's all about Christian McCaffrey and the biggest Bay Area trade move since
Trey Lance. Since Trey Lance.
Well, that was a draft pick. So that
was this.
But no, this is you actually got a superstar player.
Right. But
when they acquired Trey Lance, they acquired a draft pick.
Right. But the Trey Lance trade was, by data, the largest trade that the 49ers organization had ever made.
I was thinking about in terms of trading for an actual player.
For an actual player.
An actual star Pro Bowl player, because that's what this is. When you traded for Trey Lance, many people thought you were trading for Mac Jones.
Okay.
So let's not forget that part
So we're talking about trades, like a trade acquisition of a player the last time there was something this big in the entire Bay Area?
Right.
Is that the question?
Yeah, I'm just wondering,
Jeez.
I mean, you look at Zach Wheeler for Carlos Beltran.
Does Trent Williams count? I mean, Trent's been, I know he's an offensive lineman, so it's not like it doesn't have the sex appeal, but it has the importance, doesn't it? I mean, that was
an off-season one.
Yep,
So something about the mid-season trade gives it that extra zip.
Yeah, Kyle, what's up?
It genuinely might be the Matt Holiday trade for the A's.
What?
Who?
No?
Yeah.
Okay.
What?
Well,
All right, you talk about big-name players.
Right.
That got traded for.
Right.
Matt Holiday was like an MVP.
I think you might have that might have been bigger in your house than some others.
Okay. I lived in a dorm at the time, but that's fine.
The YouTube just went down to 14 people. That was crazy. That thing fell off dramatically.
No,
I thought Carlos Gonzalez was big. No.
Christian McCaffrey, in terms of an in-season, I feel like the goalpost kept getting moved on your question there. You're like, no, a person. No, in the season. But yeah.
No, a team that we actually talk about.
There's sex appeal there that has not been there in a long, long time. Like, I can't even think, Chris Bryant comes to mind. That's an in-season big-name acquisition.
Right.
This is bigger than that. Christian McCaffrey is a bigger name in his sport than Chris Bryant is in his, which is crazy. Chris Bryant is a World Series champ and a former MVP, but Christian McCaffrey is Christian flipping McCaffrey. This is a guy who, for 3 years running, we sat down in August collectively as a United States Sports Society and said, "This is my dude. Like I want
me last year.
I want the number one pick in the fantasy draft because I want that dude." And then this year he became the biggest value in any fantasy draft because everyone was so terrified of his injury situation. Nobody wanted to touch him, and in some cases you could get him in the second round. And look what you got now. You got a guy who's played all 6 games. He's put up really good numbers, and now he joins an offense that should actually be able to get into the end zone a little bit more than the Carolina Panthers. So,
but fantasy owners are lamenting the move because now he's in a talent share in San Francisco, whereas in Carolina,
I don't know about that.
Well, I've already seen a bunch of posts on the fantasy message boards that I traffic in. People think that he had even though Carolina doesn't score touchdowns, he at least was guaranteed to get more touches. And now, this week, you already mentioned it, this week, you don't start him if you have him on your team.
So, you're going to lose a week.
Going forward, you've got Debo, Ayuk, and Kittle, and the way the Niners kind of spread it around already, feels like he loses value in the fantasy world.
I think he loses a few touches, but I think those touches actually have more value than the Panther touches. That's what I would say.
Interesting.
You got a team that's going to be in the red zone more than the Panthers were in the red zone. You've got defenses now that will be focusing on him a lot less than he did with the Panthers. There is a chance for this to be a less dangerous for his body, but more impactful on the scoreboard,
could be
Christian McCaffrey than what we've seen in the NFL so far.
And I mean, it's a lateral move for him in terms of quarterback from your various PJ, whoever's in Baker Mayfield's to Jimmy G.
That's not fair.
I'm just trying to take a shot at you.
Stop it.
Just trying to make sure that you and I are keeping the dynamic alive.
But for his whole career, he's played with Cam Newton.
Yeah.
Cam Newton won an MVP. Sure, he's had quarterbacks before who could move the ball. But I'm even talking about this as an offense. Like, Christian McCaffrey is running behind Trent Williams.
Right.
What?
Hopefully Trent's back, but it looks like he should be.
Yeah. Oh, my God. Like, that is really, really impactful. And it gives Kyle Shanahan a toy chest that is unmatched. And I agree with a lot of people who, and I don't want to say it this way, because when people say, okay, no more excuses, Kyle, I'm always like, what? Why are we even talking about excuses? I reject the idea that it's always been about excuses. You don't need to make excuses when you're a good football team that contends until the end every year when your quarterback's healthy, and that has been the fact, Jack.
And they don't make excuses even when their quarterback got hurt. It's football. Guys get hurt. Quarterbacks get hurt all the time. But to that point, you have another, let's just say something happens to Jimmy Garoppolo and he's unable to play a stretch of games. Well, you're in a better spot to survive that now than you were before you got Christian McCaffrey.
No doubt about it. But I guess if your thought is no excuses now, Kyle, if what you're saying is the 49ers now have to win, not just go to, they have to win the Super Bowl for this to be an okay campaign in your mind, get out of here. That's not how sports works.
No, but the offense has to be better than it has been.
Of course.
They're averaging 20.3 points a game this year, and that's fueled in part by the defense, by the way, which is, I think, scored twice. So
and it's fueled by 37 against Carolina.
Right. So if you take away the Carolina aberration and the 2 defensive touchdowns, this offense has not been that good. So that is where I think we can look at the no excuses portion of the program. You're right about the Super Bowl. You might get upset by a team. Buffalo might beat you 51-49. Oh, Kyle, you choker? Well, and that to me is an unfair way to look at it. But in terms of the offense, you get Trent Williams back. George Kittle is back. Mike McGlinchey hopefully will return. Now go out there and be one of the better offenses in the league. That's where I would set the bar.
Agreed. And actually, I've sort of felt the same thing about the way this season finishes all along. Whether it be Trey Lance, whether it be Jimmy Garoppolo, and now that Christian McCaffrey is on the team. This has got to be a team that wins at least 10 games. It has got to be a team that at least gets to the second round of the playoffs, or else I walk out of here disappointed. Now, I think that I'd even be disappointed a little bit if they get to the second round of the playoffs and lose there. Like, that's in the moment. When you get to January, you get to a playoff run, you're always bummed when they lose. We were bummed last year, even though at one point it was a 3-5 football team and people wanted to give up. But the baseline for a team with this much talent in this conference is, to me, you have to win double-digit games, you have to end up in the playoffs, and then you have to make noise when you get there. I'm not hanging Super Bowl victory or you're an idiot around anyone. That's just not – it's not how sports works. There's Josh Allen, there's Mahomes. Yeah, like, there's just so many different things that can happen, and you can lose by 1 point. I'm not going to call your season a bust. So if that's where you are on that, those of you listening, like, I'd be interested to talk that out with anybody. My expectations for this team were already there. They were already there. This certainly firms it up, but they were already there.
I think it takes it up a notch. And if you look at the odds to win the NFC, they are, I think, still the third choice on odds I looked at this morning. And unless the numbers have moved dramatically overnight, I believe they still are behind Philadelphia. And I think they're behind Tampa Bay as well. At least they were earlier in the day. Now, odds to win the NFC West, they're odds on favorite now. They're minus 110 in the numbers I looked at earlier today. So go ahead and win the division, have a home game, win that home game, and then let's go ahead and see what happens after that.
You are accurate. They remain the third choice in the NFC right now behind Philadelphia and Tampa Bay. They are the fifth choice in the NFL overall. I'm sure that you can all guess who the top two teams in the AFC are.
Right.
And one of them is coming to town this weekend.
Coming to town. So let's just say you win the division, you get the 3 seed, which means you would play the 6 seed. You'd play a wild card team. You host it. And then second round, hopefully you host it. Then you go to Philadelphia, assuming Philadelphia is that team. Or maybe you have to go to Minnesota and win. You make it to the NFC Championship game. To me, at that point, all bets are off because we've seen in the 60-minute game, S happens. You never know. You went to Green Bay in a playoff game last year and won a game in an absolute ice storm based on a Hufanga recovery of a block punt. So crazy stuff happens in January. Just be a part of it.
Totally. And that kind of was the point Bonte was making earlier today, where it's like, I don't have to win the division. Just get into the dance. I think they're the best team in the NFC West. Therefore, they should win the division. But if they don't and they somehow end up in the dance, this is why I think it's so important, though, for them to get to the dance and make noise. Again, if I look around the NFC, you're telling me for this to not be a noise-making team in the playoffs. Like, I know 7 teams make the playoff, but forget the back end of the playoffs. Are the Niners, like, can you give me 5 teams in the NFC where you could plausibly come back and be like, well, I get why the Niners lost to them. Can you give me 5? The answer's no, by the way. Like, Philadelphia.
I might be able to give you 1.
Philadelphia.
Yeah.
Tampa Bay.
I don't know about Tampa Bay anymore.
And immediately we're into the world of Minnesota, the Dallas Cowboys, good defense.
Sure.
New York Giants, we're still trying to figure out how real this is.
Don't believe the hype. It's a sequel.
Can the Packers rally? Are the Rams a thing? Is something else going to happen in your division?
Atlanta has ownage on you.
You got question marks so fast when you're going through the NFC. The only things you can really count on right now, like really count on, are the Eagles and the Cowboys and 49ers on defense. That's it. And maybe just the fact that Tom Brady is Tom Brady. But even they're 3-3 also.
If you look at the point differential across the board outside of Philly, you've got the Giants are plus 14 as a 5-1 team. That is a microscopic margin of victory. Dallas is a plus 12 at 4-2.
Yep.
Minnesota's a plus 21 at 5-1. You get my point. Tampa and Atlanta are barely above 500. The Niners are plus 33.
They're number 2 in the NFC.
In the conference, and they have a 3-3 record. So, and we mentioned this earlier in the week or last week, the average margin of victory is at a record small number. So, to your point, you could go 12-5 and you can get into a game and you could lose by a point, you could win by a point. Everything is at a razor-thin margin this year.
Well, and again, I know people will go, wait a minute, point differential. 22 of the plus 33 are just against Carolina. And actually, if you throw in another 20 on Seattle, but you can't take the wins off of the point differential.
Right.
That's kind of the back and forth there. We want to keep going on your calls. 888-957-9570. Good trade, or did they give up too much, or did they acquire an oft-injured player? What's your perspective? We'll get to your calls. Let's go to Jelly in San Jose on with Willard and Dibs. Hey, Jelly, I love it when you shake like that. What are you doing?
I'm working right now, but I just wanted to say, to get a first down, it would be easy. Just have Trent Williams and George Kittle on the left side, let them block, let Christian McCaffrey run it. That's it. Easy.
I mean, obviously a defensive coordinator is going to know that, but I do think that that's at the core, Jelly, of what they just did. And thank you very much for the call. The core of what they just did is this is now an offense that more often than not should be able to tell a defensive coordinator, here's our formation. Go ahead and try to stop it. And it's likely, more likely than not, that you still can't, even if you know what's coming, because there are now too many weapons in too many formations that are too versatile. Christian McCaffrey is not just a running back. He is a slot receiver and an attention grabber and all of these things. And so he's one of these players, I believe, whose presence suddenly makes everybody else on the field that much better.
And it's the Debo effect times 10 because he can run the ball more often than Debo, and you already have George Kittle, who is a two-way threat on his own as a blocker and a receiver. And you still have Eli Mitchell coming back and Jeff Wilson Jr. and Kyle Juszczyk, who's a bit of a two-way threat, blocking as a fullback and the ability to go out and catch a pass as well. So now you've got a multitude of players and weapons, guys who can do a multitude of things. So the formation will not tip off what play is yet to come.
No, man. The only thing that I sort of look at now, because when you have this many weapons, only one thing can derail it, and I'm not even talking about injuries. Only one thing can derail it, and it's if the offensive line doesn't perform. And that's still, to this day, remains the biggest question mark on the 49ers team. That said, based on the names that were there and the questions we've had, they've actually performed pretty well. They performed better than we thought they would, especially in the absence of Trent Williams. Now he comes back. And I'll tell you why the Williams thing is such a big deal, and it's beyond what Hushmanzada said to us yesterday. He literally gave us, he goes, look, if you want to know why the offense is struggling, I can give you two words. One of them's Trent, the other one's Williams.
Nice.
So he's back, and here's been my read on the offensive line so far. I feel like they've been better than we thought they'd be in terms of pass blocking. Like, Jimmy's got the time that Jimmy needs. But as I also keep saying, I don't understand every time they run it on first down, it's 2nd and 9. Why is that? The run game, they have not been able to run block as well as they need to, and that is what Trent does better than anybody in football.
Yeah.
So if 2nd and 9 turns into 2nd and 5, I think that the whole offense changes.
Definitely.
And scoreboard changes just based on that fact alone.
Even 2nd and 6, and give me 2nd and 7 to your point, because 2nd and 7 can lead you to 3rd and 3 as opposed to 2nd and 9, which can lead you to 3rd and 9 or, because you got to throw it, or 3rd and 6 or 3rd and 7. The more you can get into short yardage situations, the more these multitude weapons are just that. Because if it's 2nd and 2 and you have McCaffrey, Debo, Mitchell, Ayuk, and Kittle all in the field, well, we don't know what they're going to do. And plus, Jimmy's a threat to run it, too.
Yeah,
Sneak it.
Sometimes. Anyway, it's all brought to you by BMW Fairfield. Now open in the Fairfield Auto Mall. They will provide a luxurious and all-encompassing experience to address all of your BMW needs. Visit BMWFairfield.com today to book your visit. That is BMWFairfield.com. Okay, Niners fans, what do you think? Good trade, bad trade, give up too much. Was this exactly what they needed? Do you feel too scared about the injury history of the whole thing? We'll give you both sides of that story and take your calls coming up next at 888-957-9570. We'll move toward previewing the Kansas City Chiefs and the Niners on a Football Friday. And if you never heard Michael Irvin's comments with Damon and Ratto a couple of weeks ago about the mere idea of this, it'll make you smile. That's coming up next, too, on 95.7 The Game.
It's a huge Friday.
Oh, my God.
On 95.7 The Game. Christian McCaffrey is coming to the Bay Area. And the Dubs take on the Nuggets tonight at 7.
Curry off a screen, takes a three, foul by Beverly. It's up and good. A chance for a 4-point play.
The home of the champs. 95-7 the game.
Did you know that most people wait 6 or 7 years before they buy a new TV? That's a lot of time in front of one TV. So why not get one of the best sets for the next 7 years? Like one of the top-rated Samsung, LG, or Sony models. Too expensive? What if you could get up to $1,000 trade-in for your old set? Who would do a stupid deal like this? Right now, at Video Only, you can get big bucks for your old set as a trade-in and a hot price on the new models. Don't be sorry. Check out Video Only.
Are you interested in new career opportunities in the Bay Area and want to make a difference in your community? The SF Sheriff's Office is looking for people considering a job in law enforcement right now. If you're at least 20 years or older with a high school diploma or equivalent, the SF Sheriff's Office wants to hear from you. Enjoy full benefits, flexible schedules, and opportunities for growth and promotion. For employment announcements and more information, visit sfsheriff.com. That's sfsheriff.com to apply today.
At Lowe's, every pro is an MVP to us. That's why MVP's rewards members can earn bonus points on select products from brands like DeWalt, Purdy paint applicators, and GRK screws. Then redeem your bonus points for exciting rewards like tools, grills, Lowe's gift cards, and more. Join Lowe's MVP's Pro Rewards today to start earning. Bonus points calculated before taxes and fees after applicable discounts, if any. Subject to program terms. While supplies last. Visit Lowe's.com/MVP's bonus points for details. Now through 10/28.
This is Loyalty Lab Interview 6. Subject, grandmother's loyalty. Margie, what do you do when your grandson misbehaves?
Angels don't misbehave.
Here we study the most loyal, like you and... Oh, there goes the lamp.
Shouldn't have put it there.
Shell and the Fuel Rewards program has our members' backs too. It's super easy to save on every gallon. Loyal, just like how you acted like that wasn't his fault.
Someone should clean that up before he gets hurt.
Yes, loyal, just like that.
10 years of FR.com. Terms and conditions apply.
Hey, I'm Andy. If you don't know me, it's probably because I'm not famous. But I did start a men's grooming company called Harry's. The idea for Harry's came out of a frustrating experience I had buying razor blades. Most brands were overpriced, overdesigned, and out of touch. At Harry's, our approach is simple. Here's our secret. We make sharp, durable blades and sell them at honest prices for as low as $2 each. We care about quality so much that we do some crazy things, like buy a world-class German blade factory. Obsessing over every detail means we're confident in offering a 100% quality guarantee. Millions of guys have already made the switch to Harry's, so thank you if you're one of them. And if you're not, we hope you give us a try with this special offer. Get a Harry's starter set with a 5-blade razor, weighted handle, shave gel, and a travel cover. All for just $3 plus free shipping. Just go to harrys.com and enter code JOY at checkout. That's harrys.com, code JOY. Enjoy.
Score big with Xfinity Internet. It's made to do anything, so you can do anything. Supercharge your home with the game-changing speed of supersonic Wi-Fi. With 3 times more bandwidth, it covers the field and then some. And blocks billions of threats with advanced security that helps keep you protected at home and on the go. If you're keeping score, that's internet that does it all. That's unbeatable internet from Xfinity. Learn more at Xfinity.com. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas.
Not sure how much you know about Progressive Insurance. You may know us for insuring your home and auto. You may know a couple of our commercials. But what you may not know is that since 2013, Progressive has been honoring veterans with vehicle donations through the annual Keys to Progress Veteran Vehicle Giveaway Program, giving back to those who gave so much. Now, you probably didn't wake up today saying, I really wish I knew more about Progressive Insurance, but this seemed like the type of thing people wouldn't mind hearing about. Find out more about how we're dedicated to our customers and communities at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Let me guess. Unknown caller? You could reduce the number of unwanted calls and emails with online privacy protection. The latest innovation from Discover. We'll help regularly remove your personal info, like your name and address, from 10 popular people search websites that could sell your data. And we'll do it for free. Activate in the Discover app. See terms and learn more at discover.com/online privacy protection.
90% of golfers slice. And if you're one of them, there's only one reason why. Your club face is open relative to the path of your swing. If you don't fix this, you'll never fix your slice. So how do you do that? Simple. You follow Tiger Woods' former coach Hank Haney's one-shot slice fix. This one-shot fix has fixed over 100,000 amateur golfers' slices. To check it out, visit slicefix.com. Again, that's slicefix.com. Go there now and fix your slice today.
Charging a cell phone can be like getting a booster shot. A booster is given to enhance or restore protection after a primary series vaccination, which wanes over time. Schedule an appointment when you are eligible. Sponsored by Pfizer and BioNTech.
The annual Harmony Walk to End Hunger and Homelessness in Richmond is October 22nd. Register at gripcares.org. Hear local music, take your kids to the bounce house, and make a difference together. Register now at gripcares.org.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
It's all brought to you by Innova International. Anybody else wake up today and go, wait, was that real? Wait a minute, is Christian McCaffrey on the Niners?
Did that really happen?
Or did I dream that?
I had that experience when I got in the car. I was mentioning earlier, I was reffing high school volleyball and got in the car and, of course, popped on my guys, Devone and Styles.
Yeah,
and
boy.
They're talking about Christian McCaffrey is a Niner, and I thought, hypotheticals.
Uh-huh.
And then I heard according to Adam Schefter, and I said, did they say Aaron Scheffner? Because if it was Aaron Scheffner,
I'm out.
I'm not buying it. I'm out. So I kind of had that in real time as I was driving back from Concord last night.
It is going to be, I believe, and who knows how it's all going to go. Life still needs to happen, but there are times in sports where sometimes just the breaking news, you will always remember where you were. I was at the Shoreline Cafe when I got the text message that Trey Lance, obviously it wasn't Trey Lance yet, but when the 49ers made the move up in the draft. I remember exactly where I was. I remember who I was with. I remember what I was eating. I will never forget the experience of finding out about Christian McCaffrey because I'd kind of dialed out of the Thursday night football game and just kind of hanging in, it was like wind down mode, like quiet night, whatever. And then there's Carissa Thompson in the background, a post game, and there's Christian McCaffrey and the 49ers. And you're like, what did she say? Oh, yeah, probably. I heard the rumor, right? Kami wrote an article sounding like, things might be heating up a little bit. And it's like, no. Christian McCaffrey to the 49ers.
He's got a plane ticket, Mark.
So I go over. And by the way, I think he'd probably landing right about now.
Yeah.
For those of you who want to be total creepers and head to the San Jose International.
Will you sign my nipple?
Amazing. Chris, I bet he'd do it. I'm told Kristen's a really nice guy. But anyway, I head over to the phone. There's 33 text messages. Within about 30 minutes, Kruger, hey, will you come on the YouTube show? I'm like, yeah, we'll come on the YouTube show. Next
you did
thing
the tube? Live
I did.
tube?
Yes, 10:15 at night. I'm sitting in my kitchen talking to Kruger and friends.
You did the U-Krug?
Yeah, I did. He promised me a T-shirt. I'm like, please, because I always get to see Kruger in here wearing his own T-shirt.
And Guru is wearing the T-shirt, too.
Which is a bad look. Like, don't wear your own T-shirt. Like, you look like a billboard. Let somebody else wear it for you. So I'm like, come on, hit me with a T-shirt. Let me promote your YouTube show. And so that's the way the night went. Like, who saw that coming?
Yeah, crazy. I actually had a nice, healthy drive home, and I was listening to the whole thing and thinking, this is incredible. I mean, good news. I guess it's not bad news, but always in our business, it's nice when these stories drop when there's not really anything else to talk about. That's why Draymond Green has been the gift that keeps on giving because, on a slow news day, Draymond Green will up and sock somebody in the face. Thanks, Day-Day. There's a couple weeks, and unfortunately, well, I mean, again, it's good news and great news, but today would have been a full Kansas City preview. Mark, they play the Chiefs on Sunday.
Yes, they do.
This is supposed to be the biggest game of the year.
You make a great point, which is that there's no way we could have predicted what Monday through Friday would sound like. With the Chiefs coming into town, it ended up being three things, which obviously one of them is Christian McCaffrey. Another one of them is Draymond Green. And then a third one is people started comparing Jim Harbaugh to Kyle Shanahan because Jim's coming to town. I'm like, on my list of what I want to watch this weekend, like, God love Jim Harbaugh. That was a really fun era. But the commemoration of a team gone by somehow being elevated to the space of the actual game, I'm sorry. There are a lot of things, including tonight's Denver Warriors game, that excite me a lot more than watching Jim Harbaugh out on the field wave to people.
Yeah.
This was like, okay, cool.
I think it is cool.
Yeah, cool. But like, I don't know, 13th on my list
probably
of this weekend?
Maybe further down.
Yeah.
And it keeps getting pushed further and further down. And if the Niners were 4-9 and it was a week 14 or week 15 situation, it would have been a big deal. We would have done 3 hours on it. But this team is 3-3. They're playing the Chiefs. And oh, by the way, they've acquired Christian McCaffrey for a second, a third, a fourth, and a future fifth. So the Harbaugh thing gets pushed way, way toward the back burner.
Who wants to smile? Do you like to smile?
I'm more of a frown guy.
You are, huh? Anybody else out there want to smile?
Of course I want to smile.
A couple weeks ago, Damon and Ratto have Michael Irvin on, and they're talking about Christian McCaffrey, almost just in the form of like, wouldn't that be crazy? Like, that's not going to happen. But hey, just dream for a second. Listen to the way this unfolds.
Oh, wait.
If there's a fire sale, if there is a fire sale in Carolina.
Hey, I'm like, did I miss something when I was flying? Because I just flew in from New York back to Dallas.
Oh no, we're completely pipe dreaming over here. This is a pipe dream. But what do you think that guy would look like in a Niner uniform?
Oh my God, that would be something phenomenal to watch. It really would be something phenomenal to watch, because I'm telling you, that mastermind you guys have, man, if he got a player like Christian McCaffrey, that would be. What do you have to give up to get that? But boy, if you can get him, that'd be great.
Wouldn't that be something?
Boy, that'd be that ain't gonna happen, man.
No evil genius in the history of the movies has ever had a better evil laugh than Michael Irvin as they went through that conversation.
And Michael Irvin, he gets a 5 for his "oh my God."
Oh my God!
Which is him doing himself, because his "oh my God" is his own "oh my God."
I mean, listen to again, just the beginning now. Listen to this. Hey, Christian McCaffrey, and then Damon, and by the way, that's obviously Larry in for Ratto. Damon's like, well, this is just a pipe dream. Guess what? It's not a pipe dream anymore. It happened. But the idea of it, the mere idea of it.
Oh, wait.
If there's a fire sale, if there is a fire sale in Carolina.
Hey, I'm like, did I miss something when I was flying? Because I just flew in from New York back to Dallas.
Oh no, we're completely pipe dreaming over here. This is a pipe dream. But what do you think that guy would look like in a Niner uniform?
Oh my God, that would be something phenomenal to watch. It really would be something phenomenal to watch, because I'm telling you, that mastermind you guys have, man, if he got a player like Christian McCaffrey, that would be. What do you have to give up to get that? But boy, if you can get him, that'd be great.
Wouldn't that be something?
Boy, that'd be. That ain't gonna happen, man.
Yeah,
my favorite is the way he works his way into it. He starts out with wait, like he's like trying to say wait a minute, and as he's like wait, it then hits him, and then he starts laughing. It's a laughable notion. It's not gonna happen. It's a pipe dream.
Damon calls it a pipe dream. Mike ends the conversation with, "That ain't gonna happen, man."
Right?
Yes, it is, Mike. It just happened.
And
now,
you heard the as the wheels touched down in San Jose moments ago.
There it is. C-Mac has arrived. Get your butt to practice, man. We got a game on Sunday.
Things are percolating.
I wonder how many people behind him on the flight got out of their seat first and burst and got in front of him as he's trying to get his overhead bag.
I wonder if he got kicked to the back row like Bonte on that cross-country flight. 888-957-9570, the number. Good trade, bad trade, too much, not enough. Whatever you want to say about it, let's roll. And by the way, there are detractors out there. Okay?
Who?
Okay.
Wait.
Now, Michael Irvin, even in that said, what would you have to give up for it? Well, here's the answer. A second.
Okay.
And a third.
And
a fourth.
And
a fifth.
Next year.
Right. Now, I would look at it this way, because the Panthers are saying that they got 3 hard offers for Christian McCaffrey, and the teams they were dealing with, mainly the Rams and Niners, the two that were known. I wonder who the mystery team.
Hey, Dallas is what I heard.
I don't know, or maybe Buffalo.
Oh, wait.
Yeah. Scott Boras is on the phone. It's like, there's a mystery team.
Totally.
Maybe there isn't. But anyway, the Panthers say there were 3 hard offers. The teams they were mainly dealing with didn't have a first rounder. So we don't get a first rounder. So how do you get an equivalent to a first rounder? And they believe that this was it. Equivalent to a first rounder to get a 2 and a 3 and a 4. But I look at it completely differently. Do you want to have a presence in the 3rd round next year? Let me ask you it that way. Do you want to have a presence in the 3rd round?
It'd be nice.
You already do.
What?
Twice, and you will get another one because DeMeco Ryans is going to be the head coach of a different football team. It might be the Carolina Panthers next year. So you've already got 2 picks in the 3rd round. Your 5th rounder next year, who cares? The 4th rounder, again, I believe that gets replenished if and when DeMeco Ryans goes. So essentially, as a fan, what did you lose? Because nobody cares which 3rd rounder they gave up. They gave up a 3rd rounder. They got 2 more. They're going to get another one. What did you lose? You lost a 2. You lost a 2. For 4 years of Christian McCaffrey.
Is it 4 or 3?
3.5. I mean, who doesn't do that? And again, I know that I'm sort of like, I'm passing off trade capital as if it wasn't there, but I'm looking at it through the eyes of us. The fan, what'd you lose? You lost a 2. That's all you lost. And you don't want 18 draft picks if you're the 49ers. You have a loaded roster.
Totally.
So in my mind, the fan can say, we gave up a 2, and we got Christian McCaffrey.
Dante Pettis for Christian McCaffrey.
Oh, man.
He's a 2nd-round pick. Now, you could play the other side and say Deebo Samuel.
Yeah.
Deebo was a 2nd-round pick.
Yeah.
So you traded Deebo Samuel.
But you got Christian McCaffrey.
For Christian McCaffrey.
So
By the way, you didn't really trade Deebo Samuel because you get to keep Deebo Samuel, but maybe you had another Deebo Samuel coming down the pipe. And by the way, we can play this game with draft picks. It's pretty fun because a 3rd-round pick, you gave up Trey Sermon as the 3rd, or you could look at TDP.
Yeah.
He was a recent 3rd.
Or
Danny Gray was a 3rd. Or you can look at a 5th-round pick and say, Hufanga?
Or George Kittle, or Fred Warner, or Dre Greenlaw.
You can play the game any way you want, but I'm kind of with you, especially when it comes to draft capital. A bird in the hand is normally worth 2 in the bush, but in these terms, the bird in the hand, Christian McCaffrey, is worth about 8 in the bush because draft picks fail more often than they succeed.
Well, and get on our YouTube chat. We're having fun there, always connecting every day. All you got to do is go to YouTube, search 95.7 The Game, and click on the live stream, and you can watch the show there, and there's always a really fun chat going on with everybody who's watching and listening. And Peter, he just texted in or sent a message in that is kind of becoming the new phrase. I don't know how many 49er fans even know this, but the phrase motto, if you will, for the Rams has been F them picks. And he just sent that F them picks, LOL. They did. They stole a little bit of the Rams model, which is not a model I'm usually a fan of, but what I'm mainly not a fan of is if you do it over and over and over and over again, which the Rams have done. If you're just going to do it once or twice at a very, very high-level situation, in this sense, I think it makes sense. However, I said there are detractors, and then we're going to go back to the phones. Warren Sharp tweeted 14 hours ago, what? A 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th for Christian McCaffrey? Plus you're on the hook for McCaffrey's cap hits, which 19.6 next year, 19.6 year after that, 15.5 year after that. No, that's not salary. Those are cap hits. And he missed 23 of 33 games the last 2 years. Absolutely wild. Like, if I'm the Panthers, I can reason this too. If you're the 49ers and you're a fan, you're saying this is a great trade. If you're the Panthers, I think you feel the same way. Like, they got good value. I'm not here to not say that. The Panthers got good value. But as a 49er fan, I think you should scoff at that value that was given up.
I think that's easy to scoff as a fan because you want one thing as a fan. You want to win. And ultimately, whatever pick is the 5th round pick in 2024, I mean, we might not even be around. Thank you, Kyle Shanahan, for that. And by that point, by the time that pick comes around, Kyle Shanahan might not be around because if this team doesn't win this year,
that's true.
And if Trey Lance is a bust next year, he might not get a chance to make that pick in 2024. Now, it's a bit of a long shot.
We're far away from that
But that's,
conversation.
the greater point, though, of all of this in terms of the fan reaction. If you're a fan, the only question you have right now is what number is Christian McCaffrey going to wear? Because he can't wear number 22 unless he pries it from Jeff Wilson Jr.
And he can't wear his college number 5 because Trey Lance has that.
He's going to wear number 2.
Number 2. That's what that was my guess as well.
2.
They don't have a 2? Do they have a 2 right now?
Nope.
Jason Verrett.
Yeah, Jason Verrett.
Wow.
I mean,
he's
what? I mean, he's in practice this week wearing number 2.
He wears number 2 for the number of current ligaments he's missing.
Stop it. What?
So that's okay, but this is interesting. So he practices this week. This is the last week of his practice window. If his knee is not good to go and they IR him for the year, which is what you do at the end of the 3 weeks, he can
then they could
be
do
active
They could do
or
it.
IR him. Right, then they could do it. But if he's active, I don't know if he's giving up that number 2. That's a special jersey number for him.
It sounds, by the way, like he's trending toward being active. Like Kyle said this week, he's good to go. So a lot of the injury
give him
stuff.
either number 8 or number 16.
I mean, yeah, whatever.
Give him
21.
8 or 16.
By the way, 21. 21, Frank Gore's number, is the only number in the 20s currently not being worn by a 49er. I do know that. But you now have other numbers going to the single digits. Christian, I don't know, wear number 3. Because
Ray McLeod wears 3.
Okay, well, who's wearing 4? Who's wearing 6, 7? 7 is
4 is Emmanuel Mosley.
Yeah.
7 is Travarius Ward.
Okay.
6 is
is there a 6?
Yes, there's a 6.
It's Danny Gray.
Thank you. Danny Gray is
Who's
6.
wearing
Mooney
8?
wears 7.
Who's wearing 8?
Was Steve Young.
Steve Young.
Okay, who's
9
wearing?
is Robbie Gold.
Okay. Never mind.
10.
Christian, we're going to have to send him back.
10.
We got to send him back. We got no numbers.
You can give him
we
12.
got no numbers.
I mean, 12. Shout out John Brody.
I don't know.
He wore 12.
I love that people get worried about this because I'm
14, Ray Wershing.
I don't even.
I would love to
Kurt
be.
Bankert wore 14.
I don't even know what number people are.
Kurt Bankert's tweet last night was really funny.
It was. He's like, I'm so hyped and I don't even play.
Yeah.
That was a very, very funny tweet. I saw that.
It was really good.
Yeah, Kevin in Daly City. Let's go on Willard and Dibs. Hey, Kevin, what are you doing?
Just enjoying the news because I woke up this morning, was in the bathroom, I was sitting on the throne, twiddling on my phone, and all of a sudden I see on my Facebook, I see Christian McCaffrey traded to the 49ers. And I am yelling inside of the bathroom, and I'm going, yo! You know, I'm just doing all this, yelling and everything, and my wife and my kid knock on the door, and they ask me, what's happening to you? I go, don't worry about it. Just leave me alone.
Diarrhea.
My butt hurts.
Kevin, I want to say this with the utmost respect and joy. You are giving the biggest boomer vibes of anyone in the history of this radio station. He's like, A, I'm on the throne.
Yeah.
B, I didn't find out till today. That's already a boomer vibe, which
My
means
newspaper was
like
late.
you went to bed at 8:15 and then you found out on Facebook. Kevin, you just outed yourself in like 8 different ways, but that's okay. We love you anyway.
Hey, and and to add up on the fact that, on Christian McCaffrey's number, I say, Jeff Wilson, give me 22 because I'm sick of your fumble.
Yeah, that ain't happening either. I mean,
That'll cost you.
Yeah,
if you're
it'll
Jeff
cost
Wilson
you.
Jr., what do you charge for deuce? If McCaffrey lands and says, "Yo, Jeff,
that's
it's
easy.
Christian,"
That's easy.
How much do you need for the jersey?
What's the number?
22.
Great, $22,000.
I'll give you 10.
I said $22,000, and the next time you come back at me with a different number, it goes up $1,000.
Because that's how C-Mac rolls.
That's how Jeff
Playing
Wilson.
hardball.
Jeff Wilson is probably one of the few people in the Bay Area not too thrilled today with this news.
That's what I'm saying. I'm saying $2.2 million.
$1 million?
You're taking my job? Okay.
He's like, wait a minute, what did you say the cap hit was? You're right. I think I undersold it. $22,000. They throw that around on the plane.
Jeff is making 1.085 milli.
Yep.
So at 22 grand, it's not a small sum.
Christian's making more.
He's making that about per game starting next year.
Yeah.
So
Nick in Berkeley next up, Willard and Dibs. Hey Nick, what are you doing?
Man, I'm super hyped, man. I'm just wondering what colors all the Niner fans going to be wearing at the stadium on Sunday because it's about to be lit. I'm like, let's have a gold out. But let me tell you something, man. Michael Irvin does have a very sinister laugh, and I can't believe that we swindled the Panthers like that. We used to get swindled. All the Bay Area teams would get swindled, including the Giants a lot. So I can't believe that we actually swindled them like that, and they would give up McCaffrey like that, man. He's beastie.
Well, wait, Nick, can I ask you about that? You really think the Panthers got swindled here? I mean, they're going into a fire sale. They're not winning anything, so we knew for somebody who you knew was on the block, I think the Panthers got a pretty damn good return, don't you?
Yeah, they definitely did from their end, but I'm just like this. Do draft picks always work out? No, they don't.
Well, no.
We got a proven commodity.
Yes.
And also, let me tell you this, man. I'm just like this, man. Give the man 00. Is 00 available?
You can't do double zero.
Can't do double zero.
Yeah, 1 to 99. They've got strict numerical assignments, which they recently revised, which I don't like. And maybe I'm a boomer and I'm old school, but now if you're running back, you can wear anything between 1 and 49.
Right.
But 0 and 00.
I love the young people.
Is Spadoni back? I can't see back there, Lubman.
Oh, gosh.
Spadoni from the great beyond.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, Marlon Mack was wearing number 2 also at a certain point this year. Yeah. Anyway, whatever. Look, he's going to get a jersey. That's all I really care. Is he going to score?
I was going to say 32, OJ's old number, but TDP is wearing 32.
Let's call it something other than OJ's old number. But yeah, whatever. I think Christian's going to be fine with regard to the number.
Facts.
I hope today, on paper, this feels like a deal that both teams would do. Like the idea that the Panthers got swindled, no, they didn't.
No,
they didn't, because they're not in the business of a proven commodity right now. They're in the business of getting assets back for their proven commodities, and they did a really good job. That's not to say it's a bad deal for the 49ers because they got the proven commodity and they're in a win-now window. So you're looking at two different teams, and situationally, I think they both did well. Bill in San Jose next up on Willard and Dibs. Hi, Bill. What are you doing?
I'm just blowing down the road listening to you guys, and I got some thoughts on this. So as far as the draft picks go, the one thing, the Super Bowl caliber teams don't care about draft picks. They're ready to win. They're ready to win now. I think they 100% made the right move, giving up whatever they had to give up. And being in sales, being a consumer, I really believe that this is a win-win because, like you said, Carolina's rebuilding. They got all the draft picks in the world. They're going to go out. They're going to draft whatever. Hopefully, it works out for them. And we got a player right now we can plug in and hopefully win a Super Bowl. And I can't think of a better scenario, and I am fired up that they got this guy, and I'm really looking forward to seeing him for the next 3 or 4 years.
Bill, I love it. So what I think, Bill, you're really speaking to, and this is something we haven't talked about yet, because we're talking a lot of X's and O's in the football and winning, and there's also an emotional component to this.
Totally.
There really, really is. Let me share to you one of the 33 text messages I got when I got to my phone when I finally saw what had happened last night was from my son, Abe, who is 15 years old and is a massive, massive 49er fan. The first thing he writes in all caps, no way, McCaffrey to the Niners. Next text before I even respond. I can't believe this. Then I finally respond. He writes in all caps, hell yeah. His next text, we coming for that ship. His next text.
Oh, what's your language,
I've
Abe?
changed my mind about the Debo jersey that I want for Christmas. I now want C-Mac. Next text, is he going to play this week? Next text, easy dub if he plays. Next one, doesn't matter that it's the Chiefs. Next one, man, he's going to be insane once our offensive line is fully healthy. Next one, let's go.
Your son is running hot. I love it.
Lost it. lost it. And that's a 15-year-old fan, and that's an aspect of what just happened, which is that you totally revitalize the energy of your fan base and your locker room, by the way, when you do something like this. It juices everybody up, and in theory, that's going to lead to more excitement and better play from everybody else out there.
And better coaching from Kyle Shanahan, who grew up around Christian McCaffrey. And his role model was Christian's dad, Ed McCaffrey. Ed's 12 years older than Kyle Shanahan. Kyle is 16 years older than Christian McCaffrey. And Kyle has talked in the past about throwing the ball around the field with the McCaffrey kids when he was in Denver. So you know that Kyle is going to be pumped to reunite the Shanahans and the McCaffreys together again.
I'm sorry, what did you say about the McCaffrey kids? Are there more? Is it not just Christian?
There's a bunch of them. I got 4 kids and a bunch of catches.
That's interesting that you bring that up.
There's a Max.
Yes, there is. And he's going to join us in a half hour. Max McCaffrey, Christian's brother, who is also on Ed McCaffrey's staff at Northern Colorado. They are on the coaching staff there. Max is going to join us at 11:30. We're also going to dive in real quick with Josh Klingler, who is the Chiefs sideline reporter. He's around the bend. We'll get a quick 1-2-3 punch on Patrick Mahomes, where the Chiefs sit this year as we get you ready for the game. And the rest of it is going to be all of your phone calls, because we see a lot of you who want to weigh in at 888-957-9570. Big day. Christian McCaffrey in the Bay. Willard and Dibs, 95.7 The Game.
Christian McCaffrey is coming to the Bay Area, and we want to hear from you.
Oh my gosh, the 916 is lit up here in El Dorado Hills. I live in an area full of Niner fans, and I'm telling you, I'm just going to go to every household, drop off bagels, orange juice, whatever we got to do, because we're going nuts.
We're reacting with you all day, right here on 95.7 The Game.
Brought to you by On Deck Small Business Loans.
When you own a small business, sometimes you need funds fast. So go to OnDeck.com, America's largest online small business lender. OnDeck makes it easy to apply in minutes. Apply for your loan today at OnDeck.com.
Alice at 97.3 is celebrating the return of Alice in Winterland. Friday, December 2nd at the SAP Center in San Jose. Starring John Mayer. One Republic.
See you at Alice in Winterland.
Matt Nathanson. Plus more to be added. Tickets on sale now at Ticketmaster. Get everything Alice in Winterland at RadioAlice.com.
Kirby is your driveway mechanic. They bring the shop to you with brake replacements, oil changes, washes, and so much more. Get $50 off your first oil change with code OIL50 at Kirby.com. That's CURBEE.com and use code OIL50.
Locked On Warriors is a daily podcast covering your favorite team, the defending world champion Golden State Warriors. I'm your host, Cyrus Sotzes, and every Monday through Friday, Locked On Warriors brings you all of the biggest Warriors stories in around 30 minutes. We cover Stephen Curry and the dynasty that is one of the greatest teams in the history of this beautiful game. Listen to the Locked On Warriors podcast every day on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Hey guys, this is Keenan Thompson. I have a problem with you. Yes, you. None of y'all told me that AutoTrader has millions of new and used cars that I can shop from home. I thought we were friends. I put smiles on your face, but I'm not smiling. No one told me that with AutoTrader, a dealer can deliver cars to my home, or that I could shop by price on AutoTrader. No one. Consider this friendship that you just learned we had officially over. Finally, it's easy. AutoTrader.
Get in the zone. AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Starting trouble. No one likes that. We'll get you set up for some stronger starts. You might just need a fresh charge, and we'll take care of that free of charge. But if it is time for a new battery, we've got replacement batteries that'll fit your needs, starting at just $69.99. You can learn more about our battery selection at AutoZone.com. That's what makes us America's #1 battery destination.
Get in the zone. AutoZone.
Claim based on data from the NPD Group 2021.
The annual Harmony Walk to End Hunger and Homelessness in Richmond is October 22nd. Register at gripcares.org. Hear local music, take your kids to the bounce house, and make a difference together. Register now at gripcares.org.
Big O Tires proudly sells its own brand of affordable tires, and each set comes standard standard with the nation's greatest warranty. Now through October 30th, save $100 instantly on select Big O brand tires with installation purchase. Visit your locally owned Big O Tire store for offer details.
Get a cash offer for your car, truck, or SUV today at your local Bay Area Chevy dealers. Selling has never been easier. Just bring it into a Bay Area Chevy dealer, get a free appraisal, and we'll make you a cash offer on the spot with no obligation to buy. We buy any make or model, paid off or not. Find your local Chevy dealer at BayAreaChevroletDealers.com.
Kansas City Steak Company, another AmericanEagle.com success story. Started in 1932 as a family-owned butcher shop, today they're a leading distributor of superior all-American steaks delivered right to your door, ready for the grill and your taste buds. When it came to their website, an average site wouldn't do. They chose AmericanEagle.com to take their website to the next level. With a dramatic increase in competition and a softening market demand, they had two challenges: improve their brand presence and message and produce a positive return. AmericanEagle.com got to work and executed usability studies and detailed audits of site experience, digital assets, and marketing. The result? An integrated digital marketing and customer experience plan, organic traffic increase of 20%, and a long-term roadmap for success. If you love great steaks, go to KansasCitySteaks.com for website design, development, and online solutions that bring efficiency and results. Visit AmericanEagle.com. If you need a results-driven website, call the team at AmericanEagle.com at 877-WebNow1. That's 877-WebNow1.
Gorgeous gaming, stunning streams, unbelievable bandwidth. It's another Lifestyles of Gagillionaires. Meet the AT&T Fiber customers winning at life with hyper-gig speeds. Meet Gagillionaire Terry. While his love of streaming horror movies has him constantly on the edge of his seat, his internet bill won't give him a scare.
Oh, don't go in there. I'm telling you.
Because since Terry upgraded to AT&T Fiber with hyper-gig speeds, he doesn't worry about data caps or equipment fees.
Come on, man. The door's open for a reason.
And best yet, he also doesn't stress about a price increase at 12 months, because with the amazing Gagillionaire lifestyle comes an exquisite sense of tranquility. Most of the time. Live like a Gagillionaire. Get straightforward pricing with AT&T Fiber. Internet that upgrades everything. No data caps, no equipment fees, and no price increase at 12 months.
Limited availability in select areas. Visit att.com/hypergig for details.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMC FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Juked by McCaffrey, and now first and goal from the 5. Give to McCaffrey. Trying to get around the right side. He does. McCaffrey leaps. End zone. Oh, touchdown. Up and in.
That ain't gonna happen, man.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Not only is it going to happen, it did happen, and Christian McCaffrey tweeted 5 minutes ago. Christian McCaffrey tweeted 5 minutes ago. Touchdown in the Bay. Feels good to be back. Bang, bang, Niner gang. God is good.
Fitting right in.
Yep.
Look at you, CMC.
Love it.
Shouting out JC from CMC.
Next tweet from Christian McCaffrey. My brother Max will be on 95.7 The Game in 25 minutes, who is on the coaching staff in Northern Colorado and a former 49er himself. 1 catch, 4 yards career in the NFL.
Coaching his little brother there, and I think his dad is the head coach. If I'm not mistaken.
Yes, Ed is the head coach.
3 McCaffreys inside one program.
Our show, yes, exactly. Here on Willard and Dibs. So we'll have Max on.
And the littlest brother plays for Rice, plays for the Owls.
And man, they're good. They must be
everywhere.
Be good athletes or something like that. So we'll talk to him in a half hour. We'll take your phone calls up until then. And one of those calls, actually, we asked for. It is none other than Josh Klingler, who is the sideline reporter for the Kansas City Chiefs. Josh, I wonder if you can relate on some level, right? You're following a team that's had a whole lot of success as of late. But between Draymond Green, Jim Harbaugh returning to the field, and now Christian McCaffrey trade, we've barely gotten to look at what is a huge game coming up this weekend against, the Kansas City Chiefs, I think.
That's fun. You guys have to be disappointed, though. I prefer when guy at the airport spots Christian McCaffrey landing rather than Christian McCaffrey saying he landed himself. I love when somebody texts into the station or calls the radio station. I saw a guy who knows a guy that saw him pull his bags off the at the airport. So I guess Christian's going to break the news himself. That's a fun move, though. I think it's a cool move. I mean, if you're a Niner fan today, I equate it a little bit to like the baseball trade deadline. this should tell the fans, hey, we're going for it. So I thought that was a pretty cool move that San Francisco pulled off. Yeah.
Absolutely, and still 10 days ahead or 11 days ahead of the deadline. And we actually were following Christian McCaffrey's flight like the Santa tracker every December. So we're just happy that he made it on the ground okay.
That's really cool. I know it's funny. I think there were some questions like last night. Will he be there in time? And I'm like, what do you mean, will he be there in time? Like the Chiefs aren't leaving till Saturday.
Right.
Plenty of time for him to get out to see his new team. Pack a bag and get on a plane, right?
Yep, and then just meet us in the red zone. That's the hope, I think, for the 49ers. We'll see how many times they can get there. So, Josh Klingler, sideline reporter for the Chiefs. I think the big question, you've probably answered it a bunch of times, and 49er fans will be interested. In your eyes, how different is this Chiefs offense without Tyreek Hill?
It's quite a bit different. Not necessarily for the worse, but different. And I think that was the key all off season. Last year they maybe became a little bit predictable. They looked for the home run ball a lot to Tyreek Hill, and when it wasn't there, teams kind of guarded him underneath, and at times they were very, very impatient. So I think in a way this freed them up. One, they didn't want to be saddled with a big contract. And then, two, they got better top to bottom in their wide receiver room. I mean, they're a better overall group, not as top-heavy as they were before, but a better overall group. And I think ultimately it makes Patrick Mahomes a little bit better quarterback, too, that he's able to scan the field a little bit more, find those spots, learn to be a little more patient, which he did struggle with at times, I think, last year. And then, it's not to say that, you don't want to have 50-yard touchdown passes. Those were a ton of fun. But when it's not there, this offense seems to move the football a little bit better. So it forces them to spread the football around. You still got Travis Kelce, who's a monster, and having another Travis Kelce type year. It's kind of taken for granted anymore. But I think it's different. At the end of the year, you're probably going to see the same numbers in terms of like yardage and touchdowns and hopefully at times less interceptions. But it'll equate to about the same thing. Look, they're having no problems kind of moving the ball down the field and scoring points. Looks like the same offense in terms of total production. It's just a little bit different when you don't necessarily have that long ball threat.
Yeah, and you have still a couple of great receivers with Mecole Hardman and Smith-Schuster, Valdez-Scantling. How much have they been able to offset the loss of Tyreek Hill being gone?
As a group, yes. I think last week was the first week we really saw somebody else have a breakout game. Kelsey's been super consistent, but from a wide receiver perspective, Juju Smith-Schuster went over 100 yards and got into the end zone last week. That was his first touchdown. MVS hasn't found the end zone yet. Mecole Hardman can fill some of the things in terms of you don't just throw everything out of the playbook that Tyreek Hill had. He can fill some of those and being kind of that gadget guy too that can take the end around or line up in the backfield or take a slant and go. He's probably a little bit more of that threat. I would say, it's unfair that we all kind of looked at him too and said, well, I guess he's Tyreek Hill now. And not necessarily the case, but I think he's filled his role just fine. And then they got a rookie in Sky Moore who's kind of been allowed to be a rookie at wide receiver. And he's had a few flashes here and there, and he's fallen into that camp where everybody wants to see more because he's not, getting as many maybe opportunities as you'd like to have. But they've got plenty of parts. Patrick Mahomes has spread the football out 8, 9, 10 guys in particular games. The backup tight ends found the end zone a couple of times. The third tight end has run the football in for a score. So they've got tons of offensive options. It just looks a little bit different than a year ago.
I get why we're going to get very focused on the Chiefs offense versus the 49ers defense. It might be the best versus the best. But what about the other side of the ball? A 49er offense that may sprinkle in a little Christian McCaffrey. They've struggled to get themselves going. We know about a lot of weapons against the Chiefs defense that I bet a lot of fans out here don't really know much about. What do you think of that group so far, and how do you think that side of the ball is going to look in this matchup?
They've probably gotten further along than we thought they might be at this point of the season already. They had a pretty significant makeover, kind of at the linebacker and certainly in the secondary positions. They're super young at corner. We'll see exactly how that shakes out this week, but they had a rookie corner that got beat a couple of times in the Buffalo game last week for touchdowns. They've got their number one pick, Trent McDuffie, who's been out the last 4 weeks on injured reserve, and They're hopeful. Maybe press him into service this week. If not, maybe they give him another week with the bye ahead. But they've got 3 rookie corners that have played at times this year, so that's not always the greatest recipe. The third safety is a rookie. They brought in another safety, and Justin Reed essentially took the spot of Tyrann Mathieu, which I think is an upgrade. They haven't rushed the quarterback all that well so far from a stack standpoint. Chris Jones occupies a lot of blockers defensively. The edges have been quiet at times, and I feel like the NFL right now is an edge league, and San Francisco's obviously got one of the best in that regard. They haven't been able to really get that going just yet on the edge. A couple of playmaking linebackers. Nick Bolton, who wears number 32 at a linebacker spot, which looks awesome, by the way, on a linebacker. He looks like a downhill charging running back. He's off to a tremendous season. He was their leading tackler. They're coming along. They're not a finished product by any means, and certainly a number one wide receivers have kind of had days so far against the secondary, and they've been kind of hot and cold when it comes to the run. After I think 4 weeks, they were number one in the NFL against the run. I think that was a little bit of a mirage, but they're improving. The spotlight's on 15 on the other side, so they're never going to get a lot of attention. But I think that they're probably a better unit than people gave them credit for to start the season.
Josh, great insight, great stuff. Have a really safe trip out here. We look forward to seeing you and have a fun matchup.
Yeah, it should be a lot of fun. Can't wait to get out. Well, it's actually going to be warmer in Kansas City than San Francisco this weekend, which is kind of weird. But, looking forward to the sunshine of California.
Now, don't sleep on Santa Clara now. Yep. It's extra 20 degrees on San Francisco. Microclimates, my brother. We keep it micro out here.
Less winds and much warmer. Yeah, there you go.
There you go. Sir. It'll be just fine. Josh, thanks, man.
You bet.
All right, there it is. Josh Klingler, chief sideline reporter, to preview the matchup a little bit. Max McCaffrey, Christian's brother, is coming up in less than 20 minutes right here on Willard and Dibs.
And traffic and weather on the 8s in case you need it. Things moving well at the Bay Bridge.
Is the forecast okay this weekend? What's it? I mean, he's looking at something. I thought.
And again, for you out-of-towners, those of you maybe on the YouTube channel, 62 in San Francisco is 82 in Santa Clara, 92 in Livermore. So those microclimates can catch you off guard if you're not from here. And Christian McCaffrey, having played here, probably dressed more appropriately, knowing that Santa Clara is different than San Francisco.
Yeah, I'm trying to get the daily forecast. The
How's your
high
Doppler,
is
Mark?
71 in Santa Clara on Sunday. So
perfect.
Yeah, with absolutely no clouds and no precipitation. So we're going to be just fine. All right, back to you at 888-957-9570. Christian McCaffrey has touched down in the Bay. He has tweeted, "Bang, bang, Niner gang." This guy knows how to do it already right out of the gate. I think this is going to be a real fun fit for fans. That's the other side to it that we haven't talked much about. The football stuff is obvious. If he can stay healthy through the next handful of years, this could be a major piece of the 49ers offense. But I also think there is an emotional boost for a team that has really struggled to have fans on their side. Even though they're 3-3, they're in the playoff chase and all of that stuff, it's been a struggle to get fans to be like happy and calm and excited this year, right? Because the excitement of Trey Lance went away so quickly.
Back
and then
to
the
Jimmy.
realization and then 11-10 and all of this stuff. And then last week, and then the injuries and Kyle Shanahan. Why aren't you a genius?
Brandon Ayuk, why isn't he more involved? Where's George Kittle been? You mentioned Trent Williams has been out, and McGlinchey, he's overrated. The interior line is no good. We're down to our fourth running back, all the rest of it. And here he is, bright and shiny.
Poof.
Freshly landed, bang, bang, Niner gang.
Yeah, it's going to get a lot of people going.
You got your son looking for a new jersey for Christmas.
Good thing I'm not an early shopper. He doesn't know. I'm like, dude, I don't even, October. Get out of here. I'm going to shopping in October. My mom's probably already done with the holidays.
Right.
I haven't even thought about this stuff. I'm like, man, we need to get people Halloween costumes right now. I'm not worried about Christmas yet. Let's go to BPA right now here on Willard and Dibs. Hey, Brian, what are you doing?
It's just listening. I got this. Did you get this just breaking news tweet right now? That Christian McCaffrey, high ankle sprain walking through the airport.
All right.
Hey, there's BPA. Oh, the only thing missing was a classic Brian.
No, hold on. Dibs.
BPA.
49er training staff. They'll be ready by 2024. Okay.
Who loves you, babe?
Ship shape.
Who loves you, babe?
All right.
No, he's got material. Let him go.
Yeah, no,
all
we
you
did.
needed was a.
We did. I'm thinking about letting him go right now. Actually,
all he needed was a classic.
All right, Brian. What do you really think, or is that what you really think?
Thank you. He's gone.
He's gone.
That was well played, Sam. That was right on time.
I mean, come on.
You guys didn't see the
Okay, Dibs.
breaking news. He rolled his ankle at the baggage carousel.
This dude didn't even give me his name. When I answer the phone, it's me. Hello. And I go, 95.7, what's your name? Person gives me, where are you calling from? He just goes, it's BPI.
It's me. Yeah, it's BPI.
All right, man.
Yeah,
You got
all
it.
right, whatever.
I've created a monster. I love him.
No, look,
that was mean-spirited, but I give him a 3 for the humor. You know, it's a different angle in the story. It's funny.
Can I give a take before the thing actually happens? Let me give you a take, okay?
This is a take before the take.
Because this is going to happen. I don't know if it's this year. I don't know if it's next year. I don't know if it's 2024.
I don't know.
Or maybe it's 2025. But I am officially out on the waterfall of crap that's going to come from everybody on social media. I know, sorry. Call it junk. There's a waterfall.
I like when you talk dirty.
Waterfall of junk.
It's a crap storm.
Waterfall of bad takes. Waterfall of unfairness. The first time Christian shows up on an injury report.
I told you so.
Stop. Look, if he goes out this weekend in a red zone package and on the first play can't get up.
Niners training staff. Brian had it right.
Right?
2024.
Then it's fair to have a conversation. But if you think a running back is about to go 3.5 years without twisting an ankle or without bruising a knee or without having a
claw
chest,
a hammy.
Stop. It's going to happen, and that doesn't make this wrong. And I told you so Mafia gets exhausting. He's a football player. He's going to get hurt. He's going to be on an injury report. And I will bet every dollar that I have that he does not play every 49er game for the next 3.5 years. I'll bet every dollar I have. But that does not make this wrong. It doesn't make it a bad deal.
It depends on how many games he misses.
Well, if it's all of them, then we're having a different conversation.
If it's 2/3 of them, there's a number in there where...
If he misses 2 or 3 games a year for the next 3 years, I'm fine.
Yeah.
Fine.
Because
Totally fine.
How many running backs actually play all 17 anymore?
Close to none of them.
Exactly. So I think that there's a line in there where it obviously is a deal that's worth doing, or it's a deal that's not worth doing. If he comes out and the Niners have 11 games left this year, if he's only able to play in 4 of them because he gets these nagging injuries yet again, well, the eyebrows will be raised. But I'm with you, Mark. I'm not here for the waterfall of crap, as you so eloquently put it.
Thank you.
Because you take a chance to bring in a star player knowing full well that him getting hurt is a possibility.
Well, I mean, look, it's also just so kind of prisoner of the fantasy football moment. Do you know who everybody's all excited about this year? Oh, I stole him in the 3rd round and pat me on the... I'm so smart because I drafted Saquon Barkley. Oh, with the double torn ACL guy. So now you're happy. We did this to Jimmy Ward 3 years ago. We collectively did it. You groaned, you rolled your eyes, and you called the 49ers idiots for re-signing him. And he's literally the reason the secondary got turned around a few years ago. He's been fantastic, even though, yes, he's dealt with multiple injuries. Hell, he came back from injury this year and got re-injured on the opening kickoff. So I get it. But I just don't think it's fair to hang that around a team. If you're going to sit here and get mad at the Giants because they won't swing big, why won't you go get me someone? Then you can't get mad at a football team that keeps swinging big at the trade deadline and then acts shocked when a football player gets hurt. If we're worried about someone getting hurt, then you're not allowed to acquire anyone. Go play a different sport.
Right.
They're all getting hurt, all of them.
The potential for injury is really high. And, you know, if you look at Christian McCaffrey, a guy who's had injuries in the past, to think, as you said, Mark, that he's going to play. He's got 11 games this year, and if he's here for 3 more years, that's 51 more games, not including playoffs, 62 games. To think that he's going to go 62 for 62 is ridiculous. Now, I think the number is 50. If he could play 50 of the 62 games between now and the end of his 3.5-year run.
Did you already do that math? Is that what we got? Okay,
no,
go ahead.
But that I think would be
Right.
that would be good. If you could play it, that would be basically 5/6 of the games. It's a hard one for me this time of the day. 50 out of 62, that's great. If he plays in 31 of the 62, that's a problem. That's
great.
a problem.
It's not great. But,
It's 2 for my JD.
Listen, the 49ers are one of the only teams in all of sports right now where I think we can have a real conversation about whether or not there's blame to go around for injuries for 2 reasons. One, you had a former player come out publicly the other day and say, I think this is why the 49ers keep getting hurt. And B, it's every year. Everybody's allowed a bad luck year. Everybody's allowed 2 bad luck years. When you are one of the most injured teams in football every single year of your regime, then it's fair to ask questions. That said, I largely it is never fair to blame a team when someone gets hurt. I mean, they're like the Dodgers went into the playoffs last year as one of the most injured teams in baseball. Did anybody go, oh my gosh, don't play for the Dodgers? They're idiots. They get everybody hurt and they acquire people who are hurt. I don't know. In football, I have a really, really hard time with this. Trent Williams gets a high ankle sprain because someone stepped on the back of his leg, and we're yelling about a training staff. I don't know. What are you supposed to do about that?
Well, when a former player comes out and says the way they approach it,
that's different.
And that's a piece of it. Training staff, the way you approach practices, is it too intense? Finding players with an injury history. These are all components to a team that, unfortunately, has the most missed games due to injury. So when you want to take a macro look at the problem, you have to look at all of the various facets. You can't just point to one area and say, oh, the rest of it doesn't matter. The good news is, hopefully that changes. Maybe you can make the adjustment. The training staff makes adjustments. The coaches maybe don't go quite as hard. You stop drafting guys with ACL histories. Maybe those things change. But you're right. Football is about injuries. Everyone gets hurt. Bottom line is, Christian McCaffrey has never missed a game with the San Francisco 49ers.
Good point.
And that's our starting point,
although he might this weekend.
Oh, he's playing.
He might miss his first.
I guarantee you he plays.
Not a lot, though.
No, but he plays.
Yeah.
And I'm actually going to say he scores.
Oh, wow.
Lock that up, Lubman. Mr. Happy Drops with your fingers back there.
I mean, look, if you're going to put him out there and you're going to put him out there in the red zone, then
scores.
They're going to give him the ball. Then again, the other team's also going to know that he's getting the ball.
Right.
So,
first and goal at the 10.
Hell of a decoy. Hell of a decoy now.
First and goal at the 10, and you go I formation with Juszczyk, McCaffrey behind him. Then you motion him out to the slot. You got Debo, Ayuk, Kittle, McCaffrey. You got problems.
And then you fake it to McCaffrey and shovel it to Ross Dwelly. No one will see that coming. No one's going to see it coming. Let's go to Abe in Napa on Willard and Dibs. Hey,
Your son?
Abe. Yeah, I don't know. What are you? Why aren't you at school?
Mm-hmm.
What are you doing, Abe?
Good morning. Why am I in school? I'm 60. I'm over 60 years old.
Okay, all right, perfect.
No, I was
different
just
guy.
calling to counterbalance the negative dude who called earlier. That wasn't funny. Anyways, I saw Christian McCaffrey's dad playing for Denver Broncos, and I'm a Raider fan, but at any rate, I see him catch the ball and fractured his leg, and he didn't drop the ball. Okay? That's a tough guy, okay? So that's what I'm saying. Don't worry about Christian. He's going to be fine. Go Niners. All right. Thank you.
Kyle has already said it publicly. This is a tough guy. This is a guy who takes care of himself at a very, very high level. This is a guy who did not have an injury history coming out of college. This is a guy who does everything the right way. And, oh, by the way, if you're worried about the way the Niners handle training camp, he didn't go through 49er training camp. So now he just needs to come out there and play, and presumably play at a lesser clip than what he's been asked to do in the past, where he was all of the offense at Stanford and all of the offense in Carolina. So
darn near 20 touches a game since college, all the way through 3 years at Stanford and, 6 now in the NFL?
I think so, yeah.
So, I mean, that's a lot. He's over 2,000 touches from college and through the pros. So that's a number you look at and you think durability. Of course, it's an issue for all these guys, but that many touches, there's been a lot of wear and tear on that body.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And yes, this is indeed his 6th year, and he now has 64 total games under his belt in the National Football League. Speaking of the McCaffrey family, one of them joins us coming up next. His brother, Max McCaffrey, who is a former 49er himself and also a coach underneath their dad, Ed McCaffrey at Northern Colorado. He's going to hop in here next. We'll keep going on your phone calls at 888-957-9570. It is Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
It's a huge Friday.
Oh my God.
On 95.7 The Game. Christian McCaffrey is coming to the Bay Area. And the Dubs take on the Nuggets tonight at 7.
Curry off a screen, takes a 3, foul by Beverly. It's up and good. A chance for a 4-point play.
On the home of the champs, 95.7 The Game.
Ad paid for by the Sentinel Group. Attention Marines, military personnel, families, and contractors who were stationed at Camp Lejeune. Were you present at Camp Lejeune between August 1953 and December of 1987? You may be entitled to significant compensation. For nearly 34 years, those in the Marine Corps' base Camp Lejeune were exposed to contaminated drinking water, resulting in devastating injuries, including several forms of cancer, adverse birth outcomes, Parkinson's disease, and more. North Carolina's procedural laws have prevented victims from getting the justice they deserve. But passage of the Camp Lejeune Justice Act of 2022 would allow you or a loved one to file lawsuits seeking compensation for illnesses and injuries linked to the toxic water. Call today for your free consultation. 800-490-8291. Let our experienced attorneys fight to get you the compensation you deserve, and you pay nothing unless there's a recovery in your favor. Call 800-490-8291. That's 800-490-8291. Again, 800-490-8291.
It's time to say goodnight to that check engine light with the free AutoZone Fix Finder service. It'll help troubleshoot the likely cause of your light for free, so you can drive with peace of mind. Restrictions apply.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Are you interested in new career opportunities in the Bay Area and want to make a difference in your community? The San Francisco Sheriff's Office is looking for people considering a job in law enforcement right now. If you're at least 20 years or older with a high school diploma or equivalent, the San Francisco Sheriff's Office wants to hear from you. Enjoy full benefits, flexible schedules, and opportunities for growth and promotion. For employment announcements and more information, visit sfsheriff.com. That's sfsheriff.com to apply today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate your car today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car, running or not, can be picked up as soon as the next day. You'll get a maximum tax deduction and a vacation voucher.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-200-1966. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-200-1966. That's 800-200-1966 for $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-200-1966. 800-200-1966.
He's the best interview in the Bay Area.
Splish Splash. Coach, are you taking a bath?
Did you hear a little water in the background?
Yeah!
He's a 9-time NBA champion.
Not 5, not 6, not 7.
And he's on with Damon and Ratto every single week during the NBA season.
Wow.
It's Warriors head coach Steve Kerr on 95.7 The Game. Presented by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi. Unbeatable internet only from Xfinity.
Alice at 97.3 is celebrating the return of Alice in Winterland. Friday, December 2nd at the SAP Center in San Jose. Starring John Mayer, One Republic.
See you at Alice in Winterland.
Matt Nathanson. Plus more to be added. Tickets on sale now at Ticketmaster. Get everything Alice in Winterland at radioalice.com.
This is Staples.
So, rumor has it that Staples has everything I need to ship.
We have all the shipping supplies and services you need.
Boxes?
Yep.
Mailers?
Yeah, and we have UPS here in store.
Huh. What will Staples think of next?
Right?
No, seriously, I'm asking, what will they think of next?
Staples is your one-stop shipping destination. Now get 50% off shipping boxes, mailers, or tubes when you buy 5 of the same item in-store or online with 1-hour pickup. Staples, the best-kept secret in shipping. Ends 12/31. Exclusions apply. Visit staplesconnect.com/shipping for details.
Here at Total Wine & More, you'll love what you find this Halloween.
Thirsty.
Oh, hey, Frankenstein. Did you enjoy that Cabernet?
Oh, good. Want margarita?
Well, all the villagers are raving about this tequila.
Ooh.
And we have it at the lowest price.
Economical.
Find what you love what you find with the totally lowest prices for Halloween. Only at Total Wine & More. Drink responsibly, B21.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, get over to YouTube where we're live streaming like always. You can watch the show. The chat is fun. We're in there. We're getting ready for Steiny and Goo. The changeovers are always real high energy, especially on YouTube. We got it up over 1,000 viewers during the first changeover. Let's get back there for the second changeover as well. Glad you're with us here throughout the morning, having fun taking your calls. Bruce Bochy's the manager of the Rangers, and Christian McCaffrey is a San Francisco 49er. How about that? And let's talk to a member of the McCaffrey family, Max McCaffrey, a former 49er himself, an assistant coach at Northern Colorado under his dad, Ed McCaffrey, who is the head coach there, joining us now. Hey, Max, thanks for hopping on.
Hey, no, I appreciate you having me on. Thank you very much.
What do you think this means to Christian?
Oh, man, he's so excited. I was talking to him last night. He's beyond excited to get back to the Bay. Obviously, he went spent a lot of time out there when he was at Stanford, so he's excited to get back out there, reconnect with everyone he hasn't seen in a while, and obviously, play for the Niners. He's pumped up. He thinks it's a great fit and really excited to get out there.
Play for the Niners and play for Kyle Shanahan. Talk a little bit about the Shanahan-McCaffrey connectivity, you being a kid with Mike obviously coaching your dad and your dad being around the new coach for Christian, Kyle.
Yeah, no, it's crazy how it all comes full circle. Kyle obviously was our, he used to babysit us when we were growing up, and I remember going to the games, watching Coach Shanahan and my father in Denver for pretty much my entire childhood. So it's wild that, I ended up getting to play for Coach Kyle Shanahan, and now Christian's there as well. So it's definitely really exciting. I'm excited to get back out there and cheer him on as well.
Well, this begs the biggest question that anyone will ask throughout this entire story, which is, what kind of babysitter is Kyle Shanahan?
He was great. He was responsible, but still wasn't too strict or extreme. It was always a lot of fun when he would come over the house.
Laminated play sheet?
Yeah, did he make you follow the menu to a T whenever he would feed you, or did he allow you the freedom to eat whatever you wanted?
Oh, he was a freedom guy. He was one of the good ones. So
nice.
It was great having him over.
Yeah, scripting his first 15 diaper changes and working from there. Max McCaffrey here on 95.7 The Game. So, Christian, we all want to talk about the usage because he's such a Swiss Army knife. How do you see Kyle Shanahan using your brother in this really fun offense?
Yeah, no, I couldn't tell you exactly, but I know that, Kyle's one of the, if not the best in the entire game. He puts guys in a position to have success. He's done it, in Atlanta. He's done it here in San Francisco for last few years now. He's unbelievable. Probably the best coach I've played for. I played with a lot of great coaches, was very fortunate, but, he always found a way to put guys in a position to have success. And, with guys like Kittle, Debo, and, Jimmy at the helm, and, one of the best O-lines in the league, I know that they're in a great situation. Christian's really excited to play with these guys, and, I'm not, I know they'll give him the rock, and they'll have a variety of ways to get not just him the ball, but the other playmakers got around. Best fullback in the NFL as well. So it's, I'm really excited to watch these guys. I know it's going to be a fun ride. Christian's really excited to get out there, and I know Coach Shanahan has big plans for not only him but for the team as a whole. So it's going to be exciting to watch.
Christian McCaffrey's brother, Max McCaffrey, who's on the staff at Northern Colorado, joining us here on Willard and Dibs 95.7 The Game. I wonder if you'd expand even on that idea, Max, and this is no shade at anywhere where Christian's been, but it feels like Stanford and Carolina, for the majority of his career, it was like, well, here you go, Christian, like, you're our offense. And so now maybe that can be a little bit different. And as he moves into the second half of his career, how do you see that sort of playing out and maybe being a positive for him?
Yeah, no, I think it's definitely a positive. He had, unbelievable times in Carolina, got to play with a lot of incredible people, play under a lot of incredible coaches. But I think right now it is the right time, transition, and start new back somewhere he's familiar with people he's familiar with, and in an offense that I do think is tailored to, what he does well. It's more similar to the offenses he ran at Stanford when he was over there under Coach Shaw. And when I was over there, I was always thinking, this would be a great offense for Christian running backs. They unbelievable schemes in the run game, just different ways to exploit defenses, get them the ball, and really keep defense coordinators on their toes.
Is there a sense that less is more with Christian because he's carried it or touched it about 20 times a game throughout his career? Can he be even more productive, maybe being fresher with less touches?
Yeah, so it's funny because you might be like, I'm getting the ball too much, but then you don't get the ball enough, and you're like, I want the ball more. But I think it's going to be one of those where they have a lot of playmakers around them, which I don't know if it'll be more or less touches, but it's always good when you're playing with guys around you who have been there, familiar with it, and who can take a little bit of the load off. And I mean, he's played with a lot of great players as well. So I know Christian, he's the type of guy, he'll say, he'll do whatever you tell him to do. If you want him to carry it 50 times, he'll carry it 50 times. He's a guy who's in there 10, and then pass pro, he'll do it for you. So I know he's, he'll do whatever they ask him to do. So I don't know, what it's going to look like, but I do know that he's really excited about this next chapter and play with a lot of, great people. And some of the guys who were still there when I was there, and I know it's a top-notch organization with great people, and that's why they managed to have success, as they have.
Max, not just because you're close to Christian, but because you played, I really love to get your perspective on this. This won't surprise you when everybody looks at a deal like this. The fear is, he's been through some really big injuries the last couple of years. Is it fair to ever label anyone in the sport of football injury prone?
So I don't believe so, in my opinion, just because I do feel, football is a violent game, one of the most violent sports there is, and especially at the running back position where, you're asked to carry it up the middle and run into 300-pound guys over and over again in a game. Every player I know has had injuries at some point, and Christian obviously has been through his fair share in the last year or so. But no, I think it's one of those deals. He's injured. It feels like a long time, but right now I know he's feeling better than ever, and I think he's been playing very well as well. And I know he's feeling great. He's ready to roll, and you never know. It's a violent game, so guys go down. But at the same time, I think right now he's in a good spot. He's been playing well, feeling well, and I don't see. I know he does every single thing possible to take care of himself during these off seasons. He's in the rehab center. If he's not studying plays or at practice, he's constantly taking care of his body. So he's doing everything in his capability to make sure he does not go, get injured or go down in some manner. So he's doing everything in his will to stay there, stay healthy, so he can help his team.
Yeah, Niner fans can't wait to see him out there. We thought he'd be rocking number 22 like always, but Jeff Wilson Jr. wears that. Any idea what number he might go with? Could he channel his inner Max McCaffrey and wear 14 like you did when you were a Niner?
That'd be awesome. Wouldn't have to go buy a jersey then. I have no clue what number he's gonna pick. I was thinking about it. He might go back to, I know he was 26 in Little League. I have no clue. I don't know what's available over there. So we'll wait and find out there.
Is he a pay for the number guy? Will he offer Jeff Wilson Jr. a couple of shekels maybe?
I got to ask him. I'm not sure. I know. I'm sure Jeff has bounced around numbers. I remember he was there when I was there. But I have no clue. I don't know what Christian's going to end up doing. I'm not sure what number he's going to pick, if he starts something new or, if they work something out. But, I don't think, I think that's the last of his worries right now. He's just excited to get out there and get going with the guys.
So, Max, did I hear you correct? Do you have some number 14 McCaffrey jerseys sitting in your closet?
I still have my old jerseys, yeah.
Okay.
They're sitting back there.
Is there a FedEx store nearby?
Or? Still 14 will be easy for me.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Hey, Max, ton of fun, man. Thank you for doing it.
Oh, no. Thank you so much. Appreciate you very much for having me.
All right, there it is. Max McCaffrey, the brother of Christian, and under Ed McCaffrey on the Northern Colorado staff, and a former 49er himself, who will be sending Christian his jersey as quickly as possible.
Well, and he is right. Jeff Wilson's been 41, 30, and 22. So maybe Jeff Wilson Jr. might be able to move off of Deuce to let Christian have it. If not, I like my idea, Mark, and I think Max is on board as well.
That's actually a really good idea. I didn't even realize that was his number, and now that's completely eligible,
Kurt Bankert was wearing it, but as he tweeted...
I think Kurt be all right with it, yeah. So. Hey, Kurt, what do you charge for your number? He's like, I'm not really on the team, so... Anyway, it's all sponsored by Caltrans Stormwater. Still time for your phone calls. We'll get you picks for the weekend. And here comes Steiny and Goo. Get over to YouTube for the changeover on 95.7 The Game.
The 49ers are all in.
We had 4 guys in running back, and then we picked up this guy. This is a game changer for the 49ers this year. Total game changer.
Christian McCaffrey is coming to the Bay Area.
McCaffrey the open field, inside the 30, inside the 20. McCaffrey touchdown.
We're reacting with you all day.
Are you effing serious?
Right here on 95.7 The Game.
We see a lot of trash on our highways and in our waterways. This isn't what we want. Clean highways, clean water. Now that is what we want. You can help change this to that. Learn how at cleanwaterca.com from the Caltrans Stormwater Program.
Are you curious about who offers the best deals on top-rated Samsung, LG, and Sony TVs? The answer is surprising. It's not online, and it's not the warehouse clubs. The best deals on top-rated TVs are at Video Only. Don't believe it? Then check out the trade-in deals at Video Only. How about $500 for your old TV? Try doing that online. Before you buy that new TV, drop into Video Only. If you don't, you'll be sorry.
Are you seeing the telomeres here? Come here, look at the scope.
Dr. Ocasio's lab startup just discovered a gene therapy breakthrough.
The cells have already doubled.
He needs a fleet of research assistants before this breakthrough breaks them.
We need lab techs, research assistants.
Indeed can help him hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. We instantly connect you with quality candidates whose resumes on Indeed match your job description. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textplan.us. Texting enrolls for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply. Reply stop, opt out. Go to getrbawindows.com for full offer details.
Homeowners, do you know when it's time to replace your windows? Feeling too hot or cold? It's time to replace. Can't see through fog between the glass? Time to replace. Spending too much on expensive energy that literally goes out the window? It's definitely time to replace. If you've been putting off replacing windows in your home because it's too expensive, here's great news. You can now get a free in-home window consultation and free price quote from Renewal by Andersen, the company with the most 5-star reviews among among leading full-service window replacement companies. And this month only, you can buy one and get one 50% off when you purchase 4 units. Just text WINDOW to 323232 right now for your free consultation on top-quality affordable windows or even patio doors for $0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for an entire year. That's right, you don't pay a dime for an entire year. Plus, buy one and get one 50% off. But hurry, this offer won't last long. Text WINDOW to 323232 right now. Don't go into winter with drafty windows. Text the word WINDOW to 323232. Don't wait. Text WINDOW to 323232.
Elise and Carl's Bakery needed a small business loan fast, but instead of going to On Deck, Carl called
Lone Falcon!
Really? Carl?
There's a better way to get a fast small business loan. Go to OnDeck.com, and if approved, get your loan as soon as the same day. Your loan is on deck. Depending on certain loan attributes, your business loan may be issued by OnDeck or Celtic Bank, a Utah Chartered Industrial Bank member FDIC. Limited eligibility for same-day funding. OnDeck does not lend in every state. All loans subject to lender approval.
Bay Area. Join us at our newest location, Afici, part of the Alexander Steakhouse Group. Afici features contemporary American cuisine in a fine dining setting. The multiple-course menu showcases Italian and French-style cuisine while highlighting locally sourced seasonal ingredients alongside some of the best products from around the globe. Whether you choose Afici for a special occasion, holiday events, or a culinary adventure, Afici provides unparalleled service. Head over to 680 Folsom Street, San Francisco for a fine dining experience. Reserve your seats now on AficiSF.com.
Big O Tires proudly sells its own brand of affordable tires, and each set comes standard with the nation's greatest warranty. Now through October 30th, save $100 instantly on select Big O brand tires with installation purchase. Visit your locally owned Big O Tire store for offer details.
I always wanted to learn Spanish, but I never thought I'd have the time. Then I discovered Babbel.
Babbel's lessons are fun. They only take like 10 or 15 minutes, and in 3 weeks, presto, you're speaking another language, like magic.
I love that Babbel's lessons aren't just robots talking. They're voiced by native speakers, so you get the pronunciation just right.
If you want to learn a language, there's no faster, easier, better way than
Babbel.
Babbel.
Babbel. Go to Babbel.com to try for free. That's BABBEL.com. Babbel.com.
You're the one who protects the flock, and that requires an eye for detail. Because when safety and well-being are on the line, it's the details that can save lives. Even when no one else is watching, you see everything. Grainger gets you, and we're here for you, and all the ones who get it done with a wide range of safety products and solutions, plus board-certified safety consultants here to answer your questions. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. Thinking about gas mileage? If your check engine light is on, it may be affecting your MPGs, but the free AutoZone Fix Finder service can help. With the most complete free warning light report backed by technician-verified fixes, you'll know what's affecting your gas mileage and more, and you don't have to drive too far to find the fix. The free AutoZone Fix Finder service is available at all 6,200 stores.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
See details at AutoZone.com.
Cooler today in San Anselmo, partly cloudy, highs near 71.
Weather brought to you by one thing. Improve your gas mileage by properly inflating tires and taking your car in for a tune-up. Join Odyssey, and together, each of us doing one thing makes a greener tomorrow.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, get your butts over to YouTube because here comes the changeover. Steiny Guru coming here in just a little bit. To your point, Dibs, it feels like Kyle Shanahan is trying to tell everybody we might have a little something for Christian McCaffrey this weekend. Now, Christian is on the ground. He has already tweeted bang, bang,
he's on the ground?
Yeah, he's on the ground.
Oh, man.
So
training staff is out?
No,
just laying there.
No, yeah, like ground and pound.
The way
like
you said
the
it.
ground game. No.
Christian McCaffrey's on the ground.
Christian is here.
Boy, are his arms tired.
Thank you. It's a one, but I love that joke.
He is here, and but he's not going to practice. No practice time today. And obviously that's the end of the practice week. So there will be no practice, no playbook time, none of that for Christian McCaffrey with the 49ers. But Kyle now publicly has stated a couple of times that does not rule him out of the game. It kind of rules him out of being like the centerpiece of our offense this weekend. But as Kyle put it, we'll see how it goes in the next 48 hours. Christian is a pretty naturally good football player.
Yeah.
And I think he picks things up fast.
I think he's playing, and I think he's going to score.
Christian, here's the ball. Run!
Totally.
Okay, coach.
Well, the hard part is the terminology in the huddle of the play call.
Right.
He gets in the huddle, and it's 72 Bravo Foxtrot Alpha on Omega ready break, and he looks and he's like,
play.
yeah. And then it's like, get open. Just, run to the yellow Cadillac and break toward the light post,
Toss left on one,
basically,
dog.
right.
Let's go. Also, that end zone, in case you were wondering.
Go that way.
Yeah, you're in the slot. Run 8 yards and turn around. And Jimmy will throw it really, really low and late.
That was the old invincible play you just came up with, right?
Yeah.
Go to the Cadillac, turn left, and then somebody will slam you into the cement.
It's a great movie.
Yeah, gosh, you people are nuts. But anyway, all right.
You didn't want to entertain my Jimmy slander there. That was nice.
Nope, didn't even entertain it. This guy played with P.J. Walker last week.
Good point.
He can walk in here and be like, I think your quarterback's really fancy here on this team. Look at him.
Boy, he can spin it.
Yeah, he really is. Boy, you guys got something over here. Who is his quarterback at Stanford? Who is Christian's quarterback at Stanford?
Hogan.
Was it
Kevin Hogan?
Was it Kevin Hogan? Yeah. Sam's giving the
Yes, it was Kevin Hogan.
Okay.
Look at me.
So,
Look at the big brain on Brett.
A guy who went to the league, but and Christian played with Cam Newton. So I mean, very effective, but not traditional. I don't know if he's ever played with a quarterback like Jimmy, who seems built to throw the ball to people coming out of the backfield. But anyway, Steiny Guru going to jump in here in just a second. Let's do some picks, okay?
Let's do it.
Can we get into the weekend here coming up where, by the way, the 49ers and Chiefs is by far and away the sexiest matchup across the board. Is it not, Kyle?
So what we do is we have our spreadsheet, and I highlight the ones in gold that we're going to feature on the show.
Yeah.
It's usually very easy. Maybe like an easy 4, and then this one.
The Bills are playing the Chiefs.
This week, it was Niners, Chiefs, and then
totally.
Yeah.
So we're going to start with Christian McCaffrey's former team. The Carolina Panthers are at home against Tampa Bay. Tampa Bay favored by 10.5 in this game. I love a home dog.
Me too.
It is
Me too.
way
You took Tampa Bay.
Way too big of a number.
Answer.
Which is exactly why I'm taking it. Tampa Bay's coming off of a disappointing loss. Thank you, Tampa Bay. # Survivor Pool. But anyway, Tampa Bay is going to come in and be mad. And, oh, by the way, the Panthers don't have their best player because he's on the 49ers.
Yeah.
Give me Tampa minus the 10.5.
Even before that had happened, I had to rule them out. You get it? Because rule is out.
I got it.
And I love a home dog, but when you're as bad as Carolina is, 10.5 is not enough, which is why I'm leaning into Tampa Bay. This should be a blowout. I mean, who's Carolina going to try to trot out on offense? They got nobody.
Yeah.
Jake Delhomme?
Is that the phone? Hello? It's on vibrate. Yeah, DJ Moore. I'll let him know.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
God, Carolina
you've
plus
never
10.5.
gotten that bit.
Somebody who took DJ Moore in 2 fantasy leagues, that picked way too big of a scab.
Now that Christian McCaffrey's out of the way, though, we're going to see a lot more of DJ. Let's head to the NFC West, where the Seattle Seahawks are at the Chargers. The Chargers favored by 5 in this one, Dibs.
Yeah, I like the Chargers in this spot. I think Seattle's been a great story for the most part, but I think that they're really a paper tiger in terms of an actual good offense. And I think the Chargers are a team. Brandon Staley has mucked up a couple of those games. They should be better than they have been. I think the Chargers run all over Seattle.
Yeah, I'm going to go with the Chargers on this one, too. Seattle's a different team away from home. They keep surprising everybody, though. In almost every game this year, they've looked sort of better than you expected them to. But I think the Chargers' defense is what's going to cover this number. I think Seattle has a hard time getting past 17 points in this game.
Okay, I have Seattle plus 5 because I think their offense is legit, and I like Pete Carroll against Brandon Staley in this one.
Okay, all right.
Next one is Sunday Night Football, Pittsburgh at Miami. Weird Sunday night game. Mark, your thoughts?
Gosh, I'm all about Miami in this game. Tua is back. The Steelers, by the way, will also get their rookie back in Pickett. He has cleared protocol this morning. So all teams getting healthy. I think Miami and Mike McDaniel are really going to want to show some things off as they kind of get back to health. And I think it's a high-scoring game for the Dolphins. I'll take them to cover.
Dibs.
Got to have it game for Miami. They've dropped 3 in a row. They get their QB back. And this is the year that Pittsburgh Steelers haters have been waiting for because they're not very good. Their rookie quarterback might be good in 2025, but right now, that team is talentless across the board. This is a comfortable one for the Finns.
Yeah, all 4 of us have Miami -7. Let's head to Monday Night Football. It's Chicago at New England. And Dibs, you're lone wolf in this one with Chicago +8.
Oh, yeah, and I'm not a firm believer in New England, although I backed Belichick earlier in the week. 8 is the kind of number that I like because he could be down by 14. Give me a cheapie, a Justin Fields, scrambalaya. Give me a little scramble late. Chicago's defense is really good, and the offense is just not bad enough to keep this within 8. Chicago's going to lose, but they'll cover.
Chicago Bears are not going to get to double digits in this game.
I don't think they score a touchdown.
The Patriots are going to cover the 8. My only concern is that they're leaving that Zappy guy on the sideline and going back to Mac Jones. Could be a quarterback controversy in the making if it doesn't go well, but the Patriots win that game 24-7.
Bill Belichick v. Justin Fields could be a bloodbath.
16-9.
Let's talk Niners, Chiefs. Chiefs favored by 2.5 at San Francisco.
Oh.
That number has fluctuated up and down. It got to 3, then quickly back to 2.5. Dibs, who are you taking?
Well, who am I taking now that they have McCaffrey? I would switch if I could, but I can't, so I won't. I think Kansas City wins the game. The offense against an injured Niner defense. It's too much of a mismatch for me in this one. High-scoring affair. Kansas City wins it by 3.
Dibs, just don't make a pick and send a pick at halftime.
Sounds like it's fair.
Yeah.
Who would do that?
It was not halftime, and this is an absolutely unfair attack, but I'll move on anyway. I'll move on anyway. Kansas City Chiefs, by the way, are not going to win a high-scoring affair because the 49ers will not allow high scoring. They are getting healthy. Trent Williams is back. Nick Bosa is back. You are forgetting that this is the best defense in football. McCaffrey energy aside, this is a home dog I love. The San Francisco 49ers win the game outright this weekend.
The 49ers banged up secondary scares me a lot.
Agreed.
Even though it is MVS and it is, Alan Lazard and it is Juju Smith-Schuster.
Alan Lazard's on the Packers. You had it right the first time.
I did.
Juju Smith-Schuster.
MVS is now. I get those guys confused.
Scantling is on the Chiefs. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So even if it is those guys, not the star wide receivers, I just don't trust Diamador Lenore and Sammy Womack to keep them out of the end zone. I think the Chiefs win by a touchdown.
That's a fair point. The one that really scares me is Mooney Ward. And for 2 reasons. 1, a football reason. 2, an emotional reason. He was tweeting about this game the second they lost to Atlanta. This is him going against his old team, and it doesn't look like he's going to get to play, which is a real bummer, and it changes things as far as defending Patrick Mahomes. But I think they're going to get pressure on Mahomes real easy and cause some problems. All right, full picks. Spread formation on social media platforms across the board for Willard and Dibs and our personal feeds as well. All right, very, very big day, and thanks for everyone for all the interaction and the calls and the YouTube chat, which is now building back up as we head to changeover number 2. Hello, Steiny and Goo. How we doing?
What's up, y'all?
What is cooking? Another big day here.
Yeah. Incredible.
Draymond Green got the day off, so that's fun. Nice.
Oh.
That's nice.
A little slow in the draw, my bad.
You too. Yeah. It's okay.
Yeah.
It just gets for first down, second down and 10, no problem.
Hut one. Where are we at on that?
Where are we at?
YouTube number.
We're at 660 right now.
We're getting close to 700.
Yeah. We got work to do. Yeah, Boss tweeted out a picture of you 4, Shasky and Bonte, 1K.
Yeah, we got it up to 1050 at about 10 after 9
no pressure.
This morning. So best way to do that, though, is to put it out to those who are listening on the air right now and not on YouTube. That's where you can chat with other listeners. You can chat with the hosts themselves, and you can see all the little things that are happening behind the scenes, including the looks on Guru's face. All you got to do is go to youtube.com, search live stream of 95.7 The Game, click on it, and poof, you're there. So we ask you and invite you to go do that right now.
And this is the day. Last night is why we're on Twitter. When that thing popped off,
my God,
that the Niners got C-Mac. That's what I'm calling them, dude. C-Mac. I'm like, damn. Now, Steiny and I went back and forth with the Niner weaponry, with what I thought Kittle and Ayuk and Debo to be. But if you look at Arizona, they got Hopkins back and they got Robbie Anderson. But one player can make a hell of a difference. People are acting like the Niners haven't been to the Super Bowl without C-Mac. They went 19, almost got back last year. So whatever you thought of this weaponry before C-Mac, you got to jump in the water, get your feet wet. You got to expect Kyle to be in his bag, his new bag with C-Mac. I'm sorry. Not just a running back, slot receiver. He can do it all.
Can I get
the pressure is on.
We're just one more C-Mac away from Steiny blowing his lid. So if you could just C-Mac a couple more times, that way we get Steiny agitated and engaged.
So he's already been agitated.
CMC.
Well, it's you can do either.
There's a familiarity that bothers me.
Tristan's
there. You've never met Christian McCaffrey.
The steam is rising.
He couldn't pick him out of a lineup.
I'm seeing Run CMC T-shirts that are starting to get thrown out in red and gold on social media.
Does he play this Sunday? I'm expecting them to play.
Well, it sounds like, and Dibs is all in on
6 to 8 plays.
6 to 8. It sounds to me like what the 49ers are setting up, like we're not going to obviously go all in. The guy doesn't know the playbook, and he will have practiced none. But
get ball and run.
The fact that they are not like sort of managing expectations against him playing suggests that he'll probably be in there a little bit. And Ian Rappaport tweeted it out yesterday, like expect a red zone package.
Okay.
So
there you go.
Maybe we see him when they get to the 20.
Siciliano.
It's going to be the Taysom Hill plus of the San Francisco 49ers.
Well, 49ers need this one. Stay ahead of the Cardinals.
They need next weekend more. Yeah,
you're right. Well, that's true.
No, you're right.
If
they're gonna split
Where's
these two,
that from? Oh, Ross.
Yeah, if they're gonna split these two, you want to win the next one. Then you'd be 3-0 in the division. But hope definitely springs eternal now with C-Mac Steiny. I'm gonna call him C-Mac because I interviewed his brother right here on 95.
We heard him. But that's okay. You can use I. Go ahead.
Willard.
I thought you said we.
No, you didn't.
Did we not?
It's a team player.
We may have to rack that back. I thought it was we interviewed him.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, my radio station, KGMZ FM in H21 San Francisco. Always live on the Odyssey app. Okay, what if I threw this at you guys? Okay, and I know this is just on paper. Now, I'm not here to say that they're the best offense in football, right? But the Chiefs no longer have Tyreek Hill.
They miss him.
Do the 49ers, if you could take any NFL team's weaponry, to use your word.
Yeah, God. Yeah, it's not. I didn't do it.
Do they have the best skill position offense? Take away the quarterback.
We're talking about weaponry, right?
Wide receivers, tight end, running back.
I got my hand up.
Collection.
Yeah.
Are they number one?
I believe so.
Absolutely not.
Who is?
Don't ask me that.
Why?
You just said, are they number one?
I'm allowed to ask another question.
I'm with you.
It's a follow-up question.
Yes, he's going to.
Because I was already teaching
I thought they were the best skill position group before McCaffrey.
And Buffalo.
But you got to go out and execute. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, you do have to execute.
I mean, you bring
and
up
stay healthy.
Buffalo, I love their receivers. Their running backs, I think, still kind of leave something to be desired.
I'm leaning Niners with that on a good day if everything is right.
Yeah. I mean, I'm looking around like
Kyle got the target on his back.
Who hops off the screen that has a better group of
Dallas.
people to give the ball to?
It ain't Philly.
Than the 49ers.
Yeah.
Like, I have no doubt with Jimmy Garoppolo in the fold, they probably will not be the best offense in football, but like...
So let's put the rat on the table.
Okay.
You're telling me they got more weapons than any other team in the NFL, and they have the best defense in the NFL. This should be
I know where you're going.
Accompli.
No, that doesn't exist.
I already had that.
Exist, and
especially with a mediocre quarterback.
A fait accompli.
Mediocre.
Lord of the Rings, Willard.
I actually was checking.
Trying to get a discount package with the Warriors ring.
I was checking.
I got 3 hours with them.
Airbnb in Arizona. So I got a 3-bedroom, 3-bath condo that'll sleep 6. So I'm gonna make the reservation in Arizona. I figured we'd all go down the Sunday before the Super Bowl. I'd stay through the Monday.
I'll
When
just
you
look at
say,
you, Goo.
when you say everybody, do you mean Mila?
No, Milo's not making the cut. It's a work
I'm
trip.
like, Dibs ain't going nowhere. He got a new baby girl.
It's a work trip, baby. You understand?
Get some diapers.
Dibs,
No, it's gonna be
hashtag show meeting mid-January. Diggs is going to be begging to Hagee. He's like,
night.
Look, I know the 49ers didn't make the Super Bowl, but please, I think we need to be on Radio Row. I need 4 days away from this
Dude,
baby.
trust me.
Oh,
I've
gosh.
never worked later and showed up earlier
Look at him.
than in the new baby era, the NBE.
This is why I'm happy and excited for Niner fans. We see the Dodgers do it. We see the Yankees do it. We saw L.A., the Rams, and it worked out. Middle finger to draft picks. We're going all in. Kyle's gotten close. That's the tenure here. That's the name of the jam. He's gotten close, but he couldn't get over the top. So they said, to hell with the draft picks. To me, we're going in. This dude, if we stay healthy, there's some jokes going around on the internet about how long will he last, but assuming good health, they're going in, and I'm here for it. We'll see if it happens.
Well,
how can you be mad?
Look, you can't be. You can't be. And that's you can make the case that
get rich or die trying.
Right? Like the capital is more than we were expecting. Like we were hours removed from Cal Kami puts an article out a few hours before this happened. And the minute I read it, I go, oh, Tim knows something. Tim doesn't write that.
See, I missed it.
No, Tim doesn't write that unless somebody in the organization didn't give him a little there's a chance that this goes down. But what he threw out there was, it was like his guess was they're gonna wait till next week. They're gonna monitor what is the market for McCaffrey, which didn't feel that hot, and maybe they could get him for a 3 and a 5. And then 3 hours later, it's a 2 and a 3 and a 4 and a 5. And it's like, whoa, the market got hot, which meant the Rams came hard and the 49ers were like, no. So I don't think Carolina did bad here. But when
they made out.
When you factor in the comp picks that the Niners are going to get and where they are in their window, it makes sense.
That's my word for
it makes sense.
The Niners have a window, and that's why I feel like they're saying we're going all in. We are going all in, and I was like, Kyle walking around, no pressure, but he knows what time it is, and they see McCaffrey help. For whatever reason, this option was not functioning high octane.
Right.
I don't know. You could say the quarterback. I don't know why, but now
I don't know.
When we watch these games, come on, Kyle, you got it now.
No excuses.
Here we go.
They're still banged up on the offensive line.
Well, you check Williams back until you're less banged up.
Is Williams playing this week?
Yeah,
he should be.
Williams and McGlinchey are both trending back.
And now
so what
that
a time to join the team as a running back.
The spreadsheet becomes so much more diverse because you can put McCaffrey anywhere, and you can put
in the backfield with
anywhere.
Debo. Yeah.
Kyle Juszczyk, your favorite Steiny. You can have him flash out as its second tight end and 21 personnel. You can do so many different things now, and the defense is going to have to try to game plan for 7 different outcomes on every play.
Man. Yeah, the thing I like most about it is Kittle blocking for McCaffrey. He is going to just pave roads with McCaffrey in back of him. No doubt.
The thing I'm excited about is, like Lowe says, hey, diddle, diddle, Kittle down the middle, where now you have so many other things going on that Kittle can just sneak out and go down the middle like he used to and get open.
I just don't see how this doesn't work, man.
Well, that's and that in lies the only problem.
Pressure, Kyle.
That in lies the only problem for Kyle Shanahan, which is one of the reasons I actually love the deal. Is I love it when, and all 3 teams in a different way that we talk about so much here in this town, just within the last year, have actually done this to themselves. I love it when they put pressure on themselves, right? The Warriors said, we're light years ahead. And guess what? Everyone's like, ooh, you are. Okay. 49ers, a play caller just gave himself the best set of ball handlers in the league. So, dude, score points.
No problem.
And the Giants are like, we've got all the money in the world. Well, then,
the Larry Krueger tweet.
Spend
I
it.
did see that.
Go get some players. So all 3 teams in a different way have put a lot of pressure on themselves, and that's going to force them to at least try to perform at the highest of levels.
And I'll say this about open this night for the Warriors ring ceremony. It was the Warriors and then the Niners in a season where I had the Niners Super Bowl to bust with Jimmy. But there's been some not backstabbing at all, but what's wrong with this thing? They got the weaponry. Why is everybody getting injured? And last night about 8 or 9 o'clock, now everybody's excited about the Niners.
So they didn't have the weaponry. They didn't have enough. No, they didn't. They didn't have enough weaponry. That's why they went out to get McCaffrey.
No, you never have enough weaponry. How about that?
I
disagree.
You couldn't run it against
their
Atlanta.
run game did not. Their run game did not. And whether that's the offensive line, whether that's the running backs, whether that is the state of the offense that said 3 weeks ago, now we've got a quarterback who had no camp, no OTAs, and we got to get back together. We can all point to all the reasons, and they don't need to be at their highest level in week 7. They need to be at their highest level after week 18.
Yeah.
So I think they can get there, but it does set up for them to all come back together at the same time and be a different running team with McGlinchey, Williams, and McCaffrey showing up in the same week.
And Mitchell and Wilson Jr.
in a few weeks,
TDP eventually. And the idea now that you don't have to lean on Deebo Samuel to do everything. You don't have to lean on Ayuk. You don't have to lean on anyone because maybe it's a McCaffrey game. We saw against Atlanta. That was a Brandon Ayuk game based on matchups, defenses, whoever you're going against and whatever they're going to try to scheme up. Now it's Captain Laminated Spreadsheet. It's his job to put the people in the positions to take advantage of the defense.
And do you think anybody will disagree what's about to come out of my mouth? Since 2019, when they got Sanders and made that Super Bowl run, this is now, when healthy, Kyle Shanahan's best offense he's ever had here in San Francisco.
Whoa. I mean, I think top to bottom, even on the other side of the ball.
No, I agree with you.
This is the best roster.
I agree with you.
Yeah. But I'm talking about offense, his thing.
Yeah.
And the defense has already been humming, as we know. I mean, they had a little bit of trouble against Atlanta, but that was partly because the offense couldn't stay on the field, and you had so many injured players. So Mark's right. You think about Week 12, Week 15, you get to January, and that New Year's Day game against the Raiders. If you've got everybody healthy and you're heading into the playoffs with this complement of offense with that nasty defense, Steiny's right. And you know what? I got room for you in the Airbnb. It's
You're not going.
about 20 minutes outside of Glendale. So I'm going to get it set up. Nice little 3-bedroom condo.
Super Bowl Steiny.
I asked the boss, and he said, go ahead and book.
But you got to win this week. 3 and 4 ain't good.
You don't. No, you
don't have to win this week. I think 4 and 4 is fine. 5 and 3 is amazing.
So you're assuming the win over the Rams.
Well, I mean, they'll be. Actually, I don't even know if they'll be
guaranteed no 3 and 5.
And somebody else. I'm trying to think. Might have been
Guaranteed.
producer E.
Locked
No,
it
that
up.
was this week.
Yeah.
Bonte too.
By the way, you asked, and that's one of the issues I have with this trade.
Which is
from a sports talk radio perspective. Like, there isn't really anything bad to say about it.
They're mortgaging the future.
Are they?
Please.
I mean, what I mean is,
Sally Struthers.
for example,
is that really an issue?
well, no,
To who?
kind of,
Yeah.
because to me it's a no-brainer. Like, Kyle tweeted out, this could be great or it could fail spectacularly.
Of course it could.
How? Like, what would it
If
look
they
like to
If Christian
fail?
McCaffrey, I'm not going to say it.
Yeah,
out loud.
I
I'm
agree.
saying,
No.
if he gets hurt, that's not on the, like, that just happens. Like, I'm not going to say
But the
that's a
world-
terrible trade because something happened that we hoped wouldn't.
That's a perspective that the majority of the mob doesn't share. And that's why I already have twice on this show talked today. Forget the bad one. What about just the nagging one? There's zero chance he plays every game for the next 3.5 years.
And that's just...
And the day that he ends up even on the injury report, social media is going to go bananas with the Niners are a bunch of idiots for doing that.
62 games between now and the end of the contract.
This is a no-brainer. This is a move
The
that...
biggest no-brainer in the history of mankind?
Well,
Shout out Wesley Hoagland.
No, the bottom line is, if you're saying, oh boy, what are we going to do? Like, nobody can really make a case that the 49ers just made a mistake.
Oh, there's a lot of...
Really?
Yeah,
but what if you don't win it, Steiny, in year 3, in year 2?
So again...
So you don't win it.
There's two
What
different...
if you get deep into the playoffs 3 straight years?
But there's the perspective we all come from, which you even just said. Like, one of your issues with this is from the perspective of sports talk radio.
Mm-hmm.
If my job is to be an NFL analyst and a draft analyst, I see plenty of them. Go to Warren Sharp's Twitter. He can't believe the Niners gave up what they gave up.
Wow.
And the finances of it in the future, we have no idea. Is he going to restructure? Does this mean somebody else needs to get cut? Did Brandon Ayuk just get traded next year because of McCaffrey's deal? There's all that stuff that we don't know yet. And that is the journey and the story that will have to unfold. From what you're saying, though, I get it. As we sit here today,
no doubt,
why the hell would you not do this? And why would you not make sure that you don't beat the Rams to the punch? Yes,
sure,
across the board.
Which you didn't do last year, and they got Stafford, and they won the whole thing.
For example, you compare this trade to the Trey Lance trade. This one is gravy beyond gravy. You've gotten a proven player for 2, 3, 4, 5.
Yeah.
And okay, it's football. If he gets hurt, I cannot hold it against the team.
Well, people will because he's been hurt.
And there you go.
And he's been, and everyone's everyone's saying he's missed 20.
They didn't give up 2 firsts for him. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
We'll barely be able to notice when they're not picking and when they are.
And what do we say about them drafting, Mark? We say they're not very good at it anyway.
50-50.
Which I'd reject also. Every team makes mistakes in every round. I know that it feels like they get all their good players out of the 5th, 6th, and 7th.
Yeah.
You can look at that 2 ways. That's actually pretty amazing.
Yeah.
Pretty amazing to be pulling starters and in some cases players who are getting massive extensions out of the 5th round. They should be lauded for that. And Bosa and Debo were early draft picks. Did they mess them up? Yeah. So is Belichick. So I don't really buy that side of it.
But Kyle himself did say that about 25% of draft picks work out. If you look historically, and by working out, that means you get a second contract. So if it's 25% and you give up 4 picks, that means you really only gave up one surefire second contract guy for a guaranteed, as long as he stays healthy, star running back.
Yeah, and look, he's healthy now.
Yeah.
He's healthy now. He's producing.
Although you're the one who said he hit the ground in San Jose. And we all had to hold our breath.
In a plane. In a plane.
That's pretty
in a plane.
It was scary.
But for all the nerds out there that are all, the draft capital,
Nobody's
like you guys sharp.
That's a 4.
I'm just going, as a Niner fan, my front office is, I'm thinking they're going all in right now. The gambler, Kenny Rogers. This is what you want. We saw it worked out.
The energy that we all have as a fan base or a sports talk or whatever, I believe is in the locker room too. The locker room loves this. You know what I mean?
Why wouldn't they?
When you have trades in sports, a lot of times for players that can be difficult because guys that are their friends, their teammates, whatever, they're also on the way out the door. When you trade draft picks. When you traded air.
Yeah.
You traded air. If you're Jeff Wilson and you're TDP and you're Eli Mitchell, maybe you're not having a party today.
Yeah.
But everybody in that locker room is like, yo, not only did we just get a great player, the message our front office sent us is you can go win the NFC.
Especially this year. It's wide open.
We think you are the best team in the NFC. That's got to juice you up. It's got to.
And it's wide open.
Yeah.
Philly, Dallas. You beat Dallas last year. Things that this is it.
Yeah.
Michael Jackson.
Let's not, and that's where we got to do this. Let's not call it wide open. They should be the favorites.
Well,
the
they're
49ers
the
should be the
favorites
NFC
right now.
favorite. Who's behind? Philly
and Tampa.
But just because Philly's 6-0.
Right.
Well, that's the baseline
that's
right
the
now.
real deal.
Does anybody think that those two teams are more talented than the Niners?
If you have to play Philadelphia in Philadelphia on January 28th,
that's going to be a game. I'm going to step back.
You're going to be an underdog.
Yeah.
You're going to be a dog at Philly in the NFC Championship game.
Yeah. What about Dallas?
Yeah, probably.
Well, if you have to go to Dallas, I think you might be favored over Dallas. I think Philly's the one team. Tampa, I think it might be.
Thumbs up. They might not.
To
them
Tampa,
in Green Bay.
You probably, if this plays out the way we would think it would, you're probably not going to have to go to Dallas because Dallas is going to automatically be a wild card team because of the presence of Philly.
And that's why you guys are
go to
playing
New
with
York
this.
and play the Giants.
You win the NFC West.
Too.
Right. You win the NFC West. The chances, with the way this looks right now, the two places that you would have to go would be Philly and Minnesota. Minnesota doesn't scare you at all.
You'd be favored at Minnesota in the divisional round.
Just make sure you're playing the game at night. You get 4
But that's why you got to be careful with this. This weekend's not that important because you would have a 4th L. So
yeah.
I got a question
the
for
NFC Championship here is you need to put some glue on them L's.
Yep.
Yeah.
Are you saying that the Eagles would be the favorite because you're assuming they'll be 13-3 this year,
or something like that?
If they get the 1 seed, that
the
means
Niners got 3 losses
not
already.
only would they be home, but in order to secure the 1 seed, they're going to have to keep this going and get to 12-13 wins.
Best record in the conference, which means only really one team gets a bye. So they get a bye to the divisional round. You win the divisional round game to get to the conference championship game, which you would then host. So you would have only played 1 game as opposed to 2. Niners would have to travel maybe twice.
Be careful about
and
that.
You got
bye.
two with Arizona now with DeAndre Hopkins. Steiny pointed out. Look out for the Cardinals that added Robbie Anderson, who can play. Yeah. And all of a sudden they light up. I know two pick sixes.
They don't. Yeah.
You weren't impressed last night.
He hates Arizona. He can't stand them. He doesn't like Kingsbury. No, he doesn't like Murray.
What was that last night?
Do you?
I do. Because everybody hates him. I like him.
What was that last night, though, Willard?
Steiny the contrarian again.
They played that off last night.
I can't stand. They made the playoffs.
Playoffs?
Yeah.
But they were the 1 seed too, Steiny, at one point.
That was based on their start.
But they never been to the playoffs.
I know, and then
Kingsbury got into the playoffs.
And they cowered out embarrassingly.
Kyler with that
when they got there.
end zone.
He's 21 years old. Give him a chance.
Kyler Murray is not 21. Anyway, Kyler looks to me like he's going the wrong way. He looks to me like he's going the wrong way.
But you both re-up both. Somebody's got to go. That told me it's real.
By the way, they re-upped you, and then the next day went, and we got a little clout here. We'd like you to stop playing video games. What kind of clown show is going on down there?
It's called accountability.
Listen, does it mean
it's bad?
Can they beat the 49ers this year in a game, maybe even two? Of course. They've got a mobile quarterback that gives the Niners problems, but he does not look to me like somebody who really has a great idea of what they're doing on a football field. He has unbelievable speed, sometimes to a point where he thinks that speed can...
Him and Hopkins were getting a little testy. They were trying to play it off.
I like it. I like a team that plays with an edge.
It's not a great football team.
They got some weaponry now with the Hopkins and Anderson.
I mean, they're not
it's a league of matchups, and they're a bad matchup for the Niners. That's all.
And the Niners got to stay healthy.
We can leave the Arizona portion of the conversation there and just say, to think that they're going to beat them twice is a stretch.
Well, no, because they have been a bad matchup, but this 49er defense is not the defense the Cardinals have beat the last 2 years.
See, we're assuming health, though, Mark.
You have to.
When do we start saying, Steiny, everybody goes through, are we under the assumption now, you're not, a little more?
You're not wrong, but if that's the case, then we're not allowed to look ahead on a schedule ever again. People sit down when the schedule comes out and goes, that's a win. Yeah, it's December. Who's playing? So, yes, injuries can derail everything. Yeah. In my opinion, they derailed last week. The
7 starters out. But offensively, it did.
Yeah, 49er defense to me gets a pass last week. All right, I know you guys got Baldy in 10 minutes. Here comes Steiny and Goo.
He brings the passion.
For what? I want to know now. I'm mentally invested. Don't tell me to pray and you don't say what for.
He brings the perspective.
Yeah, I think they both have great points. Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is wow. Oh, my God.
And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Simon, you're doing a great job.
And together, they're Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
Can we be honest? We're doing that trade 100 out of 100 times. Right? 100 out of 100 times you would make that trade for Christian McCaffrey.
I agree with that.
I will not allow anybody, unless you call in today, to ever in the future say, boy, that was a bad move. Because you got to say it now.
Right.
And I'm sure that there's too many people out there who are gutless and won't say it right.
I'm going to check Warren
because
Schaub's
they can.
Twitter. Yeah.
Because they can.
Yeah.
They got another weapon.
The Niners are all in, man. They are all in.
Give me $1 for every time he says that today.
How many has it been?
About 7.
Please.
7. But no, this is fascinating stuff. Christian McCaffrey is good. He's really good. And now, if you like their weapons before, you got to love them now.
No doubt. And that's why I say it's a good pressure on Kyle. Now, 30 points a game? Please, Guru, we're about to put up for... We'll see. But still, you got options now,
man.
They
had options.
Well,
and
you
that's
didn't like them. You said they were okay. Well, they were average. The weaponry.
Okay. So
now,
are you acknowledging that they were average?
No, that's why they're above average now.
No, they're not above average, or they wouldn't have gotten McCaffrey. Kyle knew this was not an explosive enough offense.
I mean, it was okay.
It wasn't. Look at this. look at they're scoring 20 points a game.
But they got to the Super Bowl in 19 with pretty much the same
No,
cast.
they scored 30 a game that year.
And last year they got to the NFC Championship. So forget what you thought and what I thought. My point is this sends them over the top to now you can ask, are they the best offense in football? And I feel that
no, they're not the best
on
offense
every level.
Right, except the quarterback, which is the most important position.
You got me. I got nothing for you there, Jack.
So,
yeah.
I mean,
but you see why people are excited.
Of course.
And why the morning show was on fire and they're happy. I mean, man. Like, then now can we say, will you agree with me, Super Bowl or bust, Goo?
Sure.
Assuming health?
You said that before the trade.
Now, exactly.
So they shouldn't even be tested, according to you.
Well, they will be.
If they play one close game from now till the time they win the Super Bowl, the season's a failure.
That's not it, because it ain't basketball. C-Mac he's good. Steiny, he's great. What was Carolina doing with him? Because everything around him was piss poor. But I didn't see this coming. And the Rams, this is my one thing real quick, Steiny. What were they using to bargain with? They got no draft picks. So the Rams were close. With what?
888-957-9570 is the number. We got Brian Baldinger coming up on the other side. And again, I'm not here to troll, seriously, but come on. There's nothing bad you can say about this trade. And it's like speak now or forever hold your peace, because I really can't see a downside. Oh, McCaffrey gets hurt. Well, if McCaffrey gets hurt, McCaffrey gets hurt. If Kittle gets hurt, Kittle gets. I mean, like, you cannot control injuries. So that part doesn't really bother me. I wouldn't consider Christian McCaffrey injury prone. He was healthy his first 3 years. He's been banged up the last 2, but this year he's been healthy the whole season. You think he's a dynamic back? You went out and got him. You didn't give up a first-round pick. You gave up 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay.
Let's go.
Exactly. There's no reason there's only one reason this team shouldn't or can't be dominant, and that's the quarterback.
But that's a big if.
Well, but
that's a big if.
Is it a big if or not?
I just said it's a big if you're saying it's a quarterback league.
Okay.
If the weaponry, which I think was greater than what you think it was with Jimmy under center, I can't say Jimmy was the reason it wasn't functioning, but something was going on, and maybe Kyle Shanahan was to blame. I don't know. But now that you got McCaffrey with what I already thought was an above average trio, let's go. Let's see the points. And you said slow down, Goo, because of the quarterback. But Jimmy this year hasn't been bad. Guys dropping balls. We saw it last week, left and right.
He was fine last week. He hasn't been great. He's been fine. He's been Jimmy Garoppolo. Question is that going to be good enough to win a Super Bowl? With these weapons? We'll see. It's going to be fun. All right, Brian Baldinger on the other side. Come out and see the Red and Gold pregame show with Larry Krueger and Lorenzo Neal live from the Hilton Santa Clara, starting at 11 a.m. on Sunday. The pregame show presented by Harris Ranch Beef, legendary beef, legendary quality, and Jim Beam Bourbon Whiskey. Taste the world's #1 bourbon. Odyssey NFL Insider and NFL Network's own Brian Baldinger. He's coming up next.
It's a huge Friday.
Oh, my God.
On 95.7 The Game. Christian McCaffrey is coming to the Bay Area. And the Dubs take on the Nuggets tonight at 7.
Curry off a screen, takes a 3, foul by Beverly. It's up and good. A chance for a 4-point play.
For the home of the champs, 95.7 The Game.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live, 90 minutes before tip-off of every Warriors game. Brought to you by Xfinity Sports Zone, the ultimate hub for everything sports. With live games, shows, news, and highlights, all in one place. Only with Xfinity X1.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Are you interested in new career opportunities in the Bay Area and want to make a difference in your community? The SF Sheriff's Office is looking for people considering a job in law enforcement right now. If you're at least 20 years or older with a high school diploma or equivalent, the SF Sheriff's Office wants to hear from you. Enjoy full benefits, flexible schedules, and opportunities for growth and promotion. For employment announcements and more information, visit sfsheriff.com. That's sfsheriff.com to apply today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate your car today at carsforkids.org. Your car, running or not, can be picked up as soon as the next day. No title, no problem. Call 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS or go online at carsforkids.org to donate today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-200-1966. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-200-1966. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-200-1966. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-200-1966. 800-200-1966.
Gorgeous gaming, stunning streams, unbelievable bandwidth. It's another Lifestyles of Gagillionaires. Meet the AT&T Fiber customers winning at life with hyper-gig speeds. Meet Gagillionaire Terry. While his love of streaming horror movies has him constantly on the edge of his seat, his internet bill won't give him a scare.
Oh, don't go in there. I'm telling you.
Because since Terry upgraded to AT&T Fiber with hyper-gig speeds, he doesn't worry about data caps or equipment fees.
Come on, man. The door's open for a reason.
And best yet, he also doesn't stress about a price increase at 12 months, because with the amazing Gagillionaire lifestyle comes an exquisite sense of tranquility. Most of the time. Live like a Gagillionaire. Get straightforward pricing with AT&T Fiber. Internet that upgrades everything. No data caps, no equipment fees, and no price increase at 12 months.
Limited availability in select areas. Visit att.com/hypergig for details.
Ad paid for by the Sentinel Group. Attention Marines, military personnel, families, and contractors who were stationed at Camp Lejeune. Were you present at Camp Lejeune between August 1953 and December of 1987? You may be entitled to significant compensation. For nearly 34 years, those in the Marine Corps' base Camp Lejeune were exposed to contaminated drinking water, resulting in devastating injuries, including several forms of cancer, adverse birth outcomes, Parkinson's disease, and more. North Carolina's procedural laws have prevented victims from getting the justice they deserve, but passage of the Camp Lejeune Justice Act of 2022 would allow you or a loved one to file lawsuits seeking compensation for illnesses and injuries linked to the toxic water. Call today for your free consultation. 800-610-9256. Let our experienced attorneys fight to get you the compensation you deserve, and you pay nothing unless there's a recovery in your favor. Call 800-610-9256. That's 800-610-9256. Again, 800-610-9256.
Muse is bringing their Will of the People World Tour to the Oakland Arena on April 14th, 2023. And 95.7 The Game has your shot at tickets. Enter to win now at 957thegame.com/contests.
Actually, the more the better, so I can help educate.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Matt Steinmetz, Darryl the Guru Johnson with you, and let's get right to it. Joining the show, Odyssey NFL insider Brian Baldinger. Insider calls presented by BetQL. Get access to data and insights the sports books don't want you to see. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetQL app or visit BetQL.com today. Baldy, thank you so much for joining us. And I'm just looking at this trade, and how can you not like it from the 49ers perspective?
You can't. Like, you know, I think, you know, I know the 49ers were just playing, you know, in Charlotte a couple weeks ago. They got a chance to see McCaffrey play a little bit, but nobody's really been paying attention to him. And the fact is he's having a good season. He leads the team in rushing. He leads the team in receiving. He's an elite person. Like, he's just a great, I mean, I've known his mom. I knew his uncle. Like, I knew the family going all the way back to when I was at Duke. But this is a great kid from a great family that is a team-oriented guy. And he's in a horrible situation in Charlotte. I mean, they're in Carolina right now. I mean, it's a horrible situation. Everybody, it's a fire sale right now. And this is a guy that when you take a great player and talent, Steiny, and then you put him on a team that's basically telling the whole league, we're here to win it. Like, all you're going to do is get better performances out of him. Like, I believe he'll start Sunday. I don't think this is a learning curve. Like, I think this guy's going to step in and play this coming weekend.
Baldy, let me ask you this, because I know I'm like Niner fans. I'm excited. Whose job becomes more easier? Is it Kyle calling the plays? Because last week, I know Atlanta offensively was an embarrassment, but two guys dropped balls that could have went for touchdowns. Yep. Or is it Jimmy Garoppolo? How does this affect the offense?
Well, it affects it because they have not, and this is no knock on anybody they've had, going back to Mostert and all the different guys that have come through there. Like, nobody catches the ball like McCaffrey. Like, this is a great set of hands. He has his own route tree. I mean, his Texas routes, and don't want to get technical, but I mean, his angle routes and his ability to come out of the backfield, screens, like, it opens up an entire new wing of the offense because of how you get him in space. Like, he's Steph Curry with the crossover dribble. Like, he beats people off the crossover all the time. And that's what you have to do. You've got to create space and ways to get him open, whether it's taking everybody vertical and letting him work underneath. There's a lot of ways that Kyle can get creative. But at the end of the day, Jimmy is always going to have an outlet to go with the ball right now. If he doesn't like the deep shot, if he doesn't like the two-man side, if he doesn't like the bunch formation and what they're doing, you got this guy coming out of the backfield. Like, you can get it to him in so many different ways right now.
Yeah, I guess that's what I want to follow up on. And we're joined by Brian Baldinger, Odyssey NFL insider. You know, 49ers have made it clear they have been going about it, running back by committee. They've had 5 different leading rushers the last 5 years. To a layman, what are we going to notice different about Christian McCaffrey than the other 5 guys they've used over the years or so?
Well, I think he's I think, first of all, the receiving aspect is real. He caught 100 passes in this league in a season a few years ago. I mean, he's got elite receiving skills. But more than that, like, you just watch him run between the tackles. Like, he's not a big guy. You know, that was knock on him coming out of Stanford. Like, he's not going to be able to take the punishment. But just watch any game and see how he's able to avoid punishment. Like, his ability to avoid big hits going through the tackles and through the gauntlet is second to none. Like, he just has great vision and next level vision about how to avoid those kind of hits.
We said the NFC is wide open, Baldy, like Jerry Rice on a good day. What do you think now that they got this edition of C-Mac? I mean, is it the Niners conference to lose?
Well, you know, it's very, very early. Philadelphia's off to a great start. We've seen teams with great starts, not finish great. Nobody's anointing them by any chance or by any means. But, you know, anybody that thought maybe Green Bay was going to be a good team this year, well, they've got things to figure out. I think they're better than Minnesota, whatever they become. I think they're better than Green Bay, whatever they become. I think they're better than the Rams, whoever they are. I'm just putting question marks next to these teams because they can still come out of out of some mediocrity their play, but they're certainly a contending team. I mean, if you just say, okay, who's a Final Four team? Like the 49ers, you can't have that conversation, who's in the Final Four, meaning who's in the AFC, NFC championship games. Like, you can't have that conversation and say the 49ers don't belong right now.
Brian Baldinger joining us on 95.7 The Game. He's our Odyssey NFL insider. Let me just ask you this. If Trey Lance next year, I know we don't know a lot about him, but if he's the quarterback next year, what does McCaffrey offer to him and his style of play?
Well, I mean, you just put those two together, whether it's, read option throws. Like, there's just a combination and a variety of things you do. It's like a two-man game of basketball. Like, you can clear out. There's throws on the move. There's drag slide type plays where, you're faking one way, you're coming the other way, and you get into McCaffrey. There's easy completions for Trey. I mean, these throws that you watch McCaffrey catch, none of these throws are difficult. Anybody can make these throws. But the fact is that you put him out in space. I don't care if he's going up against Fred Warner. He made Fred miss the other day. He's going to take elite tacklers, and he's going to put them in the deep freeze. And so I think he's a tremendous asset to any quarterback or any offense.
Baldy, I just told Steiny and the listeners, the Niners got an all-pro on every level. He said, Goo, not a quarterback. Is this the best offense in football now?
Well, I mean, you got to go do it. I mean, if you look at Buffalo, I don't think they're as good as Buffalo because they can't push the ball, or they haven't pushed the ball down the field the way Josh Allen can to a fleet of receivers. On any given day, Mahomes can light you up. Even last week's performance where they lost, I mean, they can still light you up. So I can't put them in that category simply because, and this is not a knock on Jimmy, but Jimmy can't play the way Josh and Patrick Mahomes can. And I'm not criticizing him, but I mean, that's just the eye test. I mean, he can't play that style of football.
Brian, thank you so much for joining us. You'll be at Chargers Seahawks this weekend for Compass Media. Have a great call, and thanks as always for joining us.
My pleasure, Steiny. You bet, guys. Take care, Guru.
Yeah, it's Brian Baldinger.
So,
Odyssey NFL. Yeah. I have a read now. Yeah. I have to tell people who he is. All Odyssey Insider calls presented by BetQL, and it's also called Paying the Bills. You're annoyed right now, I can tell. But BetQL, you know what they're here to do? They're here to make us make better bets. Proven analytics, that's what they use. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetQL app. Visit BetQL.com today.
Steiny, I'm not annoyed. It's a party. I'm happy for Niner fans. But I was going to say, you checked me, checkmate, when I said this Niner offense has an all-pro on every level except the most important position. So it is. And this is no shocker going to come down to Garoppolo. Whether C-Mac is in the flat on a go route, but the lineup is a running back, but I mean, I didn't see this coming. And again, I know you say, Goo, you already had them there. They've been to a Super Bowl. They've been to 2 NFC championship games. You are right. Statement of the day. How could anybody be out on this move?
888-957-9570. I want to hear from 49er fans right now. And a couple questions I have for you. Does this tangibly change the expectations for this team? Were you a 49er fan that said, you know what, let's get to the playoffs and we'll see what happens? And has that gone to, we're a Super Bowl contending team and we should win the Super Bowl? How about the pressure on Kyle Shanahan? Does he got to get this offense moving in a better direction? He probably does. We'll see if McCaffrey plays Sunday, Goo.
He said it like it was nothing. Like come on, let's go. I was like, man, it ain't hoop, Baldy. But he might be right. What'd you say, 5 to 8 plays? Did you say that in the changeover?
I'm not going to make a prediction on that. I'm going to take that back.
Well, it's already on record.
Okay, 5 to 8.
I'll see you Monday. Yeah.
5 to 8 plays.
But, man.
From the YouTube. What do we got here?
673.
Plummeted once we got here.
No, it was already plummeted. I checked in on the way in.
Some people,
I check. I keep my ear to the street.
Do you really?
Yeah. This is what the fellas had before us.
All right.
Yeah.
I'd like you to go to YouTube. I'd like you to search 95.7 The Game. I don't even want to. Now, you know what? I'm not begging. I'm not begging.
It's not begging. It's promoting.
Begging. Okay, then you do it.
Go to YouTube, 95.7 The Game, and you'll see my lovely, they're saying I work at Home Depot or Caltrans shirt and Steiny's Warrior Yellow. Let's go.
It's not Warrior Yellow.
What is it?
It's Basketball Reference. Have you ever gone to Basketball Reference? This is the color of the website. Mm-hmm.
I have. But anyway, Steiny, just admit it, you're juiced.
About what?
The aura. There was a stench. It was an injury stench around the Niners and confusion and injuries. And yet I hadn't given up, but I was just like, this is odd. Who's Lee Majors? Who's the fall guy? It's all about the Warriors, and rightfully so. And now here come the Warriors with Santa Claus, and under the tree is C-Mac. Now I'll come in here.
Are you going to do this all year?
No, I'm coming at the guy at the helm.
No, I mean
the guy you said that I dubbed Boy Genius.
Are you going?
If you can't cook with this, you got to get out the kitchen.
You already fired him.
No, I said
you fired him. So now where are we?
I called an attorney to draw up the divorce papers,
but
he hadn't been served yet. Look at your smile when I say that. He hadn't been served yet. So hey, Kyle, the pressure's on him. I appreciate him meeting the challenge because that's what him and John had to say. We got a window here. The Trey Lance thing, hey, we'll get to that. They got a window. This makes me believe there's urgency in the building. And that's all, Steiny. They hopped on the chance. We'll see how it plays out. But if you got the best defense and arguably a top 5 weaponry outside of the quarterback, let's go. I know that is bothering me. Every level but the QB.
Who's going to be the guy complaining about a lack of touches now? Because let me tell you something. McCaffrey's going to get his. So I don't want to hear any of your crap when Kittle, his catches go down.
Well, he's shown us he won't be mad if.
Well, that's because he's a better blocker than pass catcher. Because he sure as heck can't catch like my guy Christian McCaffrey.
681 now on YouTube, Steiny. Keep promoting it, baby.
I have 678, so 3 just dropped.
You know, I always add fluff.
3 just. Yeah, they better win it. I'm trying to figure out how I can put you on the spot here. You've already been.
I'm in a good mood.
I know, and that's what I don't want you to be in a good mood.
I came in, I'm just in a funeral. Now I'm in a good mood. Sports is awesome. Right. Sports is awesome. You let the guys know, huh?
I actually didn't. I didn't think it was any of their business. I'm dead serious. They didn't ask. They weren't making fun about you taking a day off.
Dibs hit me. He texted me. Yeah. Then the day he goes, God, you got him dropping like flies. I think you didn't have to say that. But anyway, let's get to it. 684. It's growing.
Joe in San Jose. Hey, Joe, how you doing, man?
I'm doing great, boys. How are we doing? You ready? Let's go. We got Christian McCaffrey.
Yeah, and?
McCaffrey, we should have had him a long time ago. We drafted Solly Thomas instead. I don't know what that was about.
Yeah.
Let's go, boys. Goo, are you ready?
I'm excited.
They're shaking.
Yeah. No, everybody in the NFC is shaking. And again, I'm on record. It's not about me. The Niners, Steiny, it was Super Bowl or bust once Jimmy came back. And now you got the best running back, if you want to call him that, since Frank Gore. Since Frankie Gore, the Niners got a weapon out the backfield who can do multiple things.
Yeah. Anything else, Joe?
Multiple.
Thanks,
yeah,
Joe.
it's kind of funny, like what Guru was saying, that multiple. We signed Jerick McKinnon back in the day for that big contract, and now
we lost you.
And Jerick didn't work out. We'll just say that, right?
He got hurt.
Well, yeah, what's new? That's the one thing I'm like, man, he'll last.
If McCaffrey gets hurt, you cannot criticize the trade.
Man, what if he got hurt to the point to where he misses next year?
Well, them's the breaks.
Look at you.
Them's the breaks. What are you looking at?
I'm looking at you. Somebody said, I'm telling you, whiny Steiny. I like that's gonna stick from YouTube. I like that one.
Oh my God, that's so old that I've used that.
I've never heard it.
Matt Weinmetz. You never heard that?
That's better.
Yeah. See, I don't.
Dude, that's better than whiny
Totally
Steiny.
self-effacing.
Well, help me out, Steiny. Just watching me drown. Flim. Yeah, shut up, Fleming. But yeah. Dude, I hope he plays Sunday. And again, I'm going to say this because I couldn't believe Willard, Shasky, and Bonte kind of didn't go there, but the people were calling in. this ain't a bye this week. If you want to have home field, that may already be gone, being the Phillies undefeated, but Philly could fall. You kind of want to stop the losses this early. So with a McCaffrey or no McCaffrey, you got to beat the Chiefs. It's an important game. But I thought I heard you gasp and say kind of, Goo, if they go 3-4, they got the Rams next week. But you keep losing, you won't have the NFC Championship game here if you were to get to that juncture.
Yeah, I'm going to give you a choice to win one game or the other. What are you winning? Thank you.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I brought that into the
Dibley did.
I said it to you Monday. I said, Steiny, I was doing some thinking.
No.
And it goes against how I like to, can you just throw away a game? But you're right. The Lambs.
Just cut that.
Now,
Steiny,
OBJ,
you're right.
I didn't say Steiny. OBJ is still lurking out there. They could go back to the Rams.
More weaponry for Garoppolo not to use.
Yeah.
I mean, these weapons on the 49ers, they're like those farmers that you pay not to raise their crops. It's unbelievable. They got all these weapons, but they don't use them.
Well, that's over now.
Maybe they're not the weapons you think they are.
They're all in. We got a Niner game Sunday, and then Sunday night Warriors. You ain't ready. You ain't ready, Steiny.
I ain't ready for what?
Both. That's a hell of a weekend. He was like, what are you doing this weekend, sports? That's my weekend. College football.
Cobb R. I love Guru's energy and spirit. I wish I had that much joy at work. Yeah, you and me both.
Mom said, Daisy, get a job you love. You'll never
work a day.
How you complete me, man? How do you know how to finish my sentences?
Oh, boy. Christian McCaffrey's got everybody wound up, and rightfully so.
Did you see Shasky's video? I came from a funeral and print play. That's how I found out. You got that just... He was incredible. But that's how Niner fans are feeling. Bonte didn't even want to talk about the Niners. Now he's juiced. You got to be happy to watch it. Now you got to go out and do it on the field.
Yeah. I just thought I was working for a radio station, not a team blogging group.
What
may as well be 49ers bloggers
that's
here.
Video.
It's a fan site. 95.7 a game.
Join the party, Steiny.
No. I don't want to join the party. It's Nico. Nico's my kind of guy. He's going to tell me why it was a bad trade.
Oh, that video was awesome.
Nico, what's up, man?
What's going on, guys? The reason I think it was a bad trade is because, gamblers say it all the time, don't bet stuff you can't afford. And I feel like they can't afford for this not to work. And they did not leave themselves an out. The Cardinals left themselves an out when they drafted Josh Rosen. The Eagles left themselves an out this year if Jalen Hurts didn't work out. Even Miami has an out on Tua. You have no out if this McCaffrey thing does not work. If Jimmy wins the Super Bowl, then what? Do you run it back and then keep Trey on the bench? Or do you just kick Jimmy to the curb and then run Trey? Because what happens is if Trey balls out next year, he can hold out and say, I want to get paid since I don't want to get hurt again. So, I heard you were going to say something, Steiny. Go ahead.
No, I hear what you're saying, but I feel like when you say a fallback position, like if McCaffrey gets hurt, he'll go back to Mitchell.
Right.
You know what I mean? But it sounds to me like you're saying if it doesn't pay off, where are we going in the draft? That's what it felt like Nico was saying.
This Steiny, this home for him. He tweeted out he's here ready to go, so I don't see him not re-upping, but his deal is he's signed for a couple more years before they got to worry about that, if I'm correct.
Yeah, we'll get you the contract details. Mystics in San Francisco. Hey, Mystic, how you doing, man? What do you got for us?
Oh, man, guys, I love listening to you, but my man Guru from the Union and to the Dro, where I know you from, buddy, come on, guys. This is an overreaction. Christian McCaffrey is a great player. He's a fantastic player. He's not a Hall of Fame player. And I don't think I can think of even Hall of Fame running backs that have changed teams middle of their career or into their career, and suddenly they were the missing piece on a Super Bowl ready team. Even Marshall Faulk. He played with Hall of Famers, Kurt Warner, Isaac Bruce, and Dick Vermeil. You don't have that on the Niners. And then the last thing, once running backs start going downhill with injuries, they never return. So look at guys like Chris Johnson, or if you want to go further back, Christian Okoye, Le'Veon Bell recently. These guys, once they're shop worn, it is over.
All right, Mystic.
So I'm glad
Mystic, you make great points. Hold on, let me just ask you this. Keep it real now. We hear you. You're not. Are the Niners a better team with McCaffrey on their team? And before you answer, it's the same Niner team that last year, Mystic, was in the NFC Championship game. We'll await your answer.
I love the way you said my name right there with some oomph and some flavor on it. But, bruh, come on now. Yeah, they're a better team, but it won't be good enough to get it done because running backs don't do that. Quarterbacks and receivers, yes, they can make a splash and get you over the top. Not running backs.
Thanks, Mystic. Appreciate the call. And that's really what I've been.
He's both. He's a combo, Steiny.
Okay.
I just don't get
Who's
how.
he taking touches from?
A little bit of everybody.
Uh-oh.
And what we talk about,
it's like the Cleveland Cavaliers.
Don't let Mystic rub off on you.
I'm watching the Cleveland Cavaliers the other night, and I look at the box score after the game.
Okay.
And I said, they have Donovan Mitchell now, just joined the team. He took 21 shots. You know who took the next most shots?
Garland.
Evan Mobley.
Oh, okay.
You know how many he took?
Right.
9.
Oh, man.
So
Wow.
Christian McCaffrey is going to take something from somebody. So how does that work it out? How does that work out?
But the Niners don't have those egocentric
You don't
guys.
know that.
Well,
Brandon Ayuk's not egocentric?
I mean, if he were, he would already be pissed off with
Brandon
having
Ayuk
2 or 3 games
got
with just
into
2
it with
targets.
a coach last year.
Yeah, but that was, you know what I mean,
Deebo
Steiny.
Samuel held out. He demanded a trade in the offseason.
For reasons we don't know. My
So
point
what?
is, you want to, this is
don't know
a
they're
war,
professional
not a
like
battle.
that.
You don't want to run Debo on the ground. And how many times have we said, man, what do they got besides Debo? And that's no diss to
Wait a
Ayuk or
minute.
Kittle.
You can't say what do they have besides Debo if you say before the trade they had great weaponry.
Steiny, you can have great weaponry and not be able to use the other things as great as you can use Debo. And they were becoming a one-trick pony. Because the only thing that was working, the substance, was Debo.
Well,
and then we were talking about, hey, have teams figured that out? It's still there.
Do they have the most weaponry or are they one-trick
I told
pony?
you, no, they got the most weaponry. It's about
Well, why
how
aren't
you
they
go out
using
and
it?
execute it.
Well, why aren't they using them?
Because you got a quarterback that has a that's good one day and okay the other.
All right, 888-957-9570, 49ers. They got Christian McCaffrey. Here's what we got going the rest of the day. At 1:30 or thereabouts, we're going to take you down to Santa Clara. Kyle Shanahan's going to talk to the media about Christian McCaffrey. We're going to join that live. It's probably going to be about 1:30, maybe a hair after that. And then we're going to go back down to Santa Clara, talk to our main man, John Dickinson. But the 49ers make a big move yesterday. They acquire Christian McCaffrey. How good is this offense? We'll get the first look at it on Sunday when the 49ers host the Kansas City Chiefs. Hey, the Warriors return to the court tonight at Chase Center against the Denver Nuggets. Tip-off set for 7 o'clock. Our pregame coverage begins with Warriors Live at 6 right here on 95.7 The Game. 888-957-9570 is the number. With Christian McCaffrey, how have your expectations changed for the San Francisco 49ers?
The 49ers are all in, and we want to hear from you.
Martha, you are nobody, my dude. It's Friday, and we got one of the best running backs in the NFL. He's a Niner.
I'm trying to tell you, so let me tell you what's wrong with this trade. Absolutely nothing! We're reacting with you all day, right here on 95.7 The Game.
California, you deserve more. And with United Healthcare, you'll get more. Annual enrollment is October 15th through December 7th. So call United Healthcare today. With the United Healthcare Medicare Advantage Plan, you get more from your Medicare dollar, now including better than ever dental, vision, over-the-counter, and prescription drug coverage. Call United Healthcare at 1-888-CALL-UHC today and speak with a licensed sales agent. Benefits, features, and/or devices vary by plan and area. Limitations and exclusions apply.
Are
you curious about who offers the best deals on top-rated Samsung, LG, and Sony TVs? The answer is surprising. It's not online, and it's not the warehouse clubs. The best deals on top-rated TVs are at Video Only. Don't believe it? Then check out the trade-in deals at Video Only. How about $500 for your old TV? Try doing that online. Before you buy that new TV, drop into Video Only. If you don't, you'll be sorry.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textplan.us. Texting enrolls for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply. Reply stop, opt out. Go to getrbawindows.com for full offer details.
Homeowners, do you know when it's time to replace your windows? Feeling too hot or cold? It's time to replace. Can't see through fog between the glass? Time to replace. Spending too much on expensive energy that literally goes out the window? It's definitely time to replace. If you've been putting off replacing windows in your home because it's too expensive, here's great news. You can now get a free in-home window consultation and free price quote from Renewal by Andersen, the company with the most 5-star reviews among leading full-service window replacement companies. And this month only, you can buy one and get one 50% off when you purchase 4 units. Just text WINDOW to 323232 right now for your free consultation on top-quality affordable windows or even patio doors for $0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for an entire year. That's right, you don't pay a dime for an entire year. Plus, buy one and get one 50% off. But hurry, this offer won't last long. Text WINDOW to 323232 right now. Don't go into winter with drafty windows. Text the word WINDOW to 323232. Don't wait. Text WINDOW to 323232.
Big O Tires proudly sells its own brand of affordable tires, and each set comes standard with the nation's greatest warranty. Now through October 30th, save $100 instantly on select Big O brand tires with installation purchase. Visit your locally owned Big O Tire store for offer details.
Finding the right Medicare plan? Oof, no easy feat. Kind of like those dances my granddaughter loves making me do. But then I found Walgreens Find Rx coverage. Lets you compare plans online, over the phone, or in person. Made Medicare shopping so easy. Plus, I found plans with low-cost copays. I can get down with that. When you need to talk Medicare, Walgreens is here. Start shopping today at walgreens.com/Medicare.
Can I get the sales projections for the Springfield, Bristol, and Fairview stores?
Val's Froyo Palace is dishing out 3 more locations.
Jody, have you lined up interviews?
They need 3 new store managers before they have a meltdown.
And remember, they need at least 5 years experience.
Indeed can help them hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. We instantly connect you with quality candidates whose resumes on Indeed match your job description. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
I had a nighttime routine for my frequent heartburn. I would drink milk, I would sleep upright with more pillows, but that painful burning stayed. So I made Prilosec OTC part of my morning routine. With just 1 pill in the morning, Prilosec OTC prevents excess acid production, blocking heartburn day and night. Now I have a new nighttime routine. I call it sleeping.
1 pill, 24 hours, 0 heartburn. With Prilosec OTC. It's possible while taking Prilosec OTC. Use as directed for 14 days to treat frequent heartburn, not for immediate relief.
Charging a cell phone can be like getting a booster shot. A booster is given to enhance or restore protection after a primary series vaccination, which wanes over time. Schedule an appointment when you are eligible. Sponsored by Pfizer and BioNTech.
Do you know what people see when they Google you? Search engines don't always get it right. And when they're wrong, it's your reputation on the line. So what do you do when you don't agree with your search results? Call Reputation Defender at 800-831-0771. Reputation Defender by Norton is one of the most trusted names in online reputation repair. We have over a decade of experience in fixing people's search results, and we can help you too. Using cutting-edge approaches, Reputation Defender pushes unflattering information down to lower pages of your search results, where few people ever look. We also promote the good stuff so that it rises to the top, letting you put your best foot forward. Your good name is too valuable to leave to the whims of a Google algorithm. You owe it to yourself to take control with Reputation Defender. Visit www.reputationdefender.com or call 800-831-0771 for free advice on your situation. 800-831-0771. That's 800-831-0771.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMC FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
I got caught up in Garoppolo mania.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, 49ers have acquired Christian McCaffrey. He's passed the physical, so he's ready to go. We'll see if he plays Sunday. It seems like he may see some action.
Baldy said, get out there, Steiny.
Yeah, exactly. Matt Steinmetz, Darryl, the Guru Johnson with you. And here's the way I look at this trade. I just don't see, if you're a 49er fan, how you cannot like it. I get it. They gave up a 2, a 3, a 4, a 5.
Not 5, not 4.
But they've got the best running back they've had in the Kyle Shanahan era. They got a running back who can run and catch.
Yeah.
So to me, it was essentially, from the 49ers' point of view, a no-brainer. That's what it feels like to me. That doesn't mean it's going to work. But this one, to me, seems like the calculated gamble that a good team takes to give them one notch more in terms of a capability of winning.
Yeah,
so we'll see how it works out, Goo. 888-957-9570 is the number. Goo, it feels to me like we're running universally 100% excitement in the Bay, and I get it. And I'm just trying to, is there another side to this? And I want it to be well, if he gets hurt, well, okay, if anybody gets hurt,
because of his
then
past,
we got trouble.
Right.
But his past was health for 4 years. 3.5 years. Then he got hurt.
Yeah.
But he's been healthy all year this year. So I guess my question is, outside of the injury concern, which I think we have for every 49er player now, is there a downside to this trade? And if there is, I'm open-minded to hearing it, but I still don't think, Guru, it's going to outweigh the opportunity to get McCaffrey.
Yeah, you preaching right now. And for some people to think this is a rental, he's under contract for 3 more years. It's not a rental. So the Niners feel like he's going to be a fixture of their football team. And I'll say this, Mystic is the only person that has called that I've heard all morning.
Nico, too, in Sacramento.
Oh, Nico. Okay,
yeah.
I miss Nico. I don't get what it is. And if they don't get it done or get to the promised land, you can't say it was McCaffrey's fault. What I like about this is Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch saying, you know what, Guru? You used the word. You said there's a window. And I feel like they're making this move right now to go all in because they look at the landscape of the NFC, and they've already been at the mountaintop and damn near close last year. They were part of the final 2 teams left, so they went in. And yeah, it might not work, but they got the guts of a cat burglar to do it. And that's what I like about it. And hey, you talked about Steiny egos, and I don't believe Ayuk has one or Kittle. It's about the team. But let's just say McCaffrey is more featured at times than Deebo Samuel. If I'm the Eagles or Cowboys, whoever, the Chiefs coming in, and you got both of those guys on the field at the same time, you're going to need Advil, because that's a headache of knowing where is it coming from. So now Jimmy's got to do his job. The offensive line. But I'm with you, Steiny. You have to love this deal. You just do.
What if they don't win it? What if they finish 10-7, they win a playoff game, then lose a playoff game?
I would go and steal one of our partners' lines, John Dickinson, and say, what does it look like?
Well, it looks like they lose.
Did McCaffrey get the touches?
They lose to Dallas in Dallas, 28-24.
Jimmy throw a couple picks?
No, he did what he always does, 1 touchdown, 1 interception.
Then I would be able to come in here after watching it, Steiny, along with the YouTubers and Twitchers, and say, okay, maybe Jimmy can't get it done. See, that's what I have right now waiting on. Is it Kyle in the play calling? Was I overzealous in saying you were the boy genius? Because now, Steiny, all you got to do is cook the soup. You got all the ingredients, from my point of view, of making a good soup. Are you going to be able to make the goulash? Because if it tastes bad, then I know it's the cook.
NG49, this is a very high-risk, high-reward move. Really? Okay, I'm going to read NG49. There's literally nothing to make us believe Christian McCaffrey can stay healthy. The only thing, of course I blew it. The only thing.
I got your back.
Okay, what is it? The only thing, you're not reading it. The only thing we can rely on is Kyle not breaking this new toy like he always does. Well.
See, I will say this to you about this edition, though.
Okay.
Remember how you said, Goo, I got a theory. Remember, you called it a theory. Theory. You said they run so hard, the scheme, that at the point that might have something to do with them getting hurt. Now, that's in play.
Man, he runs on eggshells. He doesn't run hard, McCaffrey.
What you mean? Oh, yeah, right. No, it's not. So I'm eager to watch that. Like, there is a little injury cloud right now with every NFL team, but more so now with the Niners. So I'm eager to see, like, if we see him get hurt, like, damn, is it as crazy as this sounds?
Then is it a bad
the system? No, I can't say that because I'm telling you it's not right now. So I'm keeping it PI. I'm keeping it 100, as they say. If I'm telling you right now on this Friday, which is not payday, it's not a bad trade. I would be fake to come back after something happens bad or something that you don't want to change my mind. That's not who I am. It's not who you are.
Well, it is who you are.
See,
it is who you are.
Go ahead. It's Friday.
Go ahead. Because you say you react to new information. So if Christian McCaffrey gets hurt, you'll criticize him.
No, I'll say
because that'll be new information.
What I'll do is I'll go.
How about if he fumbles twice on Sunday?
Then we got to get him a football with a handle, like the NFL Today. Brent Musburger gave Wendell Tyler. Did you ever see Jane Kennedy?
No idea what you're talking about.
Irv Cross. They were a pregame show. CBS.
Right.
Brent Musburger. The Niners had a bye, and Wendell Tyler was on there, and they gave him a football with a handle on it because he led the league in fumbles.
Gotcha.
Yeah. As a young kid.
By the way, you know who leads the league in drops right now?
Good Lord. Wait. Who?
Who's the what quote unquote wide receiver
CeeDee Lamb
runs the worst routes in the NFL?
That doesn't mean drops.
So I know that's the problem. He doesn't run good routes and he doesn't catch the ball. Deebo Samuel.
Is he leading in
7 drops? Yeah.
Remember I told you that one day the ball hit his hand and it made a different sound. Remember I said it wasn't that love-making sound that, like the great Jerry Rice. You know how they can make their hands soft. It went doo-doo. But Deebo's a beast, and now he's got another beast along with him.
This from Looney.
Kavan?
No, Looney something. Uncle Looney said, I like this one. Hey, Goo, you should open up a restaurant called Goulash. I like it. There you go, Looney.
Yeah.
Okay.
We'd have to do numbers.
Hey, get in the game. And you know what? See this? You know what's funny? See, this is to me what always I just don't get it. San Jose Jazz fan, don't quit your day job, Steiny. Oh wait, this is your day job. Okay,
that was a 1.
No. I know it's a half. But here's the thing: San Jose Jazz fans, the guy who comes down to the Hilton when we broadcast there.
But he's probably mad that we haven't. Remember, we said we're going to do a show from there. And
from where?
From anywhere in San Jose. We just haven't got down to 101.
No, but I guess what I'm saying is like, I've seen him like 4 or 5 times. Hey, how you doing? Thanks for listening. Yeah. And now he like rips me.
That's how people are,
because he's
with you one day and
60 miles away.
It's all good.
You better be careful, Jazz fan. Seriously. I'm the only guy who talks to you down there.
Right. Lay off a little bit.
He comes into that back room where nobody else should be.
Right. Yeah,
San Jose Jazz fan. Everybody's like, no, everybody's afraid of him because of who the hell's he? Who the hell's he? Who's Jazz fan? Who's Jazz fan? He says he's a listener, so yeah, let him back in.
YouTubers are saying, Jazz fan, lay off him.
Jazz fan, killing me. Gabriel in Napa, what's up, buddy? How you doing?
Fellas, happy Friday.
Yeah.
Slightly different take on this. Nobody can question this trade. Come on.
That's what I think, yeah.
Go for it. Yeah, I mean, and Shanahan, for his conservative play calling, if you want to consider that, he has shown us with the last 2 personnel moves with the quarterback and now the running back that he's willing to dish some picks and doesn't really care. So at least he's going for it. We'll see if it works. The one thing I can think of, well, there's 2. I don't think is going to happen with these particular players. McCaffrey seems like the right guy, but that disease of me that the Warriors have avoided, where they've got all these guys who are all talented. I mean, Deebo Samuel seems like the kind of guy, based on his holdout, who may or may not like his role being slightly diminished. George Kittle, again, doesn't seem like the kind of guy. If he goes to 27 catches again, who knows? And then, of course, the other one is, if they don't win it all, they're making major changes to the cap number, because McCaffrey's here for 3 years, and his number is a big one. So that window might be very, very short, because some of the defensive guys might be looked at as ones that are going. They're not going to get rid of Big Trent. So anyway, that's my take on it. That's just team stuff. But have a great weekend. Open a bottle, guys. See ya.
Thanks, Gabriel.
No
Appreciate
problem,
the call.
Gabriel. Yeah.
Oh, you got plans this weekend?
I was day drinking. Watch college football, watch NBA basketball, watch the NFL, and then come back and see you Monday. Yeah. Eat in between, workout.
Do you spend any time with your family?
They're in another room. I'm juiced.
Why?
Because now we get to come in here on Monday.
And they needed more weapons, apparently, even though they had weaponry.
So for those people, for the people in the back that thought, you know what, get Debo, IU kid, okay. But now this is Kyle. We need to see that bag.
I think this is a victory lap for Steiny.
You're the only one saying that, but
I think it's a victory lap for Steiny. It's Kyle Shanahan and the 49ers' acknowledgement they didn't have enough offensively. That the names they had were just that. They were names, but they weren't producing at the level it takes to win a title. So they brought in another dynamic player who hopefully, seriously, will unlock this offense, because it has not been very good through 6 games.
Yeah. No, that's a fact. So I'll just tell you this, Elijah Mitchell, Steiny, before he got hurt and what he did last year, that was a great find. He is no McCaffrey.
But we'll see.
Right. And we could see them out there together. Mitchell in the backfield and your guy in the slot, McCaffrey. He ain't a one-trick pony, but for Niner fans. So, I mean, dude, I know he had, 2023 games. Last year, 7 games. So, he's all, looks like he's ready to go right now. And when they played Carolina this last game, I was looking like, man, this dude's just stuck in football hell. But Steiny, he's going to make everybody better. So that disease in me, to the caller's last point, if we haven't seen it from Kittle or Ayuk already.
We have. We saw it from Ayuk last year. He butted heads with the head coach.
Yeah, but that was because he came in overweight. That wasn't about touches.
Okay, well, he came in overweight.
Which I don't believe he was. That's just how they said. Remember, that's how they wrote it off. We never got to the bottom of it.
We did. He wasn't blocking. He was out of shape. And he wasn't playing hard enough.
And then you and I talked, other people on this station, about what was behind Debo's trade request. Maybe he was being used too much. If I'm Debo, he's probably like, yes, there's no diss to Ayuk or Kittle or anybody in the backfield, but now I got another stud out there that's going to make my job easier.
From YouTube, Archon Jedi says, and I agree, this is more circumstances. It's not every day Carolina goes into fire sale mode. Good move by Niners. It's hard to criticize this move, for sure. It's absolutely, positively, to me, very difficult to criticize this move.
Costa doing business.
They just got a heck of a running back. They play the Chiefs. Here's my thing, though, with the 49ers. And I know they didn't make the trade for one game. You lose to the Chiefs, you're 3-4.
Dude.
Then you better beat the Rams, or you are in trouble again.
No doubt.
And here's what I don't subscribe to. Oh, well, they were 3-5 last year, so they can do it. Yeah, they can, but just because they did it last year doesn't mean they're going to win 7 of 9 to end the season. And I think their schedule gets a little tougher the second half of the season. So I'm surprised so many 49er fans are saying we're going to win Sunday. Like the Chiefs are good.
Producer E. Bonte guaranteed it.
And that's the one thing that it's the disconnect that I feel like sometimes is with the Niners, is that they're 3-3 right now, but it feels like 49er fans, and this was even before the McCaffrey trade, feels like most 49er fans are like, I like where we're at. We're 3-3. I know we haven't played, but we're 3-3 and we're in first place.
Yeah.
I don't like the way the 49ers have played.
And I don't like their record because of who they lost to and what I thought they were going to be. So you mentioned it. They got a bye after the Rams game, and then they got a Sunday night game against the Chargers. That's not going to be easy. That's a home game. Then they play Arizona, Steiny. So, I mean, Arizona's had their number. That's Monday night. And now they got to worry about Hopkins. I'm with you. I just don't like we can lose to Kansas City and it's all good. I'm hearing some of that. No, you can't.
Well, Kansas City's better than the 49ers. And they're mad
that Niners are trying to win, too.
The 49ers aren't as good as the Chiefs, right? Who's favored in that game?
The Chiefs.
Thank you.
Minus 2.5.
Thank you. I don't know why 49er fans... It's not that 49er fans shouldn't think that they can win the game. Of course they can. I feel like this is one they're expecting in a weird way. I don't know. Billy's in Oakland. By the way, Kyle Shanahan coming up in about 10 minutes. Live press conference. You'll hear it right here on 95.7 The Game. Hey, Billy. How you doing, man?
Good, Steiny. Thanks for taking my call. I've called in a few times before. It's been a while. I criticize on the text sometimes a little too much. I apologize.
It's okay.
I just want to say, big fan of your guys' show, man. You guys are great. The Christian McCaffrey trade was awesome. When the Rams did it last year and won the Super Bowl, no one complained. And now you got, I don't know if it's wannabe Niner fans or people just looking to be negative. There's no need to criticize this. We need to give a first-round pickup. Jeff Wilson, he's a good guy, but he ain't the guy. We need a win before Mitchell comes back. Christian McCaffrey, he's a game changer. He's going to do his thing. I just pray and hope he does not get hurt because I kind of agree with Guru that there's something in the water in that locker room that, there's a bug there. But I think he's gonna make a difference. And Niner fans who are looking to criticize, it's like, why? Were you worried about the second, third, fourth, and fifth round pick? I mean, no, I don't think you were. Now all of a sudden you are. Come on. And last thing, go Lakers.
They stink.
Did he really? Well, it was a close game.
They stink.
What did I say? 7 seed? I predicted 7 seed.
Yeah, you predicted 4. You predicted 4.
Oh, you hung on to that.
I'm never letting that go. Dude, you also think Russell Westbrook's good.
That man.
What?
Had 3 steals.
What about him?
Dude, he's,
408 trying to get under my skin. It ain't going to work.
What did he say?
Steiny, 49ers have a better tight end than the Chiefs. Please.
God, my wife loves Kelsey, man. His looks.
No, I agree with the last caller. I'm not saying you can't say, well, let's hope McCaffrey stays healthy, obviously. But again, I'm not sure what the downside is here.
Okay.
I really don't.
We both agree.
I mean, injuries in football, I cannot.
Yeah, I got it.
They happen to every team.
But you do understand they've, since we've been doing the show, they're leading. To the most impactful players.
I'll tell you what.
I don't even need it. We live it.
You're wrong. There are 6 other teams that have more cap space for injured players. In other words, the salaries of the injured players, there's 6 teams that have a higher salary of injured players than the 49ers. Go say
but that doesn't make them feel better.
I need proof.
Yeah. I'm
Stop
talking about
saying
from
they're
Garoppolo.
more injured than everybody when we don't.
We live it. We live it. They are, Steiny. Week in, week out.
We live it because we're not in Buffalo or Miami or Chicago. Stop saying that the 49ers have more injuries than everybody else if it can't be proven.
I'm not worried about other cities. I'm just telling you what consistently seems to happen to the running backs, to the offensive linemen, to the quarterback who you lost for the year. But that's neither here nor there. My greater point is, you really stunned me when you said Garoppolo, because what's a quarterback's dream, guys? To have a wide open receiver. And what have we seen from Garoppolo when he's not on his game? He'll miss a wide open receiver. So as excited as I am for Niner fans and this team, he still has to get the ball. Man, sometimes he'll hand off to McCaffrey and hopefully get him run at 80 yards. But other than that, Steiny, he's still got to be on his A game.
888-957-9570 is the number. Christian McCaffrey, a San Francisco 49er. From the 408, any host on 95.7 The Game who comes on the airways and criticizes Debo's route running Well, he sounds like a bozo. He actually
What is that?
He actually ranks in the top 10 of the NFL where the throws are tighter and there's a lot of traffic. Exactly.
Debo just got paid.
Exactly. The throws are tighter and there's a lot of traffic because he can't get open.
Dude, Stink was saying that on the broadcast.
Thank you.
These are coverage
Let me ask you a
sacks.
question.
I'm like, come
do
on,
you think
Schlereth.
I would say that Debo's not a great route runner unless I hadn't heard it from about 20 other real football players like Stink?
But why did the Niners give him all that chicken?
Because he's a playmaker. Because he's Kuminga.
He's a badass.
He's Kuminga.
No, Kuminga's
he's a great athlete, but he doesn't.
Debo Samuel's a game changer.
He's a great athlete.
And if people want to say, what is he? I don't know what he is. I just know he's a beast. And he deserved every dollar of that contract, Steiny, and shows up in the biggest of games. Dallas playoff game. Rams play NFC Championship game.
Why are you worried about McCaffrey's injuries if you're not worried about Debo Samuel getting hurt? They were both kind of banged up at various points.
No, and Debo's missed some big part of the season a couple years back. That's a great point. But here recently, Debo seems to get the knickknacks. Oh, I'm a limp off, but come back. So I worry about everybody in red and gold, man.
All right, coming up on the other side, we are going to go down to Santa Clara and hear from Kyle Shanahan. He's supposed to talk at about 1:30, but we'll see if he's on time. If he is, we'll go right there at 1:30. If he's not, well, we'll play the waiting game. 888-957-9570 is the number. That's both the Xfinity mobile text line and the phone lines to get in here and talk some San Francisco 49ers football. Christian McCaffrey, he's a San Francisco 49er, ladies and gentlemen, and he's expected to probably get some playing time on Sunday when the Chiefs come in. How much will he be used? Who knows? Did Steiny just compare Kuminga to Debo?
I didn't say that.
Yeah, I did because I'm comparing their athleticism within the game. Debo. They're both on the plus side when it comes to athleticism. So that is
One's an
comparison that is accurate, ladies and gentlemen.
One's an all-pro.
Yeah. And they're both athletes. And Debo Samuel could be a perennial all-pro if he tightens up his game a little more. You know, it's like, you know how Kuminga's got to learn the right angles to set on screens. Debo's got to run more precise routes. You might want to match up with a guy. You know what he should call? This guy named Stevie Largent. Remember Stevie Largent?
Number 80.
All right. Kyle Shanahan on the other side. I'm just messing around. Get off my back. On 95.
Christian McCaffrey is coming to the Bay Area, and we want to hear from you.
Oh my gosh, the 916 is lit up here in El Dorado Hills. I live in an area full of Niner fans. I'm telling you, I'm just going to go to every household, drop off bagels, orange juice, whatever we got to do because we're going nuts.
We're reacting with you all day, right here on 95.7 The Game.
Gorgeous gaming, stunning streams, unbelievable bandwidth. It's another Lifestyles of Gagillionaires. Meet the AT&T Fiber customers winning at life with hyper-gig speeds. Meet Gagillionaire Terry. While his love of streaming horror movies has him constantly on the edge of his seat, his internet bill won't give him a scare.
Oh, don't go in there. I'm telling you.
Because since Terry upgraded to AT&T Fiber with hyper-gig speeds, he doesn't worry about data caps or equipment fees.
Come on, man. The door's open for a reason.
And best yet, he also doesn't stress about a price increase at 12 months, because with the amazing Gagillionaire lifestyle comes an exquisite sense of tranquility. Most of the time. Live like a Gagillionaire. Get straightforward pricing with AT&T Fiber. Internet that upgrades everything. No data caps, no equipment fees, and no price increase at 12 months.
Limited availability in select areas. Visit att.com/hypergig for details.
It's easy to think all money managers are pretty much the same. But at Fisher Investments, we're clearly different.
Different? How? You sell high commission investment products, right?
No. Fisher Investments doesn't sell any commission-based investment products.
Well, you must earn commissions on trades.
Nope, never at Fisher. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in our client's best interest. It's the highest standard of care for a financial advisor.
How do you know what's in their best interest?
We get to know our clients and then tailor a portfolio based on their goals and needs.
But you probably sneak in some hidden and layered fees.
No, we have one transparent management fee, structured so we do better when our clients do better.
Wow, you really do look out for your clients.
That's because our top priority is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement. It might be why most of our clients come from other money managers. Visit FisherInvestments.com to find out why investors like you switch to us. Fisher Investments. Clearly different money management.
Investments and securities involve the risk of loss.
Did you know that most people wait 6 or 7 years before they buy a new TV? That's a lot of time in front of one TV. So why not get one of the best sets for the next 7 years, like one of the top-rated Samsung, LG, or Sony models? Too expensive? What if you could get up to $1,000 trade-in for your old set? Who would do a stupid deal like this? Right now, at Video Only, you can get big bucks for your old set as a trade-in and a hot price on the new models. Don't be sorry. Check out Video Only.
Are you interested in new career opportunities in the Bay Area and want to make a difference in your community? The San Francisco Sheriff's Office is looking for people considering a job in law enforcement right now. If you're at least 20 years or older with a high school diploma or equivalent, the San Francisco Sheriff's Office wants to hear from you. Enjoy full benefits, flexible schedules, and opportunities for growth and promotion. For employment announcements and more information, visit sfsheriff.com. That's sfsheriff.com to apply today.
At Harris Ranch, we do beef, just like we've done for over 50 years. Beef that's raised locally right here in California. Tender steaks, awesome burgers, and California classics like tri-tip roast. The flavor you crave, the quality you trust time after delicious time. Come on, it's time to get out and grill. Harris Ranch, we do beef. Legendary beef, legendary quality.
There's a lifetime of beautiful outdoor living waiting for you at Dolan's. It's fiber-on decking for easy, carefree living. Why choose this durable composite? There's an amazing choice of colors. The rich look of multi-chromatic exotic hardwood. It resists splintering, rotting, and cracking with really low maintenance. See the colors and learn more at dolanlumber.com. See the real fiber-on at Dolan's Home Improvement Centers.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live, 90 minutes before tip-off of every Warriors game. Brought to you by Xfinity Sports Zone, the ultimate hub for everything sports. With live games, shows, news, and highlights all in one place. Only with Xfinity X1.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
When people have a craving to explore new and traditional Asian cuisines, they head to P.F. Chang's, where scratch-made dishes come from the 2,000-year-old tradition of wok cooking. P.F. Chang's wanted to explore new possibilities for their website. They turned to AmericanEagle.com. AmericanEagle.com re-architected P.F. Chang's website, integrating multiple third-party systems to create a unified digital experience. The results? Improved page speed and performance, personalized content based on users' location, intuitive online ordering, an increase in organic search visibility, and a 40% increase in new users. For scratch-made Asian cuisine, visit your local P.F. Chang's or go to pfchangs.com for website design, development, digital marketing, and hosting that produce efficiency, revenue, and results. Visit AmericanEagle.com. P.F. Chang's and AmericanEagle.com. Another example of the best businesses in the world, turning to the best in the business for websites. Go to AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW1. That's 877-WEB-NOW1.
Muse is bringing their Will of the People World Tour to the Oakland Arena on April 14th, 2023. And 95.7 The Game has your shot at tickets. Enter to win now at 957thegame.com/contests.
Kittle like a Niner.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Matt Stein, Matt Darrell, the Guru Johnson with you. And as soon as Kyle Shanahan comes to the podium down in Santa Clara, we're going to take you there live. He's going to talk to the media. Obviously, Christian McCaffrey will be a a big subject, but also we'll probably get some status on what's going on and who's going to be in, who's going to be out when the Chiefs come into town, 125 on Sunday. Go ahead.
No, what you mean go ahead? How'd you know I was going to say something?
Because you said during the break, I got something for you.
Oh, yeah, I was going to wait till after Kyle. But
okay.
So we talk about teams, and rightfully so, the Warriors, Giants, Niners, but we're a team here. You're my teammate. I love my teammate. Mark Willard, our teammate, just sent me some gold, and it's about the injuries through week 6 that have affected all 32 teams, and they got a ranking, a tier. One, and it's basically, let me just read it to you guys.
Sure.
It says it quantifies how injuries affect the overall team position and player performance on a scale of 0 through 100.
So they lost their quarterback. That's why they're at the bottom.
Real quick, are dead last at 60.4.
Right. Because they lost their quarterback. That's weighed more heavily than the other teams, clearly. Isn't that what you said about position? It goes by position. And the reality is when they got their quarterback hurt, when Kyle got his quarterback hurt, they actually got better at that position. So you're going to need to come up with a new
Philly
chart.
In first, undefeated, 89.3.
That's right. Because
Jacksonville, Chicago, Kansas City, Minnesota, Green Bay. But the Niners, Arizona, Denver, and New Orleans
you know what?
have been hit.
Nobody to blame but themselves. Jaquaski Tart.
I don't know what they did this past camp. But if we're going based off when I was there, I honestly thought like he was doing a good job at saving our bodies. But just going to the Eagles, being with the Eagles for the short time I was with them, it ain't even close. Like what the Eagles do, and then you just got to go off results. From last year, the Eagles, I think they was number 1 in least injured players, and this year I think it's the same. So. We're just going off results, like pure results. The Eagles, their plan is just by far probably one of the best. Where they definitely let you rest your body. Like you're getting hard work in, but at the end of the day, like you're getting a lot of time off to rest your body. You're able to be fast and light. Really like not feeling the pressure and the bumps and bruises throughout the season.
That's Jaquaski Tart from the Vish Kumaran show. Kyle's got nobody to blame but himself, apparently. He's saying, Tart is saying that their training camp's harder than everybody else.
But I thought the NFL had mandates to where they're not working these guys, back to back.
So are you
I'm just telling you
facts. Are you
facts.
challenging Jaquaski Tart?
That was interesting.
Who's played the game.
Yeah, and he played for this team, so he knows the inner workings. But my greater point was this thing right here is legit. He sent it to both of us, so you can have it there for you if you need it.
Yeah, because
Niners
they lost their quarterback, which made them better.
And they lost their offensive lineman for some weeks.
Yeah, and he'll be back.
Right.
See, that's the other thing. They're 32nd now only because of the quarterback. When Trent Williams plays this week, and who else? Somebody else. Hufanga's playing. McGlinchey's going to end up playing. Yeah. Somebody else is playing too.
They need all of them. I hope. I don't know where.
So they'll be back at the top of most healthy teams.
But a lot of people feeling frisky, Niner fans, Donnie, that the Niners can beat the Chiefs, and they need the game.
They should.
I get if you lose, it ain't over. Nobody's saying that, but the euphoria of this news. We talked about it on the changeover. Guys in the locker room knowing that not that you needed it. That management is saying that we're going all in. Well, yeah, you're going all in. You were just at the NFC Championship last game too. You should have won that. That's me.
Yeah. Oh God. And you don't hold it against them that they lost.
I do. I hold it against Kyle.
Here's what to me is the best part of this trade from Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch. They addressed the underachieving trio of skill position players that have not gotten it done through 6 games. Ayuk, Deebo Samuel, and George Kittle were not good enough. Lynch and Shanahan assessed they weren't good enough to get it done. They needed another weapon. They got Christian McCaffrey. That I applaud them for not being sucked in to thinking that the names on their roster are enough.
I don't know what to do with that. You never have enough talent. The Warriors had won a championship and still went and got Kevin Durant.
No, they didn't. They lost that championship.
No, but they had one under their belt before.
They lost the year before they got Durant.
But they had one already.
Yeah, 2 years before.
Okay, let me finish.
And the 49ers had one in 95.
And you don't believe that, Steiny.
I do believe that.
In 2019, they went to the Super Bowl. They tricked that one off. And last year, with this same quartet of guys, they had a 10-point lead. What do you mean not getting it done? Debo Samuel's an all-pro.
Their offense has been.
Yeah. So we're going to hear Kyle say that when we go to him.
Of course we won't.
Okay, thank you.
No coach is going to say that. But what are they saying with Christian McCaffrey? Let's go to Kyle Shanahan. We got him live.
All right. Injuries, guys. Armstead will be out. Mooney will be questionable. Huff will be questionable. Go ahead.
How much work did McCaffrey get out there today, and what does he look like he could play some?
He didn't get any. He came out like halfway through practice, so he just got loose. Watched it all, and then our coaches stayed with him after just to get a small workout in and teach him a few things.
How did they then?
I don't know. I haven't even talked to him. So I know it's not a physical thing. He's got practice in this week, so we'll get to meet with him whenever you guys let me out of here, and we'll kind of figure it out then.
Can you say what the factors are that go into the decision of whether or not you can play on Sunday?
Just talking to him, like where we'd be in the offense and stuff. I got to talk to the other coaches. I mean, this happened last night. It's not like everyone knew it was happening. So the factors in the special teams, who we can get up, who's down. There's no way he could be ready to. Anyone can get up and have a limited package, but what happens with an injury and stuff when someone has to go in and do everything, and those are the things we got to really think through.
What excites you the most about the dynamic he adds to your offense?
I don't think there's anything he can't do. Just whether it's in the pass game, the run game, blocking. I think he's a very talented player, and just watching how he plays, he's a very smart player. He always gets to the right hole. It's very smooth, and he's seen that at every level he's played in.
Kind of similar to that question, but John Lynch referred to him as like the perfect player for your system. What makes him the perfect player for your system?
I think he's a real good player in every system. That's John. I think there's a lot. Any really good player is a perfect player for our system. But I do think, he's a very good runner, so he's going to be good in everything. He also has very good hands. He also has separation ability in the pass game. And I also think he's a guy just mentally who can handle a lot. So the more guys can handle, the more you put on him.
You talked in the past about how what the Rams have done has kind of buoyed your confidence in making similar moves to this, and then also trying to keep guys from them. How much did that play into this? And I know it's not the reason, but is it a reason?
It's definitely a bonus. I think everybody would love the opportunity to have a player like Christian. And so I think everyone looks into it, but it's also nice to keep a good player away from a team that we have to compete with year in and year out. So that definitely helps. I think it's not just the Rams, but watching a number of teams over the years since we've been here, just make trades and stuff, and some work, some don't. But it just wasn't like how I think it was for all of us 10 years ago to go, even 15 years ago, when that stuff was unheard of. You didn't even discuss it. And it's always a risk in everything you do, and sometimes it's a risk not doing it. But anytime you have examples, like I think we've had a bunch of them, the Rams have given them to us almost every year, the examples, but I watch other teams who have done it too, and you get to it's nice to watch people do it and see what's good from it, what's bad from it, and so I like that it's not how it used to be, and that was always out of the discussion.
John said that his first conversation with Scott Fitterer about Christian was in West Virginia. Do you remember your first conversation with John when it became kind of put on your radar like this is a possibility?
We've mentioned it to each other since probably any of you guys heard about it. Anytime you get close to the trade deadline, I think just media-wise and stuff, there's always 5 names or whatever that come up. So when always that happens, and every friend calls me right away or texts me, or my wife says right away, hey, this guy's available, you got to go get him. You never take it that seriously because it rarely happens. But you hear it all and you kind of just soak it in, and then sometimes it gets realer as it gets closer. And I say it was here in just the last, and we talked about it just 3 weeks ago, but I'd say in the last couple of days we started realizing, trying to see a vision where we thought it made sense and thought it was the right thing to do. And so we got a little bit more aggressive as it went, and then John was able to finish it off.
Bobby Turner about Christian, just to get his opinion on him?
Yeah, I randomly ask guys. They don't really know why I'm asking. It's kind of casual. It's not like an awkward go close the door and ask them. That'd be obvious, but it's, well, you still like him? Because I know he did in college. What'd you think of him when we played him a couple weeks ago? It's just things like that. How do you compare him to people? And then today a lot of them came up to me and understood why I was asking them things.
John said someone during the season can be tricky, but you did it 3 years ago supposedly, and you thought that he had helped you get where you wanted to go. Is this similar to that?
Sanders, yeah, it's all right. Hey, I do that all the time. Yeah, I think, it all depends on the player. Emmanuel came in and like we hoped, like he looked on tape. He was talented, but he was such a pro in terms of he picked things up fast. If you've played in this league, you can relate to almost everything wherever you go. You got to figure out what people call it. Then you got to understand, like, even though it might be the same play, we call it something different. Do they view it a different way? Or they coach it in a different way? Those are the things you got to figure out. And Emmanuel is awesome. He figured it out in a week, and then helped a lot of the other young guys figure it out better who had been here for a while. And I think Christian will be very similar in that way.
You mentioned that you don't do this deal unless you have faith in your roster. I'm assuming that's to win the Super Bowl. Was there, even before Christian's name came up, or even while were you guys thinking maybe you're one piece away from being a Super Bowl favorite?
No, I don't look at it all that way. I think we got enough players in our building and enough talent that we got a chance. Like I think a number of teams in this league do. I think when you have a chance and things come up, you'd always love to help that chance go up. And when you got a player like Christian, who I believe is a very good player, I think it gives us a much better chance to add him to a group of good players. It helps you overcome maybe some bad things that could happen as you go along that stretch. But I never really look at it as one player away. I think we're a team that has a chance to be real good, but we're not there yet. I think not just our record showing that, but we got to play a lot better ball. And bringing Christian here is definitely not the only thing we're missing. We got to play to our complete ability, which we're not there yet in all three phases. I think when we made this trade, it's similarly, last time we were 6-0. I felt better about where we were at. We still had to get better, but I still think we have that type of team that's got the talent and stuff like that. But we got to improve as we go, and if we do that, and on top of it, you add a better player, it makes things, gives you a much better chance. But I don't think this is something we would look into if we just thought it was just this year. I think Christian, with his contract and stuff, is going to be around here for a little bit, and it's not just a one-year rental.
Your dad coached Christian's dad. Now you're coaching Christian. What's the emotional viewpoint for you of this trade?
Not much. I love his parents. I know Ed and Lisa very well. Knew him well growing up. Didn't know Christian very well. He was so much younger than me. I knew him and his brothers were a problem for my sister. I used to babysit him a lot. But it's been cool just to hear about him back at home and stuff, talking to people from that area, always hearing about the McCaffrey boys. It was just one after another, winning state championships for the football team. And me never really realizing how good they were going to be, but then watching Christian at Stanford and being like, wow, what everyone said was true, and then watching him in the NFL. And the first thing I told Christian was that this was our plan all along. I think that's why we wanted to build a D-line and build our defense right away, and we knew we'd get him 5.5 years later. So that's why we shouldn't apologize for missing him then.
How close were you to taking him back then?
Not very close. It was definitely something that wasn't about him. It was just how we saw the time to build our team, and we were pretty set with our vision of trying to do it defensively at that time.
You gave up a lot to get him, and you're going to pay him a lot of money, and he's probably a middle-aged running back who has had some injury.
How old is he? Not 40. All right.
It's his sixth season, so.
All right. 5.5.
I don't know if he's going to play 11 years, but okay. Do you view this as any sort of a gamble?
Yeah, I view everything you do as a gamble. I view making trades as a gamble. I view not making trades as a gamble. All depends if you can tell me what's going to happen in the future. If we would have got a guy as good as Christian with that second-round pick, third-round pick, and fourth-round pick, and fifth-round pick the following year, I'd say, man, what were we doing? But we're never going to know who we would have taken. For every really good pick, there's also not a good one. And what I do like doing is knowing that you're getting the right type of football player who's extremely talented, who is wired the right way. I think, I talk about guys like Bosa, who I feel like have been training for this moment since they were 3 years old, and everything they've done, what they put in their body, how they approach their life, was to get to these moments. And I see Christian similar to that. And everything you do in this business is a gamble, but if you're going to gamble, I want to first of all do it with talent, and I want to do it with character, and football character, and I see that very strong with this guy.
John mentioned in the locker room there was a little extra jolt when Christian walked in the locker room. Did you feel a little extra excitement or juice today on the practice?
Yeah, it was cool. Just all the guys hitting me up last night when they saw it. So I know our team was real pumped about it. I know our defense just having to go against him. They knew he was good on tape, and then that was what I heard about from them the most after they played him, that he was much harder to tackle in person too. And just how pumped the offensive guys were hitting me up last night. So I think our team is excited about it. But like I told our team today, that this is all we need. We need the guys in our room to get as good as they can, and to be hard on themselves every single day, because we got to win some games. And if we do, I know we got a guy that's come here who can really help us.
You listen to the Kyle Shanahan press conference from Santa Clara, addressing the acquisition of Christian McCaffrey.
Yeah, I think it's always it's always a gamble and stuff, but you definitely got to be sure about the talent, but then you never know about the person, and it's very hard to really know a person, so you got to go with all that stuff and just knowing his family, knowing a lot of people who've been around him a bunch, whether it's growing up, whether it's people who are with him at Stanford, people who I've coached with who were with him in Carolina, former players. There's not one person I talk to who doesn't say the same thing, and that's also the way that it just looks from afar, just watching on your own. So I think all that stuff helps you a lot when you're trying to make tough decisions.
Christian adding an element to the offense in terms of his skill set that wasn't there already, or do you just see him adding another good player to a group of good players?
I see. I think we got good running backs. I think we got good receivers. And I think we got good blockers. And I think Christian's pretty good at all three of those. So maybe he's got the best combination of them all. I think Debo does that pretty good too. But I think we got a lot of guys who can do a few different things. And it's just when the more guys you can get like that, the more you're not as dependent on injuries, the more that you don't have to force things to certain people. And the more I feel like every single guy, whether it's a receiver, a tight end, a running back, a quarterback, you don't have to sit there and focus on targets, stats. There's a lot of good guys out there. Just play football, do your best, and we'll see how it unfolds, because I don't think there's one guy out there you got to force anything to. I think all of them have a chance to help us win.
How much farther does Hufanga have to go to get through concussion protocol?
He's got to pass one other step tomorrow. Vreb won't be up this week. We had to make a decision next week. He's still the same. He's in a man.
The cliche is that the coach is the one saying, get the guy, I don't care what it costs. And the GM, maybe because he runs the draft, is a little more cautious. Was that sort of the way this was?
No. I think I'm always really excited to go do things like that. But then as soon as I see it's a possibility, then you're going to hear from me every single thing that's wrong about it. And then that's just my process on things. So I always try to hit both sides with it, and you try to hash it out. And because it is exciting, it's real exciting, but just like Branch let me know, there's gambles and everything. And so that's why I know how this league works, and I'm not at all that way as a coach. I am at times, but I always try to balance it out and make sure when you end up doing it, it's not the thing that just excites you or excites fans. It's the thing that you believe in now and you believe in later. And I know I feel that way. All right, guys, thanks.
All right, that was Kyle Shanahan down in Santa Clara addressing the media. Press conference mostly about Christian McCaffrey. Did you learn anything there, Goo?
He says a lot, but other than that, and I believe him, Steiny, he's not looking at this edition like, okay, we're all good. It's that he knows why they're 3-3. He has his own reasons. We can guess and give our opinion, but I appreciate him saying another part of our team, and that could be health. We got to take care of some other stuff as well. So I like that. You can tell he's happy. But it's not over. He's got to go out there. And I was just looking at their schedule too, Steiny. Starting this week with Kansas City, they got some hard games, man.
Uh-oh. They got a built-in excuse?
No built-in excuse. It's not going to be easy. So this ain't no bye week. You know, I've been hearing that all week about, you can throw this one away. We'll be 3-4 and come back and beat the Rams.
That? Fans. I need names.
Fans.
Who said we can throw this game away?
I just said fans, and you need to move on. I don't need to give you a name. I said fans. So let's keep going. You don't
49er Frankie?
No, I'm talking about people calling the show. Different shows. I'm a P1.
I think you're making it up.
Now that hurt.
Everybody wants to win this game.
No, not that. I'm talking about the fans. Like the players, we know they're giving their all. I'm just the fallout. 3-4, we'll just beat LA. What did you say? Okay, you beat LA until you don't. Like you don't go into no game knowing, okay, we've owned the Rams, we beat them. Kyle Shanahan knows his team needs to improve in other areas. Obviously, this is a big part that'll help his offense, but I appreciate hearing that.
I don't like to make fun of the way people talk. By the way, earlier in the show, you
is
said,
not talking.
By the way, earlier in the show, you said easier.
No, that wasn't where I messed up.
It's either just say it's easier, or it's more easy.
I thought they were mocking you for that.
No.
I didn't say more easier.
You did. It's all right.
What time? I need to hear it back.
Well, about an hour.
I thought they were mocking you, but anyway, what did you learn from Kyle?
What did I learn from Kyle?
Those were some softball questions.
What?
Like I told you.
With Steve Kerr the other night, you backed off. You begged off.
There was no drama. I want to be in the room.
What was the drama today?
Did you go?
What's a non-softball question today?
Hey, Kyle, were you feeling pressure that the window's closing, that you needed to get this done, and you basically just pissed away your draft picks? Like that type of stuff. I would have said that.
No, you wouldn't have. You're
going to see me in action.
I can't wait.
Yeah, Steve Kerr, they just coming off a title.
Please go to a press conference. Please.
Oh, I'll do it.
I'd like to.
I come from the streets.
That's why they might not let you in.
I saw Reader and everybody there, Monty Poole.
Yeah, you know what?
What we got?
We got a couple calls. I'll push them to the other side.
Because we only got an hour, Snotty. Let's go. I love you.
By the way, if you want to go on to YouTube and search 95.7 The Game, one of the great things about watching us on YouTube is you can actually see my reaction to Guru's wackiness in real time. You can actually see me dumbfounded. You can see me at a loss for words.
Your hand will be.
And you can see me with nowhere to go when Guru stumps me, which he does a few times a show. Hey, by the way, we're going to get back into the 49ers. Let me explain myself.
Okay.
When the 49ers went to get McCaffrey, they got McCaffrey. I came in today. I said, well, look, this is a great move. It's not high risk to me. It's just a couple draft picks, 2, 3, 4. It's a no-brainer. Like, I don't think there was much of a they should have, they shouldn't have. I think it's mostly they should have. Of course they should have. But there is something that I saw today. There's a piece of news I saw today that did bother me.
Uh-oh.
It bothered me a little bit, and I want to ask some Bay Area fans if it bothered them. Not a lot of times. Every once in a while I like to troll, act like I'm mad about something.
Every once in a while.
Act like I'm mad at someone I'm really not.
Yeah.
This one does bother me a little bit, and I want to run it by
everybody. And the more
everybody.
easier, I guess, came from the Baldy interview.
Yeah, you blew it. I can't remember. I just remember it stuck out when you said, hey, the Warriors return to the court tonight. Denver Nuggets, Chase Center, tip-off 7. Pre-game coverage begins at 6 o'clock with Warriors Live. That's got to be a JD production. It's all right here on 95.7 The Game.
Guru, first of all, I love your energy. Steinmetz,
The 49ers are all in.
We had 4 guys in running back, and then we picked up 2 guys. This is a game changer for the 49ers this year. Total game changer.
Christian McCaffrey is coming to the Bay Area.
McCaffrey in the open field, inside the 30, inside the 20. McCaffrey touchdown.
We're reacting with you all day.
Are you effing serious?
Right here on 95.7 The Game.
Does your heart long to wander?
to encounter colorful creatures from the deep blue sea and amazing animals from the Amazon and beyond? Feed your wild heart. Travel the world right here in San Francisco. Make your reservation to the California Academy of Sciences at calacademy.org. Explore Wanderwoods, our new outdoor playscape, now open.
First, we decide where we want to go. Then we need to know the best way to get there. Hi, my name's Adam Barada. I'm the owner of Advantage Gold. We're the highest rated precious metals firm in the country. We teach people how to own physical gold and silver. Now, we've won the Best of TrustLink Award 4 years in a row because we educate our clients on how to buy gold and silver the right way. We don't pay celebrity spokespeople millions of dollars. We'd rather pass that value on to you. Call 800-900-8000 and speak with one of our experts. We'll send you a free gold kit along with my latest #1 national best-selling book, The Great Devaluation. Call 800-900-8000. That's 800-900-8000. Get the best information, the best process, the best service, the best value. Call Advantage Gold at 800-900-8000. Call 800-900-8000.
Advantage Gold is not an investment advisor or a tax advisor. Consult with your financial advisor before investing.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-200-1966. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-200-1966. That's 800-200-1966 for $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-200-1966. 800-200-1966.
We're on a journey to make healthcare more accessible and more equitable, to treat the most complex diseases and offer hope where often there is little, to provide better care to more people across the Bay Area. We are more than a hospital, more than a university, beyond science and technology. We are the people of UCSF. UCSF Health, redefining possible.
It's the bottom of the 9th, the game's on the line, and your small business needs a loan fast. What's your move? Go to OnDeck.com, America's largest online small business lender. With OnDeck, you can apply in minutes, and if approved, get your funds as soon as the same day. Go to OnDeck.com. Your loan is on deck. Depending on certain loan attributes, your business loan may be issued by OnDeck or Celtic Bank, a Utah Chartered Industrial Bank member FDIC. Limited eligibility for same-day funding. OnDeck does not lend in every state. All loans subject to lender approval.
When you can't stop, there's Vicks VapoRub. Vicks VapoRub sends powerful medicated Vicks vapors right to the source of your... so you can experience cough relief and breathe easier. Generations of families have trusted Vicks VapoRub to help relieve the worst cold symptoms. So next time you have a cough, reach for the Vicks VapoRub. Vicks VapoRub. Cough relieving is believing.
Wireless headphones. That'll be $200.
I'll use my Capital One Quicksilver card.
Now that's a hit. You used the Capital One Quicksilver card, which makes you the hero of every purchase. With Quicksilver, you earn unlimited 1.5% cash back on every purchase everywhere.
I wanted running music, but unlimited 1.5% cash back is pretty heroic.
Good instincts. Every hero needs a theme song. The Capital One Quicksilver card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Charging a cell phone can be like getting a booster shot. A booster is given to enhance or restore protection after a primary series vaccination, which wanes over time. Schedule an appointment when you are eligible. Sponsored by Pfizer and BioNTech.
Score big with Xfinity Internet. It's made to do anything, so you can do anything. Supercharge your home with the game-changing speed of supersonic Wi-Fi. With 3 times more bandwidth, it covers the field and then some. and blocks billions of threats with advanced security that helps keep you protected at home and on the go. If you're keeping score, that's internet that does it all. That's unbeatable internet from Xfinity. Learn more at Xfinity.com. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas.
Alice at 97.3 is celebrating the return of Alice in Winterland. Friday, December 2nd at the SAP Center in San Jose. Starring John Mayer. One Republic.
See you at Alice in Winterland.
Matt Nathanson. Plus more to be added. Tickets on sale now at Ticketmaster. Get everything Alice in Winterland at radioalice.com.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMC FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Jesus.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
What are you saying on the YouTube chat?
YouTube, never go full Jeff. I like that.
No, why does it say Daryl Johnson and you said grumpy?
Stop making, if you ask me a question, let me talk. I ain't Richard Pryor. I'm not your toy. All right?
Who the hell is John?
Never go full Jeff. It's your first question you asked me. Said, Guru, stop making stuff up when I said Niner fans feel like I've been hearing people call in like this was like they can afford to lose this game. It ain't all bad. So that's what I was responding to.
Who did you respond and say grumpy? It says Daryl Johnson, you said grumpy.
Oh, to one of the somebody on here coming.
Well, who are they talking about?
Talking about me.
Oh, they're not talking about me?
No, we know you're grumpy. I said, I told the person they were grumpy. It was Esty. He said, I give you too much love. I'm a lover, not a fighter, Esty.
Hey,
you tease something big.
I know.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna say, we got John Dickinson coming up at 2:30. He's down in Santa Clara. Kyle Shanahan just addressed the media. They've got Christian McCaffrey, and we'll see what happens Sunday. I think he's going to play a little bit. All right.
Sounds like it.
This one did get me. This was you know what I thought of when I saw this news? I said, this is what Guru means by, it got me feeling some kind of way.
All right.
All right? And I'm kind of serious here. If I'm a Giants fan, I'm kind of pissed off Bruce Bochy's going to the Texas Rangers to manage them. He's our Hall of Fame manager. He took us to 3 World Series titles. He gets run out, essentially. Forced out. Mutual agreement. Parting of the ways. We all know what happened. Now he's managing Texas? Yeah. I don't know. I don't like it. I really don't. If I were a Giants fan, I'd be annoyed by that.
Yeah, but they had
serious.
Yeah, but we all said Bochy was the guy that he wasn't Mr. Analytics.
But
they handled it in a class way. He didn't say anything bad. He didn't throw rocks. I get what you're saying and how Giant fans can be mad, but they weren't bringing up Bruce Bochy's name last year when they won 107 and they were about to embark on who knows a World Series. So I don't think it wasn't messy at all.
Please.
To me, it wasn't, Steiny.
Who'd you rather have managing any team, Kapler or
Bochy all day?
And here's the other thing. Bochy was on with Willard and Dibs, I believe.
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
And he bristled at the notion that he didn't take into account analytics. Bochy's like, for those people out there that think I only managed by the gut, that's preposterous. I looked at the analytics, and they were part of what I used to help me manage. So it wasn't like, oh, Farhan's an analytic guy, and Bochy said, well, I have no interest in analytics, bye-bye.
So Farhan hired his dude, and for the Bochy lovers, who do you blame for that? That would be Farhan, no doubt.
Now, I mean, I part of me gets it. New general manager, new direction, new manager, but that doesn't make it any less annoying that,
Yeah.
If he was the greatest manager in San Francisco Giants history, what the hell is he doing managing Texas right now? I don't know.
I thought he was going to be the Padre manager.
Yeah,
Simeon.
That's the other thing. I could see San Diego. He's down there a lot. But he goes to Texas.
Yeah. But he loves the game, Steiny. He was away too long.
Get a life, Bruce Bochy.
He's a whore. What's that mean?
It means been a baseball player since he's 15. Take a break. Retire. Relax.
And came back at an older
He's
age.
miserable. He's a miserable SOB.
Yeah, guys let it game, man. They get tired of being at the house.
I guess. I don't know how. Play golf 5 days a week.
See? Everybody don't love it like you.
Go out to dinner whenever you want. Go to any sporting event you want.
I can see you doing this to 70, like Kornheiser. What we do.
You know what? Gun me down now. Just gun me down
with
now.
the way the world's going, I ain't going to use that terminology.
True. Probably should.
But I get what you're saying. But come on, were you surprised Farhan gets the job out with the old, in with the new?
I just don't like
your
it.
guys.
Seriously, it annoys me.
Yeah.
Because Bochy's a giant to me.
But he played the Bochy went out with class to where.
Great. Well,
he never made it look like he was being pushed out. That what you're saying? He got forced out?
Of course he did.
Texas, they got a hell of a manager, man.
Shaka's in Berkeley. Shaka was a little wound up yesterday.
Oh, I missed it.
That's right. You weren't here.
No, I wasn't. How y'all doing, man?
What's up, baby?
Hey, man, I wasn't wound up. I was just saying he got one more block than me, and I didn't play. I see he needs to play a little bit harder. He's a talented player. He needs to go a little bit harder.
Wiseman.
Oh, okay. Wow.
And also, Bochy, I'm a Giants fan to death, man. Leave Bochy alone, man. With the 3 championships in the 2010 era was tremendous from the real Giants fans. We had never saw a championship in San Francisco history, so I love Bochy. He'll go down with the greats of all time. I'm glad he's doing something that he wants to do because he's a back catcher. And a back catcher plays the game in his mind. So I'm glad he's doing what he wants to do. For the 49ers, that was a great trade, man. I know the man Pops. I met him. My son played for him in northern Colorado. He's a great young talent, man. He catches the ball well, and also he blocks good too. He's a tough guy. I hope he doesn't get injured and stay strong. The 49ers will go far. I don't want them going farther than my Vikings, but
Vikings are in great shape. Shaka. Thanks for the call.
He needs a horn. I'm gonna give you a occasional 5. As Dibs said, do it again.
I'm just kidding about Bochy getting a life. Get off me.
See, I appreciate it. People take this too literal, man.
Exactly. I just praised Bochy for 10 minutes.
You like Steiny too much. You know what I do with Steiny in a restroom?
Go ahead.
You know what I mean. Boxes, man. I wouldn't touch you. But come on. I'm going to go back and listen to that Baldy interview. I don't think I said more easier.
So has Ward changed his name to Mooney officially?
What?
He has officially. Well, then don't say Mooney. His real name's Charvarius.
He has literally said, do not call me Charvarius.
It's Mooney.
And you know what?
Shout out to Paul Mooney.
Legally change your name.
Dude, how much does that go for?
What?
Changing your name.
You know what?
And I found out guys like you that I've worked with, my friends, they got radio names.
Like who?
I can't. No, stitches get stitches. But
anybody who's working now on this station during the daily lineup?
They're our friends. So I'm thinking, what could I have been? I would have been Daryl Diamond. You know, something Daryl Fox, like Jamie Foxx. That ain't his real last name. But that's what you do. You get the buzz. So you come up with like a rap name.
I knew a woman
I want
once
to
who
say the
changed her
names.
name.
I can't say. I won't say it.
Betraying
them.
I used to work with a woman. Her name was Laura Head, and she changed her name to Laura Arendal, which was the name of the city that her family was from, I think in Belgium or something. It's kind of cool.
Yeah. Did you
I
ever
don't know
say,
how much it costs, though.
Laura, what are you doing? Use your head. That's my good. If I was a comedian.
You wouldn't be.
That's a 4 to me. Come on. Use
By
your
the
head.
way. Wow. Oh, really? We're going to do that? Now we're taking McCaffrey.
Let's do it.
Good. Let's just get okay, so we got Christian McCaffrey
Numbers
at 2:15.
Yeah.
Christian McCaffrey at 2:15. He's going to talk to the media. Dickinson at 2:30. Damon will be in here at 2:42.
I forgot we got these.
Why don't we just get out of here?
Nah.
We don't have to do anything. Christian McCaffrey. We'll take that press conference live. momentarily, five minutes or so. Let's go to I'll take Antonio in Oakland. Let me guess. He likes the trade. Hey, Antonio. How you doing, buddy?
Hey, I don't like the trade. I love the trade.
There you go.
Oh, you have to.
Do it over here, man.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, at the end of the day, Debo's going to have more one-on-ones. Kittle, they're going to have more room to run. And teams got to pick their poison, man. I mean, in sports now, baseball, basketball, and football, guys are joining up with each other. And it's no different with here, man. McCaffrey wants to play with Debo and Kittle and Ayuk. And
got a question.
Right there.
Hey, got a question for you, A. Looking for some of your positivity. What, if you had to bet on one thing happening, would it be the Warriors winning the title or the 49ers getting to the Super Bowl?
Save this for Monday.
Warriors winning it because I've seen it, and they've done it so many times, 4 times. Or what? They've been to, they won 4, so that's a lot. So,
All right.
Dude, that was Monday material.
Monday's game day. Monday is talking about the Chiefs' 41-10 victory.
41-10. Yeah, right. Dude, how would you answer that? Warriors or Niners? You just asked Antonio. What's coming first?
What did I ask him?
Warriors or Niners?
I would actually bet on the Niners to get to. Notice I said get to the Super Bowl.
No, you did.
I would bet I would bet the Niners to get to the Super Bowl before the Warriors to win it all.
Yeah,
believe it or not, because I do think the NFC's there for the taking.
Yeah, no doubt. And they've taken it before. And I don't know how you felt in 2019 and last year they had an opportunity which they blew.
Will's in Marin wants to get in here. What's up, Will?
Hey, guys, thanks for taking my call. So I don't mean to be disrespectful for what I'm going to say, but, hey, your real name's Daryl Johnson, and you got the coolest one on the station. You're Guru, man. You already got the cool...
you know what? You're right.
So don't worry about it. Yeah, you're Guru. You already got it. You already got it.
Yeah, baby.
I got you, Guru.
Yeah,
And
I love this
the
guy.
thing that I wanted to mention about the McCaffrey trade is I think in Shanahan's eyes, this takes away the fact that he's like his father in finding running backs, especially if he's successful, because Alfred Morris was found. That was 1,600 yards. Clinton Portis was an anomaly, and you could even squeeze in Mike Anderson there.
Orlando, Gary.
Yeah, that too. So I'll just say, for instance, if Shanahan is successful, he just needs to be in a category of his own. Stop saying that he's like his pops. All right, thanks, guys.
Thanks, Will. Appreciate it. Well, first of all, he didn't nearly have the suntan Mike has. I mean, Mike Shanahan
or the
can tan.
Look at you.
He is
Never thought about that.
tan dude, man.
Yeah. He's got some bling too, Steiny.
There's somebody had a great text. Shoot. Go, talk, Guru. This is what
honestly
he
want to know
can't stand.
Please, well, don't come for me. Listen, I want to know the going rate to change your name.
Oh. Yeah, how much does it cost to
It's
change your
saying
name?
200 on here, please.
I think it's more than that,
Yes,
but I don't know
200.
why. I don't know why
It's
it would be a lot of money.
thousands. Stars do it.
Well, if you know, why are you asking?
No, I'm imagining it's in the thousands.
Guru of what?
Love.
Guru of what?
Sports, gambling, fashion,
guessing,
basketball. That's what you sound like. Dude, I should just hire. Somebody should hire you just to piss whatever entity it is. You just grab the mic and just rail on it. You're a natural. You got like a funeral swag. You know, you come in the room, it's like, oh God.
What do you mean?
Like I was, not a downer, but just like you got a natural. You know what I mean? Buzzkill.
Flair.
No, it's not a flare.
Oh, I think it is.
Yeah.
You know, it's funny because
a flare.
I've been working on a lot of things in my personal life. What? I got to go to McCaffrey?
Right.
I got to go to
Save
McCaffrey.
us, McCaffrey.
Let's go to McCaffrey.
How you guys doing? Good to be here.
Take us through the last, the last 24 hours. When did you start to hear that something might be imminent, and how did everything fall into place from your standpoint?
Yeah, so it's obviously been in the air for a little bit. Try not to pay attention to it. I was kind of head down, trying to focus on the task at hand. And started to get a little bit more serious, and then obviously I don't have a whole lot of control, so I let my agent and Scott Fitterer, who is one of the best that I've been around as far as handles everything so well. They were just very upfront with me and told me it's probably going to happen. I didn't know who to. Once again, I was just trusting God with the whole process, and I got to say couldn't be more fired up to be here though. So thank you everyone for welcoming me. I want to also just thank everybody in Carolina. I don't know if I'll get another chance to do that. So it's the whole thing happens fast. But I just want to thank everybody there. I have a home there and a lot of respect for everybody there, and thank my teammates and coaches. I didn't get to say bye to them, so they know I love them, but proud and happy to be a 49er.
When those rumors start developing and you hear a little bit of that, how much in your head, even though you don't have control, are you thinking there's destinations I would really like to go to, and where did the Niners kind of sit in that?
Well, I've obviously watched them for a long time. In my opinion, the best run game and one of the most explosive offenses in the league. And I think you just go down the roster and you look at all the guys. I think that's the thing I'm most excited about, just getting in the locker room, getting to meet the guys. But how could you not want to play here, as an offensive weapon? I'm extremely fired up. Obviously, I have a little bit of a history with Coach Shanahan, and can't express how happy I am to be here.
A little bit more of a recent history with some of those defensive guys, and you went up and met them in the locker room. So what's that kind of like to also within 2 weeks you're giving them tips on how they actually can tackle you?
Yeah, well, it goes both ways. It's one of the best defenses I've ever faced, and I'm happy to be on the right side of things now.
Factors would be that would determine whether you're ready to play this Sunday?
That would have to be, coach's decision, preparing to be ready and ready to roll, but that's, not my decision.
The taste of how daunting that might be just by going out to the practice and, listening to the verbiage and how they call plays and whatnot.
Yeah, the good thing about the game being on Sunday is that you still have 2 days. So, you can process a lot in 2 days and figure out a lot in a short amount of time and hopefully be ready to go. But, once again, I'll leave that up to them. But just my job to learn as much as humanly possible in the next 2 days and get ready to play a football game.
How do you think Coach Shanahan can make you a better player?
Well, I think I don't know if there's anyone better at putting guys in positions to have success and tailor into what they're good at. For me, I've watched him do some unbelievable things with some great running backs, and even the running backs in the room right now. I'm just excited to learn from them and to hear how Coach Shanahan coaches not just the running back position, but every single position on the field. It's something that, you kind of hear legends about. I remember in Carolina, we had a tight ends coach, Brian Angelico, who was with him for a while, and you just hear legends about how good of an offensive mind he is, and so to be here is exciting.
Kyle compared you to Deebo Samuel in terms of your versatility. What are you most looking forward about when it comes to playing on the field with Deebo and both of you kind of giving teams fits?
Yeah, that's an honor to be compared to him, so I'm happy to share the locker room with him, and I think we can do some exciting things.
Let's talk about legends. Bobby Turner, how familiar are you with him?
Yeah, go way back. He coached my dad back in the day in Denver, and obviously he's coached a string of incredible running backs, and so, even Coach Lynn, go back with him as well. So when they talk, I'm all ears. I'm just extremely blessed and excited to learn from them.
When you start hearing names of teams that could be interested, did you try to move it in a certain direction, or were you just a bystander? Just a bystander.
You don't have a lot of control. So for me, I was just kind of, hey, wherever I go is what's meant to be. And but I found out probably 5 seconds before you guys found out, and I was ecstatic. Yeah, I was extremely excited and happy to be here.
What did you change, if anything, after you had 2 seasons with the injuries? Did you change anything with your training or routine, or was it just like, I'm an NFL running back and this comes to it?
Yeah, I think you're always adapting. Every offseason, whether you have clean season or not, it's a constant change and figuring out what's the best thing to do. And so I made some tweaks here and there, talked with some different guys, and it'd be a long laundry list of things. But I think every year I've made certain changes, and at the end of the day, it's an ongoing process. Every day you wake up and you kind of do a test to see how you feel, and whatever you need, you go get done. And that's how I approach it, taking it one day at a time.
All just happened, and you have 3 years of contract, whatever you have left. But in your mind, if 49ers have you had a discussion about whether this is definitely a long-term situation with you and the 49ers?
I got here, found out last night at like 11:30, got on a plane at 8 and practiced today. So I'm trying to get the playbook down. That's the only thing I'm focused on, going to help this team win a lot of football games, hopefully. And that's where my mind is.
Your dad played here and in Denver for Coach Shanahan. Now you play here for Coach Shanahan. And you're coming back to Stanford area. What's the emotional impact for you and your family for this trade?
Yeah, it's special, I mean, you try to stay, as business as you can and one step at a time, but it is special, even just being back in the Bay Area where I've had so many great memories going back to Stanford, having friends who are still here and knowing a lot of the guys in the locker room already. It all comes full circle, and yeah, it's special, and I'm lucky and proud to be here.
You started that playbook crash course on the plane already today?
No, I think I had to pass the physical first, and then I get the playbook. So I passed.
Feel as good physically now as you did
19 and 20?
I feel great.
What was it like to be on a team yesterday and then on a new team today with an entirely new outlook on the season?
It's a weird feeling. Yeah, it's a weird feeling. I don't know if you can prepare for it, but I'm here now, and once again, it'll all come. It's gonna be some new things here and there, but like I said, I'm extremely blessed to be here, and I'll get more comfortable every day, and definitely a different thing. But that's this game. That's the NFL.
It's a small sample size, but a couple guys that have come in here mid-season have talked about how special the locker room is. What have you noticed so far?
Yeah, it's amazing already. You can get a feel of the guys already, and everyone's been so cool to me. Coming up, saying hi, introducing themselves. Like I said, I'm happy to be here. Happy to be in the room with the running backs, with some great players. Share the locker room with some guys that I've studied over the years and watched tape on, and it's a surreal moment for me. And like I said, I haven't done a whole lot of processing of it yet. Just being right off the plane and having everything thrown at me at once. But I'm lucky. I'm proud to be here, and can't wait to get to work.
You're listening to new 49ers running back Christian McCaffrey. Oh, that'll do it. That's who you were listening to, Christian McCaffrey.
He's
49ers
excited,
running back. Yeah, I would be too, going from Carolina to the San Francisco 49ers. I think he's going to play Sunday, although he was diplomatic, saying that's a coaching decision, obviously. And going to be an exciting game now Sunday.
With stakes.
You know what? I mean, I was just thinking, no big deal if they don't win this one, Goo. And no big deal.
Yeah. Do we know what number he's wearing?
23.
He didn't get his Emmitt Smith, huh?
No, apparently he wore
my man
5.
On it.
Yeah, he wore 5 at Stanford.
Okay.
2 plus 3.
That's dope.
Equals 5.
That's pretty dope.
Uh-huh. So you think I'm not on top of that kind of stuff?
I'm having a moment over here.
Here you go.
Care.
Now, this is really the bottom line on the trade from the 925. A lot of people are hating this McCaffrey trade. Mostly Rams and Seahawks fans.
Dibs occasional 5.
That's true
real.
From the 925.
And what did Kyle say? I bet McVay was trying to get this guy.
Well, apparently
they
that's
need
been
offensive
confirmed.
line help. But yeah, okay, you kept him from them. But I just like the fact that unlike his daddy, Kyle, Mike's got rings. Yeah. Kyle, as great as he is, as close as he's left the 49er faithful at the altar, you would think with this defense, damn, Steiny, this is the best offense he's had since he's been here. Again, you got a quarterback. There's going to be some oh-no throws, and there's going to be some good times. But, man, this has to be the best.
You would think. You would absolutely think. Christian McCaffrey joins the San Francisco 49ers. Hopefully we'll get a chance to see him Sunday against the Kansas City Chiefs. All right, on the other side, John Dickinson, he's down in Santa Clara. Damon Bruce will come in at 2:45. We're almost there. We're almost at the weekend. But there's still no place I'd rather be than 95.7 The Game. Hey, come out and see the Red and Gold pregame show with Larry Krueger and Lorenzo Neal live from the Hilton Santa Clara. They start at 11 a.m. on Sunday. The pregame show is presented by Harris Ranch Beef, legendary quality, and Jim Beam Bourbon Whiskey. Taste the world's #1 bourbon.
A 49 Niners are all in, and we want to hear from you.
Martha, you are nobody, my dude.
It's Friday, and we got one of the best running backs in the NFL. He's a Niner.
I'm trying to tell you, so let me tell you what's wrong with this trade. Absolutely nothing!
We're reacting with you all day, right here on 95.7 The Game.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you the money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help you too. Just go to getrefunds.com/sports, click on Qualify Me, and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to getrefunds.com/sports. That's getrefunds.com/sports.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your card today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate your car today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car, running or not, can be picked up as soon as the next day. You'll get a maximum tax deduction and a vacation voucher.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Are you interested in new career opportunities in the Bay Area and want to make a difference in your community? The SF Sheriff's Office is looking for people considering a job in law enforcement right now. If you're at least 20 years or older with a high school diploma or equivalent, the SF Sheriff's Office wants to hear from you. Enjoy full benefits, flexible schedules, and opportunities for growth and promotion. For employment announcements and more information, visit sfsheriff.com. That's sfsheriff.com to apply today.
Navien tankless water heaters, the proven leader in condensing technology. Request a Navien because you deserve the best in endless hot water delivery. Learn about Navien's condensing tankless water heaters and find a Navien contractor at tanklessmadesimple.com.
Count on Navien.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-200-1966. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-200-1966. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-200-1966. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-200-1966. 800-200-1966.
Are you seeing the telomeres here? Come here, look at the scope.
Dr. Ocasio's lab startup just discovered a gene therapy breakthrough.
The cells have already doubled.
He needs a fleet of research assistants before this breakthrough breaks them.
We need lab techs, research assistants.
Indeed can help him hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. We instantly connect you with quality candidates whose resumes on Indeed match your job description. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Kansas City Steak Company, another AmericanEagle.com success story. Started in 1932 as a family-owned butcher shop, today they're a leading distributor of superior all-American steaks delivered right to your door, ready for the grill and your taste buds. When it came to their website, an average site wouldn't do. They chose AmericanEagle.com to take their website to the next level. With a dramatic increase in competition and a softening market demand, they had two challenges: improve their brand presence and message, and produce a positive return. AmericanEagle.com got to work and executed usability studies and detailed audits of site experience, digital assets, and marketing. The result? An integrated digital marketing and customer experience plan, organic traffic increase of 20%, and a long-term roadmap for success. If you love great steaks, go to KansasCitySteaks.com for website design, development, and online solutions that bring efficiency and results. Visit AmericanEagle.com. If you need a results-driven website, call the team at AmericanEagle.com at 877-WEB-NOW-1. That's 877-WEB-NOW-1.
Cooler today in San Anselmo, partly cloudy, highs near 71.
Weather brought to you by one thing. Install a low-flow shower head and keep water off when brushing teeth or shaving to save water every day. Join Odyssey, and together each of us doing one thing makes a greener tomorrow.
Juked by McCaffrey, and now first and goal from the 5. Give to McCaffrey. Trying to get around the right side. He does. McCaffrey leaps. End zone. Oh, touchdown. Up and in.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty, the 49ers traded for Christian McCaffrey. We heard earlier from Christian McCaffrey. We heard from Kyle Shanahan. Everybody's excited. And hopefully he plays a few downs on Sunday against the Chiefs, Goo.
I wonder how many jerseys of C-Mac will we see? 5 jerseys out there. Because if you're a real one, Shask may already ordered his. How many do we see Sunday?
Well, are they 49er?
Yeah.
Like, what jerseys? Carolina 5?
No, the Niner 5.
Did they even have time to make them?
I'm just asking.
How do you even make those that fast? Yes,
you probably got a better chance of seeing all the Stanford number 5s on the field for
That's
Christian
not a bad
McCaffrey.
call.
Yeah.
It's not a bad call. By the way, according to many sources on the text line,
I got to
it
tell
costs
you
about
something.
$450, I think, to change your name.
Oh, okay. I had $600.
Oh.
I got a confession before we get JD.
We're getting JD in 5 minutes.
I lied to you. I was responding to somebody, and I didn't think you would see it, calling you grumpy. They said, what's wrong with Steiny? So I said, he don't read this. So I put grumpy, and of course you read it, and asked me who was it to. So I lied to you, but yeah, now the show almost over. I confess it. I got you grumpy. But how did you read it? And you didn't know you caught me. That's the beautiful part. My soul is cleansed now as I drive home. You got to put GRU.
Before Christian McCaffrey interrupted me earlier.
That was great.
I was going to tell you a little bit about my personal life. Freaking Christian McCaffrey.
See that?
Stay healthy.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, this is just my radio. This is just my radio attitude. I'm very different in real life.
Hey, that's great stuff, man.
I am.
No, I'm letting you say it.
I am absolutely.
People love it.
Positively. Let's go to Jose in San Lorenzo, and let's get off this. Hey, Jose, what's up?
Hey. Taking a call. I was going to say a little prediction. What if the Niners go and have a good game on Sunday, but it gets close, but they don't win? But it was close. But the question was Debo's catching ability. So I don't think it stops with the McCaffrey. What if they go and get OBJ next? Thank you, guys.
Yeah, it's just another guy for Jimmy not to get the ball to.
That's overkill. I don't even think it. Steiny, you already know what I thought of this Niner team. When it was all said and done, I said it was Super Bowl or bust before C-Mac. But now adding
now it's
OBJ.
Run the table.
Yeah, but
one
OBJ,
loss
that's
and
too much.
And, I mean,
OBJ is too much.
They can't lose a game from this point on, right?
No, they might lose this Sunday. It's a big game. The game is just more than one person.
OBJ is coming off injury, right?
Yeah.
There you go.
Kansas City may be in on him. They miss Tyreek Hill. I don't care what anybody. Oh, they can replace him. Yeah, okay. I was telling our great Whitley Sandretto that at the Warrior game opening night.
Please elaborate.
she's a Chiefs fan, and people, overestimate how great talent is. And when you lose a great like Tyreek Hill and you watch this Chiefs offense, which is not bad, it's different. You take a step back. And now the Niners have took their version to 2 steps forward with 5 in town.
888-957-9570 is the number. John Dickinson coming up in a couple minutes. If you want to get the last word in before we go to Ratto and Damon Bruce, we got till 3 o'clock. They have they have Michael Irvin today. Is that correct? 5 o'clock?
Mm-hmm.
Michael Irvin, 5 o'clock.
Oh, he's going to be all in on this trade.
Oh, man.
Who's not, Steiny? Mystic and who was it from Sacramento?
Nico,
okay.
Nico.
Outside of those two.
Yeah, this is one of those that I think if you're a 49er fan, you got to be super excited. Absolutely excited about this. I think the downside is manageable, and the upside is...
How you think Jimmy's
sky
feeling?
High. Jimmy
Garoppolo. You got to, because he's had wide open receivers or people you got to see him, but now you got somebody to throw to in the slot. Handoff.
Well,
2 dudes back there, Debo and C-Mac in the backfield together. Kittle could be so many ways.
Well, they finally have a guy who knows how to run routes.
Where did you get that from?
From Baldinger. His route tree is so precise.
He did say that.
That's going to be good for Jimmy Garoppolo. As we know, Debo Samuel's kind of a sloppy route runner. So now they got precision with McCaffrey and Kittle, Ayuk. What's funny is when did you ask me a couple weeks ago who's going to lead the 49ers in rushing?
Yeah.
It's going to be Christian McCaffrey now.
Man.
Who's the leading rusher right now on the Niners? Mitchell still? No, I think it was Lance, actually. Jeff Wilson Jr.?
Yeah, Jeff Wilson.
Let's say he got about 362 yards, something like that. I'm going to say 390. 390 yards for Jeff Wilson Jr. But Christian McCaffrey, he's the guy I have now. 400 yards for Jeff Wilson Jr. And Christian McCaffrey probably going to be their leading rusher at the end of the year. They also made it clear, Guru, that they're not looking at this as just a rental. They're looking at this as a running back who's going to be with them for 2 or 3 years till 2025.
And that's the best part. So if they don't get it this year, they'll get. You got his services for next season, but forget next season right now. It's about looking at the landscape of the NFC, whether you believe Philly, Dallas, Minnesota. Because out of Steiny, I'm telling you, Tampa Bay and Green Bay are done. Something is going on. I will bet you $20.
Okay.
Those teams don't win a playoff game. Both teams will not win a playoff game. I'll leave that there for you.
You know what? I'm going to throw that to John Dickinson, who we welcome in from Santa Clara. We're going to talk to him about what the 49ers did yesterday by trading for Christian McCaffrey. You heard it, though, JD. Daryl the Guru Johnson saying Tampa Bay
keep going,
and the Packers, neither of those two teams will win a playoff game.
I would bet against that, but it's not impossible. I'd bet against it, but it's. I could see it happening depending upon the matchups, or hell, maybe one of those teams doesn't even get in. The Packers are up against it in their division, and Tampa, I think, ultimately still wins that division, so they'll have a home playoff game against somebody. And not to get too lost in the weeds on it, but I do think it could be a scenario where this year some of the wild card teams wind up with better records than maybe a couple of the division winners. I think Tampa could be in that spot. I think the 49ers or the Rams could end up being in that spot.
Yeah. John Dickinson joining us from Santa Clara. You got anything to add to that? You basically... Sounds like something you just said without thinking.
JD and I talked, so it's on record. We got a bet.
Yeah. Well, ask him a question then.
Jay,
we can disagree and have fun.
You and I get down. Let me ask you this, Jay, because I know you don't overreact. That's my department. But when you heard this news that he was coming to town, what are your expectations now compared to where you had the Niners going and what you've seen through 6 weeks previously?
Yeah, the first thought was, wow, like a lot of people. I had kind of dismissed the notion that the 49ers would be real players in going and getting Christian McCaffrey just based on what it would take to get him. And ultimately, it didn't take multiple first-round picks or anything like that, as had been reported the Panthers were really wanting going back the last couple of weeks when it really got out there that he was going to get traded and that the Panthers were going to trade everybody. The other part of it is it's a risk. I mean, it's a risk.
How so, JD? Relatively speaking.
Yeah. Well, I think it's a risk in that you're going all in on this season in essence. And Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch both I think acknowledge the belief that they have in this team this season, and that you don't go make the move that you made and give up the second, third, fourth, future fifth, all that stuff to get them if you don't believe that this team has the ability to win the Super Bowl. And both Lynch and Shanahan likened it to Emmanuel Sanders in 2019 when they were 6-0 and they went and got Emmanuel Sanders because they believed they were a wide receiver or a playmaker away on a team that is good enough to get to and potentially win a Super Bowl. So I think if anything short of that at this point, and immediately, I don't typically look at it as, lost season, but immediately the next year it gets harder to get better, if that makes sense, because of all of the picks that you're giving up. So you're going to have holes and you're going to lose players next year if you don't get to the Super Bowl or make a deep playoff run. I do think you're kind of buying this thing almost with a credit card, and then you're going to have to the interest is going to come due, not only in the money that McCaffrey's going to make, which could hurt you in other ways as far as the salary cap goes and replacing players, but also just the ability to replenish the roster with the draft capital that you're giving up. I also thought, and I'll give you I thought it's you need one more playmaker now. You feel you owe it to the team. You're I think in a way maybe a little bit desperate too, but you're also selling it as belief in your football team, but maybe you don't have enough, but you want one thing that maybe can unlock three or four things. In essence, you get McCaffrey involved, and maybe that helps Debo be more involved. Maybe that helps Ayuk be more involved. Maybe that helps Kittle be more involved. And then the other thought that I had, guys, just to kind of close it out was, maybe there isn't necessarily a belief in Trey Lance next year, and you need to have another weapon for him, because this isn't just a one-year deal as far as having McCaffrey on the roster. It's you want to have as many weapons as possible on that team next year when he's trying to come back from an injury and be the starting quarterback again.
John Dickinson joining us on 95.7 The Game. JD, all that said, I think I'm doing this 100 out of 100 times if I'm the Niners.
Yeah, I mean, I think the other part of it, and maybe this should have been something I mentioned in the last answer, you're keeping them away from the Rams.
Oh, yeah. And
that to me makes it more of a no-brainer. And when I sat back last night, I thought, that good for them, kind of, going for it, being aggressive, being kind of like the Rams have been over the last few years, and the Rams won that title for not caring, draft picks be damned, and let's bring the most talent into the fold as possible right now and make your run and shoot your shot. So I think that the Niners are shooting their shot because they've seen the Rams have success with it. I also think there was the direct competition between the 49ers and the Rams to where if the 49ers bow out of this thing, Christian McCaffrey may be landing down at LAX right now and getting ready to play for the Rams here in pretty short order. And I think that's something that would have been a really difficult pill to swallow, because you could make the case that it would have swung the division in the Rams' favor, and then that creates all kinds of different problems for the 49ers as far as their path to ultimately making a playoff run or getting back. So I think when you factor in the Rams component of it, I'm with you, Steiny.
Jay, let me run this by you. You can never acquire enough talent. I told Steiny earlier, the Warriors went and got Durant. And I've been disappointed with the Niners offense. I think highly of their weaponry outside of Jimmy Garoppolo. Steiny brought up a point, do you think Kyle might have brought C-Mac in because he didn't think those three could get it done?
I think he brought him in to help, to have another guy that the defense has to account for. I think they're all tied together I really do. I think, but the reality is it's on Shanahan. Somebody came up with the line today, and in the media room here was talking. It was film Twitter. And I hadn't heard that term, but it's a funny term to me. Film Twitter. All these guys that want to break down plays and everything Kyle Shanahan can do, and how defenses are just gonna wet their pants to over everything that Shanahan can do, and all these chess pieces, and he's gonna do this and he's gonna do that. Well, it's on him to finally do it. And I think that adds some pressure here, because the expectation is scoring 15, 20 points a game isn't going to cut it. So it's not even about not believing in the others, but to me, it's him seeing something where McCaffrey does everything well. He can run it. He can catch passes out of the backfield. He can block. You can put him out wide. Like, you can do all those things, and film Twitter's going to go crazy, as they have here in the last 24 hours.
I love that term.
But that doesn't win football games on Sundays unless they go out and execute, but unless Shanahan puts them in position. Like, the stuff that everybody froths at the mouth over as far as what looks good on the all 22, or what looks good when you're drawing it up on a piece of paper or on a chalkboard, that hasn't meant a whole hell of a lot to the 49ers offense to this point. So I think the onus now is to make it happen, and it doesn't matter who the quarterback is too, because I think that's another thing you guys we're going to hear a lot about from the people that maybe weren't the Garoppolo backers. Now is we're going to hear a lot of, now there's all these weapons, and Jimmy can't get it to him, and Jimmy can't execute, and this and that, and forget that. Like, there's no excuses, man. Like, there's no excuses,
right,
when you have McCaffrey now, and Kittle, and Debo, and Ayuk, and don't laugh, Steiny, Juszczyk, and all these guys, and it's like you gotta make it happen now.
John Dickinson joining us from Santa Clara. Let me switch gears with you, JD, because you can do it, and we're out in about 5 minutes, so we'll take you to the end if you don't mind.
Sure.
There was a piece of news today that just hit me a certain way. I didn't like it. I don't like that Bruce Bochy is going to manage the Texas Rangers because of what the Giants should have been his last stop. You know what I mean?
Yes, I do. And I did feel a little, as somebody that's as big a Bruce Bochy guy as anybody, I did feel a little. I was happy for him, but I did feel a little bit. There was a little bit of almost a sadness, like he really felt he needed to do that, or he really wanted to do that. And look, I mean, he obviously had the itch to manage again, and I think we talked about it going back to 2019. I think we had the discussion. Do you think he'll manage again? I think at that point I said yes. I do think he'll manage again. I think there is something to the notion that the Rangers are kind of an off-brand franchise, if that makes sense. Like, if he was going to the Yankees or the Red Sox or the Cubs or the Dodgers, even, as much as I don't think he'd do that, and Giants fans wouldn't want to see that, but if he was going to more of a name-brand franchise, I think maybe it would hit a little bit different. But I'm with you, Steiny. I wish him all the best, and I still think he can manage, and I think there's a little something that he wants to prove that his way can win in today's MLB, where everybody's gone to the spreadsheet and the analytics and all of that, and the old guard kind of got thrown out. And I think there's been a little bit of a shift toward maybe some of those old school guys getting back in, with Buck Showalter and Tony La Russa, who was in and now is out again. And I just think Bochy thought he had a little more left, and didn't necessarily love going out, although he knew it was time, on the terms that he went out with San Francisco, where it was the new regime, and he felt the need to go in with the 1 year left on his contract and say, you know what, Farhan Zaidi, I'm out, because you need the ability to pick your own guy, and I know that I'm not the manager that you would want your vision of what this Giants team is going to be in the future to be, and so I'm going to step away and make it easy on you. Yeah. But I'm also not done, which I think is why he is now coming back, and he's going to manage the Rangers.
Yeah, I'll root for the Rangers now. I'll tell you this, Jay, I know you don't need the bucks, but I'm going to give you a few bucks. Tell Steiny and I and the listeners, through 7 weeks, Who you buying in the NFC not named the Niners?
Who am I buying in the NFC? Right now, I'd buy Philadelphia right now.
Okay.
I think they're pretty good, and we'll see. I might sell Philadelphia by week 13, but I'm buying Philadelphia right now.
Minnesota?
Yeah, Minnesota I like, but I think Minnesota is, they're one of those teams that I think if they win the division and they're playing, if they were playing the Niners, let's say in a playoff game, or they were playing the Rams, let's say in a wild card game at Minnesota the first week, I feel like most people would pick the Niners or the Rams based on their history to win. And you know what? Philadelphia may be the same thing. So I like Minnesota. Philadelphia would probably be the team above all, but I'm not counting out a couple of those teams that we talked about earlier. I'm not counting out Tampa, and I'm not counting out Rodgers.
How about Dallas?
I like Dallas. I need to see it with Dak.
Okay.
They should be better with Dak, but they always should be better with Dak, and it does seem like there's something missing from time to time. Like they figured out a template that they wanted to play with Dak Prescott, or without Dak Prescott. Can he fit back into that template as he returns to the lineup? So I like Dallas. The defense is legit, but the reality is I didn't have great answers for you because the NFC is so wide open, and I think that's why the 49ers did what they did last night in getting Christian McCaffrey, because they probably, we talk about it, have such high opinions of themselves that they think they can win it right now, and McCaffrey can help them get there.
JD, rate me real quick. I said wide open like you did to a ball deep like Jerry Rice on a good day.
I love it. That's a 4.
That's a 4.
JD, real quick, we got a little less than a minute, but obviously Warriors play Denver tonight. If you were a Warrior fan, would you be worried that tonight's game could kind of be a trap game with the Kings coming up on Sunday?
Look at you.
No, not a trap game, but let's see what Denver's got. They played terribly in Utah the other night, and I think they're going to get the Warriors are going to get a better Nuggets effort than maybe they would have otherwise, because the Nuggets played so poorly with Michael Porter and Jamal Murray back in the fold.
All right, man. Thanks, JD.
Easy, Jay.
Appreciate it.
All right, Warriors live at 6. I'll be at Chase, and then Warriors wrap up after the game.
Yes, sir. That's John Dickinson.
What happened to
Denver.
Damon?
Huh?
He didn't come in?
He got bumped because of JD.
Oh, okay.
Can't have two guys in here. All right, everybody have a great weekend.
Christian McCaffrey is coming to the Bay Area, and we want to hear from you.
Oh my gosh, the 916 is lit up here in El Dorado Hills. I live in an area full of Niner fans, and I'm telling you, I'm just going to go to every household, drop off bagels, orange juice, whatever we got to do, because we're going nuts.
We're reacting with you all day, right here on 95.7 The Game.
Does your heart long to wander? To encounter colorful creatures from the deep blue sea and amazing animals from the Amazon and beyond? Feed your wild heart. Travel the world right here in San Francisco. Make your reservation to the California Academy of Sciences at calacademy.org. See rare specimens, ancient fossils, and more at our new exhibit, Hidden Wonders.
Are you curious about who offers the best deals on top-rated Samsung, LG, and Sony TVs? The answer is surprising. It's not online, and it's not the warehouse clubs. The best deals on top-rated TVs are at Video Only. Don't believe it? Then check out the trade-in deals at Video Only. How about $500 for your old TV? Try doing that online. Before you buy that new TV, drop into Video Only. If you don't, you'll be sorry.
I wanted to know why some people who get COVID-19 get it so bad. I found out it may be because they have a high risk factor, such as heart disease, diabetes, being overweight, smoking, and asthma. Even if symptoms feel mild, these factors can increase your risk of COVID-19 turning severe. So if you're at high risk and test positive, there are things you can do, like asking your healthcare provider if an authorized oral treatment is right for you. Learn about an option at treatcovid19.com. This message is sponsored by Pfizer.
Elise and Carl's bakery needed a small business loan fast, but instead of going to On Deck, Carl called
Lone Falcon! Really? Carl?
There's a better way to get a fast small business loan. Go to OnDeck.com. And if approved, get your loan as soon as the same day. Your loan is on deck. Depending on certain loan attributes, your business loan may be issued by OnDeck or Celtic Bank, a Utah chartered industrial bank, member FDIC. Limited eligibility for same-day funding. OnDeck does not lend in every state. All loans subject to lender approval.
At Harris Ranch, we do beef, just like we've done for over 50 years. Beef that's raised locally right here in California. Tender steaks, awesome burgers, and California classics like tri-tip roast. The flavor you crave, the quality you trust time after delicious time. Come on, it's time to get out and grill. Harris Ranch, we do beef. Legendary beef, legendary quality.
Hit big with the Major League Baseball postseason with the BetQL network. Here's Chelsea Messenger from the Daily Tip.
It's the best time of the year in Major League Baseball. That's right, the postseason. Betting on postseason baseball can be a little tricky, but there's a couple things I usually rely on. Teams with top-line aces and also postseason experience.
Download the free BetQL app right now and get instant access to the industry's most advanced betting tools. Win big this MLB postseason with BetQL.
Hey, Nissan, how do you get to the top?
Calculating. Proceed to 1959. Take a hard left in East Africa at the 71 Safari Rally. Veer right for 19 off-road championships in the Baja Desert. Proceed towards Moab. Take the trail to Hell's Revenge. Include steep incline. Continue for the next 1,000,000 miles.
Where to first again?
60 years, millions of miles, and the capability to take you anywhere. This is the new Nissan.
Without the ones like you, who work tirelessly to keep things running, everything would suddenly stop. Hospitals, factories, schools, and power plants, they all depend on you. No matter the weather, emergency, or time of day, you're the ones who get it done. At Grainger, we're here for you 24/7, with supplies and solutions for every industry, and access to product specialists ready to help. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-200-1966. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-200-1966. That's 800-200-1966 for $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-200-1966. 800-200-1966.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMC FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Corner of Broadway and Battery. You're listening to Damon Bruce and Ray Ratto on 95.7 The Game. Brought to you by BMW Fairfield.
Well, so much for the Football Friday that we kind of had planned, right? Things done changed about, what, Ray, maybe 90 minutes, 2 hours after our show last night, where you and I end the show on a Thinking Man's Thursday debating whether or not, should the Niners go after a guy like McCaffrey? The Niners went after a guy like McCaffrey, and they got him. They landed a former Heisman Trophy runner-up, and they also landed, because she rolls with him, Miss Universe 2011. Forget those picks. It's a good trade. It's a good trade. Levi Stadium just got more interesting. Any way you want to look at it. Well, I'm going to omit his girlfriend only because I don't know that she's going to play Sunday. That's it. Basically, that's his gain, not ours. But beyond that, I was surprised that the Panthers came off their "we want a first rounder" so quickly, because he hadn't been out there that long. And I guess there was just nobody who wanted to spend a first, but the 49ers decided, for all these draft choices that they allegedly no longer have because of the Trey Lance deal,
They had plenty to give to get McCaffrey, and they still have plenty. So, the lessons here are Kyle Shanahan, the coach, remains conservative. Kyle Shanahan, the general manager, hits on 17.
The trade does not come without risk. There is no question about that, but I really do think it's a risk worth taking, even though it feels like they just added maybe to a place where they really don't need to add. They certainly never needed a star in their backfield to have an effective backfield, but they certainly have a star now. Christian McCaffrey is the real deal, and when healthy, he is a first supreme weapon seen around this league. He is something else. He's 1,000 in his best season. That ain't easy to do. And when I think about what Kyle Shanahan wants to do, doesn't Christian McCaffrey play perfectly into the style of offense that he's running? Now, if it's going to lead to a different style, if Christian McCaffrey's presence is going to open more avenues to make more plays downfield for other players, fantastic. That's how football works. Concentrating on one place means you can't concentrate on the other. So maybe he can be a bit of a decoy at times. Certainly, I would expect his role on Sunday to be that of decoy at times in a limited role, since he just got here today and the game is 2 days from now. So I don't know how much we're going to see out of him against Kansas City, but man, it's so interesting because, Ray, look, everything McCaffrey does is 5 yards around the line of scrimmage. He was the guy in Carolina who was always catching the screen in the backfield and making money with it. He was the guy on that underneath slant all the time. He is the I'll catch the ball and let my legs do the rest kind of perfect fit for Kyle Shanahan. And if you think all the way back to the very first move that Kyle Shanahan made, and it didn't work out because Jet McKinnon was instantly hurt. He was damaged goods. The first minute the 49ers got him, he tore his ACL in practice. And I think that is something that Kyle never really got over. This is his Jet McKinnon. This is the idea that I think he had all the way back before he even coached a 49ers game, and now he's making decisions and saying, yeah, I want to add that guy during free agency before I add any other free agent. He gets a similar player in McCaffrey, a superior player in McCaffrey.
Yeah, it also, reminds, I think, everybody who think that the 49ers have to go deep. I think McCaffrey is, when healthy, and that's got to be mentioned because not only his history, but the 49ers' history suggests that that's going to be tough to do. But it does tell you that Kyle Shanahan is confident in the way his offense runs now. He just needs better guys to do it and healthier guys to do it. And the gamble here is that they gave up a lot, but it's the future as opposed to the right now. And I think it's also an acknowledgement that Kyle Shanahan, the general manager, looks at this team's window of opportunity and says, it's not going to be wider than this. This is the play because tomorrow is a million miles from here. I just think it's an acknowledgement, not for his own job security, but for this team in general.
It's an all-in move.
Yeah, it's an all-in move on top of another all-in move, which was the trading up to get Trey Lance. That was a gamble as well. This is a gamble. They're all gambles. That's why I say that Kyle Shanahan, the general manager, has a much different philosophy about team building than Kyle Shanahan, the coach.
And, I've heard a lot of people say, well, forget those draft picks. You don't need draft picks. I hear a lot of people trying to devalue the draft. Don't devalue the draft. It's silly to devalue the draft, but you got to know when to build through your draft, and then you got to know when to build through moves. The 49ers are in a situation where the right cherry on top of their sundae is what they need more than any draft could represent in depth right now. And let's just be completely honest. The chances of them finding in the second, third, or fourth round of next year's draft someone that's going to come in here and replace a current starter, it doesn't feel like that there is a very realistic opportunity of that happening. The 49ers need more bullets in the chamber. They need to have more points go up on that scoreboard. Sacrificing future picks to add a player that you know that does he stay healthy, that absolutely happens. It's shrewd, it's bold, it's aggressive, and I'm signing off on it. I like the move. I absolutely like this move, and I know fans are absolutely over their heads over it. They love this move, and you should. You absolutely should. The Panthers' rebuild is very much underway. The draft means a lot to them. Good for them. They got extra picks now in the second, third, and fourth rounds. They're going to need a whole. They're just not going in for a tune-up. They're going in for a rebuild. The 49ers, this is hopefully the tune-up that they need in their running game, which, as good as it has been in the past, is struggling more this year for Kyle Shanahan than in any other year. Is it the offensive line contributing to that, or is it the talent in the backfield itself? Well, we're about to kind of run that experiment. It's going to be fascinating to see it all play out. Huge news. The 49ers have traded for Christian McCaffrey. We've got John Lynch talking about this. We've got Kyle Shanahan talking about it, and Christian McCaffrey himself has landed. He's in the building, and he has already done his press conference. They put him in a number 23 jersey and sent him to the practice field. How much he can absorb before Sunday? Well, that's what we're all here to find out, right? How much can he actually learn of the 49ers offense? Is it 10 plays? Is it 20 plays? Is it a goal line package? Is it a third and short package? How will they use Christian McCaffrey against the Kansas City Chiefs? I think it's going to be fascinating, and we got the right people to talk about this weekend with, for sure, today here on 95.7 The Game. Bob Fesco is the number one morning host in Kansas City. He's going to join us because it's Chiefs week. We've got him coming up at 3:45. Kyle Bailey is our man in Charlotte. And let's be completely honest. They watch about as much of San Jose Sharks hockey in Charlotte as the Bay Area does Stanford football. I mean, I hear all the time, we don't care about college football. So I'm guessing the majority of people who are really fascinated about Christian McCaffrey still haven't actually ever seen him play a full football game. Kyle Bailey has watched every single game this guy has played in his NFL career. We are going to weigh in on exactly who the player the 49ers got with a man who has seen it all, and then a man who has done it all, including giggling maniacally when we just asked, like, hey, what do you think Kyle Shanahan would do with Christian McCaffrey in a 49ers uniform? Our man, Michael Irvin. We talked to him on Monday. He's doing a wraparound hit with us on Friday at 5 o'clock. We're going to get Michael Irvin's reaction to this huge 49er trade. And I got to tell you, the NFL doesn't really come with a lot of huge in-season trades. Kyle's now been involved in 2. Garoppolo and now Christian McCaffrey. These are good days. And tonight we got ourselves game 2 of the Warriors season. They got the Nuggets in town. And what do you know? Bruce Bochy, back in baseball. He is the next manager of the Texas Rangers. He's a competitor. So we like that. We're ready to go. We're ready to talk to you. What do you think of the McCaffrey trade? I am sure you like it. How much? 888-957-9570. And the real question is, are the 49ers now the best team on paper in the NFC? And can the best team on paper be the best team on the field? That's all coming up today. It is good to have you here. We're brought to you by BMW Fairfield, now open in the Fairfield Auto Mall, the top-rated BMW dealer in the Bay Area. You can visit them at bmwfairfield.com. Damon and Ratto, we are underway. Everything we do, every show, every interview, it's all on the Odyssey app, which you can download for free today.
It's a huge Friday.
Oh, my God.
On 95.7 The Game. Christian McCaffrey is coming to the Bay Area.
Touchdown!
And the Dubs take on the Nuggets tonight at 7.
Curry off a screen, takes a three, foul by Beverly. It's up and good. A chance for a 4-point play.
For the home of the champs, 95.7 The Game.
In Fremont, cloudy skies overnight, lows in the high 50s.
Weather brought to you by Pfizer and BioNTech. This fall, there are now updated COVID-19 booster shots designed for recent Omicron variants. Learn more and schedule your updated booster at vaccines.gov.
Gorgeous gaming, stunning streams, unbelievable bandwidth. It's another Lifestyles of Gagillionaires. Meet the AT&T Fiber customers winning at life with hyper gig speeds. Meet Gagillionaire Terry. While his love of streaming horror movies has him constantly on the edge of his seat, his internet bill won't give him a scare.
Oh, don't go in there. I'm telling you.
Because since Terry upgraded to AT&T Fiber with hyper gig speeds, he doesn't worry about data caps or equipment fees.
Come on, man. The door's open for a reason.
And best yet, he also doesn't stress about a price increase at 12 months, because with the amazing Gagillionaire lifestyle comes an exquisite sense of tranquility. Most of the time. Live like a Gagillionaire. Get straightforward pricing with AT&T Fiber. Internet that upgrades everything. No data caps, no equipment fees, and no price increase at 12 months.
Limited availability in select areas. Visit att.com/hypergig for details.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you the money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help you too. Just go to getrefunds.com/sports, click on Qualify Me, and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to getrefunds.com/sports. That's getrefunds.com/sports.
First, we decide where we want to go. Then we need to know the best way to get there. Hi, my name's Adam Barada. I'm the owner of Advantage Gold. We're the highest rated precious metals firm in the country. We teach people how to own physical gold and silver. Now, we've won the Best of TrustLink Award 4 years in a row because we educate our clients on how to buy gold and silver the right way. We don't pay celebrity spokespeople millions of dollars. We'd rather pass that value on to you. Call 800-900-8000 and speak with one of our experts. We'll send you a free gold kit along with my latest #1 national best-selling book, The Great Devaluation. Call 800-900-8000. That's 800-900-8000. Get the best information, the best process, the best service, the best value. Call Advantage Gold at 800-900-8000. Call 800-900-8000.
Advantage Gold is not an investment advisor or a tax advisor. Consult with your financial advisor before investing.
Kirby is your driveway mechanic. They bring the shop to you with brake replacements, oil changes, washes, and so much more. Get $50 off your first oil change with code OIL50 at Kirby.com. That's CURBEE.com and use code OIL50.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live. 90 minutes before tip-off of every Warriors game. Brought to you by Xfinity Sports Zone, the ultimate hub for everything sports. With live games, shows, news, and highlights all in one place. Only with Xfinity X1.
Let me guess. Unknown caller? You could reduce the number of unwanted calls and emails with online privacy protection. The latest innovation from Discover will help regularly remove your personal info, like your name and address, from 10 popular people search websites that could sell your data. And we'll do it for free. Activate in the Discover app. See terms and learn more at discover.com/online privacy protection.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
I used to get frequent heartburn at night, so I made Prilosec OTC part of my morning routine.
1 pill in the morning, 24 hours, 0 heartburn with Prilosec OTC. It's possible while taking Prilosec OTC. Use as directed for 14 days to treat frequent heartburn, not for immediate relief.
Now back to Damon and Ratto on 95.7 The Game. Brought to you by BMW Fairfield. Now open in the Fairfield Auto Mall. Visit BMWFairfield.com today to book your visit.
It's good to have you here this Friday. Amazing how quickly things can change. Just overnight, things have changed an awful lot for the 49ers. Christian McCaffrey's trade rippling all around the NFL. When this is something that we talked to Michael Irvin about, what was it, 2 Mondays ago? Or was it this Monday? It was 2 Mondays ago. That's right, Ray. I'm confusing the 2 Mondays because
I was gone for both.
You were gone
so
for
I can't
both
verify either of your
right. Larry was sitting where you are, and we kind of asked him, just spitballing. You know, we knew that the Panthers had just fired their coach. They're kind of going down in flames. You know, are they going to strip it all down? And if they're selling off parts, are there going to be any parts that the Niners might be interested in? One of them, of course, being the running back.
Wait.
If there's a fire sale, if there is a fire sale in Carolina.
Wait, I'm like, did I miss something when I was flying? Because I just flew in from New York back to Dallas.
Oh, no, we're completely pipe dreaming over here. This is a pipe dream. But what do you think that guy would look like in a Niner uniform?
Oh, my God. That would be something phenomenal to watch. It really would be something phenomenal to watch. Because I'm telling you, that mastermind you guys have, man, if he got a player like Christian McCaffrey, that would be. What do you have to give up to get that? But, boy, if you can get him, that would be great.
Wouldn't that be something?
Boy, that would be. Ooh. That ain't going to happen, man.
That ain't going to happen. It happened. It's not a pipe dream. Dream became a reality last night. What do you got to give up for that was a good question. And, Ray, when we were talking about it last night, you know, I said the only way the Niners could ever pull this off is if no one else came forward with a first-rounder. No one else did. And that opened the door for the Niners to close the door on this deal. It is a second, third, and fourth-round pick in 2023 and a fifth-rounder in 2024. That's how they got Miss Universe in the trade, too. They had to throw in that fifth-rounder to make sure that she had a seat at Levi Stadium and was coming along, too. But worth it. It is a big price. It's a big price. You know, if we say, I don't think we should be spending first-round draft picks on running backs, well, then that would usually translate to, I don't think you should be spending 4 draft picks on any running back. But this isn't just a running back. This is a receiver, too, and he just feels like he was born to play in Shanahan's offense.
Yeah, what the 49ers did here was acknowledge that they can't lengthen the field, but they can widen it. Because McCaffrey can go into the flat as quickly as anybody and do more with the ball once he's got it. And that's sort of where the Shanahan offense has always been here. They're not going to beat you deep.
Right.
They don't have deep receivers, and they don't have, but they can be better east to west. And because he gets out in the flat so quickly, you don't have to rely on your offensive line holding those blocks quite as long. So it's as good a solution as they can manage without having to blow up the entire offensive roster. And since you can't do that, certainly once the season starts, it's a fascinating ad. I mean, who knows how it turns out, but, in the abstract, it makes more sense than basically maybe anything else that there is out there.
Damon and Ratto, officially streaming on Twitch and YouTube. You can go check it out for yourself. Twitch.tv/957 The Game, YouTube.com/957 The Game. And I know that people are excited. I saw that we had more people tuning into our morning show since the parade today. So people were all over the fact that this is a big deal, a big story. Hello to all of our YouTube chatters, everyone working the Xfinity mobile text line. Hello to you as well. Good to have you along with us today. Someone, this is FD, I believe, unless those are the first two letters of a tweet that goes somewhere else. I don't know. But it's from the 510, and it says, this means nothing if Shanahan doesn't step up his play calling game. You're right. You're right. This is a full hands-on deck. Everybody's got to get better at this, moving the football, scoring the football on offense right now. As we said yesterday, when you are as banged up defensively as they have been, it cannot be business as usual on the offensive side of the ball. We meant that in the vacuum of just the Falcons game, but you can also extend that out to the entire season. This is a business unusual move for the 49ers. They've never been the team that wants to throw an awful lot of their future assets on any one particular player. It's happened twice now under Kyle Shanahan's watch. Getting aggressive, I don't know if it's fair to say that they're copycatting a formula that the Rams used, but in a way they are. And what triggered that formula for the Rams is they thought to themselves, hey, we're close. Let's put ourselves over the top. Let's bring in Odell Beckham Jr. Let's go ahead and bring in Matthew Stafford. Do the deal for Jalen Ramsey. I think I actually got those in reverse chronological order, but you know what I mean. That's where the Niners are. They know that they've got a good team. They know that they've underperformed. How do you fix that? Do something extreme. You add a player who is legit. And Christian McCaffrey is legit. It's one thing to throw a whole bunch of picks at moving up to take what is at the time you draft him an NFL unknown entity. Because there's nothing that happens in college football that proves that you can play in this league. That's been proven time and time again. We all know. We've all seen it with our own two eyes. Christian McCaffrey can play in this league to the point where he can dominate a football game. So, buyer beware on his injury past. I'm happy to report that this guy has played in over 80% of snaps every single game so far this year, all 6 starts. So he seems to be about as in good shape as he has been, certainly better than the last 2 years where he only played 10 games over 2 years. We're going to ask Kyle Bailey about all this in our 4 o'clock hour because he's watched every single professional snap Christian McCaffrey took with the Carolina Panthers. How many snaps will he be taking Sunday? Kyle Shanahan obviously addressed that right away.
Just talking to him, like where we'd be in the offense and stuff. I got to talk to the other coaches. I mean, this happened last night. It's not like everyone knew it was happening. So that factors in the special teams, who he can get up, who's down. There's no way he could be ready to. Anyone can get up and have a limited package. But what happens with an injury and stuff when someone has to go in and do everything? And those are the things we got to really think through.
Hey, that's Jeff Wilson Jr. That's the 2 other rookie running backs that you have. Don't want to throw it to them? Well, let me tell you right now, if you're leaving in Christian McCaffrey to pick up blitzes, you're getting him wrong too. It's not his job. That job is get him the ball. That's it. He's not a piece of an offense. He is the centerpiece of an offense. And honestly, like Elijah Mitchell's going to be coming back. By the way, I can tell you this. This is officially good news. We got returning 49ers. Trent Williams, Mike McGlinchey, Nick Bosa, and Jimmy Ward have all been cleared to play, waiting on Mooney Ward and Talanoa Hufanga. They are still questionable, but they could end up going. So this is pretty good. This is a better feeling than this 3-3 football team certainly had around it before it made this trade. But it's not the end-all, be-all of what their problems are. As we said, Kyle Shanahan, I think, has done more to make sure that the sum of his offense doesn't quite equal its individual parts with the way that he's gone about playing games. Hopefully this now gets Kyle on his best game. And how much do you think we see? Ray, I'm going to set the over-under at McCaffrey's out there for, let's call it, 15 offensive plays. You taking the over or under on that?
I think I'm going to take the over only because they're going to have to figure out a way to keep the ball out of Kansas City's hands longer, which means you have to go with your best guys, even if you're using the same plays. I don't expect him to know the playbook, but I think if you want the kind of dynamism that allows them to keep the ball, you can't sort of, baby him and just say, well, we're going to play him 5 or 6 plays. There's almost no value in playing him at all then if that's all you're going to do. I'm guessing 20 plus. I mean, I don't think it'll be as many as, half their plays, but I think they want to find out as quickly as possible, A, what they can do with him right away, and B, how often they can do it with him in a game in which they can't let Kansas City have the ball for 35 minutes.
And honestly, he's a great decoy. I mean, there's not a lot that Andy Reid hasn't seen, hasn't thought of, hasn't planned for. I guarantee you that he didn't spend any of this week planning for Christian McCaffrey unless he started planning this week at about 7:30 our time last night.
Oh, I guarantee you if he'd gone to bed early, he woke back up.
He probably felt that disturbance in the force, I'm sure of it.
Yeah. It's he doesn't it doesn't change the offense that they use, but it does dramatically change what they do defensively, which means that as soon as he woke up, he called all his defensive coaches and saying, I'm going to assume you're heading into the office now.
Yeah, you're going in early today. There's no doubt. And look, you don't have to put a spy on Jimmy Garoppolo. He's not mobile.
Yeah.
Not mobile like that, but you're going to have to spy Christian McCaffrey, whether he's out there with the ball as a decoy in the backfield, lining up as a wideout in the slot, wherever he is, you better be paying attention.
But it does allow the 49ers to still run the packages that they run. I mean, it's just they're not going to all of a sudden be the team that throws the ball down the field because they're not that.
No, well, Christian McCaffrey wasn't brought in to be that.
No,
player.
That's my point. It's that he's going to widen the field, not lengthen it. And because he can get out quickly, you don't need your offensive linemen to block for that extra second because they're not that good at that. They're good at quick hits, and Garoppolo is good at getting rid of the ball quickly. It works not only because McCaffrey makes them better, it doesn't make them dramatically different virtue of scheme. I mean, they'll be doing the same things they've done before. They might just be doing them a little bit quicker, and quick can be all the difference.
888-957-9570 Skills in Vallejo. You're on 95.7 The Game. What do you got?
Hey, Damon. Hey, Ray. Good to be on with you again. It's like this. I'm 42, same age as Kyle Shanahan, a little younger. I grew up on the 10 o'clock news. I would watch Dennis Richmond and his co-anchor give all the horrible news of the day. Then Bill Martin would give the weather, which was also often horrible. But then Marco Banez would come on and do sports. And he was so sunny and optimistic and positive.
Sporting life, baby.
That's right. Everything else was completely forgotten. And, it was like everything was going to be okay. And I could have used some of Mark after last week's loss at Atlanta, which I'm still not completely, even with McCaffrey coming in now, I'm still not completely over that. But unfortunately, Mark is retired now, and he probably doesn't even have any idea what happened in Atlanta. So I'm turning to you guys and everyone at the station to kind of help me get excited, get some of that excitement back, restore some positivity in me. I'm having a hard time letting go of the Denver and the Atlanta losses
Well, all I can tell you, Skills, if you're looking for a little positivity, pick me up in some sunshine, you've come to the right place. Ray, have at it.
Get over last week. I mean, for God's sake, the game's done. I mean, spoiler alert, they were awful. So stop thinking about last Sunday. Last Sunday, you were born last Sunday.
Anything positive going forward, Ray?
No. This is value neutral as of today. Sunday is when you can stack up whatever you believe based on actual fact. I will wait for Sunday to decide what this is.
That's our ray of sunshine right there. Skills, I hope that made your day just bright and bouncy, happy all around.
If I made his day must have sucked.
No, come on, Ray. People love you.
They don't.
People love you. People.
No, they have to stop.
They love you. Big kiss right in the middle of your forehead. Love you.
I swear to God, HR is going to be up your hinder before you know it.
David in Berkeley, you're on 95.7 The Game. What do you got, Dave?
Couple questions. Great acquisition in McCaffrey, but the problem you keep missing is that, one, we got a hell of a coach. Shanahan, whatever you think, he spends more time thinking about the game than any of the callers, anybody else. So all you guys that think you know more and are dedicated and think about the game more than he does, you're wrong. The problem still is, I know everybody was blaming it on Trey, but Jimmy Garoppolo with 3-3, he was only in a game and a half, and we're what? And so getting the play calling and all, he has a reason why he calls the plays, because he has a limited quarterback. And until he tried to change it, you think he hasn't thought about the years and all the reason why he tried to upgrade, and the reason why, because the quarterback is limited. That's why. You can't call plays for a quarterback that is limited. Bottom line, you keep harping on all this other stuff, but...
Well, let me tell you, you know what you also can't do? You can't run an 8-minute drill and run 16 plays for 80 yards that's a turnover on downs in a fourth quarter when you're down 14. That's not just my quarterback is limited. That was also Kyle not having his head in the game where it needed to be. If you don't have yourself a hurry-up offense, what the hell are you? So let's not pretend Kyle is without blame. There is a reason, and it's not just the quarterback's reason, because he's got the quarterback now that has delivered him to the win column more than any other quarterback he's ever worked with. But there is a reason why this man is under 500 as a head coach in this league. And, the players, the calls, the schemes, we know what the Niners are. The Niners are, if everything goes perfect today, they're going to be really hard to beat. The minute something goes wrong, it's like a thread dangling off a sweater. It can all unravel quickly. Kyle is very good at what he does, but he's also very incomplete at being perfect. He ain't perfect. This will hopefully make him a better play caller, or at least give him a piece that fits better into the style of offense that he's running right now, limited quarterback or otherwise.
And he's not that limited a quarterback. But there is no quarterback in football, save Patrick Mahomes and perhaps Josh Allen, who are unlimited, who can throw the ball deep, who can throw the ball with precision, who can throw the out, who can run the ball. That's it. Everybody else, you get something, you give something. Jimmy Garoppolo is a guy who is ideal for what Kyle Shanahan wants to do now and the way he's built that roster. If at some point they get deep threats and an offensive line that can allow you 3.5 seconds to throw, maybe Jimmy Garoppolo is a hindrance. But for what they have, he's fine. And he's always been fine. The problem is people look at him and say, he's not Patrick Mahomes. Well, no kidding.
No one is.
Yeah, it just, get over it. They're 10 games over 500 if you throw out the first 2 years when Shanahan was working with bad players. He's a better than average coach. The great limitation that he's got is that he hasn't won the big one twice. And in both of those situations, the defense let him down in the Super Bowl, and Jaquiski Tartt couldn't hold on to an interception.
Right. They also picked up like 0 first downs even, much less touchdowns when they needed them. So
and again, this is the one limitation that the offensive side has, not just Kyle Shanahan. They can't do multiple things all the time when a good defense says, I know what you're doing. That's the thing. They don't have that third gear. And they've never had that third gear. That's the limitation that this team has. Not just Kyle Shanahan and not just Jimmy Garoppolo. It's a unit-wide deficiency. They don't have the third gear that allows them, once a defense has figured out what you want to do, to figure out something else, because they don't have that third thing.
I would suggest they don't even have the second thing half the time.
I think they've got enough of a second thing when you see it in the first 3 quarters. But, it's not that hard to take those wide receivers out of a game. They are not game breakers.
Hopefully, the presence of Christian McCaffrey, again, just opens up some breathing room for other playmakers to get more involved. And I need to tell you that the playmaker himself, Hall of Famer Michael Irvin, a special emergency Michael Irvin meeting at 5 o'clock today here on 95.7 The Game. This is Jacob in Vacaville. Hello, Jacob.
Hi.
What's going on? How old are you, Jacob?
8.
That's what I'm talking about. What can we do for you?
Finished high school today?
I just want to talk about Christian McCaffrey.
Do it. Floor is yours.
So, I bet Christian McCaffrey's not mad anymore that he lost to the 49ers 37-15.
There you go. Dunking on him. I think you're right, Jacob. I think he's very happy to be back in the Bay Area. Now, here's the thing. I know that McCaffrey liked Carolina. He made a nice home there. He was embraced by that city. It's where he became Steph Curry's favorite football player, I believe. So now Steph doesn't need to go all the way back to Carolina to watch his favorite football player. That's good news. Jacob, thank you very much. I appreciate an 8-year-old calling in to speak on the radio. That takes guts. It really does. Most people at that age are very afraid of public speaking. So, Jacob, I like your future. It's going to be bright. I know it. But I do think that, McCaffrey probably went into that locker room pretty sore, pretty upset that the Carolina Panthers got steamrolled by the 49ers. Within the very next 24 hours, his head coach gets fired. It's a mess. Who knows if he's getting along with Baker Mayfield or Sam Darnold? Who knows? Doesn't matter now. He got on a first thing smoking out of town. He landed not at SFO, but at San Jose's airport because Levi Stadium is so much closer to that one.
That's probably one you can give up now. It's been 8 years.
I'll never give that up. I'll never give that up. They're in the wrong damn town. Wait until the Bears move to Arlington. You haven't even seen what pissed off looks like. And I don't even care about the Bears anymore.
No.
I don't even care about the Bears anymore.
I've seen pissed off on you. You get pissed off at stuff that isn't even here.
It's Indiana basketball that normally does it.
Yeah, well, but
going to be good this year. Right?
I've seen you yelling at callers, and I just go, man, some sodium pentothal is probably needed at this point.
Doesn't sodium pentothal make you tell the truth?
Yeah, but it doesn't make you tell it loudly.
So you're just looking for mute formula for me?
Well, no, back down to sub-airport noises.
We are brought to you by BMW Fairfield, now open in the Fairfield Auto Mall with over 400 Google reviews. They got the highest rated BMW dealer out there in the Bay Area. Find out why at BMW Fairfield. So, John Lynch, what do you think of the fit, Johnny?
Like a lot of really good players, he's a lot more than just a running back. And, I think he's a perfect player for the way Kyle and our offensive staff does things. I think, he brings a lot more than just running back skills. He's an incredibly accomplished receiver. He's got tremendous feel. He can play with speed. He can play with power. He can play with quickness. He can do it all. And we've seen that firsthand playing against him. You've seen it right up to the last game he played. He's an excellent football player. There's no denying that. And we like adding guys like that to the mix.
And look, it's, of course, teams come out all the time, no matter who they add, no matter who they trade for. They want to tell you what a perfect fit is. The very first thing I thought today was this is a perfect fit. When it came across last night, I thought, that's a big move. That's a perfect fit. Today, I got a text from Michael Irvin on my phone. It says, perfect fit. I swear to God, it says, this fit's perfect. I'm like, hey, can you come on at 5 today? He probably didn't know that he was going to get asked to repeat the week, but that's what happens when you knock on my phone. We're going to put you right to work. But somebody says we need a Christian McCaffrey theme song.
No, we don't. Just no.
Here's the thing. We might need a Christian McCaffrey theme song. He needs to have at least one carry in a 49ers uniform first. Before we start giving nicknames, before anything like that happens, let him actually get out there and play. Let him play well against Kansas City. They beat the Chiefs. Look at it this way. If he beats the Chiefs, if he helps the Niners all the way through the rest of the regular season to the point where they're sitting pretty in the playoffs, they go to the NFC title game. They win that, on the road in Philadelphia? Screw you guys. And then Well, there's a lot of season left. I'm guessing Philadelphia could lose 3 games before the year is over. So, maybe now the 49ers are hosting the NFC title game again. See, and this is how you get crazy. This is how you get way too ahead of yourselves. Let's just let him absorb about 20 plays from Kyle, get thrown into some red zone offense this weekend against Kansas City. And if you go ahead, you beat the Kansas City Chiefs on a day where Christian McCaffrey is now part of what you're doing, that feels like a really good reset of a year that has been off to a funny up and down start. And again, maybe as important as Christian McCaffrey appearing, maybe even more importantly, since the Niners do have running backs they get production out of for the most part, unless they're playing Atlanta. Trent Williams, cleared to play. Mike McGlinchey, cleared to play. Nick Bosa, cleared to play, and Jimmy Ward finally gets back out there too. We know that. Still waiting on who are questionable, Mooney and Hufanga. We got an awful lot for you this afternoon. When we come back, we're going to get deeper into what Kansas City is thinking about how they go slowing down the 49ers now they got that different wrinkle that is Christian McCaffrey, a man who knows the Chiefs like the back of his own hand. He is the #1 talk show host in Kansas City. Bob Fesco joins us next here for a quick preview of what we might see Sunday down at Levi's. Damon and Ratto here on 95.7 The Game, brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full-service banking, no compromises.
Great cars and great customer experience are what define a great dealership. At BMW of Fairfield, we deliver on both counts. BMW of Fairfield is the top-rated BMW dealership in the Bay Area, according to Google reviews. We love selling the ultimate driving machines, but our success rests on the outstanding experience we provide our customers. It's a better way to buy and own a vehicle. Experience it for yourself at BMW of Fairfield. One price, one person, 1 hour.
Here's Will of the People World Tour. Friday, April 14th, Oakland Arena. Muse. With special guest, Evanescence. Will of the People, the new album, available now. Tickets on sale now at muse.mu. Muse, produced by AEG Presents.
There's a reason Comcast Business powers more businesses than any other provider. Actually, there's a few. Comcast Business offers the fastest, reliable network, the peace of mind that comes with Security Edge, helping to protect all your connected devices, and the most reliable 5G mobile network. Want me to keep going? I can. Whether your small business is starting or growing, you need Comcast Business. Technology solutions that put you ahead and give you serious savings. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Get started with fast speeds and advanced security. Together for just $69.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Or find out how to get up to a $650 prepaid card with a qualifying bundle. Limited time offer, restrictions apply. New 50 megabits per second internet and Security Edge customers only. Requires enrollment in EcoBill and AutoPay. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra and subject to change. Comcast Business Mobile utilizes the network with the most RootMetrics 5G data reliability wins in 1H 2022. Results may vary, not an endorsement.
The following is an attorney advertisement. If you get sidelined by a workplace injury, the workers' compensation attorneys at Boxer and Gerson can help get you back in the game. Our team of skilled attorneys will fight by your side for the treatment and compensation you deserve. We care about justice for injured workers. That's what makes us Northern California's premier workers' comp law firm. Call Boxer and Gerson at 510-345-2341 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer and Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
Everything, our farm, our stand, our pop-up shop, it really all started when we discovered the benefits of local, raw honey for our family.
And then we decided to turn it into a business.
We were looking for something to help us get up and running.
So we got the Chase Business Complete Banking Account.
It's more than a bank account. It comes with Quick Accept, which lets us take card payments anytime, anywhere in the U.S. using the Chase mobile app. Plus, we get same-day deposits at no extra cost. For us, it's more than honey. It's about sharing a little sweetness with the world.
Get the Chase Business Complete Banking Account with the essentials you need to help get your business going. Learn more at chase.com/business-complete-banking. Chase for business. Make more of what's yours. Quick Accept is not available in U.S. territories. Enrollment required. Usage subject to approval. Same-day deposits available for payments before 8 p.m. Eastern Time, Sunday to Friday. Fees and rates apply for checking and processing. Limitations and restrictions apply. Participants compensated. Merchant services provided by Payment Tech LLC and WePay Inc. Subsidiaries of J.P. Morgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC.
It's the bottom of the ninth, the game's on the line, and your small business needs a loan fast. What's your move? Go to OnDeck.com, America's largest online small business lender. With OnDeck, you can apply in minutes, and if approved, get your funds as soon as the same day. Go to OnDeck.com. Your loan is on deck. Depending on certain loan attributes, your business loan may be issued by OnDeck or Celtic Bank, a Utah Chartered Industrial Bank member FDIC. Limited eligibility for same-day funding. OnDeck does not lend in every state. All loans subject to lender approval.
Football season is here. The new Odyssey app lets you stay connected to your NFL team, your station, your shows. Follow your favorite stations and come back again and again. Get real-time updates on everything you care about. Miss your show? Jump back to their awesome rewind feature. The Odyssey app is NFL football. Live and on demand. Wherever you are, whenever you want. And did we mention it's all free? Download the Odyssey app today.
Hey, it's Tiki Barber. When part of your offense isn't firing on all cylinders, it shows. And sometimes the only solution is to replace that part with something new. It's true on a championship team, and it's also true with cars. That's why I love eBay Motors. They have all the right parts at the right prices. 122 million of them. That way you can get the parts you need to make your car a winner. ebaymotors.com. Let's ride.
You can't get much for $5 these days. Unless you go to Wendy's for a $5 Biggie Bag. Get your choice of double stack, junior bacon cheeseburger, or crispy chicken BLT. Plus 4-piece nugs, fries, and a drink. All for just $5. You got that bag. You got that Biggie Bag. You got that bag. That was smooth, wasn't it? That's how you're gonna feel when you get that Biggie Bag at Wendy's.
U.S. price and participation may vary. Includes 4-piece nuggets, small soft drink, and small fry. Prices may be higher in Alaska and Hawaii.
Now back to Damon and Ratto, brought to you by BMW Fairfield on 95.7 The Game.
Friday before the Kansas City Chiefs game just got a lot more interesting. Christian McCaffrey, the trade has happened. He has gone out there. He's obviously passed his physical. He's practicing with the Niners now, and that does change things a little bit. Will we see a lot of him on Sunday? Probably not. But I think we're going to see some of them, and hopefully 49ers fans see him in the end zone, because getting in the end zone is just not an option when the Kansas City Chiefs come and knocking on your door. They live in the end zone. And the man who lives in Kansas City and is the king of it every single morning on 610 Sports Radio, a friend of the show, I hope to be a friend of his show, Bob Fesco, the man. What's going on, Bob? How are you? Welcome to Damon and Ratto once again. How are you, pal?
I'm great. It's truly an honor to be on with you guys. You're the best at what you do in the Bay Area.
Thank you very much for qualifying it.
Way to open with an unconvincing lie.
No, I was on.
Damon came on the other day with us, and he said, "You guys are the best at what you do." And he had this pause, and then went, "In Kansas City," and we're like, "Wow, thanks."
I was trying to spike the football in your local dominance and just crap all over other challengers to the Fesco throne. How dare they? But look, it is good to have you on today. And obviously, you know, the game of the week in football is this one, and we can now add a new wrinkle on top of it. One of the things that Ray and I have been talking about is, did Andy Reid either call everyone that is on his coaching staff last night about this, or did he bother even waiting until this morning?
Well, I think it went down about 9:30 local time here, if I'm not mistaken. And I'm sure they were still at the facility trying to prepare for the 49ers because, look, this is a tough game, and it just got tougher all of a sudden, especially. And from what we were hearing this morning, and it's been a long time since then, is that, you know, Christian McCaffrey's probably only going to play in the red zone. And so we're like, well, we've got to keep him out of the red zone so we don't have to worry about McCaffrey in this one. But, man, I guarantee you that news came down last night about 9:30, and they kind of did, I don't want to say an about face on everything because it's Thursday night, leading into the weekend already, but I'm sure they had to come up with a couple of things on the fly to try to figure out what they're going to do if Christian McCaffrey gets the ball. Just go back to 2020 when he was with the Carolina Panthers. I think it was like the only game that he played that year. They tried to get him healthy to play against the Chiefs. They did get him healthy, and Carolina almost beat the Chiefs that day, and Christian McCaffrey was a superstar.
Without getting into the detail of who you heard this from, where is the belief that he's only going to play in the red zone coming from at your end?
God, I want to say we saw an Ian Rappaport tweet about that, or Schefter. One of those insider guys, I think, is what we saw this morning that had that information out there. I want to say, one of the NFL Network guys, I think it was Rappaport, but I can't remember. My co-host Josh was reading it as we were kind of going through the show this morning.
Bob Fesco, the king of all shows, not just in Kansas City, but globally across all electronics that deliver media. Nice enough to join us today here on 95.7 The Game. Was the Buffalo game the first time you guys actually really felt the absence of Tyreek Hill?
Not really, no. I think what we felt in the Buffalo game was like, wow, we should have won that game. If Patrick Mahomes doesn't throw 2 interceptions and Butker doesn't miss a field goal, you probably win that game. But I think the receiving core and everything that's kind of gone on since Tyreek Hill left here has been fine. I mean, it's different. It's not the game-breaking 75-yard touchdown pass. It's not the, do we have time for WASP like they ran in the Super Bowl type of stuff. It's just more, I guess you could say, normal of an offense now than it's ever been because you're getting more guys involved. It takes a little bit longer to go down the field, but I really believe that, if the Chiefs would have gone out there and Mahomes doesn't throw that interception in the end zone on their first drive, you get 3 points there. Butker hits a field goal. That's 6 points you left on the field, and then you got an opportunity to win that game, and you're ahead 26-24, and you're getting the ball back, or they're trying an onside kick in that situation. And also, too, on defense, they gave up 24 points to Buffalo, and they were starting a 7th-round pick at defensive back. And so when you've got that kind of depth going on right now, that shows you how deep this team is. But it also shows you that game against Buffalo was actually pretty positive.
Well, based on that, then, the assumption nationally is that Buffalo is the best team in the conference. Do you believe that, or do you believe these two teams are still equal?
Well, I think you got to give it to Buffalo, Ray, just because they beat the Chiefs. I mean, they came in here, they have scoreboard. I mean, until the Chiefs go and take care of business in the playoffs like they seemingly do every year against Buffalo, they've got scoreboard right now, and maybe Buffalo stubs their toe. I know they have a bye week this week, but after that, maybe they stub their toe along the way and lose a couple of games in the championship game. If it plays out, ends up being in Kansas City because Buffalo lost a couple and the Chiefs didn't. But they always need some kind of kick in the pants. They got a little bit of one with Indianapolis, but I think they really got one with this Buffalo team. Patrick Mahomes just seemed really dialed in and focused this week and ready to go for this one.
Bob, how come no defensive coordinator, no team, no strategy, no amount of human beings that are thrown at him slows down Travis Kelce?
Good question, Damon, because I look at Travis Kelce every day, and Josh and I, my co-host, we come up with a great defensive scheme for the opposition, and they never take us up on it because Travis Kelce is not doing things out there that he hasn't done before. He's doing things that he always does. He just continues to do them better. I mean, every time he catches a pass, he plants one way, spins around, turns the other, and goes, and nobody seemingly has the answer for this guy. I mean, I said a few years ago, and I was totally wrong on this, if somebody offers you something, sure, trade Travis Kelce. I'm in the mode of not paying anybody once they hit their 30th birthday other than quarterbacks in the NFL. I would have been totally wrong on that. He's clearly gotten better with age, and you can watch all the tape you want on Travis Kelce, but for whatever reason, he's still a mismatch for everybody out there, and nobody knows how to contain him. I mean, the man had 25 yards receiving 2 weeks ago and 4 touchdown passes. Like, who does that?
Toward that end, you've seen teams do essentially everything. Have you ever seen anything that has worked more than once against him?
Not really. They're pretty smart. I mean, I think Andy Reid and Patrick Mahomes right now are the greatest quarterback-coach combination that we have in the game, and probably behind Montana and Bill Walsh and maybe Mike Holmgren and Brett Favre. They're just so good at what they do, and that is the key there, Ray. I mean, they don't get beat twice by the same thing. They may get beat twice by the same team, although that's very rare, but they never get beat the same way. They always have an answer for whoever has, quote-unquote, figured them out the week before.
Bob, you're lucky enough to have an all-timer to talk about daily we do too in Steph Curry. And he's so consistently above expectations and magnificent. It's almost as if we just come to expect it, and therefore throughout the week, we almost don't even bring Steph Curry up because we just expect A-plus excellence at all times, and he usually delivers ho-hum. Have you sort of reached that place with Patrick Mahomes? Is he like among the first thing Chiefs fans still think about, or has he fallen to like the last thing you think about because he rises like the sun? There's no stopping him.
Well, I think Chiefs fans think about him every single day and, do everything they can to protect Patrick Mahomes in this town. So if you ask the 78,000 that are at Arrowhead, what's the first thing you think about in the morning? Thank goodness we have Patrick Mahomes. But you never think about, oh my God, we've got to worry about the quarterback position. Can he make all the throws? Are we going to have an opportunity if he has the ball with 2 minutes? Are we going to be able to move the ball down the field? Like, all those questions are answered. I mean, there's nobody better right now in the game of scoring when he has the football from anywhere on the field at any amount of time. And that's why when, they're down to Buffalo with 13 seconds to go and my wife is screaming and crying on the floor, I'm sitting on the edge of the couch. I'm like, they're winning this football game. Oh, no, they're not. I go, yes, they are. It's Patrick Mahomes. They got a couple of timeouts and 13 seconds. They got plenty of time to do this. Right down the field, kick the field goal, go to overtime, and win the football game. Like, nothing surprises me from this guy anymore. In fact, I'm surprised when he doesn't accomplish those things. Like when he threw the interception at the end of the game last week with 1:04 to go, I'm like, oh my God, that's not Patrick Mahomes. You're not supposed to do that. That's the shocking stuff, right?
This would sound so arrogant if it wasn't true. I mean, that's the thing. It's true, though. That's
right. Yeah, right. Everything is true about it. But I'm sure it's that way with Steph, too. If he misses a game winner, you're like, oh, I didn't expect that. I expected that to go in,
I was going to ask you a different question, but you've spurred me on this line. When you say on the air that your wife is laying on the floor screaming, is this an indication that you're planning to sleep in the garage tonight?
No, it's an indication of like, hey, we've had this guy for 4 years now. It's time to start buying in. It's going to be okay.
but sharing your wife's tantrums on the radio, good play or bad?
Oh, it's a good play. She's a crazy fan, man. Like she wears it on her sleeve. She's more of a fan than anybody I've ever met when it comes to this kind of stuff. I mean it's emotional for her, and she's kind of become part of the fabric of the show, if you will.
Has the Super Bowl bet that the two of us had become a fabric of your relationship? For those who don't know, Bob, would you tell our audience what I sent you as your award for winning the Super Bowl over the 49ers?
It was some nice Ghirardelli chocolates and some nice stuff for my wife and I.
It was a zipper mask. It was... Just wanted to make you, very San Francisco-y. So, Bob, I'm so sorry that I drew your greatness in a circumference around Kansas City. What I meant was, ladies and gentlemen, Bob Fesco is the Northern Hemisphere's greatest broadcaster, and what an honor it was that he was able to join us today. Bob, you're the best. Thank you so very much.
You got it, guys. The honor is all mine. I love coming on with you guys. Thanks so much.
Love having you. Bob Fesco here on 95.7 The Game. Yeah, I sent him some Ghirardelli chocolates and a zipper mask. He was going to send me some Arthur Bryant's barbecue sauce and something else Kansas City-ish. I don't know what else his other something else was. I don't think he was expecting me to include a zipper mask, but that's the kind of guy I am.
Well, clearly, because I don't know that there are very many people in any walk of life who go, you know what? I'm going to pay this off with a GIMP mask.
Yeah.
That's just that.
I'm just saying, your retirement party is going to be amazing, Ray.
Oh, the day I retire, it's going to be 3 days before anybody knows I'm gone. And when I'm gone, I'm going to be gone.
No, you're going to let me know. Come on.
Not a chance.
How am I going to kiss you on your forehead?
You just answered your own question.
Welcome to 4 o'clock.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on Twitch, YouTube, and the free Odyssey app. Damn well better be free.
Christian McCaffrey today down at Levi's Stadium.
It's obviously been in the air for a little bit. Try not to pay attention to it. I was kind of head down, trying to focus on the task at hand, and started to get a little bit more serious. And then, obviously I don't have a whole lot of control. So I let my agent and, Scott Fitterer, who is one of the best that I've been around as far as, handles everything so well. They were just very upfront with me and told me it's probably going to happen. I didn't know who to. Once again, I was just trusting God with the whole process. And, I got to say, couldn't be more fired up to be here, though.
I will say this, too. It's really nice to end up in a place where you don't need to ask for directions. You don't even need to open Google Maps. All the time that he spent at Stanford, for goodness sakes, he knows the South Bay very, very well. I mean, he knows it like the back of his hand. So it really is a homecoming for Christian McCaffrey to show up here. The link that the Shanahan family has with the McCaffrey family is extraordinary. Do you realize that Kyle Shanahan babysat Christian McCaffrey? He did. He really did. That's how woven these two families have been throughout the years. And for this to come back, it just, again, I think that there is an element of, hey, physically, what can you do for us? There's also that comfort that comes with, well, we're bringing in a guy I know that I already like. You know, this is, I think Kyle can be stoic and sullen at times. What do you want to bet that Kyle's got a little extra bounce in his step at practice today? That John Lynch's got an extra bounce in their step. And when that's happening, the entire team gets that extra bounce in its step. They'll look good, feel good, play good. This is a looks good on paper trade. I think it's a feel good trade. Hopefully they play good.
It's a right now trade, which players like more than anything else. You're not worried about the future. You're worried about the today, because football, more than any other sport, is about today because guys' careers are so short and can end so quickly. They want to know, what are you doing for me in the next 15 minutes to help me get a ring and help put money in my pocket? This is the kind of trade that they will look at and go, they're in it for the right now.
Right.
That's better than any motivational speech.
Yeah. It's not about tomorrow. It is about today. It's not about next year. It's about this year. It's not about future Super Bowls. It's, hey, the 49ers are trying to go to the Super Bowl this year. It's an all-in move. It's whether they get there or not, only time will tell. But this is an all-in move on this season by a team that I thought knew that it was losing its grasp on true NFC contender. In this one move, I got to ask, are they the best team on paper in the NFC?
Not yet.
Who you got ahead of them?
Philadelphia.
Here's the reason why. I think Philadelphia is clearly the better team on the field, and that means paper doesn't matter. On paper, though, I don't know if Philadelphia is there.
Perhaps
you know what I mean? It's
they might not be, but they have an enormous advantage in that they play in a demonstrably weak division, and they have 3 games on the 49ers. It's hard for anybody to make up 3 games in the standings to a good team, and I don't know how Philadelphia loses 4 times this year. And it's not because they're a juggernaut.
I do. Injury to Jalen Hurts.
Okay. If that happens, yeah, all bets are off. If Christian McCaffrey goes down, same thing.
Niners got Elijah Mitchell coming back.
That doesn't get you 3 extra games. The only issue, and the only reason why I don't say the 49ers are now the best team in the NFC is because every time something bad happens to the 49ers, everybody is basically saying, we're screwed, we're done, fire the coach, burn the stadium down. And when something good happens, they immediately default to best team in the NFC. They are in a place somewhere in the middle here, and they are closer to the upside of that than downside as of today, but they still have to figure this out. And they still have to get that defense healthy, because Christian McCaffrey or no, if you can give up 28 points to Atlanta with Marcus Mariota as your quarterback and your best running back being Cordero Patterson, then you got stuff.
He wasn't even playing. He was on the IR.
Yeah, I mean, that's the point. It's that they're still too erratic for me to say, yeah, they're now, the one trade just made them the best team. It's a little bit like the Juan Soto trade when the Padres got him. Everybody said, this is the team that can't be beat. They ended up 21 games behind the Dodgers.
And then they eliminated the Dodgers and are tied in the NLCS.
Okay. Without any help from Soto so far. It just, a lot of things have to happen for them to close the gap that I believe exists between them and Philadelphia, or for that matter, the Giants.
I think on paper, the Niners are now the best team in the NFC. That doesn't mean they're the best team on Sunday. On paper, though, I do think Elijah Mitchell coming back is a game changer. is a season-changing level return of quality player. I think of that much of Elijah Mitchell. Trent Williams is back this weekend. We all know about Nick Bosa. Christian McCaffrey is officially now a guy who can line up anywhere on the field. Debo, the same. He can destroy you from anywhere, anytime he gets the ball. Kittle is now a monster that gets more room to operate. You want to turn Brandon Ayuk into an afterthought? Do so at your own risk. I like Jeff Wilson Jr. He's no punk. Neither is Juwan Jennings. I think that guy now has more of an opportunity to be a little bit more of a game changer, because if you put all that out on the field, the guy you're least concerned about is Juwan Jennings now. Christian McCaffrey, he's just one guy, but man, I think he makes so many guys better around him by the focus that he demands. He demands defensive focus. So does Debo. So does Kittle. In a way, so does Ayuk. Now you're starting to officially spread yourself thin with defensive eyeballs. You know, I mean, there's only so many eyeballs to go around. And watch that guy, watch that guy, watch that guy. Who dare you double team? And who is the guy who is definitely now in that one-on-one matchup that hopefully Kyle favors that makes the Niners work? Now, when it comes to this running game, we've even accused Kyle of having such a good running game that the league studied it so much it's caught up with it. And I do think there is a little truth to that. Christian McCaffrey, though, think about it. As a running back, if every running back coach, if every offensive coordinator and head coach in football studies one guy's running game as a running back, how thrilled do you become to then find yourself in that running game?
In my opinion, the best run game and one of the most explosive offenses in the league. And I think you just go down the roster and you look at all the guys. I think that's the thing I'm most excited about, just getting in the locker room, getting to meet the guys. But how could you not want to play here, as an offensive weapon? I'm extremely fired up. Obviously, I have a little bit of a history with Coach Shanahan, and just, can't express how happy I am to be here.
Look at that, too. I mean, he knows him well enough to call him Kyle. Drops to Coach Shanahan.
No, he's
already polishing apples.
Oh, no, he would have done that if it was, coach anybody. He's remorselessly polite, almost to the point where you just want to hit him to see if he'll swear at all.
More on his new head coach.
I don't know if there's anyone better at putting guys in positions to have success and tailor into what they're good at. For me, I've watched him do some unbelievable things with some great running backs, and even the running backs in the room right now. I'm just excited to learn from them and to hear how Coach Shanahan coaches not just the running back position, but every single position on the field. It's something that, you kind of hear legends about. I remember in Carolina, we had a tight ends coach, Brian Angelico, who was with him for a while, and you just hear legends about how good of an offensive mind he is. And so to be here is exciting.
Here's the thing. The legend needs to become a reality, and that does not happen for him until he wins the Super Bowl. I mean, that's the world that Kyle Shanahan now lives in. He needs a Super Bowl. Niners fans, I know you need a Super Bowl too. You're closer today to having one than you were since you were last in an NFC title game, which is officially as close as you can be to a Super Bowl without getting there. But this is a good day for 49ers fans. This is a good day for the 49ers offense. And hopefully it's a good enough day to put at least 28 points on the board, because that's what I think you're going to need to beat the Kansas City Chiefs. And the Kansas City Chiefs right now are not a team that's scoring in the 30s. They're not. They are a team that is in those 20s kind of weekly. Let me just bring it up right here. Here's their schedule. Chiefs, week 1 pulled out the whooping stick and beat the Cardinals 44-21. After that, though, 27-24 win. After that, a loss in Indianapolis where they only scored 17. At Tampa Bay, they unleashed hell once again. They got to 41. But after that, only 30 against the Raiders. You figure if you put up 41 against Tampa's defense, the Raiders are going to give up more than that. No, only 30 against the Raiders. And then we just talked to Bob Fesco about that loss against Buffalo. He said they left at least 6 points all over the field. They could have used that because they only scored 20 in that game against Buffalo. So this is not unstoppable juggernaut Kansas City. They're 4-2, which is a humble start for them, as good as they've been lately.
Yet they still score more points than anybody else in football. The difference is that it doesn't look like the Kansas City of 3 years ago because nobody looks like that.
Right, doesn't happen instantly.
Well, it's not even that it doesn't happen instantly. And somebody pointed this out on Twitter today, and I wish I could remember who it was, but part of the reason why offense is down across the board in the NFL is there have been a lot of left tackles who get hurt at an inordinately high amount. I can't remember what the number is, but Trent Williams is one of those guys. And you lose your left tackle, you lose essentially 40% of your offensive line. It's not a 20% thing. And with that many left tackles hurt and out, offenses struggle now. So the Kansas City, as much as they don't look like the Kansas City you imagined from 2 years ago, they're still better at this than anybody else.
We will hear more from Christian McCaffrey, more from Kyle Shanahan, and more from John Lynch when we come on back. We're also going to tap into a man who has seen every single game Christian McCaffrey has played in the NFL with his own two eyes. He is Charlotte's best sports talk radio host. His name's Kyle Bailey. We just had him on a couple weeks ago. We're going to get back to him in just a moment to ask him, tell us, who is the player that has just shown up today in Santa Clara? Damon and Ratto here on 95.7 The Game. We're brought to you by Pfizer and BioNTech.
Charging a cell phone can be like getting a booster shot. A booster is given to enhance or restore protection after a primary series vaccination, which wanes over time. Schedule an appointment when you are eligible. Sponsored by Pfizer and BioNTech.
This is your time to cash in at Cash Creek Casino Resort. To rock and to roll over the hills and bluffs. Go all out or go all in. With 4 stars and rising stars, now we do more than ever, so you can do as much or as little as you want. It's your time to cash in at Cash Creek Casino Resort.
Are you interested in new career opportunities in the Bay Area and want to make a difference in your community? The San Francisco Sheriff's Office is looking for people considering a job in law enforcement right now. If you're at least 20 years or older with a high school diploma or equivalent, the San Francisco Sheriff's Office wants to hear from you. Enjoy full benefits, flexible schedules, and opportunities for growth and promotion. For employment announcements and more information, visit sfsheriff.com. That's sfsheriff.com to apply today.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you the money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charging not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help you too. Just go to getrefunds.com/sports, click on Qualify Me, and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to getrefunds.com/sports. That's getrefunds.com/sports.
Are you curious about who offers the best deals on top-rated Samsung, LG, and Sony TVs? The answer is surprising. It's not online, and it's not the warehouse clubs. The best deals on top-rated TVs are at Video Only. Don't believe it? Then check out the trade-in deals at Video Only. How about $500 for your old TV? Try doing that online. Before you buy that new TV, drop into Video Only. If you don't, you'll be sorry.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-200-1966. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-200-1966. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-200-1966. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-200-1966. 800-200-1966.
The Prophetic Matrix. Unlock the secret code to your destiny. A new revolutionary book by Michael John Toste. The first ebook to make history by being filmed in space. Discover your unlimited future. Get The Prophetic Matrix now on Amazon.com and BarnesandNoble.com.
You could save big when you bundle your home and auto with Progressive, but when we just come out and say it, it feels like it falls a bit flat. So we're going to tap into human emotion. First with some music. Then in a serious tone I'll say, save big when you bundle your home and auto with Progressive. And even though it was about saving money with Progressive, we'll fade out the music so you know it was poignant. Wow, powerful stuff. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Discount not available in all states or situations.
Anywhere fans go to cheer on their team, there are behind-the-scenes MVPs, ensuring everything is game day ready. We see you, Joe, fixing seats so every fan can enjoy every game. And Allie, who keeps her stadium running smoothly from the moment the first game starts to the last play of the season. At Grainger, you're our MVPs, and we're always here for you with supplies and solutions for every industry and 24/7 customer support. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
When Big Mobile charges you an arm and a leg, they're taking your money and your power. And your arm and leg. Boost Mobile gives your power back with an unlimited plan for $25 a month on one of America's largest 5G networks. We can't give you back your arm and your leg because we're not qualified surgeons. Unless you're an iguana who can grow limbs back. Switch to Boost and get an unlimited plan for $25 a month. Boost Mobile. Unleash your power. Per month with autopay. Additional restrictions apply. See boostmobile.com for details.
In Fremont, cloudy skies overnight, lows in the high 50s.
Weather brought to you by Pfizer and BioNTech. This fall, there are now updated COVID-19 booster shots designed for recent Omicron variants. Learn more and schedule your updated booster at vaccines.gov.
Now back to Damon and Ratto, brought to you by BMW Fairfield on 95.7 The Game.
Well, wouldn't think the Warriors would be playing such a role of afterthought today, but indeed they are. That's what happens when the 49ers make a huge trade with the Kansas City Chiefs coming to town. The Warriors are back in action tonight at 7 o'clock against the Denver Nuggets, which means Warriors Live starts at 6 with our friend John Dickinson coming up, presented by Xfinity. You can supercharge your home and supersonic Wi-Fi, unbeatable internet only from Xfinity. JD coming up at 6 o'clock, getting you ready for Warriors Hoops tonight. Getting you ready for the Christian McCaffrey experience. A friend of ours here on 95.7 The Game, Kyle Bailey, who is the king of sports talk on WFNZ in Charlotte. Whenever there is Charlotte anything, he is our go-to guy. We just talked to him a couple weeks before the 49ers. I don't want to say, ruined the Carolina Panthers, but that was the loss, Kyle, that certainly set a chain of dominoes in motions, which began with the firing of Matt Rule, the trading off of assets, and today it is Christian McCaffrey who ends up in San Francisco. Wow. Lots have changed in 2 weeks. How are you doing, pal?
Well, howdy, y'all. Yes, the 49ers did break the Panthers. In fact, you got Matt Rule fired. They're in a stadium full of blue seats, black and blue, everything. It was a wave of red that Sunday, and the owner, David Tepper, did not like what he saw, and the rest is history. But congratulations on landing not just a very, very, very good football player, but a class individual. I'll tell you this. I had a caller break down in tears on the air today discussing the trade of Christian McCaffrey, and today across Charlotte-Mecklenburg school system was Jersey Day. So a lot of kids woke up today ready to wear their number 22 Christian McCaffrey jersey to school, only to find out he'd been dealt to the West Coast. So on top of beating us on the football field, you are torturing young children here in Charlotte.
Ray, you got to love that.
Oh, it's the only reason football still exists in my mind, so that young people can cry. When it became clear that the Panthers were going to shop McCaffrey around, what was the feeling in town about whether they could do it, and what was the feeling once they did about the return they got?
So it was pretty divided for a long time. He's a fan favorite. He is, when healthy, one of the 2 or 3 best running backs in the NFL, or at least he has been. So there were a lot of people that think, why would you trade a guy like that away? And you can count me among those. I mean, draft capital's nice, but the entire point of acquiring draft capital is so that you can, in theory, draft more Christian McCaffreys. At the same time, though, this organization in the last 2+ years of Matt Rule plus David Tepper, it's been an abject disaster and failure, and they've effectively wasted some of Christian McCaffrey's best years. So by the time today rolled around, I think more people begrudgingly accept it. That while they certainly didn't want to be here and were here because of roster mismanagement and lack of wins, that it was in fact the right thing to do. And people here are pretty happy for the most part with the draft haul they got back.
Kyle Bailey from Charlotte here on 95.7 The Game. So to be totally honest, and I know this is going to sound nuts, but college football just does not move the needle out here. I'm guaranteeing you that more people watch San Jose Sharks hockey in Charlotte than people in the Bay Area probably pay attention or really watch Stanford football. So the amount of 49ers fans who are going to pretend that they know Christian McCaffrey very well because he came from Stanford are going to be, a lot of them are going to be lying about that. You, though, Kyle, have seen every single game this guy has played professionally in the NFL. Would you please tell 49ers fans listening the player that they're getting in Christian McCaffrey? What are your thoughts about him?
The reason that I'm excited for him to be there, the Shanahan offense aside and all that, is that for the last, his entire career here, from Ron Rivera and Norv Turner to Matt Rule and Joe Brady, and then, of course, briefly Matt Rule and Ben McAdoo, they used him like a workhorse running back. And, that was what he was drafted, I guess, to be. He can run well between the tackles. There's no doubt about that. But he accounted for 40% of their yards from scrimmage so far this year. I mean, it's just, you can't have that. Now, when he gets out there I'm so excited to see him utilized in that offense with Debo and George and Ayuk. I mean, they're going to use him correctly. He is so difficult to bring down. The nuances of how he plays, the way he makes people miss in the pocket, the extra yards that he gets, the detail. You're going to have so much fun watching this guy play football. It's again, a shame for us that his time here has come to an end. But if Kyle Shanahan uses him properly, and I have every reason to believe that he will, I said today on the air multiple times, unless injuries occur, I think your 49ers are going to end up in at least the NFC Championship game. And I told fans here to prepare to watch Christian McCaffrey play for the Super Bowl.
You said that people were pretty happy with the draft haul that they got, that the Panthers got in return for McCaffrey. What did people think? I guess people within the building, who cover the team on a day-to-day basis. How long did they imagine that the Panthers were holding out for a first, and how long did it take for them to come off that?
I think I hesitate to call it the art of the deal, but just the basic negotiation. Obviously, you ask for the moon, and you'll settle for the stars. And I don't think that, first of all, they knew they weren't getting 2 1s. No one was getting that for a running back, and I don't think you're ever going to see a running back fetch a 1 in a trade ever again. Now, Christian's a little bit different because I do believe, and a lot of us have believed since day one, that Christian would be every bit as good as a slot receiver as he is a running back. So he does bring more value than your standard running back. There's no question about that. So I understand, the ask. But realistically, you're not getting a 1 for Derrick Henry right now. So if you could get, and I said yesterday, I'd take a 2, a 3, and a 6 for him, and to walk away with a 2, 3, 4, and a 5 for an organization that is not really rebuilding. There's still core pieces here, but you're trying to accumulate some draft capital in addition to what is inevitably going to be the number 1 overall pick to entice the best possible head coaching candidate. When you look at it holistically, it makes a lot of sense. So the one I kind of felt was far-fetched. Maybe you could convince someone to give it, but in this case, it turned out to be more along the lines of what I thought it would be.
Kyle, I know that you got to run home and tuck a little one in. Thank you so much for joining us, just to put a little clarity into my audience's ears about who they're getting. And who they're getting is a monster coming out of the backfield, that's for sure. Thank you so much for joining us, and have a great weekend, man.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you so much. Kyle Bailey out of Charlotte. Just a real quick hitter because, again, he's seen it all from the dawn of his career. And maybe what wore McCaffrey down is what he was talking about. There's a difference between this guy's our best running back and this guy is our bell cow. He was probably too much in the category of bell cow. Over his first 3 years, he didn't miss a game. And then the injuries started mounting up. I mean, football is basically your body is, it's like a bank account. And you're just taking debits and debits and debits out of your body. And then eventually your body can't go like it used to. He got to shut down 2 years ago with what I believe it was an ankle injury, a severely sprained ankle, was it, that shut his season down, I believe, in week 12 a couple of seasons ago. And this season, he has played every game, and he's been playing very well. And I'll tell you, this is a stat that I saw that's pretty impressive and lets you know that you're getting a guy who is just suited to be in this offense, as Ray said, that is more interested in dominating space east to west than it is north to south. And maybe the presence of McCaffrey will change that north to south equation a little because guys will be able to run freer, more open downfield, and Jimmy sees it and attacks it. But the 49ers right now are second in the NFL in EPA loss from dropped passes. That's expected points averaged, or expected points added, pardon me. And I'll get into the math of all that in a second, because it is a little dorky, but dorks now make important decisions around sports, so you got to speak at their language. The 49ers have had 19 dropped passes in 6 weeks. It's cost them dearly. About 45 points in EPA has gone through the fingertips of 49ers pass catchers. Now, that doesn't mean 45 actual points have come off the scoreboard. These are expected points added. So expected points, and I got this right out of the definition. I'm like, Google, help me explain this to the audience. Expected points is based on the notion that not all yards are created equal on a football field. For example, a 5-yard gain on 3rd and 3 increases a team's chances of scoring more than the same 5-yard gain on a 3rd and 10. Both situations reflect gaining of 5 yards. However, expected points tries to quantify that the 5 yards on third and short are more than 5 yards on 3rd and long, and therefore now we're doing math, and I know half the audience is already wanting to tune out a little bit on that. Expected points averaged, commonly referred to as EPA, is a measurement of how well a team performs relative to expectations. For example, if a team starts a drive on the 50-yard line, expected points is to be 2.5 from right there. So if you kick a field goal after a drive that started from the 50, your EPA for that drive would be 0.5. In other words, you were expected to get 2.5 points. Your expected points added because you got the field goal was 0.5 points. So that's what expected points added does. It doesn't translate directly to what would the score have been on the scoreboard. It's what would your chances of scoring on this drive have been. And again, the 49ers have dropped 45 points of expected points added through 6 weeks so far this year. You know who doesn't drop a lot of footballs? Christian McCaffrey. This guy is a pass-catching threat. You all know that he's 1,000. He's done that. So you got Roger Craig reborn. Career games, Ray, in the NFL. What's the starting date on this? Is this NFL history, Lucas? Is this NFL history? What's the starting point on this graph that we were both saying, hey, that's pretty interesting?
Sorry, since 1950.
Okay, so 1950. So in our lifetimes, the career games with 90 rushing yards and at least 10 catches. Christian McCaffrey has 5 of those, where he's given you at least 90 rushing yards and 10 catches. Nobody else in football has more than 1. He's got 5. Nobody else in football has more than 1 of those. This guy is unique. This guy is someone who is more of a weapon than Jerick McKinnon ever had. Jet McKinnon had. What do you think he might be? He ain't this. Whatever he was supposed to be. And how ironically, he is now on the Kansas City Chiefs. He will be in Levi Stadium as Kyle Shanahan finally, instead of having to settle for Jerick McKinnon in a torn ACL, gets his Christian McCaffrey. Ironically, same year, the Christian McCaffrey that Kyle Shanahan could have had was Christian McCaffrey, but they decided to draft Solomon Thomas instead. So this could have all been, 49ers football, Christian McCaffrey in a uniform his entire career. Had they gotten that right, they didn't. They sacrificed a lot of future draft picks to right that wrong and hopefully get right this year. I think it's a fascinating all-in move by a team that I didn't know really after 6 weeks and a 3-3 record still had that all-in expectation in their own building that they had when the preseason was happening. This is confirmation that they all are still very much believing they can be Super Bowl champions.
Well, it's confirmation that Kyle Shanahan doesn't want to waste this year, because I think he looks at this as their best chance going forward to get to a Super Bowl. Because this is, if you think about it, the Trey Lance thing was built for this year. Drafting him was built for this year. This trade is for the right now. And in either event, Kyle Shanahan spent the equivalent of 8 draft choices on those 2 deals alone, on the presumption that 2022 was going to be their best chance to get what they couldn't get in 19 or 21. And so there's a certain logic to it, but more to the point, it speaks to the fact that Kyle Shanahan, the general manager, is different than Kyle Shanahan, the coach. It's that Kyle Shanahan, the general manager, shoves. Kyle Shanahan, the coach, often tries to finesse. And it's the fascinating part to me is that those 2 personalities dwell within the same brain. Because if Kyle Shanahan, the general manager, was like Kyle Shanahan, the coach, he wouldn't have ever picked up the phone. And if Kyle Shanahan, the coach, was like Kyle Shanahan, the general manager, they'd throw the ball 45 times a game and have 5 interceptions.
Right. We'd see like 3 flea flickers a week.
Yeah. Oh, no. Yeah. It would be a pie fight, and they might not be any better. It's the most interesting part of the deal for me. It's that you have one guy with good angel and bad angel on each shoulder, and they both shout into his ear at the same time.
Shanahan was asked, if Kentucky was responsible for creating, positionless basketball, at least John Calipari thinks he is responsible. John Calipari did put that position or that phrase into the lexicon of basketball. He did. I'll give him that. Kyle Shanahan has a team that has officially now 2 positionless players. Deebo Samuel, he's 2. Christian McCaffrey is 2 different players. Or as Kyle Shanahan says, these guys are just football players.
I don't think there's anything he can't do, just whether it's in the pass game, the run game, blocking. I think he's a very talented player. And just watching how he plays, he's a very smart player. He always gets to the right hole. Is very smooth. I've seen that at every level he's played in.
He was asked how much preventing Christian McCaffrey from going to another team had to do with the actual offer, because it was rumored that both the Buffalo Bills and the LA Rams were also involved in some late bidding for Christian McCaffrey.
it's definitely a bonus. I mean, I think everybody would love the opportunity to have a player like Christian, and so I think everyone looks into it. But it's also nice to keep a good player away from a team that we have to compete with year in and year out. So that definitely helps. I think it's not just the Rams, but watching a number of teams over the years since we've been here, just make trades and stuff, and some work, some don't. But it just wasn't like how I think it was for all of us 10 years ago to go even 15 years ago when that stuff was unheard of. You didn't even discuss it, and it's always a risk in everything you do, and sometimes it's a risk not doing it. But anytime you have examples, like I think we've had a bunch of them, the Rams have given them to us almost every year, the examples, but I watch other teams who have done it too, and it's nice to watch people do it and see what's good from it, what's bad from it, and I like that it's not how it used to be, and that was always out of the discussion.
You mentioned something about Deebo Samuel, about being positionless. I think those days are over.
Well,
I think now he's a wide receiver, because a lot of the things that they would ask him to do are now things that Christian McCaffrey is going to be doing instead.
I think he's still going to be used, but it's going to be more like gadget runs.
How many a game do you think they'll use him for? I bet it's no more than 2.
Yeah, that feels about right. I mean, and to me, even at the height of him being a running back hybrid, I thought more than 2-3 carries was pushing it. You know, I mean, there's an element where your wrinkle is no longer a wrinkle; it becomes expectation. And I do think, when we talk about the league catching up to Kyle, Deebo Samuel lining up in the backfield meant he's getting the ball. I mean, it became very easy to see when he would get it, as opposed to we're surprised that he's this involved in the running game. That's a universe that he was able to exist in last year. This year, he wasn't allowed to exist in that universe. So, yeah, I think this is a great move for Deebo.
No, I'm just saying that they still only have one positionless guy. Deebo Samuel, who's only ran the ball 2 times in each of the last 3 games, if he gets 2 of those a game from now on, that'll be on the way high end. I think he is, in a weird way, getting the thing that he wanted in the offseason, which was to be a wide receiver.
Well, he gets to be a wide receiver now, and hopefully that does more to help open this passing game as we go along. Somebody here, 707, says, I bet Kyle Shanahan turns Christian McCaffrey into a great blocker. I get the joke. If that even drifts into not a joke and reality, you got to get Kyle, the coach, out of here. This is it. You got a weapon. Use him as a weapon. This isn't a shield. This is a weapon. This isn't for defense. This is for offense.
If Kyle Shanahan were that hidebound, he would never have handed the ball off to Deebo Samuel even once. Kyle Shanahan tries to reinvent what he can do. He's not a guy who is so hidebound that he can't adjust. He's adjusted this offense a ton of times. The one thing he hasn't done...
I don't mean to interrupt, but my question is, were the adjustments his idea or forced upon him by roster getting decimated?
Well, by roster getting decimated or by roster choices that he made. He's still, considered a creative play designer. The only thing that I think people get confused by is that he doesn't lengthen the field. He doesn't have the players to do that. He doesn't have the offensive line to block for it. This is his way of saying, okay, if I can't lengthen the field, what can I do?
But he's got Ray McLeod, and he's got Danny Gray, who hasn't even really hit the field yet. I mean, he has these players on his team that
But can he block for them? Can he block long enough to get those guys open? The answer seems to be no.
Well, what about if you can't, week 2 when your offensive line was still healthy and McGlinchey and Trent Williams were there? Like if it didn't happen against Atlanta when
if they couldn't do it in week 2, what does that tell you about the line when it's healthy? It can't pass block very well. That's the point I'm trying to make.
But they actually have a pretty good pass blocking grade. That's the thing, because Garoppolo gets the ball out so fast. I mean, it's all by design. Yes, but he doesn't get it out
in a way that you're going to get to use Ray McLeod and Danny Gray. The fact is they don't throw the ball a long way. The offense is not designed for that, and I think part of it is because the offensive line isn't designed to block for that.
Real quick from the Xfinity mobile text line, somebody says, your EPA explanation, Damon, was as confusing a 3 minutes as ever. Thank you. Look, I know it's trying to do math on the radio is always a bad idea, especially when it's me driving that segment. I am not math inclined. Somebody else says, dude, I have a degree in math, and that stat sounds meaningless. Meaningless to your ears? I don't think there is a more paid attention to stat inside of NFL analytics offenses than EPA right now. It is their version of VORP. They are looking at that the way that we say, what do you mean, VORP? What are you talking about? I'm a batting average and RBI guy. No, you're not paying attention to the right thing. There is a movement of analytics that has hit football this year harder straight between the eyes than ever, and EPA is at the center of it.
Well, EPA is the center of football the way that expected goals are at the center of soccer. Expected goals are now the center of hockey as well. Expected is the key word here, is have you played well enough that you should be doing X? And if you're not, what's wrong? It's basically an extended way of putting math to the things you see. That's the best explanation I've got. And you don't even have to be conversant about it. But you have to know that if you have a 1st and 10 at the other guy's 30, it's more important than if you have a 1st and 10 at your own 30. In that way, that's an easy way to understand the rudiments of expected yards gained or expected points added.
Maybe the least easy way is to have me explain it.
Yeah, maybe. Let's bring in Lucas because he's a genius.
Somebody says here, guys, you've had great interviews this week. That photographer yesterday may have been the best. Kudos, Rob. Thank you. Michael Zagaris was fantastic. Another interview that's always incredible is Michael Irvin. We did one on Monday, which means, we'll talk to him again next Monday. Wrong. An emergency Michael Irvin interview, 5 o'clock. He joins us live here on 95.7 The Game. It's Damon and Ratto. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises.
The 49ers are all in.
We had 4 guys in running back, and then we pick up 2 guys. This is a game changer for the 49ers this year. Total game changer.
Christian McCaffrey is coming to the Bay Area.
McCaffrey in the open field, inside the 30, inside the 20. McCaffrey touchdown.
We're reacting with you all day.
Are you effing serious?
Right here on 95.7 The Game.
Your most valuable asset is your time. So why should buying a car eat up your whole day? At BMW of Fairfield, we value your time as much as you do. So once you've decided on your next car and how you want to buy it, we'll have you behind the wheel of your ultimate driving machine and on your way home within 1 hour. There is a better way. Experience it for yourself at BMW of Fairfield. One price, one person, 1 hour.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you may be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you the money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help you too. Just go to GetRefunds.com, click on Qualify Me, and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to GetRefunds.com. That's GetRefunds.com.
When people have a craving to explore new and traditional Asian cuisines, they head to P.F. Chang's, where scratch-made dishes come from the 2,000-year-old tradition of wok cooking. P.F. Chang's wanted to explore new possibilities for their website. They turned to AmericanEagle.com. AmericanEagle.com re-architected P.F. Chang's website, integrating multiple third-party systems to create a unified digital experience. The results? Improved page speed and performance, personalized content based on users' location, intuitive online ordering, an increase in organic search visibility, and a 40% increase in new users. For scratch-made Asian cuisine, visit your local P.F. Chang's or go to pfchangs.com for website design, development, digital marketing, and hosting that produce efficiency, revenue, and results results. Visit AmericanEagle.com. P.F. Chang's and AmericanEagle.com. Another example of the best businesses in the world, turning to the best in the business for websites. Go to AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW1. That's 877-WEB-NOW1.
It's easy to think all money managers are pretty much the same, but at Fisher Investments, we're clearly different.
Different? How? You sell high commission investment products, right?
No, Fisher Investments doesn't sell any commission-based investment products.
Well, you must earn commissions on trades.
Nope, never at Fisher. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in our client's best interest. It's the highest standard of care for a financial advisor.
How do you know what's in their best interest?
We get to know our clients and then tailor a portfolio based on their goals and needs.
But you probably sneak in some hidden and layered fees.
No, we have one transparent management fee structured so we do better when our clients do better.
Wow, you really do look out for your clients.
That's because our top priority is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement. It might be why most of our clients come from other money managers. Visit FisherInvestments.com to find out why investors like you switch to us. Fisher Investments. Clearly different money management.
Investments and securities involve the risk of loss.
You could save big when you bundle your home and auto with Progressive, but when we just come out and say it, it feels like it falls a bit flat. So instead, we're going to have someone else say it. Because for some reason, when a random person talks about how great something is in a commercial, it's more believable.
I saved with a Progressive home and auto bundle.
And there you have it. I mean, I'm not sure why she's more believable than me, but either way, you get the point about the saving. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Discount not available in all states or situations.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live. 90 minutes before tip-off of every Warriors game. Brought to you by Xfinity Sports Zone, the ultimate hub for everything sports. With live games, shows, news, and highlights all in one place. Only with Xfinity X1.
Get a cash offer for your car, truck, or SUV today at your local Bay Area Chevy dealers. Selling has never been easier. Just bring it into a Bay Area Chevy dealer, get a free appraisal, and we'll make you a cash offer on the spot with no obligation to buy. We buy any make or model, paid off or not. Find your local Chevy dealer at BayAreaChevroletDealers.com.
Hey, I'm Andy. If you don't know me, it's probably because I'm not famous. But I did start a men's grooming company called Harry's. The idea for Harry's came out of a frustrating experience I had buying razor blades. Most brands were overpriced, overdesigned, and out of touch. At Harry's, our approach is simple. Here's our secret. We make sharp, durable blades and sell them at honest prices for as low as $2 each. We care about quality so much that we do some crazy things, like buy a world-class German blade factory. Obsessing over every detail means we're confident in offering a 100% quality guarantee. Millions of guys have already made the switch to Harry's, so thank you if you're one of them. And if you're not, we hope you give us a try with this special offer. Get a Harry starter set with a 5-blade razor, weighted handle, shave gel, and a travel cover. All for just $3 plus free shipping. Just go to harrys.com and enter code JOY at checkout. That's harrys.com, code JOY. Enjoy!
El galáctico Cal Allen, el procedente de la Universidad de Houston, movimiento de Greg Olson de izquierda a derecha. Le entregan a McCaffrey. ¡Se va por fuera! ¡Te vas a meter! ¡Te vas a meter! ¡Touchdown! 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 ¡Christian! ¡Touchdown! ¡McCaffrey! ¡Touchdown! ¡Touchdown! ¡Báilale! 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 ¡Confetis y serpentinas! ¡Con fuegos artificiales!
Now back to Damon and Ratto on 95.7 The Game.
I mean, anything that allows us to tap into Jaime Moreno, we're going to do it. I mean, find me all the Christian McCaffrey, Jaime Moreno highlights you can. I don't even care that they come from Carolina. That's fantastic. I mean, if the Niners can go ahead and just add Luke Kuechly now, that'd be great. I'm excited. Ray, I know you love to be indifferent to everything, but even you would have to admit that this trade has allowed us to reach
maximum football.
You feeling good about it? Turn your mic on.
I'm indifferent. I hate that soundbite so much.
I know you do.
That you can't. You've ruined what could have been a moment. When you play that, you ruin it for me.
We were going to have a moment.
No. We weren't going to have a moment.
The show was going to have a moment.
Maybe, but now there's no chance.
All right.
I hope you're proud of yourself.
Well, John Lynch. He's very proud of himself, and he says that he brought in a player today that makes the locker room sit right up.
I do feel like this guy has an ability to do kind of all of the above, and so not just a running back. We can use him in everything. He and Debo, to me, are very similar players, and so I'm excited to see what we draw up. But first, we got a lot to focus on with the Chiefs, and so we just got to take this thing step by step. But can't tell you how excited, and the locker room. I think it gave that. I really believe it gave the locker room a jolt when he walked in there today. It was fun to see that dynamic as well.
I mean, look good, feel good, play good, right? By the way, practice had some bounce in the step.
Yeah, I mean, it was cool. I mean, just all the guys hitting me up last night when they saw it. So I know our team was real pumped about it. I know our defense just having to go against him. They knew he was good on tape, and then that was what I heard about from them the most after they played him, that he was much harder to tackle in person too. And just how pumped the offensive guys were hitting me up last night.
And look, you're right, Ray. You want to get a locker room's full attention? Don't talk about the future. Don't talk about the past. Talk about today. We're a better football team today. You are a better football unit. This entire offense is better now than it has been at any point in time this entire year, and we're getting healthier, and now we got a brand new weapon in our Swiss Army knife.
More than that, because you can't even say that they're better because you don't know yet. Logically, you would think they are, but it's the fact that they went out and did something rather than wait any further. And in that way, players are a lot like fans. They love the action. They love seeing roster churn, even when it might imperil their own security. They want to know, are you trying as hard as we are? Because we're running into each other leading with our heads. What are you doing so that those efforts are going to pay off? And that's why they were excited last night. Because this is one of those moves that says, we're going for it because we see you're working hard for it. And, it's why you always hear at the trade deadline in baseball, when a team doesn't do anything, there are guys who are relieved because they're not going to get moved. But there's also that feeling of letdown, like, oh, we're not going to try to go for it.
Yeah, you don't believe in us as much as you claim to.
Yeah. I mean, and sometimes that's false because I think everybody tries to make moves, but nobody wants to hear about the labor pains. They only want to see the baby get born. This was birth.
By the way, in a story that would definitely any other day of the week get more spotlight put on it, Bruce Bochy,
he's a competitor,
is back in baseball. Bruce Bochy is the next Texas Rangers manager, the 20th full-time manager in the history of the Texas Rangers. I've seen a lot of people say, I knew he just didn't want to work with Farhan, and I knew he wasn't really retired. I don't think Bruce Bochy did. Bruce Bochy was really retired, and I don't think he had a desire to say, get me out of the purview of Farhan. I just think he knew that he rode that San Francisco Giants train as far as it was going to take him, and he had been in baseball for 50 years, and he just said to himself, I'm going to retire. I'm going to go ahead and take some time off. And so often, Ray, guys who step away from baseball for a year or two, they get that itch. And the only way for it to be scratched is to get back into the dugout. It happens time and time again. A year off is usually not the goodbye, but the recharge of the battery to want to keep going and do it more.
But the second year is the one where you typically it dawns on you, you're not going to do this again, especially at his age and with his health concerns. I think the difference is that in the last year or so, you've seen a number of teams abandon the notion that they need the exciting new analytics manager. That Terry Francona just got re-upped in Cleveland. He's been managing forever.
Right.
The Chicago White Sox are going to interview Ozzie Guillen next week for their manager job.
Again?
Yeah. Bob Melvin, who's managed a remarkably long time for somebody who's as young as he is, he was the guy the Padres wanted. Dusty Baker, Buck Showalter. I think there's a course correction going on about, okay, if we're going to be a young team, we need a mega adult in the dugout. And in the case of Bruce Bochy, he's going to a team whose last three hires were first-time managers, and they spent $500 million on their second baseman and shortstop. And everybody else is 31 or younger. And the truth is, the Rangers have looked across the state at what Dusty Baker has done with the Astros. And they saw what Tito Francona did in Cleveland. and they're watching Bob Melvin. They're going, why do we continue to hire first-time guys when we need an adult in the room? And we not only need the adult in the room, we need to let him be the adult, because that was the biggest hurdle for Bochy. More than anything else is that there might not have been a job for a guy who wanted to manage the way he manages.
Here's the deal. Analytics are important. They're everywhere in sports. To deny their value, to deny their presence is to deny reality. But analytics does need to end right sort of when the game begins. It's a great way to help you prepare for a game, but I don't know if it's going to drive you all the way through a game. You need a baseball guy in the dugout. I think you need an analytics guy in your front office.
Oh, no, it's even okay to be an analytics manager, but you can't be making the pitching change in the 7th inning that was discussed before the game. You have to let the manager manage the game and operate his roster based on that. And there are not that many managers who are allowed that freedom anymore. And I think the fact that the Texas Rangers, of all teams, wanted Bruce Bochy badly enough that they were willing to sort of cave on that is a real indicator. Evan Grant, who covers the Rangers for the Dallas Morning News, said as much, that they wanted somebody who had done this before and wasn't learning on the job. And Bruce Bochy has managed 4,000 games. You don't get much more experience than that.
If you're a Giants fan, all your ex-managers live in Texas. I saw that Andrew Baggerly was going back and forth one day, and someone's like, "Oh, my exes live in Giants ex-managers, Dusty Baker and Bruce Bochy, now in Texas." And by the way, we have a 1-0 Phillies lead as the third game of the NLCS is now officially underway. Our conversation with Michael Irvin is about to get underway. Why are we talking to Michael Irvin? Well, because today something happened that we were just spitballing about with Michael 2 weeks ago, 2 Mondays ago, when Larry was in for Ray. We asked Michael Irvin, like, what do you think if the Carolina Panthers are going to tear it all down to the studs? What would a guy like Christian McCaffrey look like with the Niners?
Wait.
If there's a fire sale, if there is a fire sale in Carolina.
Wait, I'm like, did I miss something when I was flying? Because I just flew in from New York back to Dallas.
Oh, no, we're completely pipe dreaming over here. This is a pipe dream. But what do you think that guy would look like in a Niner uniform?
Oh, my God. That would be something phenomenal to watch. It really would be something phenomenal to watch. Because I'm telling you, that mastermind you guys have, man, if he got a player like Christian McCaffrey, that would be. What do you have to give up to get that? But, boy, if you can get him, that would be great.
Wouldn't that be something?
Boy, that'd be, ooh. That ain't going to happen, man.
It went from pipe dream, that ain't going to happen, man, to last night it happened, which made our Thinking Man Thursday question that Lucas posed. I mean, Lucas, I had no idea that you had such, power over the cosmos with the Thinking Man Thursdays questions. This is what Lucas asked. Is your question part of the soundbite, Lucas?
It is not. I pretty much just asked what you would think if Christian McCaffrey was available and the 49ers went after him.
Should the 49ers trade for Christian McCaffrey? All in. Yeah, I mean, I would rather have what's left of Christian McCaffrey than whatever might be produced by the draft pick you'd have to trade for him. I would absolutely be interested. I think he would be fascinating in Kyle's offense. It would open things up that no current running back on this team, Elijah Mitchell included, could possibly open it up. You're adding a running back and a wide receiver that is a running back first, wide receiver second, unlike Deebo Samuel. I think it would be fascinating. Yes on Christian McCaffrey.
Let me be the downer. What are you giving up for him? It's going to be more than a draft choice. By the way, they don't have many draft choices of any quality to give.
Well, they had enough draft choices of quality in the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th that got it done. And Ray, your premise of it's going to take a first to get him, you mentioned that yesterday.
I think there is somebody out there who would do that for that guy. I mean, Christian McCaffrey is an elite running back because of the things that he can do as a pass catcher. I think he's priced out of the 49ers' immediate resource list. I don't think they have enough to get him.
And I'm not playing that because you were wrong, because I think you're right. I mean, if anyone puts a 1 on the table for the Niners, their 4 picks would not have equaled that first rounder. But nobody did it. No one was willing to go that extra mile, even for Christian McCaffrey, and that's what left the door open for the 49ers. Nobody put a 1 on the table, so the 49ers put 4 other draft picks on the table, which I guess Carolina is turning around and selling to its fan base today. It is pretty much like the equivalent of having the first pick. We're so close. So it's a hell of a move and a hell of a moment, and had any other NFL city put a 1 down for McCaffrey, their afternoon drive sports talk radio show sounds like this one today, not ours.
Yeah, I mean, of course I'm wrong. I mean, that's, but I also didn't think.
But your premise was right. I mean, your premise was right.
Okay, but I didn't think.
This is me kissing you on the forehead, by the way.
Well, stop it. It's creepy. The thing that there were a number of things I didn't take into account. 1, the level of San Francisco's desperation. 2, Kyle Shanahan's willingness to double down on a deal 18 months after he gave up 4 other draft choices to get a quarterback who is still a rumor. He is in some ways showing himself to be every bit the kind of general manager that Les Snead is in LA, which is, all I have is this season. The drafts will take care of themselves when it's time to take care of the drafts. He's burned 8 draft choices for a quarterback who hasn't played yet, and now a running back who, if everything goes right, could make them a Super Bowl contender. But the fact is, in both situations, Kyle Shanahan, as a general manager, has shown that he's always pushing chips in. He doesn't pass on a hand.
We are about to have Michael Irvin join us here on 95.7 The Game. Let me quickly welcome everyone, though, to your 5 o'clock hour.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on Twitch, YouTube, and the free Odyssey app. Damn well better be free.
By the way, how come when I play cuts from yesterday's show, it's so tinny? Like, there's a high-end, low-end situation there. I mean, it sounds like I'm talking into a tin can. Listen to this.
All in. Yeah, I mean, I would rather have...
It sounds like I'm talking through a piece of aluminum foil. Are we recording in digitally, or are we just having people write this down? What's going on?
Yeah, Lucas, fix the past immediately.
Technology. Get some more.
Not to be a downer before Michael Irvin comes on.
Why would you ever want to be that?
Well, no, but this should be mentioned. San Jose State's football game with New Mexico State tomorrow has been postponed because one of the San Jose State players, freshman running back, Cameron McKnight. No, that's not McKnight. I got to think of what it is. Cameron McWright died in a scooter accident this morning, and so they're postponing that game. It happened, I want to say, very early this morning, and so they've postponed that game. There's going to be a vigil for the team at the stadium tonight. So I thought we should mention it at some point.
Yeah, no, I'm glad you did mention it. I had not heard of that. I love Sparty. I would think that Lawrence Fan is up there to get him a seat at the table he needs. But man, that is that's very, very sad news. I mean, whenever you have a life so young, so getting snuffed out, that is no good. So yeah, if there's ever a reason to postpone a football game, that would be it. Having Michael Irvin allows us to turn back to happier times again. When I just floated a couple of weeks ago, Michael, what do you think about maybe Christian McCaffrey? He cackled like a madman and said that would be phenomenal, but it's not going to happen. Michael, thank you so much for joining us. 4 traded draft picks to Carolina later as the Panthers decide to blow it all up. It's actually happened. What do you think of the aggressive move the 49ers made today? And thank you so much for double dipping with us this week.
Hey, absolutely. I mean, when that thing happened, that's why I text you. You didn't text me. I text you. I was like, hey, literally the perfect fit. I mean, literally the perfect. You could, I promise you, if you put a team together, you said we need a running back for this system, for Kyle Shanahan's system. You couldn't have built the running back. You know how you said, well, take this guy's legs, take this guy's arms, take this guy's catching ability. No, you couldn't have built anybody more perfect than Christian McCaffrey.
When I think of, the best running backs in football, I think Derrick Henry, I think before anybody. And I agree with you. I think
school best running back. That's old school best running back.
Well, that's the thing. Derrick Henry, as great as he is, as much of a human sledgehammer as he is, he wouldn't fit this offense as perfectly as McCaffrey does.
No way. That's old school great, not new school great. This is new school great. Remember, Derrick Henry is the last Emmett John Patel, like the last of the Mohegans in that field where you could just come downhill and pound people. You got to understand this now. Understand what's happening here. The masses are changing. The whole density of the masses are changing. The 360-pound guys used to be 360 pounds of jelly. It would bouncing. 360 pounds now are 360 pounds of muscle. Ain't no more running downhill like that, breaking defenses. You got to cut back. You got to beat speed, and you got to misdirect. You got to send some people in the wrong direction because you can't just keep pounding and running through everybody. This is the new age running back, man, and I'm talking about this is a perfect system. I can't wait. I heard somebody, and I'll give him credit because I love the analogy that Ryan Clark put on, and I heard him say, talking about this now. He said it makes it a positionless team. You remember the positionless thing came in the NBA when we took the center out that couldn't run, put the number 4 in and put him at center. Now all centers run up and down the court. They don't just go and play in the paint. They all come outside the paint. They all play. This is what that's beginning to do. This is a positionless team. You can put Christian McCaffrey out wide with Deebo Samuel in the backfield and then do a sweep with Brandon Ayuk. And then you got the best blocking tight end and pass-catching tight end. Who's playing who? Who's doing what? You don't know, and it'll be hell to stop.
I was about to ask you what the effects on the rest of the offense were going to be, and I was going to ask if you thought this means that Deebo Samuel will carry the football less and become more of a wide receiver. Am I to take from your previous answer that you think that that's not going to change?
No, that's not going to change. That's not going to change now. Let me tell you why now. Christian McCaffrey runs hard. We did the simulator last night of that Saints game, right? We did the simulator. I mean, we weren't on TV, but we were doing the simulator just to practice for the game that we have to call in Munich, my game day crew. And I was watching Alvin Kamara hit it up in there. He was hitting it. He's hitting it hard, but catching the ball outside. And I was like, wow. And I like how hard he runs inside. I like how hard Christian McCaffrey runs inside. But Deebo is your hammer. Christian ain't no hammer. Deebo is your hammer. You know what I mean? But Christian will run it up in there. But no, you want Christian to do what he does. And then you can bring in a hammer. You bring in that hammer like Deebo.
Hall of Fame double dip this week here on Damon and Ratto. We got Michael Irvin wrapping around on a Friday. He normally joins us on Monday. We'll be talking to him on Monday after the 49ers and Chiefs game, and that's what I wanted to ask you about here, Michael. What is a fair ask of the 49ers this Sunday of Christian McCaffrey? Either put it in terms of the kind of plays he runs, how many plays he runs, where on the field he gets used. How would you go about, basically going through one day of practice today, no contact for anyone, a walkthrough tomorrow before he's got game time, kickoff on Sunday?
Yeah, but hey, listen, man, we've all been in football, and we're all in football shape. We've all been taking hits. He hadn't had really any practice. It's a walkthrough, but you can get yours, Christian McCaffrey package in there. He's a smart guy. If you get you 3, 4, 5 plays with Christian McCaffrey in here, those 5 plays get his feet wet. And if he does anything with any of those 5, 10 plays he gets, San Fran can win this game. This could be the difference. That's the difference that he will make moving forward, especially when he gets assimilated into it. Because, they don't have that runaway guy that they had where they can come back the last 5 minutes of a game and do what they did in the Super Bowl. They don't have Tyreek Hill. You can press up on this thing, and you can play tough defense up against and just watch Travis Kelce. The only problem is if you don't get to Patrick Mahomes, they got 2 and 3 receivers, the number 2 receivers, the number 3 receivers. but they get 2 and 3 chances to get open. You can cover them on the first route, but Patrick Mahomes does so much that you're going to have to cover them on the second and third route within the one route. But, boy, if you could get to Patrick Mahomes and stop him from creating that second and third route, you'll win this football game.
By the way, I don't know if you saw this, but getting to Patrick Mahomes just became more of a reality. Nick Bosa was cleared to play today. Still waiting on Charvarius Ward and Talanoa Hufanga, who I think would go a long way to helping out in the secondary. But Trent Williams and Mike McGlinchey also got cleared today, and that's good news for Kyle's running game.
Yeah, boy, listen, man, I told you last week that I had that funny feeling about Atlanta, and I should have said something. Now I got that feeling switched up on the other way, you know what I mean? So I'm going to go ahead and say something. I really do feel like this is an opportune time. Because get this, it's just like what happened last night. I was talking about when Arizona got the Hawk back. See, once you get a player like this, it clears the mind. It clears the mind. Now it clears your slate. You can be looking and say, man, we 3-3, man. We weren't supposed to be 3-3. But now we went through a quarterback, up and down on a quarterback, and now we got a Christian McCaffrey. We got our quarterback set. Now we're about to get our running back set. Right here is our moment. From here on, we got to take off, and a team will hold on to that. It gives everybody an excuse for whatever happened before that. What all happened, it's just like when we got Emmett back after 2 games and went on with the Super Bowl. We were 0-2. So we were able to say, that wasn't us. That's because we didn't have him. And now we got him, and let's go. And we went, the confidence. So I believe that's what, that extra push is what's going to give San Francisco, what San Francisco will get. And hey, man, I may pick San Francisco to win this game. This is going to be one of those games. I can't wait to see this happen now. It's been the best game of the week. It's the game of the week. It's the only great game of the week, really, to tell you the truth.
If as you said, McCaffrey probably is going to have like 5 or 6 plays, plays from scrimmage, but plays that they will expect him to know. How long is a reasonable expectation for him to learn the full playbook? Is it a week? Is it 2? How long is it reasonable to expect him to be fully up to speed?
Well, it depends on how different is the language. I don't know the language of the offenses that he's been in. Now, remember, he hadn't been in just one offense over in Carolina. He's been in a few offenses. So some of those some of those offenses may have some carryover language. The old West Coast offense now, Kyle he's added so much to it. But if you were in an old West Coast offense, you still have some carryover language. That you say, well, what plays do you know? What plays did you run way back at Stanford? That's similar to this because that system was similar to this system. Things like that. So he'll have some connectivity with it, and if they can pull out the plays that he has the most connectivity with, he can be a viable asset.
Hall of Famer Michael Irvin here on 95.7 The Game. What do you think of what the return was to Carolina? A second, a third, a fourth, and then in 2 years from now, a 5th rounder. So they went 4 picks in to get Christian McCaffrey. It's a good thing any other bidder didn't put a 1 on the table because the Niners didn't even have a 1 to put on the table. But what kind of message does that send throughout the locker room that we're willing to sacrifice future for today? I'm guessing that probably gets players' attention more than anything.
Well, it does, and it tells you, hey, like you already believe, man, we got a shot at this. You look at the landscape in the NFC. We can get this. We can get in the Super Bowl. Once we get there, we got a chance at winning that game. Absolutely. They're all in on that. But let's be real here. You're talking about a bona fide, something I really do know. A surefire, something I really do know. And I'm not giving up a number 1 asset. Hey, we hit and miss on number 1. I don't even want to give you the percentage on 2s, 3s, 4s, and 5s. Let's not even get into that. So you want me to go, I'll give you a 2-2, 2-3, whatever, on a gamble. I got this for show. And I ain't talking about some for show I hope. I'm talking about a for show perfect fit. You throw those assets away quickly because, as I said, you don't even know what those assets going to turn out to. And you know what this is.
Okay, we asked you to be a coach earlier. I'm going to ask you to be a general manager now. What is too high a price in your mind for Christian McCaffrey?
If you would have given up that first rounder, because really, because of not because of the skill set or the talent. I'm just talking about because of the injury history. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah,
that's it. Just the injury history. If Christian McCaffrey had never gotten hurt, never missed any game, dude, you can give him the package you gave up and throw a first round in there. If you know what I'm saying, and you'll still be good. It's only reason we're talking about this is his injury history, and you don't know if you got him 24, 365.
Only because you brought him up, and there's all sorts of relationships with Shanahan and McCaffrey and Stanford, and even Emmitt Smith's son now is at Stanford. That playoff game in the Meadowlands where he was running with a dislocated shoulder the entire game, I still remember that, and it's still one of the most mannish things I think I've ever seen on a football field. When did he dislocate his? What, did he play that entire game with a dislocated shoulder?
You know what, D? Yeah, I know that's why you and I bored, D, because I've said that same thing, man. I walked in there. I remember Emmett was laying over on the training table. He was crying. He was hurting. He was hurting. This was right after the game. He was hurting. We were just so happy. We were crying for joy because we needed that bye week. We had just won Division I, the bye and everything. And I told Eden, man, I started crying with him. I say, man, that was some man stuff right there. I've never seen anything like it, man. The greatest performance I've ever seen. And it really was. It was incredible, man. It was quite a moment. It was quite a moment. That was man stuff. Now, I get lost in the moment and forget the question you asked.
No, that you reacted to it. Here's the thing. Does that NFL even exist anymore? Where a team would say, okay, you can go ahead and get 30 carries with a dislocated shoulder. It's win time.
Right. And the truth is, you have to worry about, oh, my God, if anybody finds out. Because everybody monitors everything. Oh, you put him out there when he was hurt. You didn't care about him. I don't know what. I don't know if that NFL exists anymore. I really don't know if that NFL exists. It was an NFL where you showed your commitment through your toughness and maybe even with our ignorance. Like I had that same rib cartilage injury. That's how I got Emmett to stay in the game in New York. I had a cartilage injury in Washington. And I couldn't breathe. I said, I can't breathe. I got to get out. I got to go. He said, they don't know. They don't know you can't breathe. You can just stand out there. We ain't going to throw you the ball. Just stand out there and keep us safe there and let me do this. I said, I don't care. He said, man, just stand out. So I stood out there. I was hurt. Like, they didn't really throw me no ball. So when he got hurt, man, my shoulder, I said, they don't know. They don't know. I said, you stand back here. You let him stack the box. So I do it one-on-one. But we kind of handed him the ball a few times, and he just that thing was incredible. He and I laugh about that all the time, dude. Let me say this: if you're going to build a team that's going to win a championship, those are the kinds of acts you're going to have to see. One man with another, because it shows the commitment to the team and to the mission. I know we all got on tour because a head injury is something different, and we want to be careful and protect everybody from themselves. But Tua wanted to play, and he jumped back after that Thursday night. You know what I mean? Because he knows that's his commitment. He said, dude, if the doctors are saying I'm healthy, I am out there. I'm out there. Even if the doctor say I'm not healthy, like the doctor told Emmett, his shoulder hurt, you're still trying to go. That's the commitment. And I know what you mean, because we jump on everybody if anybody playing hurt, but then we rob people of making that kind of commitment. It's a thin-ass line, and we got to know how to walk it.
The offenses in the NFL are down from last year and more from the year before. So when you look at Kansas City and the way they're playing now, the fact that they still have the best offense in the NFL, does that tell you that they are as close to being a champion as they were 3 years ago, or do you see areas in which they aren't that team yet?
Well, they're involved. They're evolved. And a championship team, if you're going to have stability, long sustainability, you have to evolve. Let's look at the greatest dynasty over in New England. That evolved. Tom Brady started winning his Super Bowls with good running game and defense. Then he won some on the short passing game with these no-name receivers. Then he had a hell of a season when he got a Randy Moss and went undefeated in the season, lost in the Super Bowl. You know, that offense kept evolving. Then it came back to being two tight ends in the middle of the field doing all those things with Gronk and, of course, Aaron Hernandez. Then you know what I'm saying? That it wasn't the same thing for 20 years. It evolved from one thing to another. That's what greatness will have to do.
So, look, you're double dipping with us this week, which means let's officially help you move some merchandise here. Because I know your podcast, the Michael Irvin podcast on the Podcast One Network, is hot. You've been talking to a lot of former Dallas Cowboys lately. What do you got coming up? Let's get the people aware of where else they can hear you.
Yeah, man, and let me tell you something, man. I love doing podcasts. Because I tell people, man, you get so much when we have conversations, and not just one person talking at a person, where we can interchange and interact. I had Tyler Smith on last week, and he was talking about what it was like going up against, I called them God, Aaron Donald, as a rookie. What do you do when God lines up on you? You know what I'm saying? What do you say? You know, what is that like? What does that prepare you for? Things like that. I'll have CD Lamb on here, and I've been going back and forth, and I want to talk about what that transition has been like from him going from the number 2 receiver to now being the number 1. And having to have to do it, dog, while your number 1 quarterback goes down, and do it with your number 2. That's a hard transition, man. But it's a great conversation I will have with him.
Do former Cowboys, especially wide receivers, come to you for advice the way that 49ers seek out Jerry Rice?
Yeah, I talked to all my guys. I talked to my guys. You know, Michael Gallup moved across the street, so that helps out. I can walk across the street. You know, just, hey, man, what did I see? This is what I saw, you know. Talk some of the things, try to tell CDs, you know, you can't catch that ball in your hands when you're a number 1 receiver all the time because all the attention is on you. Body will naturally tighten up with all of that mess around you, so be able to catch it in your body. Little things that you try to get to them, the small things that you know some of the coaches haven't said to them because the coaches just haven't played at that level that they're trying to go to.
The best dressed and the hardest working man in the NFL, Michael Irvin. Thank you very much. You're double dipping with us this week meant an awful lot. We wanted to talk to you immediately based on just the question we floated a couple weeks ago, and boom, we talked it into existence. It happened, Michael.
Yeah, it spoke it up, man. It spoke it up. And you heard, you know, of course, the Rams were in the fight to get Christian McCaffrey. Everybody's now, I'm on TV right now, I'll be on Sunday. Everybody now is asking, does this make them the top team in the conference? It certainly makes them the top team in their division. Now, one of the top teams in the conference. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah,
and that's exactly where you want to be right now.
They might be the best team on paper in the NFC, but the Eagles are the best team on the field, and that's what matters.
Yeah, but that matchup, that's a good matchup for the 49ers. That's a good matchup for the 49ers. I think the 49ers matchup, you can call them the best because they match up great for the Cowboys and the Eagles for what they do. Boy, that's the truth. I didn't necessarily want to say that, but that is the truth. I just got to say it. I had to think about it. Like, darn, I guess I really have to say
I got to say that now. Yeah, that's true. Michael, you're the best.
Stuff, and it's on his way out your mouth. You say, do I want to say that? I not really want to say it, but I guess I have to.
There you go.
Just let it go.
That's what happens when we're married to the truth. Thank you very much, Michael. You're the man.
All right, guys. All right. Looking forward to it.
Thank you so much. We'll talk to him again on Monday. Michael Irvin. It's a freaking treasure, Ray. We get to dig up the treasure twice this week. That was great.
I don't believe I've ever heard him laugh. I've heard him cackle, but never laugh.
Yeah, that's what it is. It's like a mad scientist. He builds his Frankenstein.
He's like the villain in a Scooby-Doo cartoon.
Except you pull the mask off, and it's still Michael Irvin.
Well, you pull the mask off, and it's always like the janitor who, got fired from his job 10 years ago, but was locked in the castle.
Old man Carruthers, once again. Look, Christian McCaffrey, boys and girls, 85 carries for 393 yards and 2 touchdowns through 6 games, along with 33 catches for 277 yards and a touchdown. His 33 catches would have made him the 49ers catch leader right now. So if all of McCaffrey's production this year had been with the Niners, he'd be leading the teams in receptions right now. He'd be their third leading receiver in terms of yardage right now, and he is a grand total of 7 yards behind their leading ball carrier, Jeff Wilson Jr., who's got 400, and he's at 393. So the 49ers got better today, definitively. And like he said, trading picks to move up in a draft for an unknown, for a you hope player is one thing. Trading picks for a proven, no doubt about him, NFL commodity is something entirely different. So anyone who looks at what the Niners gave up and has a little buyer's remorse, you gotta be comfortable with this. I think you just have to be. I saw today in The Athletic, who was trying to break down the price of business, that so most of McCaffrey's contract this year was paid out by the Panthers. He is owed a little more than $1 million this season by his new team, but his base salary will rise to $12 million in each year from 23 to 25, but none of that money is guaranteed. So they can walk away, but obviously won't be in the business of doing that. McCaffrey cost the Niners a lot of draft capital, but he's only going to cost them $646,000 of this year's cap space, which means because they had $5 million in cap space still remaining before they made the McCaffrey move, conceivably, they're not done. I think that they're probably done with this move. They don't have many assets to still put in the hopper because they want to keep some draft picks for next year. But they could still make a move. Somebody gets injured, go out on the on the waiver wire, see what you can do. After this trade, the 49ers now only have 2 third-round picks. They have been awarded a pair of compensatory selections. They got a 5th-round pick and 2 7th-round picks. So that's what next year is going to be. 2 third-round compensatory picks, a 5th-rounder, and 2 7th-rounders. And that's the draft class next year. I think the other thing that makes them comfortable with that, Ray, is who in college is going to be drafted and then play a big impact with the San Francisco 49ers as they are currently constructed. I don't think that player is out there. I think they got everybody on their one line, all the important names on the one line, I would imagine are heading towards a re-sign this offseason by the Niners and Parag Marathe. Without going through everyone on the list, it's not that big of a list. You know, Mike McGlinchey is a guy that they're going to have to consider. Do we want to re-sign? Robbie Gould is considered. Do you want to re-sign? Few other names, but no real megastars on this team are going to be in that team photo of who could be leaving contractually at the end of this year. And you can bring those guys back. I don't think they're drafting anyone who would have impacted next year anyways. Now, I mean, God forbid you had said the same thing the year you drafted Fred Warner, right? You know, George Kittle, blah, blah, blah. We all know the value that draft picks can turn into. But the way the Niners are currently constructed, they can afford to do this. And it's, I don't know, prudent might not be the word, but it's less risky for them to go all in as they're built than another team that is going all in that still needs some sort of draft element, you know, restocking the cupboard.
Yeah, and I get your point, but I think it's more accurate to say they couldn't afford not to do it. I mean, sure, they still have some draft picks left for next year, but a deal like this is all about the now. And if the 49ers end up 9-8 and they could have done this deal, but we're too worried about 2023, it's an opportunity that's not coming around again next year. You know, because you're not going to draft anybody even with any of those picks who is going to be as good as Christian McCaffrey will be if he stays healthy. Because the only reason to feel squeamish about this deal is McCaffrey's health history. And there's not a whole lot you can do about that. I know people always want to yammer on about Kyle Shanahan must be doing wrong because these guys can't get hurt this much. Well, you have no way of knowing that. and you're not a doctor anyway, and you've never looked at all their injuries in a categorical way to say, aha, Kyle Shanahan mistreats his players.
Right. And even if you've been to their practice, how many other NFL franchises practices have you attended to? How much different, how much more abstract is what the Niners are doing than anyone else?
Yeah, so in other words, all that's bloviation. It's nonsense, in fact. So you have to do this deal on the assumption that he will stay healthy, because otherwise you don't do the deal. Maybe you end up 9-8 and you don't get in, and you'll regret that for the rest of your career if you're Kyle Shanahan and or John Lynch, although I don't think Lynch had much to do with this. I mean, this is the time when, and I said this before, Kyle Shanahan, the general manager, is the guy who, wants to buy the dice. He wants to be the guy at the table. And I don't know that even if he wanted not to do this deal, I don't think his personality would have let him. Now, his personality as a coach is different, but as a general manager, he pushes chips in, and this is a chip pusher in.
Kyle was asked about the risk that is associated with this. Does he view it as a little bit of a gamble?
Yeah, I view everything you do as a gamble. I view making trades as a gamble. I view not making trades as a gamble. All depends if you can tell me what's going to happen in the future. So if we would have got a guy as good as Christian with that second-round pick, third-round pick, and fourth-round pick, and fifth-round pick the following year, I'd say, man, what were we doing? But we're never going to know who we would have taken. For every really good pick, there's also not a good one. And what I do like doing is knowing that you're getting the right type of football player who's extremely talented, who is wired the right way. If you're going to gamble, I want to, first of all, do it with talent, and I want to do it with character.
And by the way, hopefully the Carolina Panthers nail every single one of those picks. And then someone will be like, well, it's all going to be the Niners players. And blah, 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 blah. I mean, we live in a world where you can't please everybody. We all know that. We know that. But look, I hope it works out well for the Carolina Panthers. They bounced a coach with $40 million still left on his deal, and that is probably a first sign of rebuilding that we should have sniffed. And in the past 4 days, in exchange for Christian McCaffrey and Robbie Anderson, Carolina's added 6 picks over the next 3 drafts, including all of theirs, which Kyle Bailey told us earlier from Charlotte, is very much tracking to be the number 1 pick in this upcoming draft. So where you are in the arc of your franchise goes an awful long way to explaining where draft picks matter. And the Niners are just at that point in their franchise where they matter less to them. Jose in Oakland. You're on 95.7 The Game. Hello, Jose.
Hey, Damon. Mr. Ratto. 2 quick things. One, to me, this trade for Christian McCaffrey, that's our version of the Marshawn Lynch trade. Okay, concerns. There are some concerns, but at the end of the day, look how that trade turned out for Seattle. And I'm pretty sure that Christian McCaffrey is going to end up in the Hall of Fame someday. As far as the draft picks, there's no good crying about it. What good are they if you don't know how to pick? Look at Sam Barkley. He could have had Odell Beckham if he had only been willing to trade 2 first-round picks, but he thought it was too much. He had 52 draft picks. Out of those 52, I think only 5 players remain with the team, when they finally changed with the, general manager. So it really doesn't make any difference. We're here for the now. We don't have to worry about 5 years from now, 3 years from now, 2 years from now. It's now. Either we win now, or who knows when we're going to have another chance. Because so far, to me, from the way I see it, for the past 3 years, we burned 3 years of that window that the 49ers have, to win a championship. So to me, hey, you're going all in. You're going. One thing you can say, Kyle Shanahan and Lynch, they were not window shoppers. Okay, they see something they like. If they think it's worth it, they will pay for it.
Well, look, yeah, you're right. They finished kicking the tires and they went ahead. They bought the car. Jose, thank you for the call. Thanks for listening, man. We hope you have a great weekend. Shanahan was asked at his presser today, "Is McCaffrey the move that you need to go to the Super Bowl?"
No, I don't look at it all that way. I think we got enough players in our building and enough talent that we got a chance, like I think a number of teams in this league do. When you have a chance and things come up, you'd always love to help that chance go up. And when you got a player like Christian, who I believe is a very good player, I think gives us a much better chance to add him to a group of good players. It helps you overcome maybe some bad things that could happen as you go along that stretch. But I never really look at it as one player away. I think we're a team that has a chance to be real good, but we're not there yet. I think not just our record showing that, but we got to play a lot better ball. And bringing Christian here is definitely not the only thing we're missing. We got to play to our complete ability, which we're not there yet in all three phases. I think when we made this trade, it's similarly, last time we were 6-0. I felt better about where we were at. We still had to get better, but I still think we have that type of team that's got the talent and stuff like that. But we got to improve as we go, and if we do that, and on top of it, you add a better player, it makes things, gives you a much better chance. But I don't think this is something we would look into if we just thought it was just this year. I think Christian, with his contract and stuff, is going to be around here for a little bit, and it's not just a one-year rental.
There you go. This isn't a just right now move. It's going to help us right now for sure, but this makes us a better football team going forward. Again, that's what former, guys right in the center of MVP conversations can do.
But it's a right now move based on what they did to the 2023 draft in those two trades. That's why it's a right now move. Sure, they plan on keeping him next year and the year after, but this trade shrieks now. And that's not a bad thing. Well, because you can only win the championship that's in front of you.
Well, you can only win the game that's in front of you. I mean, I always thought that Brian Sabian, I didn't mean to cut you off there, but I did. I always thought the smartest thing that Brian Sabian ever said was basically he thought that the role of and I think Billy Beane, this is the two things that they agreed on, the role of a general manager is to get your team into the playoffs. And after that, everyone in here is really good. Everyone can basically beat everyone else, and it's a crapshoot. But my job as a GM isn't to deliver a championship. It's to deliver this team to the postseason.
It's not only that, though. It's to give them the best chance once they get there. Look, they came within a play twice. Once of having a parade and once of getting to another Super Bowl. So yeah, there's a lot of chance that's involved, and it's a lot more based on players and general managers, no question. But the Christian McCaffrey deal is one where if you don't make it, you're not out of the playoffs. But if you do make it, you have a chance of going deep. So I think there's two tiers involved here. Because I never fully bought the Billy Beane, the postseason's a crapshoot. I don't know that everybody views the postseason as a crapshoot. I think you look at the Dodgers and you look at the Yankees of a decade ago. You look at the Astros now. They don't look upon the postseason as a crapshoot. They make deals that make them as close to invincible as they can be in October. Because if you're that good in October, it means you're going to be that good in April through September. And the same thing with football. If you think you can be good in January, the chances are you've made yourself really good for September through December. So, I get what you're saying, and I think to a certain extent that's true. But the real job is to make yourself as good as you can be for a long run, because the same things that you're going to need to get to the playoffs, you're going to need once you get there.
Shanahan wants guys who are good with the ball in their hands. That's what Christian McCaffrey is. Shanahan basically runs in everything underneath. Shanahan's entire offense comes within 15 yards of the line of scrimmage, either 5 yards behind the line of scrimmage, at the line of scrimmage, and usually no more than 10 yards past the line of scrimmage. It is the run after catch, yak yard parade that we all have heard and know so much about. And the entirety of what Christian McCaffrey is good at, where he normally gets the balls in offensive game plans throughout his entire career, is in, let's call it, the Shanahan zone. In that 10 yards past the line of scrimmage and 5 yards back, McCaffrey is brilliant in underneath routes. He is brilliant on separating from linebackers or safeties that have crept up on him. If you want to go ahead and put a corner on him, well, now all of a sudden one of your other wide receivers is playing against a lesser corner. He's also phenomenal in the screen game. So, and he can pick up 1,000 yards rushing. 1,300 in his best year just on the ground. That's the year he went 1,000. And the truth is, if the Niners are doing anything this year, they got to get more out of this running game. Full stop. That's all there is to it. The Niners need more from their running backs. Their running game right now is 26th in defense-adjusted value over average. That's DVOA. Another one of those, new analytics in football. But guess what? It matters. It matters because that proves that this is the worst production that Kyle's gotten out of his backfield in any year since he's gotten the job. He needs more than that. The 49ers, as good as this defense is once it gets healthy again, as good as that offensive line once it gets healthy again, and I like Elijah Mitchell more than anybody probably in the whole damn market, you're not going to be trending away from the bottom third of football built as is, because as is got you that. This guy's a difference maker. When we come on back, Ray, fade the public Friday? We're 3-0. Can we go 4-0? Again, we don't pick the spread. We don't pick the team. We don't pick the game. The game picks us. All we're doing is fading the public. We're going to do that, take a couple more calls before it's all said and done, and maybe one or two other things that we didn't have time to get to because Christian McCaffrey is hijacked the damn show today. Oh, by the way, Warriors and Nuggets tonight. Our friend John Dickinson coming up at the top of the hour here on 95.7 The Game.
Brought to you by On Deck Small Business Loans.
When you own a small business, sometimes you need funds fast. So go to OnDeck.com, America's largest online small business lender. OnDeck makes it easy to apply in minutes. Apply for your loan today at OnDeck.com.
Christian McCaffrey is coming to the Bay Area, and we want to hear from you.
Oh my gosh, the 916 is lit up here in El Dorado Hills. I live in an area full of Niner fans. I'm telling you, I'm just going to go to every household, drop off bagels, orange juice, whatever we got to do because we're going nuts.
We're reacting with you all day, right here on 95.7 The Game.
Why spend hours negotiating with a car salesman to get the best price for a vehicle you want to buy? At BMW of Fairfield, we give you our very best, most competitive price right up front. By eliminating the price negotiation process, we create a comfortable environment that helps our guests enjoy an experience that's often hostile and difficult at other dealerships. There is a better way. Experience it for yourself at BMW of Fairfield. One price, one person, 1 hour.
Everything, our farm, our stand, our pop-up shop, it really all started when we discovered the benefits of local, raw honey for our family.
And then we decided to turn it into a business.
We were looking for something to help us get up and running.
So we got the Chase Business Complete Banking Account.
It's more than a bank account. It comes with Quick Accept, which lets us take card payments anytime, anywhere in the U.S. using the Chase mobile app. Plus, we get same-day deposits at no extra cost. For us, it's more than honey. It's about sharing a little sweetness with the world.
Get the Chase Business Complete Banking Account with the essentials you need to help get your business going. Learn more at chase.com/business-complete-banking. Chase for business. Make more of what's yours. Quick Accept is not available in U.S. territories. Enrollment required. Usage subject to approval. Same-day deposits available for payments before 8 p.m. Eastern Time, Sunday to Friday. Fees and rates apply for checking and processing. Limitations and restrictions apply. Participants compensated. Merchant services provided by Payment Tech LLC and WePay Inc. Subsidiaries of J.P. Morgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC.
Are you interested in new career opportunities in the Bay Area and want to make a difference in your community? The SF Sheriff's Office is looking for people considering a job in law enforcement right now. If you're at least 20 years or older with a high school diploma or equivalent, the SF Sheriff's Office wants to hear from you. Enjoy full benefits, flexible schedules, and opportunities for growth and promotion. For employment announcements and more information, visit sfsheriff.com. That's sfsheriff.com to apply today.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live, 90 minutes before tip-off of every Warriors game. Brought to you by Xfinity Sports Zone, the ultimate hub for everything sports, with live games, shows, news, and highlights, all in one place. Only with Xfinity X1.
Golfers, tee it up this fall at the Golf Mart for big savings. Save up to $150 off on Ping G425 Woods. Upgrade your gear with discounted Wilson Standard Cart golf bags and stock up on TaylorMade Distance Plus golf balls, now 2 dozen for $35. Don't miss these items and more happening now at the Golf Mart and get a free custom fitting today. The Golf Mart, home of the 90-day satisfaction guarantee, or shop us online at worldwidegolfshops.com. UCSFSportsMedicineCenter.com.
UCSF Sports Medicine Center is dedicated to treating every type of athlete, from kids to adults, amateurs to elite professionals. As one of the best orthopedic programs in the nation, UCSF has programs to optimize an athlete's performance and the latest advancements to treat the most complex sports injuries. With locations throughout the Bay Area, now including Marin, Walnut Creek, and Redwood Shores, it's even easier to make an appointment today. Visit ucsfhealth.org so you can get cleared to play. UCSF Health, redefining possible.
The Prophetic Matrix. Unlock the secret code to your destiny. A new revolutionary book by Michael John Toste. The first ebook to make history by being filmed in space. Discover your unlimited future. Get The Prophetic Matrix now on Amazon.com and BarnesandNoble.com.
Hey guys, this is Keenan Thompson. I have a problem with you. Yes, you. None of y'all told me that AutoTrader has millions of new and used cars that I can shop from home. I thought we were friends. I put smiles on your face, but I'm not smiling. No one told me that with AutoTrader, a dealer can deliver cars to my home or that I could shop by price on AutoTrader. No one. Consider this friendship that you just learned we had officially over. Finally, it's easy. AutoTrader.
Research shows listeners prefer a personalized experience. So to help you remember, Liberty Mutual customizes your home insurance. We personalized this ad for Amber, who really misses boy bands from the 90s.
Hey girl, I'm the cute one, here to tell you how Liberty Mutual customizes your home insurance so you only pay for what you need.
I'm the heartthrob. The only thing I love more than you is saving. And I'm the other boy in the band everyone forgot about.
Just happy to be here. Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Okay, 3 more climbers, 7 loggers.
Ted's sustainably sourced logging company is growing a new branch.
What about truck driver contracts?
Which means a new HR manager will be the first hire to fall.
Then we'll need to staff up the warehouse.
Indeed can help him hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. You can schedule and conduct virtual interviews all from your employer dashboard. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
You might not have the biggest garage on the block, but with eBay Motors, there's 122 million parts right at your fingertips. Whatever you need, there's something that fits your vehicle. Air filters, tires, seat covers, and more. Get the right parts at the right prices. ebaymotors.com. Let's ride.
Here's what happened today on The Game.
Presented by the County of Santa Clara.
The morning roast from 6 to 9.
Guess what? Daddy needs a new kitchen, and this guy is the best damn oven because he's cooking in the NFC.
Willard and Dibs from 9 to noon.
I think McCaffrey is a mix between Brandon Ayuk and his route running in his hands, and Deebo Samuel and his Swiss Army knife ability, all wrapped into a package as a running back.
Steiny and Guru from noon to 3.
Right, 100 out of 100 times you would make that trade for Christian McCaffrey.
I agree with that.
And Damon and Ratto from 3 to 6.
They certainly have a star now. Christian McCaffrey is the real deal, and when healthy, he is a first supreme weapon. He is something else.
The best of the game, presented by the County of Santa Clara. Book a COVID-19 booster shot now at sccfreevax.org or call 211. Now back to Damon and Ratto on 95.7 The Game.
All right. What a week. What a way to wrap up a week. And by the way, coming up next, our good friend John Dickinson is going to get you ready with a little Warriors basketball pregame. Tim Roy takes over at 6:30. We're tipping this bad boy off against the Nuggets tonight at 7 o'clock from Chase Center. So all that is next here on 95.7 The Game. Thanks so much to our guests today, Bob Fesco, Kyle Bailey, Michael Irvin stopping on by. We're about to help you make a little money with what is officially an undefeated gambling formula. It's not unique to the show, but it works. We're going to have that in just a second. But first, before we start fading the public, we're going to talk to the public one last time. This is Joseph in Vallejo. What's up, Joseph?
Hello. Thank you so much for having me.
Yes, sir.
I just want to share a little bit about Kyle Shanahan. I believe as a child, perhaps he received as many toys as he wanted, more toys than he needed. And he got, I feel like perhaps he earned to be a head coach in the NFL, but not an organization and a powerhouse like the 49ers. They keep giving him toys, and he don't know how to take care of his toys. I fear for Christian McCaffrey. He's not really between the tackle back, and they're going to wear him out, and teams gonna rip. That's why Carolina let him go. These backs, he going to.
No, I mean, first of all, hold on, Joseph. Carolina let him go because they're in a full rebuild and they're selling off all assets for as much as they can get for future return as possible. And he was that. I'm not here to argue with what Kyle Shanahan has not done or has done, and I probably agree with you. He was probably spoiled on Christmas and got too many presents on his birthday. That's what happens when your daddy's rich. But, you know, I don't want to end the week on hearing what Kyle Shanahan isn't when today he officially did something to make his team better. We'll worry about the Christian McCaffrey injury when it happens. Until then, enjoy some football.
Well, beyond that, the notion that, this is what he does because his dad always bought him toys. He went out and got this. And he didn't just get it, he bought it. And he bought it at the price of 4 draft choices that a number of teams probably wouldn't have spent. So, I don't get that analogy to begin with. And beyond that, this isn't really about his upbringing. This is about his sense of urgency. It's that if you have a chance to do this, you don't wait around for the next chance when you can do that, unless you're 3-8.
Right. And look, I've always said that Kyle, the one thing that he has enjoyed is maybe a little bit too much of the creature comfort that is job security without really producing the grand prize that every 49er fan would admit is the only way that a season can end successfully, with a Lombardi trophy. Deadlines create action during a negotiation. There really is no deadline on Kyle Shanahan's coaching career here with the 49ers. He's comfortable, as Ray likes to say, still pretty much bulletproof. Maybe that made him as aggressive as he did because he knows that if this is the one thing that doesn't work out, the next thing that doesn't work out, it's not his head. It was the right move for this season, the way that they've built up to this season. And if it doesn't work out, it won't be because he didn't try to knock on that door. It's a big move.
He has a better chance of getting fired out of timidity than he does out of boldness. Because, Jed York knew that this trade was going on because he gets updated on stuff like that. And if the 49ers had passed on this deal and then, end up missing the playoffs, then there are some questions to be asked. But if they don't make the playoffs with this, well, just play that scenario for a second. Nobody gets to say that Kyle Shanahan didn't step up to the plate to try to make it happen. This will not be an error of omission. This will be an error of commission. And you'd rather have somebody acting than not acting. It's why people like the offseason in the NBA. They want to see their teams in negotiating action. This was negotiating action. And anybody who sees it as too reckless a play doesn't recognize that the 49ers needed to make a reckless play at this point.
And by the way, like we were saying, the offensive running game that he has counted on to carry his team's identity has not been counted on in the first 6 weeks. You shouldn't be counting on it. So what are you going to do to change it? Well, you can't change out your entire offensive line, that's for sure. You know that you're going to get Elijah Mitchell back, but then again, you're an Elijah Mitchell re-injury away from, oh no, there you go again. Jeff Wilson Jr. is no punk, but he is not a perfect fit for Kyle's offense. We had a Hall of Famer on just this hour tell you that this guy is a perfect fit for what Kyle Shanahan wants to do. And oh, by the way, Vegas loves the move. The Super Bowl odds of the 49ers, when the news broke, it went from 16-1 to 14-1, but then has dropped from 12-1, odds even lower now, 11-1 after today's practice. So there you go.
At the MGM, it went from 20 to 15 to 10.
Hello.
Yeah.
That's a good trade.
Yeah. One other thing that I think helped spur this trade.
It's also a lot of liability exposure.
Well, yeah, they don't like it, but
yeah,
I think they'll live with it. One other thing I think that made this trade happen is the 49er defense is beaten up, and you aren't going to be able to rely on that, getting better in the short term, and you don't want to start losing touch of the leader in a division as easy to win as this one, because you don't want to end up on the wrong end of that NFC East race 2 years ago where 8 and 9 got you in. 7 and 9 got you in.
It was worse than that.
No, that's the other thing is the urgency was not just because the offense isn't going well. It's because the defense is starting to show some wear based on the fact that there are a lot of guys up on blocks.
Well, and as I said this week, kind of in reaction to the Atlanta loss, you can't just be business as usual on one side of the ball when everything is a little fakakta on the other side of the ball. So this is kind of an acknowledgement of that. By the way, Fade the Public Friday is officially looking to improve to 4-0. Every week we fade the most heavily bet team in the NFL. And this week, Ray, 95% of the money in the Seattle at Chargers game is on Seattle +5. So we're laying it. We're riding the Chargers -5. Now, Lucas, in an attempt to be as thorough a producer as possible, gave me the injury report from this game. I'm not even going to bother sharing it with you because
what good work from Lucas?
That does not matter. All we're doing is fading the public. I don't care what any circumstance is around the game other than where did John Q. Public put most of his money. We're betting against that sucker. And that's how they're building a new tower at Caesars this year, by the way. So there you go. Chargers -5 to get us to 5-0 on Fade the Public Friday. We'll see if it happens. Thank you so much for tuning in today. Again, our guests, Bob Fesco, Kyle Bailey, Michael Irvin, Ray Ratto. You were definitely very excited about this today. I could feel the Niner love coming straight off of you.
I feel a need for absence. As in mine.
Okay, so you're going now.
Yes.
All right, take care. Thank you very much to just Jake. That's it. I'm only thanking Jake today. Jake crushed it. At no point in time did 95-7 the game burn down to the ground. He said that was his goal. The man accomplished his goal on his first day. Grandy's still pointing at things. He's like, look, if you touch this button, it'll burn to the ground. If you touch this button, it'll all burn to the ground. Jake has not touched those buttons. He's doing a hell of a job. Jake, thank you very much. Lucas Grandy, nice job. Way to bring the youngster along. We're very, very proud of you, Jake. You get nothing in return for this other than whatever they're screwing you over with. You should definitely ask for a raise on Monday.
Yeah, by all means, ask for one of those. That happens a lot.
A lot around here. Sports don't build character. They reveal it.
And like that, he's gone.
Ladies and gentlemen, the weekend.
There's a reason Comcast Business powers more businesses than any other provider. Actually, there's a few. Comcast Business offers the fastest, reliable network, the peace of mind that comes with Security Edge, helping to protect all your connected devices, and the most reliable 5G mobile network. Want me to keep going? I can. Whether your small business is starting or growing, you need Comcast Business. Technology solutions that put you ahead and give you serious savings. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Get started with fast speeds and advanced security. Together for just $69.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Or find out how to get up to a $650 prepaid card with a qualifying bundle. Limited time offer, restrictions apply. New 50 megabits per second internet and Security Edge customers only. Requires enrollment in EcoBill and AutoPay. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra and subject to change. Comcast Business Mobile utilizes the network with the most RootMetrics 5G data reliability wins in 1H 2022. Results may vary, not an endorsement.
Locked On Warriors is a daily podcast covering your favorite team, the defending world champion Golden State Warriors. I'm your host, Cyrus Softs, and every Monday through Friday, Locked On Warriors brings you all of the biggest Warriors stories in around 30 minutes. We cover Stephen Curry and the dynasty that is one of the greatest teams in the history of this beautiful game. Listen to the Locked On Warriors podcast every day on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Are you interested in new career opportunities in the Bay Area and want to make a difference in your community? The San Francisco Sheriff's Office is looking for people considering a job in law enforcement right now. If you're at least 20 years or older with a high school diploma or equivalent, the San Francisco Sheriff's Office wants to hear from you. Enjoy full benefits, flexible schedules, and opportunities for growth and promotion. For employment announcements and more information, visit sfsheriff.com. That's sfsheriff.com to apply today.
Ad paid for by the Sentinel Group. Attention Marines, military personnel, families, and contractors who were stationed at Camp Lejeune. Were you present at Camp Lejeune between August 1953 and December of 1987? You may be entitled to significant compensation. For nearly 34 years, those in the Marine Corps' base Camp Lejeune were exposed to contaminated drinking water, resulting in devastating injuries, including several forms of cancer, adverse birth outcomes, Parkinson's disease, and more. North Carolina's procedural laws have prevented victims from getting the justice they deserve. But passage of the Camp Lejeune Justice Act of 2022 would allow you or a loved one to file lawsuit seeking compensation for illnesses and injuries linked to the toxic water. Call today for your free consultation. 800-490-8291. Let our experienced attorneys fight to get you the compensation you deserve, and you pay nothing unless there's a recovery in your favor. Call 800-490-8291. That's 800-490-8291. Again, 800-490-8291.
The issues in local elections across the country have far-reaching implications for the Bay Area. We're breaking these issues down on The Homestretch, Odyssey's new original podcast. I'm political reporter Doug Sovereign. Each week I'll talk to a range of experts to give you a 15-minute download of the most pressing issues on this year's ballot.
I would argue that the economic anxiety has been far higher than any actual economic problems over most of that period.
KCBS delivers all news all the time on the Odyssey app. And listen to The Homestretch on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Big O Tires proudly sells its own brand of affordable tires, and each set comes standard with the nation's greatest warranty. Now through October 30th, save $100 instantly on select Big O brand tires with installation purchase. Visit your locally owned Big O Tire store for offer details.
Bay Area, join us at our newest location, Afici, part of the Alexander Steakhouse Group. Afici features contemporary American cuisine in a fine dining setting. The multiple course menu showcases Italian and French style cuisine while highlighting locally sourced seasonal ingredients alongside some of the best products from around the globe. Whether you choose Afici for a special occasion, holiday events, or a culinary adventure, Afici provides unparalleled service. Head over to 680 Folsom Street, San Francisco for a fine dining experience. Reserve your seats now on AficiSF.com.
Thanks for the coffee. No problem. With my cash rewards card from Navy Federal Credit Union, I get up to 1.75% cash back.
Isn't it 1.5%?
Now it's up to 1.75%.
That's bigger!
And better! I bought these scones with my cash back! I love scones! Me too! Scones for everyone!
When you sign up for direct deposit, you can earn up to 1.75% cash back with the Cash Rewards Card. Learn more at NavyFederal.org. Navy Federal Credit Union. Our members are the mission. Insured by NCUA.
Imagine a world with endless possibilities. I'm talking endless saving and endless hot showers. Yeah, you heard me right. Endless hot showers. With Navien, that dream is now a reality. Navien tankless water heaters deliver a continuous flow of hot water for as long as you need it. No waiting for a tank to reheat more water, wasting time and energy. The compact design saves you space and money in comparison to traditional tank water heaters. It's time to make the switch and make your hot water dreams come true. Visit tanklessmadesimple.com.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMC FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Welcome to the greatest show on hardwood.
Left side of the circle, it's money, cold, hard cash for Stephen Curry.
The NBA champions are back to defend their title. And it starts now. This is Warriors Live.
Holy cannoli, this is crazy.
Presented by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi. Unbeatable internet, only from Xfinity.
And we welcome you inside Chase Center. John Dickinson with you here as the Warriors and the Denver Nuggets go at it tonight. It's Game 2 of the Warriors' 3-game homestand. It's Game 2 of the 82-game schedule. Is this game a rematch of the first round of the Western Conference playoffs back in April, won by the Warriors 4-1 en route to winning the NBA championship last year. A feisty Nuggets squad against the Warriors in that series where the Warriors saw themselves taking a 3-0 lead with the Nuggets winning Game 4, and the Warriors able to come back to Chase Center here in San Francisco, part of a stellar postseason, and close out the Nuggets. Warriors looking to continue the momentum of opening night and the ring ceremony here inside Chase Center as they dismantled the Warriors, or the Lakers rather. The Warriors did 123-109 in a game that really wasn't that close. Warriors leading that one by 27 points at one juncture in the game. A big night for the Warriors bench, outscoring the Lakers 41-24, and a night where some of the young players got accustomed to their new roles, and the veteran players were able to do what they do best, with Stephen Curry leading the way, 33 points on 10 of 22, and knocking down 4 threes and getting to the free throw line. So another tough task for the Dubs in this one tonight, and a Nuggets team that is going to be without Jamal Murray in this one tonight, as we get you here on 95.7 The Game 2 Warriors Live, which is presented by Xfinity Internet. Better streaming with our Flex 4K device, voice remote, and Peacock Premium, all at no extra cost, no strings attached. We get to the injury report, which is brought to you by Boxer and Gerson. And for the Nuggets, no Jamal Murray, who, of course, tore his ACL back in April of 2021 in this building against the Golden State Warriors, and missed all of last season, playing for the first time in a long time in Salt Lake City as the Nuggets opened their series, or their season, against the Jazz on Wednesday night. And Murray playing in that game, but part of the injury maintenance for Jamal Murray, he's not going to play in some back-to-backs for the Nuggets, and this is the first of a back-to-back for Denver. The Nuggets go home and take on Oklahoma City tomorrow in what will be their home opener. They got beat and really got manhandled by the Jazz in what was one of the more stunning game ones of the first couple of nights of the NBA season. The Jazz able to kind of run them out in Salt Lake City, but no Jamal Murray for Utah in this one, as he's set to play tomorrow in the second of a back-to-back in the Nuggets home opener, and then they go up to Portland after that. So 3 games in 4 nights for Denver, as the Warriors begin a stretch where they're going to be playing every other day here moving forward. But yeah, no Jamal Murray in this one. Nikola Jokic had been listed on the injury report, right finger sprain, but Michael Malone told reporters just a few minutes ago that he is good to go for this one now. For the Warriors, Patrick Baldwin Jr., right thumb sprain. That's going to keep him out for a second consecutive game. And no Andre Iguodala as he continues his ramp up toward his return with the Warriors due to the left hip injury management for Iguodala. So the Warriors pretty close to a full deck at this point. I know Steve Kerr mentioned before the game that the injury issue as far as Patrick Baldwin Jr. goes, nothing too serious. As far as that, should be ready to roll within the next week, but not a lot of concern, and the Warriors certainly deep enough right now to be playing without their most recent first-round pick. So that's your injury report, brought to you by Boxer and Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. For more info, visit boxerlaw.com. Warriors and the Nuggets. Let's hear a little bit from Steve Kerr and his pregame session, as well as he met with the media. And one of the things that's new to the Warriors this season that had been broached in years past but never really fully implemented was the notion of, and some other teams across the league had done this, as far as not having shoot-arounds leading up to games. The Warriors now, through their first couple of games, typically a team will have a shoot-around 10, 11 o'clock in the morning for a 7 o'clock game, and everybody will get in the gym. They'll kind of go over some things. They'll get some shots up, opponent-specific type stuff, and typically, it's a way for teams to get players out of bed and engaged on the game and into the building and get that early workout before going home and resting up for the game that night. And the Warriors, like just about every team in the league for the most part, would have these really every game except for if it was the second of a back-to-back. You play the night before, maybe you're flying somewhere, even if you're in the same city or remaining at home, it's a home back-to-back. No shoot-around the morning after a game when you've got another game that night as far as a back-to-back goes. But it's become more and more something across the league that more and more teams are having fewer shoot-arounds and choosing to go the route of allowing teams to get rest and prepare that way, or some teams maybe having a workout late in the afternoon, a walkthrough kind of a thing to go over strategy. But Steve Kerr was asked in his pregame session, why no shoot-arounds, and could it become a more permanent thing?
It just feels right this year to have that be our default. I think, winning the championship last year, long haul, short summer, any chance we get to give the guys a little extra rest, we're going to do that. It won't be every night. There will be occasional shoot-arounds. I think this will be a more regular part of our routine this year.
And the Warriors implementing that. I know the Rockets, going back to the year where they were the 1 seed and the Warriors knocked them off in the Western Conference Finals, so that would have been the 2017-2018 campaign. They were one of the first teams under Mike D'Antoni to just nix shoot-arounds completely. The Raptors, I think, had nixed them as well in the year that they had gone to the finals and won the NBA championship. The Warriors, I think, had broached the idea at times in the past, even going back pre-pandemic to when Kevin Durant was still on the roster and they had more of a veteran-laden team. But I know at that point, I think some of the veteran players actually preferred to come in, and you can have what's an optional shoot-around where you don't necessarily have to have media availability, but you can allow players to come in if they want. Nothing formal, no walkthrough or anything like that. I think the Warriors may be going a little bit more that route. And that's part of short off season, as Steve Kerr alluded to, coming off of winning a championship, and then having the 2 cores, essentially the young core that's trying to develop and find their way in the NBA, but also having the veteran core of Steph Curry and Klay Thompson and Draymond Green, among a couple of others, Kevon Looney, to where you want them to be fresh and ready to roll for the long haul. So we'll see how it works out. I know Steve Kerr said it's not necessarily going to be something that happens every night. And if the Warriors struggle in some of these games where they don't have a shoot-around, you can always wind up having a shoot-around at some point down the line. So John Dickinson with you, Warriors Live here at Chase Center, sponsored by Xfinity, as it is the Warriors and the Nuggets tonight here on 95.7 The Game. Tim and Tom on the call. And a special night as the Warriors are going to be wearing the Run TMC style uniforms in this one. Each NBA squad with multiple uniforms. Warriors going to be wearing in honor of Chris Mullin winning the 30th anniversary of the gold medal with the Dream Team. So yeah, the Warriors across the front in the blue is going to be fully displayed here with the Warriors basketball, the logo and icon on the left side of the shorts, that old school Warriors basketball icon, and so that'll be pretty good with the C as well for the captainship. So that should be something to keep an eye on. I know people love the different uniform combinations that the Warriors can put out there, and all NBA teams, since they did their deal with Nike going back a couple of years. It feels like every team now's got 5-6 different combinations. So yeah, tonight what officially is the classic edition uniform, the Warriors in think early 90s, think Run TMC style blues for the Warriors tonight as they take the floor inside Chase Center and go at it against the Nuggets. Let's get to our dish of the week, a new feature here on Warriors Live that we're going to be running through, and that takes us back to Tuesday with the Warriors and the Lakers.
Westbrook falls down, couldn't make the catch. Curry gets it. Pass to Wiggins in stride. Touch pass. Draymond. Layup good. Beautiful basketball by Golden State. Timeout LA. The Warriors have their largest lead of the game, 78-62.
78-62 en route to the 123-109 victory, and one of what would be 31 assists for the Warriors in a game where it didn't necessarily seem like they were totally locked in offensively. I think you could make the case they didn't play their A game, but still wind up with the 31 assists on the night. That dime, one of them here. Your dish of the week, Tim Roy on the call of course, and that is brought to you by Trimark. Trimark has been partnering with independent restaurateurs in Northern California for over 55 years. Trimark brings you innovative product solutions to help your hospitality business thrive. Visit TrimarkWest.com. That your dish of the week. Couple other thoughts here on this ball game tonight, and it really is a matchup of a team that isn't going to look an awful lot like the team the Warriors faced going back to April with the Nuggets. 8 players gone, and a big part of the Warriors theme is having a core that has been together for a long time, and I think the Nuggets have been able to say similar for the last couple of years, but due to the injuries to Michael Porter Jr. last year and Jamal Murray going back to April of 2021, the Nuggets really had to figure out a different way to kind of attack it last year, and they were able to do it to the tune of having the 6th seed in the Western Conference and being a threat to the Warriors in that first-round series, at least a threat to where some of those games were close and hard fought, although it never really felt like the Warriors were truly in legitimate danger, having the 2-0 and eventually 3-0 lead, ultimately winning in 5. I know Game 5 got a little dicey in this building, but the Nuggets are different, and they're different because they're trying to reintegrate a couple of star players into the fold while also shuffling the deck as far as the rest of their roster and role players. Jamal Murray not in this ball game tonight, as we mentioned. Nikola Jokic, obviously, the MVP of the NBA, and just a terrific couple-of-year run that he's been on, a handful. And one of the matchups to keep an eye on tonight is, I think, how does James Wiseman, if he gets a few minutes on Jokic, how does he handle himself? We'll hear from Steve Kerr on that potential and just how much Wiseman has grown up here in just a moment. But, Aaron Gordon, Nikola Jokic, you look around at Bones Highland and Jeff Green, and really that's about it as far as the players that are recognizable in terms of the guys that the Warriors saw. Michael Porter Jr. is back in the fold, and then the Nuggets went out and made some changes. DeAndre Jordan now a member of this team. Ish Smith on the team. Bruce Brown on this Nuggets team as well. And yeah, you run through it, and they are a very different squad. Kentavious Caldwell-Pope now in that starting lineup, and I think they're hoping that maybe they've improved their role players a little bit, but they've improved their role players to the tune of expecting Jamal Murray to come back and play at a all-star level, even while maybe he's not going to be playing in back-to-backs and he's trying to work his way back in. We've seen the Warriors over the years. What does it look like as far as Klay Thompson trying to come back from the multiple injuries? Murray's trying to come back from a knee 18 months out, and up and down. We remember those boxes that needed to be checked for Klay Thompson as far as the rehab process and coming back and playing in that first game. And if you remember, that first game was up and down, and there were times where it just looked like he was searching for the old him. And I think you saw that at times for Jamal Murray in the game on Wednesday night when they lost in Utah. So no Jamal Murray in this one tonight, but they're trying to integrate those guys. Gone Monte Morris, who was a key fixture for the Nuggets over these last couple of years, and the Warriors are going to have to be they're going to have to be, I think they're going to have to be aware of Jokic and Michael Porter, but also, one of the areas in this game where the Warriors really, I think, have an edge as we get to our Warriors Advantage, brought to you by United Healthcare, offering Medicare Advantage plans. Go to uhc.com for more information, is continuity. The Warriors have continuity that the Nuggets just don't have at this point, whether it's that top 6 or 7 that was able to ride for the Warriors to win the NBA championship. The Nuggets are trying to find it, and I think you look at the depth and the bench, and that being the advantage against the Lakers to the tune of 41-24. I think the Nuggets have some players that they feel they're pretty deep, and I think they feel like their role players are more formidable than some of the role players they had in the past in terms of working with the star players that they're trying to reintegrate into things. But they're trying to find it, and the Warriors already have it. So while I would expect a much, much stronger effort at the hands of the Nuggets tonight than what they had in Salt Lake City, I think the Warriors have a big-time edge, and it was an edge that allowed them, I thought, last year to get off to an 18-2 start. They hit the ground running, a lot of continuity between players that had been there, the Steph Draymond continuity, then you're mixing in Jordan Poole on top of that, Klay Thompson back, Wiggins now fits like a glove, and that's a big-time edge, I think, for the Warriors in this ball game tonight. The fact that the Nuggets are trying to find it and the Warriors already have it. So your Warriors advantage there, brought to you by United Healthcare in this one. All right, final couple of minutes here. Warriors Live, presented by Xfinity Internet. John Dickinson inside Chase Center. Xfinity Internet, better streaming with their Flex 4K device, voice remote, and Peacock Premium. All at no extra cost, no strings attached. Let's hear a couple more clips from Steve Kerr's pregame press conference as well. Mentioned James Wiseman and a solid debut. I thought at times maybe he looked a little bit nervous in that debut, but a solid 16 minutes in what was Wiseman's first game, a meaningful one in what amounted to 18 months. Here's what Steve Kerr had to say about Wiseman's progression when asked about maybe going up against Jokic a little bit.
He's been much better this year than he was 2 years ago when he was playing, and he should be. I mean, he has so much more experience now. He's had a summer league, he's had a training camp, he's working every single day, he's healthy. So he's starting to feel more comfortable with his role. He understands verticality. He's not trying to block every shot now. And he's got so much physical ability, just his speed, quickness, leaping ability. It's all there for him to be an excellent defender. So it's fun to watch him progress.
Yeah, and I think all eyes are going to be on the young core as they get opportunities to play off the Warriors bench, and as well as the veterans who are going to try to obviously lead this team to another championship. But this is one of those matchups. I mean, if James Wiseman eventually is going to be somebody that takes over as the starting center and becomes a bona fide asset against an area that at times has been problematic for the Warriors, skilled bigs, and they don't get any more skilled or impressive than that of Nikola Jokic. Can Wiseman become a factor against those guys, against the Jokic types, against the Embiids, against the true centers in the NBA? Not as many of them as there used to be, but I think that's where, even though it's probably not going to be a ton of time that Wiseman gets on him, you get excited at the opportunity to just see how much Wiseman has progressed, as Steve Kerr alluded to in that last clip. One more from the head coach here before we call it an evening. We hand it off to Tim and Tom for the call of this one. Jordan Poole, Andrew Wiggins, a couple of guys that have gotten paid in a big-time way here over the course of the last week, and Steve Kerr was asked about just the dynamic of everything kind of hanging over the Warriors as far as the salaries and the luxury tax and everything going up over the next few years. And Steve Kerr said, "Now we celebrate that kind of stuff for the individual," and he explained why that's important.
We always celebrate, individual achievements and accomplishments here. So when those guys signed their extensions, we celebrated that. Those are huge moments for those guys and their families, and that's important. So we want that for all of our players. We want them to become as good as they can possibly be, and then get rewarded for it.
Yeah, and rewarded for it they did. And man, Andrew Wiggins, you could make a case that he was the best Warrior on the floor in the opener against the Lakers, and just comfortable in his own skin, comfortable in his game, comfortable now in the regular season. It felt like where it was almost an extension of last postseason. and the way that he got so comfortable and confident and made so many big plays in the big moments to help guide the Warriors toward that NBA championship. He just seems at ease with everything that he's doing on the court. And tonight, another opportunity for Wiggins. A couple of quick notes here. I mentioned the 4-1 win for the Warriors over the Nuggets last year. Stephen Curry, the 33 points on Tuesday night. The game-high mark, second most points he tallied in a season opener. You got to go back to 2015. He had 40 back in 2015. And, of course, during the 21-22 season, Curry recorded 21 games of 30 or more points. The Warriors typically win when Curry goes off, and they won when he went off in a big way on Tuesday night against the Lakers. All right, that'll do it for me. Tim and Tom, they got the call for this one. Join me after the ball game. I'll have Warriors Live right back here from Chase. We'll be taking your phone calls. Reacting to this one as the Warriors look to go to 2-0 on the season. But Tim Roy, Tom Tolbert, they got the call, and it's coming up next right here on 95.7 The Game.
Trimark has been partnering with independent restaurateurs in Northern California for over 55 years. Trimark brings you innovative product solutions to help your hospitality business thrive. Visit TrimarkWest.com.
Fremont Bank. If there's one thing we understand more than anybody, it's that it takes a local bank to really get the needs of local businesses. And more than anything, local businesses need access. Access to a knowledgeable banker and access to a full suite of business services. Can't come to the bank? We'll come to you. Our devotion to our clients ensures your business never misses a beat. That's why Fremont Bank remains the right choice for local and family-owned businesses. Learn more at fremontbank.com. Member FDIC.